Chapter 61 Identity. The two of them talked and laughed and entered the cave. There is something indescribably strange inside the cave, which seems to be both man-made and naturally formed. A long tunnel gets bigger and bigger as it goes downwards. It goes down for 20 or 30 miles. It suddenly becomes clear that there is an underground world in front of it. There are even ruins not far away, but they have been corroded by time, and their appearance is no longer visible. There was once a city here. The air was gloomy and smelled of decay, and black clouds as big as water tanks were floating in the sky. This is the Hell Ghost. The sect heard that in ancient times, a special race was cursed to kill the entire clan. After death, the resentment lingered and they became the Hell Ghost. Prison ghosts are special. Neither ghosts nor spirits. Just a cloud. But as long as someone comes close to it, it will be attracted to it, like a gangrene attached to the bone, which can eat human essence and blood, and can drain a person's life in just a few breaths. Only the monk's true energy can block it. In fact, it is not blocking, but dying together. The true energy and the H.L. ghost are consumed at the same time, and the consumed true energy cannot be recovered. Just like the Taoist practice has been abolished in life. This space is not underground. If you dig a hole downward from Qingyuan Gate, let alone 20 or 30 miles, even 200 or 300 miles will not reach here. Only the hole where the two people came in just now can lead to here. This should be a special space. The Qingyuan sect has been established for tens of thousands of years, and basically all the enemies in this sect are imprisoned in the Golden Pagoda. The Golden Pagoda absorbs the enemy's true essence and seals the entrance of the cave. The underworld stones on the second floor must be related to this place. Qingyuan sect digs out underworld stones all day long. But there are still many underworld stones. Dig out a mine. Bury it for 100 years. And the stone will appear again. Gu Hong and Yu did not dare to fly with their swords. The pills they took only prevented the H.L. ghosts from approaching them. When they flew with their swords, they crashed into the black clouds of the H.L. ghosts, and the pills could not save them. I can only pray that the H.L. ghost can be wiped out before the true energy is exhausted. The two of them walked for most of the day before they saw 7 or 8 fellow students sitting on the ground behind a hill. The leader is Yu Hashing, the head of the law enforcement hall. "Brother, I've got the elixir." Yu jumped for joy. He didn't look like someone who was hundreds of years old at all, but more like a J girl who was 15 or 16 years old. "Nonsense!" Yu Hashing scolded. "You are not stable at such a young age. Now you are Lung Niaozhen of Hongyu Tower, and you have been imprisoned for 20 years. How can you be so energetic?" Yu stuck out his tongue, and the mist flashed across his face. His face changed instantly. It was a woman who looked to be in her 40s. She closed her eyes and opened them again, and her eyes changed. It can be seen that she must have been a seductive fairy, with spring in her eyes. But at this moment, the spring mood is completely covered by madness and hatred, as if it wants to tear the world apart. This look only lasted for a while, and then she gave up. He stuck out his tongue and returned to his original position. "Don't worry, brother. Nothing will happen. I just don't like that expression. It's not that I can't do it." Who can have such a big resentment? "Brother, didn't you say that Yaya made a mistake and was detained in the prison? I didn't feel her when I went up." Yu sat next to Yu Hashing, reached out and took out an apple from his arms, and started to chew it. Yu Hashing shook his head. "I have made an excuse to release her early. If she doesn't let her go, the prison will be overthrown by her." Yu pouted, a little disappointed. The head of the sect is so unreasonable. My brother has a puppet incarnation outside, and can receive news at any time. They are in this terrible place, and they can't do anything at all. Every time I get the elixir, I have to go to the mine for a break, and I have to be sneaky. "Brother, does Yaya look very similar to senior sister Sue? A real fairy with water lotus?" "Right." Yu had longing in his eyes. With her extravagant nature, she was willing to stay in this H.Lish place for 60 years. Wasn't it just for the little ones in her family? Yu Hashing nodded, and there was nothing strange on his face. "She is a very beautiful little fairy, and she was the one who brought back the dragon turtle, the mythical beast in the door." Yu's eyes were shining. Yu Hashing lowered his head and ate silently. The head brother has led the Qingyuan sect to the #1 position in the Dongnan Mountains since he was young, and he is worthy of anyone. He only failed his wife and daughter. Shaking his head to get rid of the disturbing thoughts, he swallowed the food in his hand and said solemnly, "Switch identities. Enter the ruins again, and search if there are any leftovers." He looked around and said, Just use the moves and techniques of your new identity. Everyone nodded, and their appearance changed in the blink of an eye. They all looked like the enemy imprisoned in the prison suppression golden tower. After decades of imitation, his eyes and temperament were enough to look fake. In the shallows of Heian City, Sui stared at a mouse with big eyes and small eyes. The divine power had shocked Shui Jing just now, and Shui Jing's severely injured body was vulnerable to a blow. Sui did not kill him again, no matter who is right or wrong. She is still a poor woman. Since she wanted to make things clear, Sui granted her wish. Under the divine power, all the crocodiles in the pool rolled their eyes and fainted. Under the shoal, a mouse floated up in a daze with bubbles. This mouse is a bit bigger than a cat, but it doesn't make people look at it. It has golden fur and is cute. A bit like an otter. But it's no ordinary rat. As soon as it came out of the water, it opened its mouth and cursed. "Nong sheepy! Which grandson stuns me?" As soon as they turned their heads, the turtle and the mouse looked at each other. Demon. They were not demons from the Qingyuan sect. There were only 6 demons in the Qingyuan sect this time. Sui recognized them all. And there were no rats among them. The demon from the previous session had already transformed into a human body. This is a foreign demon with extraordinary bloodline. It has golden hair, and does not get wet even when immersed in water. Sui, as a dragon turtle and a water attribute, cannot do this. On. Sui hummed. Did you hear what Shui Jing said just now? Something happened in the Qingyuan prison. This kind of thing should be regarded as a secret of the sect and should not be leaked. The mouse hurriedly shook its head. Women? What women? I didn't see women at all. It stopped talking in the middle of the sentence. The dragon turtle didn't mention women. Too clever. Run away. It turned around and ran away. But a big hand condensed with water came out from the water and grabbed it. Gulyalu.Rao, Gulyalu. Clamping his tail with his big hands, he lifted him to Sui. On. You can escape. But if you are caught again, you will be beaten to death. It has been a long time since you have eaten rat meat. Sui licked his lips. His eyes filled with greed. The ghost of the golden mouse came out. Grandpa! Grandpa Turtle! If we don't bring this kind of thing, I will become a demon. You can't eat demons that have opened up your intelligence. Sui ignored it and groaned at the crocodile. I repeat, I am the leader here. Who agrees and who opposes? On. Those who agree will follow me. And those who oppose will be crushed to death on the spot. All the crocodiles turned over and followed Sui energetically. And no one was willing to leave behind. The team went eastward along the Xiangshui in a mighty manner. Tinghai Lake is big enough, and it is easy to raise hundreds of crocodiles. If other disciples were to do this task, they would have no choice but to hunt. These more than 100 crocodiles are just ordinary crocodiles. Not as good as the original crocodiles in Tinghai Lake Crocodile Beach. I don't know whether it was because Sui fed them well, or because the water in the sea and lake was rich in spiritual power. After hibernating this time, Sui discovered that 3 crocodiles had a tendency to evolve into exotic beasts. This was a good thing. They didn't dare to show off in front of Sui just because they were much stronger. It might also be because Sui gave him a good beating when they met. Anyway, the 3 crocodiles are the most active in paying tribute among all the crocodiles. Chapter 62 Finale. It only took 2 hours to go against the current, but it took nearly a day to go back against the current. It was dark, and they had just arrived at Tinghai Lake. They threw the crocodile in Tinghai Lake. Sui glanced at Feng Yaya, who had not yet woken up, and quickly heading towards the Beast Control Valley. Gulao's small courtyard is outside the Beast Control Valley, next to Xiangshui. It is convenient for him to appear behind the turtle, and go down to Xiangshui to manage the territory. Sui ran into the small courtyard and looked around but couldn't find Gulao. I don't know where the old man went. And Tonger is not at home either. Just when I was thinking about whether to have a second burst of thoughts to hit the old Taoist's consciousness, a voice came from above my head. Disciple, are you looking for me? Sui looked up and saw a strange beast squatting on the top of a pillar that looked like a gorgeous watch in the yard. It looks like a wild leopard and has a white body. This is Master's third body. Meng Ji. The monks in the beast transformation chapter have 1 realm and 1 body. The second body can be condensed in the mortal transformation state, and the third body can be condensed in the demon transformation state. Gulao's third body was condensed into an ordinary wild leopard, which he cultivated step by step and turned into Meng Ji's. Meng Ji is very good at hiding, so people always ignore him subconsciously. If someone hadn't been marked by Gulao, it would be difficult to associate him with anything related to Lao Dao. Even people who have a vague impression of him will forget that he exists. This is an excellent beast body that can lurk and attack by surprise. The foundation of Gulaodao's life. The leopard jumped down from the pillar and turned into a slovenly old Taoist priest. Where did you find a treasure-hunting rat? It looks like it's going to be an advanced beast. Gulaodao looked at the golden-haired rat held by Sailor Suhi. Hold head high. Say. Sailor Suhi tensed up. And the golden-haired rat chirped. It hurts. It hurts. Grandpa. I'm here. Please be gentle. Our small body can't bear this grip. Demon? Gulaodao was surprised. Treasure-hunting rats are hard to see. This species is inherently mysterious and can always find all kinds of treasures. The rat lives up to its name. It is even more rare for a treasure-hunting rat to become a demon. The treasure-hunting rat itself has the nature of an exotic beast and is naturally averse to the demon-transforming fruit. Generally, it will not swallow the demon-transforming fruit unless it is force-fed by someone who is so brave and dares to participate in the fight for the demon transformation fruit. Can you afford this cause and effect? Gulaodao has a third body that people ignore, and no one dares to participate in it casually. Suhi shouted angrily, telling everything about today's events. The old Taoist priest smiled and took a sip of wine. I already know about this matter. We old guys will handle it. Just practice well. Old man Chiao sent a message this morning. Gulaodao has been thinking about it for a day and quietly investigating. He has gained a little bit, but thinks it is unlikely. Yu Yu and Guhong both passed away a century ago, and their deaths were normal, especially since Guhong was his nephew, and the only flesh and blood left by his younger brother. How could he not investigate clearly? There is nothing wrong with death. But Shui Jing happened to see them in the prison. Chiao Chengluan checked his memory quietly, and found that Shui Jing had not lied. Gulaodao suddenly felt that this Qingyuan sect was unfamiliar. He looked up at Qingyuan Mountain. On the main peak, the Eternal Life Palace stood tall and tall. Feng Yiju didn't even activate the formation, so anyone could investigate. The old Taoist fell into deep thought. Suhi put down the treasure-hunting mouse, bowed and left, swimming back to Tinghai Lake. It seems that the two groups of crocodiles in Tinghai Lake did not fight. The new crocodiles found a place to lay down on their own, watching in confusion as the old crocodile hunts the filial dragon turtle. Probably because the spiritual power of Tinghai Lake has doubled. The taste of the newborn fish has improved a lot. It should become even more delicious after several generations of reproduction in a few years. After Suhi had eaten enough, he slowly dived into the water. The water elemental spiritual power at the bottom of the water is even richer than on the surface. Guisheng Longxiyuju was running. Suhi slowly closed his eyes, thinking about his own path. Gulaodao gave him 2 secret books and ignored them, which meant that it was feasible to directly sacrifice the bones through the mind orifice. The so-called resistance to injury is just a joke. Suhi recalled the contents of Qingyuan Bone Sacrifice. To sacrifice bones, you must first melt acupuncture points. Melting acupuncture points, sacrificing bones, and forging internal organs used to be 3 independent realms. Later, they were divided into the same realm. They are all tempering the physical body and transforming the physical body. Putting it here with Suhi means that the body will transform into a dragon and a turtle. Let the true blood flow throughout the body, and the ordinary turtle body transforms into a real dragon turtle. The monk's acupuncture melting method uses spiritual power to open the acupuncture points. Suhi couldn't do it. He wanted to use the dragon turtle's true blood to sacrifice the bones, but he didn't know how to get it. The acupuncture points are in the meridians, not the blood vessels. Suhi was worried and couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. So he simply used his spiritual power to rush to a strange extra-meridian point on his left front paw like an ordinary monk. This acupoint is not on the operation route of Gui Shou Chong Shichu. So even if there is a mistake, it will not affect the practice. Qingyuan Bone Sacrifice Chapter says that after melting the acupoints, they must be nourished repeatedly. Otherwise the acupoints will close. If you make a mistake, just ignore it and wait for the acupuncture points to close automatically. The spiritual power inside the body circulates, gushing out of the meridians, and condenses on the left front paw. The more it is pressed, the more concentrated it becomes, and it is pressed into a solid spiritual power ball, and the entire paw is faintly shining. Then, guide it directly into the acupuncture point and release it suddenly. Boom! The paw hurt, and the acupuncture points suddenly opened. Suhi felt as if there was a nail in his heart, and his inner gaze hurriedly moved into his heart. All I could see was the phantom of the dragon turtle inside the heart orifice. and a glint on the left front paw, shining with brilliance. Feeling carefully, it seemed that there was a nail that nailed the claws of the dragon turtle shadow in the heart orifice to his claws. A trace of Taoism on the shadow flowed into the body through the nail. The gathering of true blood that had stagnated started again at this moment. Feasible. Su-He was overjoyed and focused on finding an acupuncture point on his right front paw, and followed the same pattern. Nails, pipes, together. This method was correct. Su-He found a way forward. That night, a total of 13 acupoints were opened, and Su-He even tried to open one of the 7 pictures of the exercise. It did not affect the operation of the technique, and there was still a slight improvement. Su-He was overjoyed. It was already bright on the water, and Su-He floated up with his tail wagging. Feng Yaya woke up at some point, kicked her 2 little feet, and was eating buns by the island. 2 small hands held the bun, and their whole face was buried in it. Seeing Su-He coming up, he immediately laughed out loud, and Bowsy held out. "Big turtle!" Su-He responded with a long groan. From a distance, a disciple came across the water with a yellow scarf warrior. He saluted Su-He from afar and said, "Uncle Longgui, disciple Tianji Pavilion Yoshu, come and arrange the place for apprenticeship." So early, Su-He took a quick look and saw that there were more yellow scarf warriors setting up the venue than those who arranged formations for him that day. Yusu said respectfully, "Master Gu has a wide network of friends, and many seniors from far away will arrive in advance. There will be many Taoist friends there, and we will have to arrange temporary markets, arenas, tea houses, auctions, and Taoism forums." Patriarch Ji's recruitment of disciples is nothing less than a large-scale gathering of monks. It is impossible for everyone to drink tea here for several days, then attend an apprenticeship ceremony and then return. Various activities are arranged every day. "Master Longgui, are you ready for the grand finale of the auction? Do you need your disciples to print the booklet in advance?" No matter how many activities there are, the presence of the protagonist cannot be overshadowed. So most activities must include Master Longgui or Master Gu. Make the finale. At the auction house in the demon transformation realm, Master Gu sent 6 treasures, which were enough for the finale. The treasures from the mortal realm were prepared by Master Longgui, but they haven't been delivered yet. Su-He, ? There is also an arena competition. There is no arena in the demon transformation realm. There are 5 arenas in the mortal transformation realm: fighting, alchemy, formations, talismans, and weapon refining. Uncle Master only rewards the top 3 or the top 10. Do I need disciples to help package the prizes? As the master, Su-He naturally cannot go on stage to compete in person. It won't look good whether he wins or loses. As long as he prepares rich prizes, he will save his face. Su-He, Uncle Master, do you want to add more arenas? Swordsmanship, magic, fairy chef. You can add as many as you want. It's just that the prize setting cost Uncle Master money. Uncle Master should also set up a stall and sell some at low prices. Baby, this is a little benefit for the junior who came to celebrate you. Su-He, his eyes gradually became strange. Why were there these things? Why should I prepare? Isn't it just a matter of kowtowing and serving tea? Yusu lowered his voice as he spoke. Master, Uncle, aren't you ready yet? Su-He was silent. I didn't even know I needed to do these things. And you are embarrassing the turtle. I'm so poor that I don't even have clothes to wear. Yusu's mouth opened wide. Master, Uncle, these common senses in the world of cultivation have all been taught by Li Nanyuan. Su-He became even more depressed. Don't talk to me. I'm hibernating and skipping classes. I haven't learned anything at all. In the blink of an eye, the students of Nanyuan are about to graduate. Uncle Master, these must be prepared. Otherwise it will be a joke, and you will really become famous in the world of cultivation. Shouldn't a mythical beast be full of treasures? The shed sh, ls, scales, and nails can be used as prizes casually. Moreover, Master Longgui is guarding such a large dojo. Could it be that he has never run it before? Those rare fish and shrimps are great to catch as prizes. Su-He didn't. After waking up from hibernation for a month, Su-He used his deep sense to recycle all the turtle ls that had retreated, and used his innate magical power to absorb them up the mountain and turn them into his defense power. Be famous. Su-He splashed the water and galloped towards the beast control valley. Master, return the treasure hunter to me first. Chapter 63 Sadness. On a quiet hill, a fishy wind blew, and suddenly a tiger roared. Savage and brutal. captivating. Then a long groan overwhelmed the roar of the tiger, awing. It is majestic and long-lasting. When you listen to it, you feel upright and awe-inspiring. And it washes away all evil spirits. This is the unique property of a divine beast. The roar of a divine beast should clear the world. A golden-haired rat shivered at Suhi's feet. And a huge black tiger on the opposite hillock roared with bared teeth. The 4 stars between Black Tiger's eyebrows twinkled. The 4-star alien beast was a small realm higher than Suhi. But instead, as if being bullied, he retreated step by step. And Suhi pressed forward step by step. The Black Tiger roared. And 2 barrel-thick python ghosts jumped out and entangled themselves directly towards Suhi. Go seems to be a must-have skill for all tiger beasts. 6 months ago, Suhi would have turned around and left. But now the 2 python minions were no longer capable of causing him trouble. Suhi raised his head and roared. Roar! The divine power was revealed. And the treasure-hunting mouse beside him rolled his eyes, and was the first to faint. Immediately after the sound, the 2 pythons were broken like porcelain, and the pieces were blown into the air, turning into blue smoke and disappearing. Divine power directly strikes the soul, and is the most restrained against ghosts and ghosts. The black tiger became more timid and retreated quietly. This turtle appeared out of nowhere, suddenly broke into its territory, picked it up, and beat it violently. This thing is not here to grab territory. The turtle's territory is in the water. So what are you doing running up the mountain? It's not here to steal a mate. It doesn't even have one of its own. Just then Feng Yaya's voice came. I got it! Big turtle! Let's go! She jumped up from the mountain with a small package on her back and landed on Suhi's turtle SHL several times. A refreshing fruity aroma came out of the package. Feng Yaya chuckled, stretched out 3 fingers, and pressed down another one. There are 3 lantern fruit trees next to its nest, and I picked 2 of them. The black tiger had been guarding these 3 lantern fruit plants for who knows how many years, and Feng Yaya couldn't do the cruel thing of picking them all. In the past half-month, Suhi visited the lairs of the surrounding strange beasts with the presence of the treasure-hunting rats, and gained a lot. The black tiger had a keen sense of smell, and had already smelled the fragrance of the lantern fruit. He roared immediately, and rushed towards them regardless. This is a treasure that it has been guarding for 10 years, and is only waiting to be used when it is advanced. Suhi roared and sprayed out a water ball from his mouth. Like a cannon, he blasted the black tiger away with one shot. The black tiger roared and hissed, and Feng Yaya waved to it. There's no need to give it away. Big cat, go and guard your fruit. Otherwise the bad guys will steal it. There is another one, which is enough for big cats to advance. The black tiger rushed forward without thinking about its own safety. Suddenly stopped and roared angrily. Broke a locust tree with a slap. Turned around and ran towards the tiger's den. This black tiger understood what Feng Yaya said. Big turtle, put it away quickly. Feng Yaya unwrapped the small package and poured out more than 20 bright red lantern fruits. The fruit is full of spiritual energy. This kind of fruit should either be picked and eaten immediately, or put into a storage magic weapon. Otherwise the spiritual power will be dispersed, and the effect will be much worse. After all, it is not a natural treasure in itself. It is just an ordinary lantern fruit that grows in a place where spiritual energy gathers. It becomes a bit more magical as it ages. The fruit is collected into the outer space, and the dice appears directly in this space. The past half-month of robbing the treasures from the surrounding strange beasts, coupled with the improvement of the dice, has already been enough for the apprenticeship activity. Guzi has asked Li Nanyuan's elixir lecturer to brew fruit stuffing, so he is not afraid of being seen copying the dice. Several elixirs were also made from the collected medicinal materials. It would be even more perfect if 2 or 3 of the finale treasures could be used as prizes for the ring champion. If it doesn't work, you can only supplement it in quantity. It's just that Suhi is a bit reluctant to part with Bai Guojiang. Most of the fruits guarded by alien beasts have miraculous effects on advancement. Suhi has taken Bai Guojiang in the past half-month, and the effect has been amazing. 123 acupuncture points have been opened. Melting an acupoint becomes more difficult the further you go. Every time an acupoint is opened, 1 more acupoint needs to be cultivated. The spiritual power is dispersed, and the physical body is improved, making the acupoints more difficult to open. However, these more than 100 are on the meridians, where the spiritual power of Gui Shou Long Breath Ju circulates. Every time an acupuncture point is opened, the spiritual power circulates smoothly. The dragon turtle true blood that can be condensed will also be a little more. Now he estimated that half of the blood in his body had been replaced by the dragon turtle's true blood. The sailor carried the treasure-hunting mouse, and carried Feng Yaya on the turtle SHL. He rushed upstream towards Tinghai Lake. Just after passing the Royal Beast Valley, the water beneath him suddenly changed. What was originally rolling like water suddenly became thicker, like mercury. A sad breath came from the water. Suhi's tears began to bleed unconsciously, and he felt as if the whole world had failed him, which was inexplicably sad. Yaya was hugging her knees on her back, and the whole villain was curled up into a ball, muttering something in her mouth. Even the unconscious treasure hunter struggled, his body trembling. The wailing sounds of the beasts in the Beast Control Valley kept coming and going. People from all over Qingyuan Mountain are looking towards this side. Someone's envious voice came out. Senior Brother Gu is so lucky. Is this your camel? I actually condensed the second mysterious moon with the power of emotion. Do strange beasts also have such delicate emotions? Uncle An was joking. The emotions of animals are more pure than those of humans. It was Xia Dali who spoke. What happened to the camel like Uncle Gu? The second Xianyu actually entered Taoism with sadness. Listening to Haihu Changshu Island, Gu Laodao opened his mouth, but finally no words came out. He just cursed Mother. This thing is heartless. He eats, drinks and sleeps every day. He only focuses on stealing wine. How can he be sad? Where the HL is this reasonable? It's his mother's fault. As soon as the scolding ended, he felt like water rolled up under him, and the sound of water flow turned into crying. A camel broke out of the water and stood in the air, with 2 moons between his eyebrows exuding clear light. In the past, the angry camel actually gave people a melancholy and tragic beauty. It looked down at Suhi and Feng Yaya below it, and made a low and long chirping sound. Translated, it probably means, why do you two heartless and heartless people come here to pick me up from seclusion? Wouldn't it be better to just let me die here silently? Forgotten by this world. Abandoned by everyone. The voice of the camel carries the power of a psychic passage, and all monks can understand it. The eyes looking at Xiang Shui became weird. What terrible story happened between this turtle, a camel, and a young girl? Even Gu Laodao was stunned. Luotuo looked at the dragon turtle and the girl who were crying silently, and was silent for a moment. Bangshi? Bangshi! Do you realize your mistake? Do you regret abandoning me that day? For the sake of your sincere repentance, I forgive you. It suddenly jumped up in the air and turned into 2 halves in an instant. Hangshi! Bangshi! Turtle boy. Girl. Look. I have a new Xianyu. Is it pretty? It will shine. Bangshi. Bangshi. Come on. Turtle boy. Let's have a fight. I've advanced. Come and fight. Chapter 64 Danyang Fruit. Emotions like water are influenced by camels. The camel's mind turned and its sadness disappeared in an instant. The sadness in my heart came and went quickly. I was about to cry loudly, but my mouth was opened, and the emotion suddenly disappeared. The sound was stuck in my throat and felt uncomfortable. Sui's face went numb when he heard the camel's challenge again. I'm going to beat you. Second uncle. You are a much higher level than me. If you have the ability, wait until I transform into a divine beast, and you can do it again. He hit the camel in the face with a water balloon and swung its tail away. The camel hummed excitedly. He turned his head towards the depths of Qingyuan Mountain and let out a long roar, threw off his hooves, and ran away on the waves. Thieves and wolves. Let's fight. Turtle boy. Come fight with me. The direction in which the camel rushed was under Xiangshui, Wolf King Mountain. There is a blue wolf that is 1 month old. Camels and wolves are mortal enemies, and the only natural enemy of camels is wolves. Qingyuan Mountain is no exception. In the past half-month, Suhi had become very familiar with the distribution of strange beasts around Qingyuan Mountain. Which beasts could be provoked, which ones had to be avoided, and which ones were guarding the treasures. But it was limited to monsters in the Demon Star realm. Suhi had never even thought about the Xianyu beast. Just knowing the scope of their territory can avoid them. On. Is there a baby there? If Qing Lang can advance to Xianyu, he must have incredible talents and treasures. The treasure hunter rat, who had just woken up, had his fur exploded. He looked at Suhi in shock. Are you crazy? You are a turtle. Shouldn't you be cautious and avoid crises? There are mysterious beasts there. Don't think a camel can protect you. Crack. Turtle boy. Help me fight. The camel was hopping in front, and Suhi heard the prayer in its voice. Suhi groaned and swung his tail to catch up. Turtles should be content. But we are dragon turtles. The dragon turtle is fearless. I can't even shrink my head into the SHL. How can I still be a beast and a camel for 2 months? What am I afraid of if it's there? The camel is unreliable in other aspects, but it should be reliable in fighting. Master said that when it is a 6-star alien beast, it can escape completely from the mysterious moon beast. And you see, Luatua just broke through. And the other big guys of the Qingyuan 7 Lions discovered the clues thousands of miles away. Wolf King Mountain has not yet left the Qingyuan boundary. How could there be a crisis there? We can carry Feng Yaya on our backs. Something was wrong with Feng Yaya. She was still immersed in the sad mood of the camel, curled up into a small ball and huddled on the turtle SHL. She misses the bird's nest on Turtle Mountain. Suhi tried his best to chase, but the camel had disappeared without a trace after only a few breaths, leaving only the sound of chirping sound urging Suhi to go forward. Suhi didn't have many friends. Luo Tua was one of them. Even if he can't help, he should stand aside and cheer. Being able to see the Xianyu beasts fighting will definitely be good for him. Going down the river, it exploded again. In an hour, Suhi had arrived at the foot of Wolf King Mountain. The mountain was in a mess. Half of the mountain had turned into desert, and there were wild wolves lying in the sand weeping silently. In the distant mountains, there are huge roars from time to time. The battlefield is there. A faint crisis pervades Wolf King Mountain. There are also strange beasts on Wolf King Mountain. After all, wolves are social animals. There is danger, but not great. The slight crisis stimulated Feng Yaya to wake up. She knelt down on the turtle SHL and stared at the top of the mountain with her big bright eyes. Huh? This is the territory of the big dog. There are fruits on the mountain. I have eaten them. But the big turtle, I can't beat the big dog. Is the big turtle coming to snatch the fruit from the big dog? Suhi didn't know what realm Feng Yaya was in. Her cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. She couldn't be judged by the 3 realms and 7 steps. In terms of combat power alone, it was probably equivalent to the 6th level of mortal transformation. But Suhi had seen her explode, and she could knock down her 7th level mortal brother with 1 punch. It's okay. The big dog isn't here. Let's go! The fruit Feng Yaya has eaten must have been brought to her by Gu Lin or Su Huanyan, and the quality will definitely not be bad. Be fast and change later. Luatua is a mentally disturbed guy. He will fight when he is in the mood. He may also lose interest at the critical moment or be attracted by other things. Pat his butt and run away. Suhi quickly climbed to the top of the mountain with Feng Yaya on his back. The golden-haired mouse followed closely at its feet, shivering. Even if he transforms into a demon, he cannot escape the category of beast for a short time. After crossing a hill, a group of wolves blocked the road. The leader was a 6-star alien beast, followed by several at least 3-star alien beasts. On the realm of Suhi, the 3rd step has not been completed, but he has already crossed the 4th step and moved directly to the 5th step. 4-star alien beasts can be beaten with pressure. 5-star alien beasts can be killed without any damage even if they fight for stamina. And 6-star alien beasts cannot fight. But under normal circumstances there is nothing they can do about Suhi. As far as Suhi was concerned, as long as he couldn't break through the defense, a few stars would be in vain. Ouch! The leading 6-star green wolf howled at Suhi with murderous intent. The smell is as bad as that of a camel. Anyone who attacks the king deserves to be killed. This familiar murderous aura emanating from the wolf made Suhi feel as if he had gone back to the time last year, when he was surrounded by wild wolves in a small pond. But this year the offensive and defensive situation changed, and Suhi became the aggressor. This is the case with beasts. Cause and effect are not important. Right or wrong is not important. Strength is the most important. Hold head high. He raised his head and blasted out with a water ball. The green wolf dodged and swooped up with a flicker. He opened his big mouth and bit into the root of Suhi's neck. At the same time, the other 2 5-star green wolves attacked Suhi's 2 backs. One on the left and the other on the right leg. Mountain shadows appeared, blocking all attacks. The true blood has condensed by more than 50%, and the shadow of the foreign minister's mountain has become more solid. Suhi turned around and bit the 6-star green wolf. At the same time, his tail snapped like a whip and whipped away a green wolf at his feet. The treasure-hunting rat had already dug a hole and got up, but it probably didn't take the opportunity to escape. Go Lao Dao placed a restraint on it. Don't embarrass it. As long as the prison incident comes to an end, let it go immediately. Suhi exploded a water ball in Liu Xingqinglong's mouth, but it only broke the lips and tongue. and did not damage the roots. The 6-star alien beast's defense is astonishing. It's a pity that the 72 silver needles were only used once, and were absorbed by the foreign minister of the mountain during hibernation. Otherwise, they could have accomplished a miracle. Whoa! A green wolf roared. And the man stood up and swung his claws down. Something like a sword energy cut through the air and slashed at Suhi. The sound fell on the foreign minister's mountain shadow, and a clear crack was cut out of the mountain shadow. Wind blade. When one wolf performed a feat, the other green wolves instantly retreated and surrounded him about 2 feet away. Wind blades struck Suhi one after another. The mountain shadow was suddenly riddled with holes, and the speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed of damage. Suhi raised his head and roared. The divine power passed by, and the pupils of the 2 3-star green wolves fell to the ground. The other green wolves were also swaying and unsteady. Take the offensive. At this moment, a sword energy shot out from the mountain shadow of foreign minister Suhi and went straight towards the 3 green wolves in front of him. The 2 4-star green wolves had no time to dodge and were immediately cut in half. The only remaining 6-star green wolf in front of him roared wildly and slashed with the wind blade. It was also swept by the sword energy, leaving a slash mark from the neck to the abdomen. The 2 5-star green wolves behind him turned around and ran away. Deep in the mountains, the Green Wolf King sensed the changes in Wolf King Mountain and roared. He wanted to break free from the camel and come here to kill him. Feng Yaya's voice came from the top of the mountain. Big Turtle! Run! The big dog is coming! Just after dealing with Qin Lang, Suhi was faced with a water polo, and Feng Yaya was wrapped in the water polo. This is a tacit understanding between one turtle and one person. If Qin Lang breaks the water polo, Feng Yaya will take the opportunity to give it a hard blow. If not, this cannon can send Feng Yaya to the top of the mountain, pick the fruit and run away immediately. There were too many wolves on the mountain, and not even a third of them could stop Suhi. The Wolf King roared, and green wolves from all directions immediately came to kill him. Big Turtle! Hurry up! Feng Yaya jumped over and kicked the unconscious treasure-hunting rat out of the ground, then jumped onto the turtle SHL by its tail. Suhi turned around and walked away, rushing all the way into the elephant water. The wolves on the mountain chased him to the water's edge, barking helplessly. Suhi wanted to laugh, but couldn't. He has already seen the fruit in Feng Yaya's small package, which looks like dragon fruit but is more flexible. The petals outside the epidermis are like flames jumping. This is Danong fruit, a real treasure. It is very useful for Xianyu beasts. In particular, 6 fruits entered the outer space, and the dice landed. 4 of them turned into 16 in the blink of an eye, and the other 2 had 2 points and 3 points, improving their quality. The apprenticeship ceremony is here. Chapter 65 Prize. Green wolves howl behind them, but no one dared to chase them into the water. The water is not the world of wolves. The greater the evolutionary gap, the wider it becomes. Ordinary wild wolves can go into the water to catch turtles. The alien beasts did not dare to compete with the dragon turtle underwater. The water is the dragon turtle's home ground. Suhi carried Feng Yaya upstream, all the way to Tinghai Lake. The camel caught up to him before he was halfway through the journey, jumping up and down beside him, extremely happy. The camel was a 6-star alien beast when he was first brought into the Qingyuan Gate by Go Laodao, and he almost died at the mouths of those green wolves several times. No matter where they are, wolves are the natural enemies of camels. At that time, the Wolf King was a mysterious moon beast, pressing down on the camel and beating him. If it weren't for the old tricks, Luo Tua would have died a long time ago. The camel's habit of drinking and fighting is a problem he developed at this time. He can't feel pain after drinking. Fighting can quickly improve yourself, from 6 stars to 7 stars, and from 7 stars to camel. He advanced to Xianyu. It's been 2 months for the camel, and it's still 1 month for the green wolf, and the realm is extremely stable. This is the only time in so many years that Qin Lang has been fully suppressed and can be pressed to the ground and rubbed. In the past, even if he advanced to Xianyu, Qin Lang would lead a pack of wolves to beat him. Today, Mr. Zhuang, I also have a helper. The camel neighed excitedly and praised Suhi. Suhi shook his head and threw a Danyang fruit to it. This thing was of great benefit to consolidate its realm. The camel was stunned for a moment, jumped even more happily, grabbed the Danyang fruit in its mouth and ran happily back to Wolf King Mountain. It winked at the Wolf King from a distance, threw the Danyang fruit in the air, caught it again, and threw it in the air again. Catch. In front of it, He swallowed the danyang fruit one bite at a time. With a roar from Wolf King Mountain, the camel turned and ran away. I have just advanced and haven't mastered the new abilities yet, so it's a bit difficult to defeat the Wolf King. After all, the Wolf King has already reached the edge of advancement, and the danyang fruit can only mature. But now, it has no chance. Camel is excited. Suhi was extremely fast, and after half a day, he could already sense the surging water energy of Tinghai Lake. The aura of Tinghai Lake is so rich that even the surrounding environment changes accordingly. The most intuitive thing is that you can occasionally see a star of strange beasts in Tinghai Lake. There was even a 2-star giant salamander that wanted to challenge Suhi's position and occupy Tinghai Lake. Suhi did not kill it because he had a natural affinity for giant salamanders. The giant salamander is now obediently paying tribute every day under Suhi. The layout of various places on Tinghai Lake has been completed, and the 28 small islands are all occupied. This is just a place for activities. The Qingyuan Gate where the guests live has other arrangements. Small cave courtyards appear everywhere in the mountains and forests, but they do not appear out of place and blend in with the environment, as if there has always been a courtyard here. There is still a month and a half before the apprenticeship, but some guests have already arrived early. Shops in Tianji Pavilion, Jing'an Hall, and Evergreen Peak are also open. Every time there is an event in the Qingyuan sect, it is the time for them to show off their skills. The largest island in Tinghai Lake was occupied by Gu Laodao to entertain guests, and was named Changshou Island. Longevity comes from the meaning that both master and disciple are turtles. Gu Laodao's second body was a tortoise. The several bodies in the Xiuhua Beast chapter are all of his own person regardless of their priority. There is no problem in saying that Gu Laodao is a turtle with pure blood. Suhi first went to Changshou Island to meet his master, handed Feng Yaya to Gu Lin, and then slowly sank into the water. Fish and shrimp swim by, and aquatic plants sway, flickering in the sunlight. It was probably because the sea and lake were getting clearer and clearer that Suhi liked to stay under the water more and more. Watch small fish foraging, and listen to crabs building nests. It's springtime again, full of life. Suhi slowly closed his eyes, and the Guisho long-breathing art slowly began to operate. For monks, everything is illusory, and only Taoism is the most real. This is especially true for beasts. Suhi never forgot what his foundation was. Dragon Turtle Bloodline. A promising future. Time passes day by day, and the day of apprenticeship is getting closer and closer. Suhi only left Tinghai Lake twice these days. Once to collect honey in the mountains. That was the place where the little fairy who needed watering in Qingping Mountain discovered it. A swarm of black bees is hidden in the mountain forest, and has built a hive as big as a small building. Among black bees, only the queen bee is a 3-star alien beast. Occasionally there is a 1-star worker bee, but most of them are strong bees that have not yet become alien beasts. But in the mountains and forests, he is in an invincible state. Even ordinary people can fight a single black bee. But once the black bees gather into a swarm, unless they reach the realm of demon transformation, they have only one way to escape. If you want to collect honey, unless you have the foreign minister Shanning like Suhi, you can withstand any attack without any damage. When I went out, there were several honeycombs in the foreign minister space, and the honey was like oil. Another time, the reward was even higher. When Suhi saw the treasure hunting rat 10 days ago, Suhi reacted suddenly. This guy is not Qingyuan's demon, but he sneaks into Qingyuan Gate quietly. There may be treasures in that shallow area where crocodiles suddenly gather. The rat demon was timid, so Suhi only glanced at him and confessed honestly. A 5-star exotic crocodile was injured somewhere and died in the shallows. Its body had already been eaten by other crocodiles. But before dying, the crocodile laid a clutch of eggs in the shallows. 32 crocodile eggs are lying quietly in the outer space at this moment. The eggs contain the set of alien beasts. And these 30 little guys will become alien beasts when they break out of their LS. This is the real treasure. The time was approaching day by day. On this day, Suhi had just finished practicing when a sound transmission floated into his ears. Uncle Longgui, can you come out for a while? This is a tour of Tianji Pavilion. This time Suhi becomes a disciple, and all external activities will be hosted by him. Suhi floated to the surface with his tail, and the faucet broke through the water. There was an uproar. It's really a dragon turtle. What a strong scent of a mythical beast. Isn't it true that you can transform into a divine beast? Tinghai Lake has been filled with guests for some time, and small boats carrying guests are swaying on Tinghai Lake, shuttling between the 28 small islands. In the mountains and forests outside the lake, the courtyards are also full of people. Shen Xian calculated that there were only 20 days left before the 7th day of July. The day of apprenticeship is getting closer. Hearing the exclamations of the people around him, Yusu felt proud and raised his hands to Suhi and said, "Uncle Master, all 4 major arenas will start tomorrow. Do you need to make the prizes public?" The noisy voices fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Suhi. The visitors are guests. All descendants brought by Gulada's friends. And most of them are familiar with each other. Even if they have never met, they have heard of each other. At least they have heard of each other's elders. This arena is meant for communication. Of course. But the more they get to know each other, the more they try to defeat each other. It would be even more perfect if there were generous prizes at this time. Many people looked at Suhi with hopeful eyes. But there were also some with scrutiny in their eyes. A turtle, even if it has the blood of a divine turtle, cannot produce heavenly materials and earthly treasures out of thin air. So what kind of prize can it get? If it were a junior competition. But it went to the elders to ask for treasures as rewards. This turtle would be nothing more than that. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the dragon turtle taking out a few herbs from the space magic weapon. Their grades were all around the 3rd level of mortal transformation. The grades among monks range from 1 to 7. The higher the number, the higher the grade. Which is exactly the opposite of mortals. Because the monks' grades are constantly updated. For example, for elixirs, the 7th grade is the highest today. Maybe someone will refine it higher than the 7th grade tomorrow. And it will be directly labeled as the 8th grade. If, on the other hand, the 1st grade is the highest, it will be difficult to grade. It's just a 3rd level herbal medicine. Everyone's hopeful and scrutinizing eyes suddenly turned into disappointment. Even Yusu lost his dignity. Chapter 66 Participation. Just when Yusu licked his lips, wanting to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere, he saw a dragon turtle taking out the herbs one by one. Unhurriedly. The grade has not changed. But gradually some people are speaking out. "That's Ji Lingyi! And the snake fruit! This is the blood lotus essence! I am only missing the last trace of my true blood. I just need the blood lotus essence. I have been to several cities and towns, but can't find it. I didn't expect to see it here." The monk who spoke breathed a little faster. "I want to participate in the ring." That's what the monk is like. Whether the prize is valuable or not is not the most important thing. What is best is what suits you. "Uncle Dragon Turtle, may I ask which group of arenas these herbal medicines are used as prizes in? What rank do you have to advance to get them?" Someone couldn't help but ask. He happened to see 2 herbs that he needed. If the arena was not too difficult, he wanted to participate and give it a try. Suhi didn't answer. He took out hundreds of herbs before letting out a long sigh. 5 arenas compete at the same time, and herbs will be awarded for 6th to 10th place. The 10th place has 1 plant. The 9th place has 2 plants. And so on. The 6th place has 5 plants. There are a total of 75 herbs in the 5 stages, and the remaining ones are sold in the shop. Everyone gasped. Even a few guys who were scrutinizing or even disdainful looked at Suhi in shock. 5 arenas, 75 herbs. But most of the 8 or 10 plants present could take them out. There were more than 70 plants at one time. And the rest were sold on a welfare basis. And that's just for the prizes for 6 to 10 places. Do you want the top 10 in the 5 arenas to receive prizes? Where did this turtle get so many treasures? Yusu's eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. Uncle Master is awesome. He looked at Suhi with sparkling eyes. "Uncle, the one who ranks higher." Suhi glanced at him and slowly took out some long-necked, round-bellied porcelain bottles from the space. The rich fruity aroma suddenly filled the air. "This is Baiguanong," someone said. "The 4th grade Baiguanong." A bottle of Baiguanong may not require 100 kinds of spiritual fruits, but a dozen or 20 types are always needed. This bottle of Baiguanong is much more valuable than the previous herbal medicines. At the moment when everyone was shocked, Suhi took out another pile of minced fruit stuffing. What a pile! A lot of them were lying on the ground. They are all 4th grade Baigua brews. But their effects are different. Some can improve the blood. Some can strengthen the body. And there are even 2 kinds of strong spiritual consciousness that can nourish the mind. The treasure of the 4th level of mortal transformation corresponds to the state of mind. And the buzzing crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. One after another, small boats were attracted by the calls and approached Guiyuan Island. The scrutinizing and suspicious eyes are no longer visible. The only thing I doubt is, can the dragon turtle make Baiguanong? Could it be that you want it from your elders? After a moment of doubt, this method was immediately thrown out of my mind. Who cares? Getting prizes is the most important thing. Sui groaned again. There are prizes for 3rd to 5th place. 2 bottles for 5th place. 3 bottles for 4th place. And 4 bottles for 3rd place. The same rules apply. The arena with the highest ranking is chosen first. The crowd instantly went crazy. Uncle Dragon Turtle, this is not fair. We, the refiner, will suffer too much. That's right. Uncle Master, with 5 arenas, even alchemy will suffer a loss. There are 5 stages of fighting. Formations, weapons, pills, and talismans. The most time-consuming part is definitely the refining of pills and weapons. But how can there be absolute fairness in practicing a religion? You were born with an innate Taoist body. I was born as a little turtle the size of a walnut. It is a blessing to be alive today. How can it be fair? That's nonsense, shouted a young man with a sword on his back. If you think it's unfair, just go to another arena. If others beat you to death, you can get the same prize just by using fire and refining weapons. Is this fair? The man opened his mouth. But Nono said nothing. After the prizes for the 3rd to 5th prizes were given out, Sui dug into the foreign minister's space again, and the noisy crowd fell silent for an instant. Now it's time for the championship and runner-up. This is the real finale item. I wonder what this Uncle Dragon Turtle is going to come up with. On Changsho Island, a group of seniors of various shapes were either discussing Taoism or drinking tea. At this moment, they also put down their teacups and looked this way. Fellow Taoist Gu, this disciple is completely different from you. Someone teased Elder Dao Gu. There was a sudden burst of laughter on Changsho Island. Gu Laodao's stinginess is famous throughout the spiritual world. He, the Dragon Turtle disciple, is not stingy. No matter who can get the prize at the apprenticeship gathering, they must remember that Dragon Turtle has a share. In the future, when you are outside, this is human kindness, which naturally brings closeness. This is what cultivation is like. Xianxia is not just about fighting and killing, but also about being humane and worldly. When the realm is low, you can make friends with the top 10 Taoists in various arenas with just a few treasures from the mortal realm. This is the Taoist couple. Xian Nu, are you going to join in the fun? An old woman asked her disciple, who was waiting beside her. That is an elegant fairy. Xian Nu shook her head. My disciple is of low moral character, and I dare not compete with my brothers. Mother-in-law, don't make fun of your grandson. The old woman laughed, looked around the island and asked, You don't want to go? Not all the disciples are outside. Most of the elders here have 1 or 2 disciples with them to wait on them. Here are the real elites, who have at least reached the 6th step of spiritual transformation, and are pampered by their master. But they don't need to care too much about Sui's reward. If you go there, you will make people laugh. Your various true disciples also come to compete for the things that belong to ordinary disciples. Is it shameful not to practice? Everyone nodded. And they were heading to the arena where they would smash the Dragon Turtle. A little fat man smiled and said, Uncle Longgui holds a group competition, but we are not good at it. On Guyuan Island, Sui took out a big piece of honeycomb. Xian B. Royal jelly? It's just that the honey brewed by the low-grade black bees is a treasure of the 3rd and 4th levels of mortal transformation. And royal jelly is a heavenly and earthly treasure of the 6th mortal level. And it has a price but no market. The little fat man on Changsho Island blinked his eyes and immediately changed his words. Dot, I'm sorry. I won't give you face. It's my uncle's first ring competition. Junior sister Sienna has to serve grandma. I don't need it. I have to give face to my uncle. I've decided on this ring. Who dares to fight with me? He looked at the other young people on the island with a murderous look. Everyone who can compete with him is here. A scholar closed the folding fan and said, It doesn't matter if it's royal jelly or not. But senior brother Lei made such bold words. But I don't dare to back down. Junior sister Sienna, where are you? He looked at Xian Nu again. She knew shook her head. On Guyuan Island. Sui took out 3 more beast eggs, and the eggs faintly exuded the aura of alien beasts. Guyuan Island completely exploded. It's a strange beast egg. It will hatch into a strange beast. This kind of natural beast, as long as it is raised well, there is a chance to advance to a 5-star beast. Crazy. Crazy. Where can I sign up? Can one person participate in multiple arenas? 5-star alien beast. This is no longer a pet. It is a life-saving treasure at critical moments. Especially the eggs of exotic animals are more rare than those of exotic animals. They are hatched and raised by themselves. and they are born with trust and kindness towards their owners. This is absolutely incomparable to the restriction of martial arts. Xian Nuer on Changsha Island blinked. I didn't want to participate at first, but Senior Brother Lei said that this is the first time for Senior Uncle Longui to compete. So not participating would be a disgrace to him. Please wait for a moment. Mother-in-law? My grandson will come back as soon as he goes. The little fat man opened his mouth in shock. They looked at everyone on the island in disbelief. If I say a word about love, you will all come to participate? Sir, why are you pretending to be noble? Let me tell you, I just want that royal jelly. And even if I am second, I won't do it even if I am ranked first. He vowed firmly, and his eyes challenged everyone. At this moment, Sui took out 2 more beast eggs, and the aura of the alien beasts was many times stronger than before. If this egg hatches, there is definitely a chance to advance to a 6-star alien beast. Sui chanted, royal jelly and the beast eggs just now are the second prizes. These 2 beast eggs, and he took out 3 more ordinary Danyang fruits. There is also Danyang fruit, which is the first prize, and the first choice is still made first. Everyone was silent for a moment. On the left were alien beast eggs that had the opportunity to advance to 6 stars, and on the right were Danyang fruits that were used in the demon transformation realm. The prizes were so generous that I didn't know which one to choose. Sui looked at their careful selection, and suddenly felt that something was very familiar. Yes, when he was a child, the dean asked whether he wanted to go to Tsinghua University or Peking University in the future. He was so entangled. On Changsha Island, the little fat man's eyes flashed as he looked around at his colleagues. I've got the first place. Chapter 67 Tianshui Clan. Sword rays flew out from Changsha Island, and more than 30 of them rushed to the islands, where the 5 arenas were located. The elders on Changsha Island laughed. Is this right? Young people should be more lively. They should drink tea and play the piano every day and be quieter than the old guys. Is that right? This arena should be exciting. Of course. Someone echoed. The skills of the juniors are still lacking, but their ideas are wild and unconstrained. And if they are put together for a while, they can make people's eyes shine. Last time in the Fuxiang Sex Arena, the forging skills of the 2 little guys, who had metamorphosed their mortal consciousness, were astonishing. Directly crush the materials into powder, mix them according to the proportion, and condense them into the shape of the device. It is dozens of times faster than the normal oozing, joining, forming, and enchanting. A set of weapon refining techniques, although the quality needs to be discussed, especially when they first use the materials to shape the skeleton of the magic weapon array like a tree branch, and then wrap it with powder. The effect is much worse. But hurry! If it were a sect war, such weapons could be used as consumables. Now this rapid weapon refining technique has set off a wild wave, sweeping through the entire Jingzhou mansion and spreading to the Xianwang realm. Even a bunch of old guys are studying its feasibility. The 2 little guys also prayed to heaven and earth for merit and protection. Such a monster cannot be judged by common sense, and they do not expect their disciples to produce such a character. As long as they can mature a little and improve a little after going through a competition, they will be satisfied. As for the prizes, everyone here is an old ghost who has lived for thousands of years, so they don't care much about them. Yu Su took the prize and returned to the Guiyuan Island Affairs office with a glowing face. He is a disciple of Tianji Pavilion and currently serves in the Foreign Affairs Hall. This event is hosted by the Foreign Affairs Hall. If you have more money, you can organize beautiful activities. If you organize beautiful activities, you will get more martial arts achievements. It's a pity that as the organizer, he can't do it in person. Otherwise he would also like to fight for one of the beast eggs. I wonder if Uncle Dragon Turtle has any extra ones. If the apprenticeship event is well organized and Master Longley can reward 1 or 2 in the end, that would be perfect. Amidst the compliments from everyone, Suhi slowly dived into the water. After the protagonist left, everyone started talking a little more wildly. They had all seen the prize with their own eyes, and were already eager to try it. But there are always people across the street who can't help but pour a basin of cold water. What are you thinking about? Didn't you see the sword light flying out of Changsha Island just now? At least they are guys in the Qiling realm. They have already signed up. Do they still want to get rewards from you? Everyone immediately looked at him angrily. Why are you looking at me? If you don't live up to your expectations, you can get the ranking by just glaring at me? He snorted. Lan Hua pointed, threw out a handkerchief, jumped on the handkerchief, and walked away. Everyone was stunned. Damn it! Such a girl is actually a master who is at least at the spiritual enlightenment realm. The realm of enlightenment is rare. Flying with a sword and clearing the sky. This is the true immortal cultivator. But the world is a big place. And no matter how rare the things are in the world, they are not as valuable as imagined. The same is true for the bloodline of divine beasts. Su-He has the bloodline of a divine beast. So most of his turtle brothers from the same mother also have the bloodline of a divine beast. But they just don't have the demon transformation fruit and haven't been able to awaken. In the entire Dong'an Mountain, the blood of divine beasts is indispensable. It's just that I haven't awakened yet and haven't been noticed by others. Especially the rare ones that have the chance to turn into real divine beasts. The Xianhuang realm has not heard of a new divine beast appearing for 1,000 years. Su-He seizes all the time to practice. During this period, 230 acupoints have been opened. He knows a total of 429 turtle acupuncture points. But melting the acupoints becomes more and more difficult as the process progresses. Su-He expects that it will be quick if he can open all the acupoints before hibernating this year. True blood increases day by day. You can feel progress every day. And this feeling is addictive. After the rotation of the two great heavens was completed, a crane stopped on the lotus above Su-He, opened its mouth, and let out a crane chirp. Master Longgui. Master calls you over. Su-He swam out of the water and groaned in response. This crane is the child beside the master, not a fairy. Instead, he completed the beast transformation chapter and became a crane in his second body. Gu Laodao often felt that the child was noisy, so he banned his speech ability and could only sing like a crane. The first time they met, I saw Gu Laodao tapping the crane's neck, and the crane could open its mouth to speak. I thought that Gu Laodao had some ability to transform creatures. Su-He patted the water and swam towards Changshu Island. As soon as he got close to Gu Laodao, his voice came over. Come to Hodao. Changshu Island is a large island with a radius of 5 miles. There are mountains on the island, and a courtyard is built on the south side for reception. Behind the mountains, it is quiet, and Gu Laodao often lives. After hearing about the arrangement of Haihu, Gu Laodao rarely returned to the courtyard of Yusho Valley. Su-He made a detour and landed on the island from behind. As soon as he came up, he saw an old woman standing respectfully next to Gu Laodao. There were 4 people behind the old woman, 3 adult men and a young girl. When several people watched Su-He land on the shore, their eyes suddenly turned into surprise. The old woman even clasped her hands together and shed tears. Throwing away his crutches, he knelt down tremblingly towards Su-He. The 4 people behind him followed the old woman and kowtowed. Su-He was startled and hurriedly tried to escape. The great gift in the spiritual world is not something you can just accept if you want to. Those who suffer bad luck and suffer bad luck. There is even a technique that gathers the external appearances of gods and demons to perform great rituals on people. After 3 bows, one's luck will be reduced, and it will be difficult to survive. Gu Laodao curled his lips, looking a bit appetized. Don't hide! You can't hide! Su-He? This is the Tianshui clan! The clan brought back when I followed King Jing to attack the Tianshou Great World. The Xianhuang realm is the world under Su-He's feet. But there are other big worlds in the starry sky. It is said that the Xianhuang realm is warlike and has conquered many big worlds. The Tianshui clan worships turtles. When they saw the second incarnation of their master, they thought it was a god. The whole family moved and followed him to the Xianhuang realm. For hundreds of years, they have worked hard to pasture and raise a water farm for their master, which is a great achievement for their master. Source of income. He curled his lips and looked at the old woman, who was kneeling on the ground and shaking slightly. You will officially become a master in a few days. A master must find an inheritance for his disciple. The Tianshui clan will be left to you. Gu Laodao gritted his teeth. As vassals, the Tianshui clan naturally wanted to congratulate their master on accepting a disciple. But when these guys saw the appearance of their disciple Dragon Turtle, Gu Laodao knew that these guys couldn't be kept. Even if they are still loyal, what the young master says in the future will definitely be more useful than his. The god worshipped by the Tianshui people is the Dragon Turtle. Hearing that Gu Laodao was about to hand him over to Su-He, the old woman lying on the ground couldn't bear it anymore. Her tears fell down like broken beads. Su-He shook his head. It was not an illusion. It was really a pearl. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and when they fell on the ground, they suddenly condensed into pearls. He looked at Gu Laodao in shock. Gu Laodao curled his lips. Have you ever heard of the sharks? It's them. The natural history of mountains and seas. Records. There are sharks in the South China Sea who live in the water like fish. They do not waste time weaving. And their eyes can produce pearls when they weep. This is just a legend casually told by the teacher in Linanuan. I didn't expect it to really exist. Suhi was surprised and suspicious. Isn't the shark half human and half fish? Moreover, the sharks were born in the South China Sea. And they were not in the Tianzhou world. Right? Tianzhou world is so far away that you can't even see it when you look up at the stars. In fact, the big worlds on all sides are far away. And it is difficult to see other big worlds with your eyes. The old woman knelt down 3 times and bowed 9 times sincerely, clasping her hands together and singing softly to Suhi. It's not a language. It's a unique singing voice. Or call. As the song started to sing, Suhi felt like he was in the sea, with waves rolling all around. And his water's spiritual power increased countless times in an instant. Suhi was like a fish in water in the singing. This singing actually blessed him. Suhi felt relaxed all over and let out a long groan. The sound is embedded in the sharks singing, complementing each other. It was as if they were born to be together. The sharks were born to be the descendants of the dragon turtle. Suhi opened his eyes and realized that immersed in the singing, the 5 Tianzhou tribesmen in front of him had turned into half human and half saurus. The woman's upper body is plump, round and uneven, while her lower body is like a shark, slender and powerful. There are fins on the elbows, back, and behind the ears, and horns on the forehead. The man is handsome, and the woman is sassy, wild, elegant. Chapter 68 Praying to Heaven and Earth. God, the old woman murmured. Stop it, Suhi groaned. In a world where there are immortals and warriors and practitioners, this word cannot be taken lightly. The cause and effect was something he couldn't bear. The old woman bowed and saluted. King! The young master still doesn't know how pure his bloodline is. If it weren't for the dragon turtle, it would be impossible for the Tianzhou clan to reveal their true form as a mermaid with their chance. Even if a dragon turtle can do this, it proves that it is only a matter of time before the master in front of him becomes a pure dragon turtle. The real blood he condenses is by no means a fake with the charm of the dragon turtle, but a genuine one. The dragon turtle's true blood. Gu Laodao bitterly took a bite of the chicken leg. These guys from the Tianzhou clan have been with him for 500 years. They call them master and master, but they have never called him gods or kings. Am I that much worse than my apprentice? God! God! Go! Get out of here and take your family back to your own territory. Old Dao, I still have a lot of things to deal with, and I don't have time to play with you here. Gu Laodao spat out a chicken bone and waved his hand to drive them away. A message came to Suhi's ear. It's credible. It was Gu Laodao's voice. The Tianzhou clan can be trusted. The master has conquered them for hundreds of years, and their loyalty should have been tested long ago. The old woman knelt down to Gu Laodao and said, Thank you, old master, for your hundreds of years of blessing. If you are offered a favor in the future, the Tianzhou clan will not dare to say goodbye, as long as it does not go against the king's orders. The Tianzhou clan will not hesitate to do so even if they die. Gu Laodao was stunned for a moment. What this old woman said was good, but why did it always sound a bit awkward? Did you forget something? Your king is my apprentice. How dare he disobey my orders? Beat him to death. He waved a few people away. Suhi led the 5 people down to Tinghai Lake with a confused look on his face. The Tianzhou clan is indeed a shark. And what emerges after entering the water is the shark's true form. Suhi wanted to ask, where did the pants go after the shark's true form appeared? I opened my mouth, but still didn't ask. It would be a bit impolite to ask if I wasn't familiar with it. Gu Laodao was not driving people away with an excuse. But he really had something to do. So he took the time to deal with it. If the old woman hadn't been looking at him pitifully, she would have given such a large portion of her property to her apprentice during the apprenticeship ceremony. Buyer has a face. Who said that I am stingy? Gu Laodao jumped and landed on the top of the hill on Changshu Island. A small courtyard here is shrouded in a formation, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to explore. A group of old guys were arguing in the courtyard. They are all elders of the older generation of Qingyuan sect. In front of them, there was a wall-sized water curtain with various attribute information written on it. Uncles, junior brother Longdui's idea is too wild and unreasonable. This cannot be solved by a magic spell or a magic talisman. This panel must be sacrificed and refined into a magic weapon. And it must be a natal magic weapon. The person who spoke was Chuan Jing, hall leader Luo Qiu. It has been 2 months since Yulin brought back Suhi's idea, without eating or sleeping. At the critical moment when he was studying, he was kidnapped by an uncle and taken to Changsho Island. Only then did I realize that all the master uncles here have also been studying it for more than a month. With his joining, the progress of both parties converged, and the speed suddenly increased countless times. Now, the panel is made, but the practicality is too low. Normally, there are many ways for a person to self-examine: eye exercises, internal vision techniques, self-examination with exercises, etc. Although you have to practice alone, or you need some kind of talent, but nothing complicated. Now the panel integrates these capabilities and can operate objectively and display objectively. But the panel as big as a wall in front of me is already minimal. It's the ultimate. This includes thousands of spiritual talismans, dozens of formations, and various soul and body detection techniques. It takes 7 or 8 days just to condense the panels. And running the panel is not enough to squeeze out a monk in the early stage of demon transformation. With this skill, I have performed several sets of self-examination skills. Uncles, it's better to refine the magic weapon. In this way, it can be propelled by spirit stones or yuan crystals, and one can test oneself anytime and anywhere. It is much better than a simple gong method. Luo Qiu reiterated his point of view. This panel should be considered a kind of skill. Right? It's just that the coverage is a bit broad. Xiao Chengluan shook his head. If it is a magic weapon, there must be traces. If someone takes it away, there will be no more secrets. Even the panel, I want to make it private, visible only to myself. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they shook their heads. Disaster? Too difficult. Maybe those powerful people in the heaven-treading realm can do it. But it is a pity that the Qingyuan sect has 2 heaven-treading realms. Feng Yiju relies on his status as the leader, and only has the heaven-treading combat strength in the Qingyuan sect's realm. Su Huanyan was extremely passionate about the sword, and his fighting power was as high as the heavens. But he was unable to do so. But they were reluctant to give such a good technique to the top 10 immortal sects. Otherwise the top 10 immortal sects would be able to make extremely simple panels. Xiao Chengluan pondered for a moment and said, Pray to heaven. Let Dragon Turtle pray to heaven and earth in this way. Although the panel is not the most powerful technique, it will be of great assistance to the monk's practice. As a beginner, Dragon Turtle prays to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth will definitely form it into innate magical powers. We will study and learn the Dragon Turtle's innate magical powers later, which will make it much easier. Everyone looked at each other. Heaven and earth have spirits. If a monk makes a great contribution to heaven and earth, he prays to heaven and earth will give him a reward. Just like the new weapon forging method that the 2 little guys from the Fuxiang sect a few years ago. After praying to heaven and earth, they developed innate magical powers. More merits from heaven and earth come to protect their safety. But after praying to heaven and earth, this panel became Dragon Turtle's innate magical power. No matter how others deduce it, they can't compare to Dragon Turtle's magical power. Even if you can even innovate and develop a higher level panel, heaven and earth will naturally provide opportunities to upgrade the Dragon Turtle's magical power. His supernatural powers are the source of this panel, just like the skills of the top 10 founders of immortal sects. No one can surpass them because they are their magical powers. The more people practice them, the greater the level of their skills, and the greater the power of their magical powers. It's just that general techniques cannot pray to heaven and earth. Only those techniques that can affect the general trend of the Xianwang world and enhance the foundation of the Xianwang world can. The simpler something is, and the easier it is to promote, the more it can pray to heaven and earth. Will the panel made by everyone make the Dragon Turtle pray to heaven and earth? After all, not everyone is Gu Laodao, and it is inevitable that he will be a little reluctant to give up. Gu Laodao smiled and said in a normal tone, I just gave the Tianshui clan to my useless disciple. Everyone looked at him in confusion, and were talking about the panel. Why are you bringing this up? The old Taoist looked around. He groaned lowly, and all 5 Tianshui tribe members revealed their true forms. Everyone raised their heads and looked directly at Gu Laodao. Senior brother Gu, are you serious about this? Gu Laodao pointed his halberd, and a scene was played in the small courtyard. It was the scene of the Tianshui clan singing softly, Sui humming, and the 5 Tianshui clan members slowly transforming from humans into sharks. Everyone's breathing quickened. The Tianshui clan is very strange. They are sharks, and have the true form of sharks. But it cannot appear freely. Only by diving into the water, or being under the spell of the Dragon Turtle can the true form of the mermaid be revealed passively. In the past, everyone just thought that he had some destiny, and there was no possibility of turning into a Dragon Turtle. In fact, Basically everyone hoped that He would try his best to improve the dragon turtle bloodline and reach the second level potential in the future. Bigger. More improved. He can be more promising than a demon and protect Qingyuan for a while. This is also the limit of imagination. There are too few true pureblood beasts. So few that only Gu Laodao and Xiao Chongluan have seen it with their own eyes. The so-called sacred beasts that protect mountains in general sects are just false beasts. Chapter 69 Ugly Slave. It is the exclusive ability of Dragon Turtle to make the Tianshui clan reveal their true form. That little dragon turtle has the blood of a pure dragon turtle. Xiao Chongluan's eyes also shone with light. After 2 months of contact, he vaguely sensed that Suhi's bloodline was different. And he might have a 30% chance of actually turning into a dragon turtle. Now it seems that the probability is far more than 30%. Someone looked at Elder Gu with bright eyes and said, "How much true blood has your precious disciple gathered?" Gu Laodao concealed a smile on his face. "I asked some time ago, and it was 50%. 50%. This is the true blood realm. And there is still a lot of opportunity to condense more true blood. I'm afraid this turtle is about to take off. No wonder there were rumors some time ago that the dragon turtle was gifted with the sound of thunder. Is it possible that Su Huanyan and Gu Laodao knew that its bloodline was pure? Give it to him." An old woman suddenly raised her head. "The Qingyuan sect has a low position, and it is a great opportunity to have a dragon turtle. Unless he does not leave the Qingyuan sect, we will not be able to protect him for too long. Pray to heaven and earth, and merit will come. If you have merit, you will protect your body. The dragon turtle's path will be much safer." There is a mythical beast in the door, and there is a real mythical beast in the door. These are two completely different concepts. Xiao Chongluan smiled. "Don't forget, the panel was originally conceived by Dragon Turtle. He was the one who proposed it. Only he is qualified to pray to heaven and earth. The lifespan of the divine beast is endless. If we hadn't interfered, after 1,000 years, the Dragon Turtle will be able to make the panel by himself. And then he will pray to heaven and earth. And the merits and rewards will belong to one person. One turtle. All in all, now that they are praying to heaven and earth, these participants will have some rewards. This can be regarded as cutting off the who and taking advantage of Dragon Turtle." Everyone looked at each other. This is really true. Finally, someone shook his head and showed a bit of embarrassment. "Then we will sort it out and make it into jade slips. And let the Dragon Turtle pray to heaven and earth on a certain day." They were not reluctant to give Long Gui the opportunity to pray to heaven and earth. This opportunity belonged to Long Gui, and no one could take it away. When Dragon Turtle first raised the panel, heaven and earth had their own reactions. Other people's prayers are of no use. It's just that the finished product that everyone worked hard for 2 months will always be inferior to the magical power of Dragon Turtle in the future. Which makes me feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Human nature. Now that he had made his decision, he no longer hesitated. Someone immediately took the jade slips and entered all the principles and techniques of the panel. "Old guy, have you decided when to hold a ceremony to pray to heaven and earth?" A mother-in-law poked Gu Laodao with a sour tone. "Good luck to you, old guy. You're not afraid of losing your life if you accept such a disciple. Dragon Turtle can be accepted by anyone? Gu Laodao is still alive and kicking, which proves that the little Dragon Turtle recognizes this master from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, I will ask you to go out and be struck by lightning, and drink water to stuff your teeth. This old lady is Eldarin from Huayang Peak, and Eldarin from Beast Control Valley is her nephew." Gu Laodao smiled. On the day of becoming a disciple, the identity of his disciple Dragon Turtle cannot always be concealed. The moment he transforms into a mythical beast, there must be a celestial phenomenon. Then, while there are many people, let the disciple get the merits of heaven and earth. Let everyone know that the Dragon Turtle has merits to protect the body, and those who want to attract his attention should think twice. I just don't know how much merit such an auxiliary exercise can have. Under Tihai Lake, 5 sharks surrounded Suhi, exploring the road, driving grass, driving away fish, shrimps and crabs to clear the way for Suhi. Suhi was extremely uncomfortable for a while. The old woman followed Suhi and introduced to him. "King, your servant Long Min is a sacrifice for the Tianshui clan in the Xianwang realm. Our clan has 182 people in the Xianwang realm. One person is in the demon transformation realm and has transformed into a mortal. There are 3 people in the 7-step Yuyuan realm and 12 people in the Qiling realm. Our clan is blessed by God." Speaking of this, she glanced at Suhi quietly. God is naturally the ancestor of the Dragon Turtle. And the person in front of you should be the son of God. My clan is blessed by God. And when people reach adulthood, they will reach the three-step true blood realm. The Tianshui clan is blessed with the ability to cultivate since birth. And as adults reach the true blood realm. It's just that it's difficult for the tribe to reproduce. And it's also extremely difficult to advance. Most Tianshui people are stuck in the fifth step of mortal transformation and bone sacrifice for their entire lives. Only those with extraordinary talents have the opportunity to move up to the next level. But it's fine now. A king appears. The dragon turtle has its own divine power. And the Tianshui clan is born to be a descendant of the dragon turtle. They live and multiply within the dragon turtle's divine power. And their advancement speed is much faster. My clan lives in Yumengzhe in the west of Dongyan Mountain. We have a water territory of 300 miles. If the king needs us, we can move here as a whole. We only need to go down the Xiang River, and we will arrive in 10 months. Compared with the dragon turtle, it is only a mere 300 miles of water. So why not lose it? It's just that the relationship between their clan and dragon turtle, in the eyes of interested people, may bring undue disaster to the king. So it's better to endure it until the king comes of age. 1 turtle and 5 people. Fish. Shark. The speed was very fast. But he had already returned to Suhi's lair in just a moment. This is the place in the middle of Tinghai Lake where the spiritual power of the water element is the strongest. There are lush aquatic plants and many swimming fish. The mermaid Longmin swam to a high place, looked around at the formations, shook his head slightly and said, "This is the creation of everyone in the formations. But they don't know much about the characteristics of the king. The king has a good water spirit. But the king is gifted with magical powers to carry mountains. You have to absorb all kinds of spiritual power and become a foreign minister in order to advance and have no weaknesses. King, can I help you change the formation here?" When a shark is under his command, he will do his best. Suhi thought what she said made sense. Suhi didn't understand the formation, but he understood his own feelings. Carrying the mountain really required absorbing treasures and spiritual power of various attributes. He nodded, and Longmin immediately said to the 3 male sharks, "You 3 follow me to change the formation." She turned to the girl again. "King, this is an ugly slave. She is smart and hardworking. How about letting her follow the king and serve him?" The Tianshui clan has sacrifices and chiefs. And Cho Nuer is the daughter of the current chief. The next generation of sacrifices selected by Longmin. The sacrifice is made to the dragon turtle. The ugly slave pinched the pink webs between his fingers and flicked his tail to show the tension and excitement in his heart. The ugly slave is not ugly. He is still beautiful. The lower body is a shark, as red as a koi carp. And the upper body has shiny scales on both sides of the slim waist. But it doesn't look weird, but rather beautiful. She has a slender waist, slender hips, pointed fingers, and an excellent appearance. 2 LS are placed on the chest, seemingly uncovered, which arouses people's imagination. "Okay." Suhi groaned softly. It didn't matter to him, although he didn't need to serve him. Having a beautiful little shark by his side would make him feel better. The ugly slave's eyes were full of surprise, and he saluted Suhi. Longmin was even happier than her. He danced for a while before smiling and leading others to change the formation. Suhi sank to the bottom of the water again and slowly closed his eyes. The turtle life and long breathing movement was activated. And at the same time, the dream path system was operating at its peak. Go Laodao said that the Tianshui clan is trustworthy. Suhi believed in Go Laodao's judgment. But to Go Laodao, this was a loyal subordinate for hundreds of years. To Suhi, they were all strangers. Even before today, Suhi didn't even know about their existence. He only heard about the legend of the sharks in Li Nanyuan's class. In the past year at Qingyuan sect, Suhi learned the biggest lesson: trust your friends. But be wary. He didn't want to fall into Lu Ming's scheme again, and then fight against other people's plots based solely on luck. The road is long, and conspiracies and calculations are inevitable. Suhi hoped that when another plot fell on him, he would be able to see it not only at one glance, but after 2 or 3 glances. You can escape from the plot without any injuries, and even turn an army against you. Master said that the Tianshui clan is trustworthy, and Suhi will definitely have good intentions. But for Suhi to trust him completely, it takes time, and Suhi needs to see and observe with his own eyes. Chapter 70 Daughter. Boom. Crack. Suhi, who was practicing, was awakened by a loud noise, and looked at the water in confusion. I heard that the sea and the lake were 30 feet deep. And there were still such sounds reaching the bottom of the lake. What was happening above? Tihai Lake is his dojo. Who would be so presumptuous here? Suhi looked to the side, and saw Cho Nuer holding a garland of flowers. Frowning slightly, swaying her tail slightly, and looking towards the lake in confusion. The sound disturbed Wang's practice, and she was not happy. Suhi paddled towards the lake, and Cho Nuer followed closely behind. The sound gets louder as it goes up, with applause, whistles, and cheers filling the ears. Suhi broke out of the water, and Cho Nuer approached the water. He jumped out of the lake and threw a piece of green leaf, which turned into a small boat. When he fell down, he regained his body and stepped on the green leaf boat with his bare feet. Suhi looked in all directions. There are more people in Haihu. There were noises from the 5 arenas at the same time, and the game had already begun. No one told him. "Big Turtle!" A surprised voice called in the distance. Feng Yaya and Gu Lin were on a small boat, waving to him from a distance. Seeing Suhi, the little girl was very excited. She broke away from Gu Lin's hand, jumped up on the boat, and hit Suhi's turtle SHL like a cannonball. The impact was too great, and the foreign minister appeared. Feng Yaya was blocked by the foreign minister Shaning. She slid along the mountain shadow like a slide and onto Suhi's neck. She sat on the dragon's head and laughed happily. "I went to look for you to watch the game, but I was stopped by Grandpa Gu. He is a bad old man. He didn't even tell you when the game started." Feng Yaya complained while holding the faucet. Is it because Master is afraid that he will not be disturbed when his practice is at a critical moment? The ugly slave on the green leaf boat next to him looked at Feng Yaya, dumbfounded, and it took him a while to react. Suddenly his eyebrows stood up, and he scolded angrily. "Get down!" Feng Yaya turned around in confusion. "Whose young lady are you from?" The ugly slave was trembling all over, and did not answer Feng Yaya's inquiry. "Get down!" she scolded again. Feng Yaya tilted her head, and hugged the dragon head. "Why? You? Cho Nuer pointed at Feng Yaya, her voice almost out of tune. "Do you treat the king as a mount or a pet?" "The king is a dragon turtle. How can a dragon turtle be ridden?" There was murderous intent in her starry eyes. Feng Yaya pouted. "No! Big tortoises are not pets. Big tortoises are not. Camels are." This young lady was so annoying. She snorted and kicked her feet. "Old turtle, let's go up the mountain. We can see clearly from the mountain." Is this considered jealousy and eager to protect the Lord? Suhi had a strange feeling in his heart, and he groaned at the ugly slave. "Don't think too much. This is your nephew. Adopted daughter?" Suhi was not sure either. He was the same generation as Su Huanyan in terms of seniority, and Feng Yaya looked like a 3-year-old girl. She really couldn't afford to be friends with her peers, so she really regarded Feng Yaya as a junior. Feng Yaya giggled happily. The ugly slave looked a little better, and his murderous intent slowly receded. But he was still unhappy. A daughter cannot ride on the king, unless she is his own child. Suhi carried Feng Yaya to Guiyuan Island and climbed to the top of the mountain. The treasure-hunting rat jumped out of the ancient boat and chased after him. During this time, it has been following Feng Yaya. There are only a few guests on Guiyuan Island today, and all the newly opened arenas have gone to watch the battle. Suhi's body shape and status made it difficult to join in the fun, so it was good to watch from the top of Guiyuan Island. It was not far from the 5 arenas, and could be seen clearly. The closest place to the west is the fighting platform. The battle is all about combat power, regardless of swordsmanship and spells. It is a good way to defeat the opponent. Beside the arena, there were 2 demon-transforming elders from the Qingyuan sect standing with their hands down, watching the battle while also preventing accidents. We are all fellow Taoists, and it is not like being beaten to death outside. Yu Su is here as a referee and commentator. On the stage, a rough man wielding a pumpkin bronze hammer and a swordsman in elegant clothes were facing off. The swordsman's movement was elegant, and his sword was like a dragon, already suppressing the man without any resistance. Someone in the audience started placing bets. Yu Su's sword floated in the air. He sighed and said seriously, "Seniors and fellow Taoists, gambling is wrong. Gambling is the most harmful thing to do." Yu Su's words have a certain emotional power and are thought-provoking. The shouting crowd fell silent for a moment. Some people looked at the bills in hand and the empty storage bags, and felt a bit of regret in their hearts. Just when he was at a loss, he saw Yu Su paused and suddenly lowered his head. "Junior brother, help me buy Feng Chuanzi's 300 spirit stones." He tried to speak as quietly as possible, but under the sound transmission technique, his voice was immediately heard by everyone in Tinghai Lake. The scene exploded for a moment. The audience was cursing and looking for odds to buy Feng Chuanzi. Who couldn't tell that Feng Chuanzi was going to win with his magical swordsmanship? The handicap was tightly covered, and I was determined not to sell, but was forced to sell. The arrogant man on the stage was insulted. He shouted loudly and dragged his pumpkin hammer towards Feng Chuanzi. Feng Chuanzi's sword floated out and stabbed the arrogant man's shoulder blade, and the fairy sword came out through his body. However, Feng Chuanzi's expression changed drastically. The lumpy flesh on the man's body seemed to come to life. He clamped his sword tightly and hit him with the pumpkin hammer. Boom! Feng Chuanzi's whole body changed shape, flew out of the ring, hit the water, and floated away. There was silence around the ring for a moment. Yusu patted his chest, still panicking. It's okay. It's okay. I also bought a big 300 spirit stones. Comparing the odds between the two, this time, they made a net profit of 800 spirit stones. The island was suddenly filled with shouts and curses. Dark sounds come and go. Only the tough guy in the ring looked aggrieved. He was clearly hardened. But no one cheered for him. Even best friends are waving bills and shouting shady stories. Have you bought Feng Chuanzi too? Yusu was booed and kicked off the ring. But he ran away laughing, looking very happy. I don't know if it was affected by the noise here, but in the elixir arena on another island, an elixir furnace suddenly exploded, and thick purple smoke billowed in all directions. Elder Qingyuan, who was guarding the ring, changed his expression, held out a red gourd, and said, "Sick!" The thick smoke seemed to be sucked into the gourd as if it was collapsing, but the sound of vomiting came one after another. A stench spread in all directions along the wind. Not far away on the Spirit Talisman Island, a Qingyuan disciple, who was competing in the talisman drawing competition, suddenly changed his face. With a shake of his hand, the talisman exploded, and a thunder crackled from the sky. At that moment when the disciple was at a loss, Xian Nu, who was competing next to him, struck out with his sword and sent the thunder flying away. The thunder hit the island's restriction and was bounced straight towards Guiyuan Island. On the hill of Guiyuan Island, Su He was lying on the top of the mountain, and Feng Yaya was still standing on tiptoes high above the turtle L. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The whole turtle shone with light. The mountain shadow receded, and Su He felt nothing. Feng Yaya on the turtle L blinked and cried out. When thunder came, the big turtle mountain shadow only protected the big turtle herself. Forget it. The mountain shadow still held her on the top of the mountain. Thunder strikes don't hurt. She was born in a thunderstorm. Thunder never hurt her. But she feels aggrieved. Long time no see. There is a young lady who smells like fish with the big turtle. Feng Yaya burst into tears. Chapter 71 Protecting the Lord. Su He was immediately at a loss. The ugly slave bit his lip and looked at Wang's helpless look as he scratched his claws. Somehow, he just felt that he had neglected his duty. Although I don't like this girl riding on the king. As a dependent, I should do something right now. Right? There was a struggle in her eyes, and she took out 2 bright pearls from somewhere, folded them with flowers, and braided them into 2 earrings, and gently placed them on Feng Yaya's ears. Feng Yaya twitched her ears, blinked her cute big eyes, and shed tears. Little sister, you? Don't worry. I will just cry for a while. It turns out that the young lady is a good person. And a good fish. The ugly slave whispered. The king's foreign minister can only protect himself. It is not the king's malicious intention to put you out of the foreign minister's position. In fact, this statement is wrong. If Su He reacts quickly, he can use his water-bending magical power to drag Feng Yaya under him and prop himself up to protect her. But it was lightning just now, and Su He didn't react for a while. When she reacted, Feng Yaya was already hanging high on the top of the mountain, facing the lightning strike. He hummed to comfort Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya kicked her little feet, with tears in her eyes, holding her pearl earrings. The audience on Sifang Island followed the thunder and lightning to see the dragon turtle on the top of Guiyuan Island. They all raised their hands to say Lo to Dragon Turtle. After all, this event is held for Dragon Turtle, and the prizes are all funded by Dragon Turtle. Su He responded with a long groan. On the weapon refining island, several people saw Su He. Their eyes lit up. They looked at each other, and immediately drove over in small boats, hurriedly boarded Guiyuan Island, and went straight to the top of the mountain. Su He looked at Cho Nur. Cho Nur's eyes were clear. They didn't come to see her. Nor did they come to Yaya. Yaya didn't recognize them. She only glanced at them, and continued to carefully play with the earrings with tears in her eyes. Treasure rat? Suhi looked to his feet. The treasure hunter's eyes were evasive. His claws had nowhere to rest. And he looked like he wanted to make a hole, but didn't dare to drill. There was a bit of hope in the corner of his sly eyes. Sure enough. I came here to find it. The person who went up the mountain was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a young man and woman behind him. He came up the mountain and bowed his hands to Suhi and said, I have seen fellow Taoist dragon turtle. Suhi hummed in response. I have met a Taoist friend. But I don't know where he came from. The visitors were guests. And they all came for his apprenticeship ceremony. Suhi's etiquette was in place. The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile, pointed at the treasure-hunting rat and said, Shan Yanzi, the poor Taoist priest, came here because of this evil obstacle. Oh. Feng Yaya turned around and tilted her head to look at the treasure hunter and Shan Yanzi. Cho Nuer also stood beside Suhi. The old master has been pestering the old master to find out a lot about the king in the past few days. The rat demon sneaked into the Qingyuan sect and obtained secrets he shouldn't have. He was detained and imprisoned by the king. The old master also imposed a ban on it, not allowing it to talk more, let alone leave. Are you here to apologize and redeem the treasure hunter? Suhi was just thinking about how to refuse him when he heard Shan Yanzi say, Fellow dragon turtle has been borrowing the treasure hunting rat for some time. Now that the prize in the arena is ready, it's time to let this evil obstacle return to the sect. Right. The polite words Suhi had thought of stayed on the tip of his tongue. This man spoke very politely, but it gave people the impression that he was taking it for granted and had a bit of resentment. It was as if Suhi had robbed his treasure-hunting rat in search of a reward in the arena. Changsongmen is not Golada's guests. They are next to Qingyuanmen and are just a courtesy invitation from the door. Suhi groaned. I'm sorry. You treasure hunter didn't borrow it, but entered my Qingyuan sect to steal the treasure. And it was impounded. Shan Yanzi's eyes narrowed and he said nothing. But the woman behind him sneered and muttered in a low voice. What a big hat! It insults our humble position at Changsongmen. The treasure hunter mouse just came to Qingyuan earlier. Wasn't it coveted by the treasure hunter mouse's ability and detained privately? Suhi's turtle eyes drooped. Feng Yaya stared at her with her lips pouted. And the ugly slave trembled with anger again. Shut up! Shan Yanzi turned around and shouted. The disciple curled his lips with a bit of disdain, and his voice became softer. Those who use their power to bully others and rob their disciples still have to make so many excuses. But it's the dragon turtle that's lucky. Shan Yanzi glared at her, and her voice became even more aggrieved. That's right. This season, the treasure-hunting rats have a keen sense of smell. Which of the treasures in the arena was not found by the treasure-hunting rats? They should all be ours. Her voice became quieter as she spoke. Does the treasure-hunting mouse still need to steal treasure? The world is full of its treasure troves. Shan Yanzi angrily scolded the female disciple, but turned around and straightened his back. Although the disciple's words are biased, however, there is some truth to it. Now that Tinghai Lake is full of people, can the dragon turtle still use its power to bully others? The rewards in the arena are so generous. They are not for nothing. Right? It is obvious to all that how much contribution the treasure-hunting rat played. Even if it really made any mistakes, it should be redeemed. Just when they keep their posture low and their moral standards high. Bah! With a spit, the ugly slave put his hand on his hips and pointed at the woman with raised eyebrows. He opened his mouth and yelled, I want to beat you up for talking nonsense. My king is a dragon tortoise. All things belonging to my clan belong to my king. A mouse is missing to find treasure? Looking at your eyebrows and starry eyes, I thought you were a gentle fairy. Why are you so shameless? Your treasure hunter came in without warning and entered my Qingyuan sect to hunt for treasure. What is it if it's not theft? The Qingyuan gate is too big, except for the 3,000 miles of Qingyuan mountain. The rest of the place is not protected by formations. It is well known that treasures in the mountains are often stolen. But it is too much to put a treasure-killing weapon like a treasure-hunting rat in there. The woman's expression changed. Aye. The ugly slave didn't give her a chance to speak. He grabbed the conversation and choked out. What are you making excuses for? Do you dare to admit it? Do you dare to say that you don't know this? If you dare to deny it, we will confront you in front of the heart mirror. My lord is innocent. Even if my family spends all their wealth, we will go to Yunming's to ask for help. The woman's expression changed. The ugly slave was unreasonable and unforgiving. I just stole treasures. But you still dare to steal the secrets of our Qingyuan sect. Qingyuan sect is also a member of the Dongyuan sect. And we are neighbors. I haven't caused you any trouble yet. But you still dare to bully me. Who gave you the courage to come and confuse right and wrong with the Lord and slander others? She scolded her with a righteousness as strong as thunder. And Shan Yanzi's expression changed again. When he looked back, he saw the female disciple was speechless. And he knew that this little woman was probably telling the truth. Looking at the treasure-hunting rat's evasive eyes, I'm afraid this evil creature is really peeking into the Qingyuan sect's secrets. Is it possible to get caught doing something like this? Bastard. Shan Yanzi raised his hand and slapped the male disciple on the face. The man looked at the master with a confused face. Shan Yanzi gasped. Is this how you act like a brother? He glared at the female disciple. If he didn't do it in public, for the sake of your woman's face, he would slap you in the face. He turned around and saluted Su Heji. Fellow Taoist dragon turtle. This is my fault. Ming Lang. He wanted to turn around and leave immediately. But the treasure-hunting rat was too important to Chang Songman. After saluting, he finally asked, if this evil crime is not worthy of death, I hope fellow Taoist dragon turtle will give you the standard of punishment, whether it is off or on. I was punished by Chang Songman and everyone recognized it. If this criminal was caught stealing a treasure, the worst he could do would be to have his body cut off by Chang Songman to pay compensation, to discover people's secrets, and to kill him. The ugly slave snorted. Why should you be arrogant in front and respectful in back when you are an upright person? In the past few days, my king has been apprenticed. After the apprenticeship, there will be a trial in the law enforcement hall. I asked my king, but there was no answer. Shan Yanzi saluted again, scolded his disciples, turned around and walked down to Guiyuan Island in despair. It wasn't until the figure was no longer visible that the ugly slave suddenly fell limply on Suhi's turtle SHL, as if his muscles had been cramped. His whole body had no strength, and his lips were a little white. Terrible. She would rather fight with strange beasts for 3 days and 3 nights than quarrel with others. But that man poured dirty water on Wang and scolded her that her body was completely bruised. Even if she was killed with a sword, she would not be relieved. Wang Shan couldn't say anything, so she had to deal with the quarrel. You can't let ignorant young children quarrel. She glanced at Feng Yaya with a slightly angry look in her starry eyes. You useless little guy. Can't you just roll around and show off the momentum of your daughter? Feng Yaya looked at Cho Nuer with adoration in her eyes. Chapter 72 Turtle. The sounds on Guiyuan Island will naturally be heard by other monks. But although everyone whispered, they didn't discuss much. It was unwise to discuss the master's affairs in the master's house. Everyone's energy returned to the ring. There were a lot of people signing up for the 5 arenas. He estimated that the competition could end before the 7th day of July. The competition in the ring dazzled him. It's a pity that He can't understand the formations. Spells and spells. The only one He can see is Dojan Tai. He was very fond of several people, including a man dressed in red and whose weapon was a handkerchief. Although he was extremely feminine, he was very powerful. The handkerchief could be wrapped or twisted. He could defend or attack. And he was invulnerable to water and fire. He couldn't be any ordinary magic weapon. There is also the pumpkin fool, who seems to never be able to defeat his opponent, but always breaks out at the critical moment and knocks people off the ring with one hammer. As night falls, the fighting stage has been closed down. But the alchemy place is still in full swing. Refining alchemy is not fast. Originally, every time they were in the arena, they would be accompanied by refining weapons. This time, when they cheated on the refining process, most of them actually used the new method, which was more than 10 times faster. Suddenly the sky was filled with stars, and the star power formation, which was difficult to compete in during the day, now showed its power. On the formation stage, tigers roared and dragons roared, and the wind and rain. A paper crane flew over and jumped in front of Suhi, turning into letter paper. Come to Changshu Island. The 4 characters of By Zhou Long Snake still exude the fragrance of sauce. Gu Laodao wrote to him directly with roast chicken dipping sauce. At this time, I wonder what master has to do. So he carried Feng Yaya on his back and swam to Changshu Island. Several elders were arguing. 99 steps lead directly to the altar. Of course ordinary people can walk up it. The wind blows through the clothes and the fairy air curls up, which makes it feel very good. But he is a dragon turtle and has to climb up. Such a high step makes a turtle stick out his butt and climb up. What else is there to be domineering about? Then what do you think we should do? The 99 steps to pray to heaven and earth have been established since ancient times and cannot be changed. These people were arguing about how to build the altar. Qiao Chongluan twirled his beard and made the final decision. Isn't that simple? The entire altar is buried underground. The dragon turtle stands on the altar, and when the time comes, it rises from the ground together with the altar. Shocking! Spectacular! Domineering! Suhi stayed nearby and didn't know why. Do you still have to pray to heaven and earth to become a disciple of a mythical beast? Is the specification so big? He wanted to ask, but he had no right to speak. When he came over, someone immediately measured his size and planned the construction of the altar. Gu Laodao threw him a jade slip and wanted to drive him out of Longevity Island. Just tell him that this is the content of prayers to heaven and earth. Suhi put the jade slip between his eyebrows and looked at it for a long time before realizing that this was the attribute panel he mentioned a few days ago. It was actually tinkered with, but it was a bit unexpected. If what he wanted was a smartphone, then this panel now is an ancestor-level computer, covering an area of hundreds of square meters. But this is also a panel. He looked at Gulao in surprise and said, Master, how did you do this? This was not created by the disciples. Now he is no longer the newbie in cultivation he was at first. And Li Nanyuan knows a lot about cultivation knowledge from taking classes. Praying to heaven and earth will lead to innate supernatural powers. Gu Laodao curled his lips. If you hadn't proposed the panel first, and you were the only one who could pray to heaven and earth, do you think this good thing will be your turn? Gu Laodao despised him. Yaya laughed like a silver bell and patted Suhi's turtle SHL. Suhi returned to the water dejectedly and swam towards the center of Tinghai Lake. The ugly slave turned into a mermaid and swam around silently. After swimming 6 or 7 miles, a huge tortoise blocked their way. The tortoise was twice as big as Suhi, but it is much more delicate and charming. And people can tell that this is a female turtle at a glance. Fellow dragon turtle. The female turtle greeted from afar. Turtle demon. In recent days, no turtle monsters have entered Qingyuan Gate. All aquatic monsters will say H.Lo to Suhi when they enter Tinghai Lake. To avoid any misunderstandings underwater, this turtle demon should be a new arrival. Or it may be a great demon in the demon transformation realm that has already transformed into a demon, and appears in its true form at night and enters Tinghai Lake. Fellow Taoist, don't be surprised. I belong to the turtle genus, and I have come to pay my respects to the dragon turtle in my true form. She looked serious. I was supposed to meet fellow Taoist dragon turtle this morning, but the junior in the sect bumped into fellow Taoist rudely. That's why I was delayed. She shook her head, her tone somewhat helpless. Chang Songman? It's the sect I belong to. The turtle demon gave a bitter smile and said, I came here tonight without any shame, just to apologize. If there is a chance in the future, I will play the Qin and discuss Taoism with Taoist friend Long Gui again. She shook her body and got out of the turtle SHL. It turned into a ray of light and fell on the turtle SHL. It was a young woman who looked to be in her early 30s. She bowed to Suhi Yingying and said, This SHL is my incarnation as a human being. What I shed is still somewhat mysterious, so I will give it to fellow Taoist dragon turtle. If I can help my fellow Taoist to make further progress, my merits will be immeasurable. She bowed again, turned around and walked, looking at the moon. The curvaceous figure arouses people's imagination. Maybe turtles attract? Suhi felt like his heart was pounding. Feng Yaya sat on the turtle SHL and pouted, saying displeasedly, I don't like her. Cho Nuer swam beside Suhi. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at Feng Yaya in surprise. They actually had a common language. She swam to the turtle SHL and knocked on it, and there was a clanking sound of gold and stone. The thick turtle SHL floats in the water, but does not sink. It wasn't until she pressed it that it triggered its mechanism and sank to the bottom of the lake. Still waiting to be investigated, Gu Lin came over in a small boat to pick up Feng Yaya. Counting the time. The little girl has reached the time to fall asleep. When he woke up this time, it happened to be the day when Suhi became a disciple. Feng Yaya reluctantly waved her hand to Suhi and followed Gu Lin away. After a while, she suddenly returned and took out a purse and handed it to Cho Nuer. The ugly slave gave her a pair of pearl earrings, and she returned a purse. Then he followed Gu Lin and left with satisfaction. The ugly slave held his purse and blinked, with a slight smile on his lips. Apart from being unpleasant to ride on the king, this little girl is still very lovable. Suhi watched the boat leave, wagged its tail, and dived into the water. The tortoise SHL lay quietly on the bottom of the water. Suhi looked at it and felt that the turtle SHL was like a piece of art, with every texture revealing charm. Looking at it is like appreciating hundreds of thousands of pieces in a previous life. Wrong! Suhi was startled and immediately turned his head away from looking at the turtle SHL. He groaned towards the ugly slave. Come find your mother-in-law quickly. Long Min and other Tianshui tribe members were still changing Tingheiu's formation. The formation set up by Su Huanyan was not something they could change at their will, so it was very difficult to operate. Cho Nuer left quickly, dragging her tail, and soon came back with Long Min. King! Are you looking for me? Long Min entered the water and revealed the true form of the shark. He didn't look decrepit. He looked about 40 years old, with only some wrinkles on his face. Suhi hummed. Check the turtle SHL. It's wrong. The Tianshui group worships turtles, and their research on turtles even surpasses that of Gulao Dao. Long Min tapped his crutch lightly on the turtle SHL. A ripple spread out, and an illusion appeared in front of Suhi. Suddenly there was a female turtle swaying in the water. And suddenly there was a beautiful woman dancing alone under the moonlight. Her dance graceful and charming. Long Min's crutch touched him, and the illusion faded. There was indescribable amusement on her face. King! Someone wants to steal the king's heirs and spread the branches for the king. Chapter 73 Guests arrive. Suhi? Anger flashed in Long Min's eyes. The woman was kind to Wang Weiyan and said she was using the turtle SHL to apologize. But in fact she did not let go of the turtle SHL's control. There is still a trace of her brand in the turtle SHL as long as she wants. She can do it at any time. Bring back the turtle SHL. On the way here, Cho Nuer had already told him about the turtle demon, and Long Min knew the origin of the SHL. And Long Min looked at Suhi. It's just a matter of recalling the tortoise SHL. Is the king looking at the SHL impulsive? Suhi blinked. This is the first time I have seen a tortoise that practices charm. This woman practices charm and dual cultivation techniques. The techniques are imprinted on the turtle SHL, which naturally attracts male turtles. She drew a curtain of water to isolate the turtle SHL. If the king looks at it for too long, he will be unable to help but mistake the turtle SHL for a female turtle. As the saying goes, dragons are sexually promiscuous. In fact, turtles are no less promiscuous, especially male turtles. When they are in heat, they will have sex with every female turtle they meet. It is late June or early July, and turtles are still in breeding season. Wang guarded the turtle SHL, but was not in trouble. Either Wang was determined enough, or Wang did not have this ability. Turtles do not go into heat until they are 8 years old or older. The king is not a dragon turtle yet. His habits are closer to those of ordinary turtles. Wang Shang is young. The young turtle already has the charm of a dragon turtle. Wang's talent is higher than she imagined. Long Min was overjoyed and pointed at the mother's turtle SHL and said, If the king cannot resist the temptation and pours the yang into the turtle SHL, then the woman can take the turtle SHL back in an instant and steal the king's son. Furthermore, the king has not yet transformed into a dragon turtle. Now that he has released his vitality, his cultivation speed will inevitably slow down. He may even be unable to transform into a dragon turtle because of this flaw. The witch deserves to be killed. She probably stole Yuanyang not to reproduce for the king, but because she wanted the dragon turtle Yuanyang to practice. I'm afraid her identity as Chang Songman is also fake. Long Min snorted. But it's just a wild turtle. I don't even know the characteristics of the dragon turtle. I just want to plot against the dragon turtle. I don't know whether to live or die. Long Min connected his crutches and threw out several magic weapons. In an instant, he arranged a formation to surround the turtle SHL. It's rare for a turtle in the demon state to offer a turtle SHL. This is the best supplement for Foreign Minister Wang Fushan. She looked at Suhi and laughed. No matter how hard you think, that turtle demon would never think that he would use his body to fight against the enemy. 3,000 miles away from Qingyuan Gate. This place is still the boundary of Qingyuan Gate, but it has already left the Qingyuan Gate formation. In a primitive forest, the turtle demon woman stands barefoot, looking expectantly in the direction of Qingyuan Gate. Behind him are the disciples of Changsong clan. Long Min guessed wrong. Her identity as Chang Songmin was not fake. Uncle Master, are you sure you can capture the dragon turtle's true blood in this way? Shang Yinzi was the one who asked. The turtle girl smiled. Of course. Essence is blood marrow. And she left a means in the turtle SH.L to collect more than just some yuanong. She was sure to take at least half of the dragon turtle's true blood. When the time comes, the true blood is integrated into one's own body, and there is no need to transform into a dragon turtle. But the path can always be further advanced. Even the illusory realm of stepping on the sky is also a possibility. Right? It's just that Dongyun Mountain can't stay here. He took the dragon turtle's true blood and immediately fled to Yunming's. There is a world of demons, where fish and dragons are mixed. As long as you go in and find a cave to hide. If you come out hundreds of years later, who will still remember it? Turtle demons don't have much else. But their lifespan is enough to bring disaster. It should start now. Right? She dispatched the entire Chansong sect. And she was already sure that there would be no Qingyuan sect elders in the demon transformation realm under the water. And no clues would be discovered. According to time estimates. It should start now. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Qingyuan Gate, full of expectations and vows. Suddenly his face suddenly changed and turned pale. Just for a moment. She couldn't feel the existence of the turtle SH.L. It was as if the turtle SH.L. suddenly disappeared from this world. The turtle demon's face turned pale, and he was scared to death. After several breaths and thousands of listening to the sea and the lake, Suhi looked at the turtle SH.L. trapped by Long Min's formation, and felt that it was still unsettled. Long Min was afraid that he had unfinished words. If the turtle demon was really just peeking at his yuanong, isn't direct seduction more effective than a turtle SH.L.? What the witch calculated was definitely not a little bit of yuanong, but probably something else. Real blood or even life. Not a drop of Suhi's dragon turtle true blood should be missing. There is only one heart aperture dragon turtle Taoist body. Every drop of true blood condensed will consume a trace of the dragon turtle Taoist body. Now that the true blood is lost, it will never be replenished. The demon girl knew that after she succeeded, the Qingyuan sect would be furious and would even kill her directly. So he only dared to use the turtle SH.L. to cause trouble. At this moment, the demon girl may have escaped from the Qingyuan gate long ago. The temptation on the turtle SH.I was too great, and he did not dare to test his weakness. So he simply put the turtle SH.L. into the outer phase space with the formation method, and then used the negative mountain to draw the turtle SH.L. directly from the outer phase space. It's better to keep this kind of thing out of sight. This turtle SH.I was from the demon transformation realm, so it was very difficult to absorb. He slowly closed his eyes and devoted himself wholeheartedly. On Tinghai Lake, on the top of Guyuan Island, Xiao Chengwen slowly put down his teacup. It's just that receiving the outer space is not safe. What if the breath leaks and is sensed by the turtle demon, causing the turtle SH.L. to explode? He pointed his halberd, and the fairy sword on the table flew through the air. He turned back after a moment, and there was a blood line on the sword. Elder Qiao waved his hand to shake off the blood beads and sheathed his sword. It's better to kill this kind of monster. He never thought of leaving the enemy behind and waiting until the dragon turtle grew up before eradicating it with his own hands for training. There are many enemies, and the journey of spiritual practice is bumpy, and enemies may be made at any time. Are you still worried about not having any enemies to practice with? A clear enemy is better off dead. If you can kill on the first day of the lunar month, don't wait until the 15th. Listening to the lake, Suhi looked confused. Just now, a dice suddenly landed on the turtle SH.L. of the outer phase space. Then one turtle SH.L. turned into 3, filling the outer phase space. There are no dice when robbing living creatures for their body parts. He had already tested this. He couldn't understand what was happening now. But having more turtle SH.L.s is always a good thing. But it makes digestion more difficult. He slowly gathered his mind and devoted all his energy to running the negative mountain, until the 3 turtle SH.L.s were melted away by the mountain and absorbed by the shadow of the foreign minister. A child's voice was heard from the sea and lake. Uncle Longgui! It's already the 7th day of July, and it's almost dawn. Guests are coming, and Master wants you to pick them up. Suhi opened his eyes suddenly. Time is up. The ugly slave beside her slowly put down the brush. While Suhi was absorbing the turtle SH.L., she had already brushed Suhi's turtle SH.L. and scales cleanly. Like ink jade. Crystal clear. Walk. Suhi gave her a look, parted the water, and swam quickly to Changsho Island. It's still dark, and Changsho Island is already very lively. The guests haven't arrived yet. But the Qingyuan disciples have already crowded together. The leaders of each lineage have also arrived. And even the leader Fengiju is sitting quietly in the main hall drinking tea with a smile on his face. Su He went ashore to meet with everyone. Gu Laodao has changed from his slovenly appearance today. He is wearing a beautiful Taoist robe. His disheveled hair has been tied up, and his beard has been trimmed. He actually looks quite charming. Not long after, the sky in the east turned white in a flash. The darkness dissipated, and the sky gradually became brighter. Then a round sun jumped out like water, shining brightly in the blue sky. It's daybreak. Yu Su sang outside the island. Listen to the arrival of Senior Feng Luyu. Senior Yu has a prosperous path. The patriarch is on the island. Please come in. Ha ha. Old man Yu is here. Gu Laodao stroked his beard and smiled. Xiao Changluan greeted him. Today, Gu Laodao and Su He are the protagonists. They only entertain guests in the hall. But other people do it according to their seniority. It's not just a mortal's hospitality. The host's family can welcome everyone by standing at the door. The monks can fly, but they don't necessarily come from which direction. If the host goes to the east to greet him, it would be a loss of etiquette if he can't catch the guests from the west. Simply welcome guests at the second door in the hall. There are also people singing in the east. Senior Lulu outside the mountain has arrived. Thank you for your reward. I wish you to transform into a demon and reach the sky, and to climb high step by step. Ha ha ha. I'm very good at talking, but it's a pity that the reward is only once. No matter how good you speak, it won't matter. The guests landed on the island one after another, and Gu Laodao introduced Su He one by one with a smile. These are the connections he has accumulated throughout his life, and this is his biggest gain from practicing for thousands of years. Elder Zuanshan Minkia has arrived, a disciple sang, and the laughter on the island fell silent for a moment. And then, there were sounds of surprise. The world of spiritual practice has always been divided into two groups. The top 10 immortal sects play the top 10 immortal sections. The remaining factions are left to play their own games. They are not the same size, and do not fit together. Everyone looked at Gu Laodao. Gu Laodao shook his head slightly. This one came uninvited. Chapter 70 for the eldest princess. Ha ha! Before anyone arrived, there was laughter. Fellow Taoist Gu. I'm so happy! So happy! A middle-aged man, dressed in high-profile clothes, but with an ordinary face, walked out with a happy face and a bouncy step. This is Chiu Hu, one of the elders of the Zuanshanmen Foreign Affairs Hall. Gu Laodao has met him several times, but they are not acquaintances. Just acquaintances. Gu Laodao greeted him. Thank you very much, Elder Chiu. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Chiu Hu smiled and scolded. You are an old drunkard. You can find a good disciple without inviting me. Is it difficult for Chiu to get into the eyes of Taoist brother Gu? Thanks to me. I am thinking of you if you have a good thing. Gu Laodao laughed and said, I would like to ask Elder Chiu to take care of all kinds of things every day. And he only needs to catch people. Chiu Hu pretended to be angry. Don't make excuses if you do something wrong. I will punish you with 3 drinks later. No. You old man is addicted to alcohol. This is actually a reward. I will punish you with 3 drinks less. Gu Laodao apologized. Accept the punishment. Accept the punishment. I will abstain from drinking for 1 day. The two of them are not familiar with each other. They just know each other. I don't come to my house unless I have anything to do. I'll try not to drink at all today, so as not to miss anything. That's right. Chiu Hu smiled. Fellow Taoist Gu. The great joy I'm talking about is not just that you have accepted a disciple. Today, Taoist brother Gu has a double happiness. Gu Laodao was paying close attention in his heart, but his face looked like he was aroused. Oh, what good news can you bring to me? Fellow Taoist Chiu? Tell me quickly. Don't tease people. He is just unkempt and free-spirited on weekdays. And it's not like he really doesn't know how to act when the occasion arises. What didn't you experience when you pretended to be the former leader 300 years ago? He can be more serious than anyone else. Chiu Hu laughed loudly. Do you know, brother Gu, that I am Elder Wu of Zuanshanmen's Broken Sword Mountain? Gu Laodao thought for a moment and asked. But that fellow Wu Dao who likes to play the game Mortal World Gambling House. Gu Laodao knew that it was because the two had similar hobbies. One was a drinker, and the other was a gambler. None of it is fun. Chiu Hu smiled and said, Yes, it's Senior Brother Wu. There is a foster daughter in the disciple of Senior Brother Wu who is a money turtle demon. She is dignified, beautiful, gentle and generous. I heard somewhere a few days ago that fellow Taoist Ge found a dragon turtle disciple. Then he asked me to make the connection. I was so shameless, and came uninvited just because I had some friendship with fellow Taoist Ge. Ge Laodao looked strange. Is my apprentice also so popular in this area? A few days ago, the turtle demon with evil intentions was killed by old man Xiao with a sword. And now he's here again? You didn't do any research before you spoke? My turtle boy is only 3 or 4 years old. Xiao, who took a look inside the island, looked at Su He and said with a smile, Is this the disciple of fellow Taoist Ge? He is really majestic. No wonder my niece admires him so much. What do you think, fellow Taoist Ge? If this good thing comes to pass, what Dao Yu Ge will accept today is not only a dragon turtle with the blood of a mythical beast, but also Zuanshanmen's son-in-law who rides the dragon. Wouldn't it be nice to take the relationship between the two families to a new level? It sounds as if Zuanshanmen's son-in-law is more noble than the blood of the mythical beast. I wonder if your Qinglong thinks the same way. The heads of the Qingyuan sect had different expressions, but none of them looked good. How can one propose to marry in public? There are elders and sect leaders of Dongyuan sects all around. If Uncle Ge refuses, wouldn't he trample the Xietian sect's face under his feet? Qinji Wanman. What to do? This man has a kind face and a cheerful appearance, but he brings the power of Xietian sect to suppress Qingyuan sect. Everyone looked at Fengiju. Fengiju was shaking his teacup, unable to tell what he was thinking. Ge Laodao stroked his beard thoughtfully, and nodded after a moment. It sounds good. They are both tortoises. They are a perfect match. And with Zuanshanmen's teaching, he must be a tortoise demon who knows the rules. I don't know when Wu Tao's friend plans to the adopted daughter is getting married? Xiao, who was very pleased when he heard it at first, but his expression changed when he heard it later. And he said seriously, Young Taoist brother Ge was joking. The Xietian sect rules state that disciples are not allowed to marry outside the family. If there is a Taoist partner you like, you can only recruit a son-in-law. Ge Laodao laughed silently. He was fooling the devil. But who is the second lady married to Tianyu Villa? Where did those Zuanshanmen wives from Baixian Palace come from? Your daughter-in-law has eloped with the bandits. Why don't you just leave me here to marry? Old Taoist priest. I have lived for 1,200 years. I know what you are going to do even before you stick your butt out. Ge Laodao shook his head. I am a turtle boy with a stubborn temper. I am afraid that I will not be able to bear the grievances of my son-in-law who comes to visit me. If I cause trouble, I may damage the harmony between the two families. Xiaohu laughed loudly. Young Taoist brother Ge is joking. What kind of trouble can a little turtle get into? I have countless rebellious disciples in Xietian sect. Who really gets into trouble? Even if they do get into trouble, the sect will take care of it. So what are you afraid of? He looked at Su He and said seductively, Little dragon turtle, if you enter Zuanshanmen, you will have countless opportunities. You will also have the opportunity to admire the power of the true divine beast. I may not really let you have a glimpse of the divine beast. Are you willing to come with me? Su He snorted coldly in his heart and moaned softly. Don't know. Don't know. Don't marry. Don't marry. Don't get married. Where did this grandson come from? The good mood of the day was disrupted by him. Xiaohu was startled, but he didn't expect to be directly attacked by Dragon Turtle. Only then did I realize that this was just a turtle, and it probably didn't understand the ways of the world at all. The Qingyuan sect cares most about his Xietian sect status, which is worthless in the eyes of beasts. His face twitched, and he forced a laugh. My parents make the final decision on marriage matters. If my parents are not around, they have to respect their teachers and make the final decision. Let me ask you, this little turtle is also in trouble. He looked at Ge Laodao again, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became meaningful. Isn't fellow Taoist Ge afraid that my Zuanshanmen will despise the little dragon turtle? That fellow Taoist is really overthinking. As the elder of the Zuanshanmen Foreign Affairs Hall, coming to marry me in person is not enough to show my sincerity? I can even preside over this apprenticeship ceremony as the elder of the Zuanshanmen. How about it? He is the elder of Zuanshanmen. Zuanshanmen! Going to the door to propose marriage in person is not the same treatment as parents and children of other sect leaders. Even sacrificing his old face to host the apprenticeship ceremony for you is enough to show your attitude. Ge Laodao didn't answer. Xiaohu looked at Ge Laodao, and his smile faded slightly. Fellow Taoist Ge hesitated. You don't think that our Zuanshanmen is robbing the dragon turtle, right? A mere tortoise with dragon turtle blood cannot make my Zuanshanmen do this. Fellow Taoist Ge is still the dragon turtle master, and the Qingyuan sect is still the dragon turtle sect. He just lives in the Xietian sect. Seeing that Gu Lao Dao frowned, he simply poured some oil on him. As the Dragon Turtle Master, Good Dao, you shouldn't hinder his future. Doesn't being a son-in-law in Zuanshanmen have a better future than the mountain-protecting beasts in Qinji? Gu Lao Dao's shoulders slumped, and he returned to his cynical and slovenly appearance. But his momentum kept rising. He looked at Qiuhu with a smile. Just this kind of thing. If it weren't for the identity of the elder of Zuanshanmen, I, the old Taoist priest, could do it with just one finger. Crush 3 to death. He has a high-level inheritance from the Xiantian sect, sufficient resources, and is over 1,800 years old. He doesn't even have the 30-year cultivation experience of an old Taoist priest. What the hell? Dare to stir up trouble here. Qiuhu, however, seemed unable to see Gu Lao Dao's rising temperament. His smile faded and his brows furrowed. Or do you mean that fellow Taoist Gu thinks that I, a disciple of Xiantian clan, am not worthy of your dragon turtle? A turtle demon is naturally nothing in Zuanshanmen, and does not even have a serious name. But as long as she becomes a disciple of Xiantian clan, there will only be others who are not worthy of her. Just a dragon turtle. At this moment, a voice from outside the island sang, Princess Yunming's congratulatory gift has arrived. Chapter 75, Master of Ceremonies. The sounds on the island suddenly stopped. Everyone looked shocked. Yunming's is no less powerful than the top 10 immortal sects. But because it is not a sect, it is not included in the top 10 immortal sections. If it were also a sect, one of the top 10 immortal sects would be squeezed out. Yunming's Dragon Palace is the supreme power of Yunming's. There are 10 princesses in Yunming's, but there is only one eldest princess. When did Gu Lao Dao become friends with Princess Yunming's? Even if it was just a congratulatory gift, Fengiju and the leaders would personally welcome it. But before they could leave, Ying Yen Yen and several other women had already come in carrying an ashlar stone. The stone is covered with red flowers, and there is nothing special about it. The woman in front was dressed as a maid, and her bright white teeth were quite charming. There was a small beast that looked like a dragon fruit floating on her shoulder. There was grass on the top of the beast's head, with a big head and a small body. It was babbling as if it was learning to speak. The woman met everyone on the island, and looked at Su He on the island. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and laughed out loud. Little dragon turtle, the eldest princess has something to say to you. A question mark appeared above Su He's head. He had never heard the name of the eldest princess before today. The eldest princess has something to say. Practice well. Don't betray your bloodline. Don't be obsessed with foreign things and be seduced by miscellaneous women. Until one day, you will be granted the title of Princess of the Dragon Palace. Su He didn't know why. Everyone on Changshu Island was in an uproar. Even Gu Lao Dao was shocked. Qiuhu's face suddenly became filled with excitement. He just thought it was ridiculous. If he hadn't seen the maid who conveyed the message before, he would have thought that this was a ploy by the Qingyuan sect. He has seen this maid before, and cannot fake it. People were following Princess Yunming's high up in the clouds, chatting with the headmaster of Zuanshanmen, whom he had looked up at while lying on the ground. But Princess Yunming's of Dragon Palace, whose status is equivalent to that of the daughter of the head of Xiantian clan. Would she agree to a turtle? Even if this turtle has dragon turtle blood. He suddenly froze, and he seemed to know what the problem was. Could it be that the bloodline of this dragon turtle is? No wonder. No wonder the Foreign Affairs Office issued a death order that this turtle must be the son-in-law. But what's good now? The Xiantian clan overcame the Qingyuan clan and wanted to use an unknown adopted daughter of a turtle demon to steal Yunming's Chenglong Kuaishu. The real Chenglong Kuaishu. Even the head doesn't dare to think that way. Okay? Su He looked confused. And then he saw Long Min, the sacrificial mother-in-law of the Tianshui clan, who was accompanying the group of palace ladies. Is it her masterpiece? The only people here who can relate to Yunming's are the Tianshui clan, and their clan is located in Yunming's. But Long Min looked old and looked at the maid who delivered the message in astonishment. Su He's eyes indicated that Long Min bowed to the maid and apologized, then walked around to Su He's side. He shook his head slightly and said, King, this is what I did, but it completely exceeded my expectations. Princess Yunming's once owed a favor to the ancestors of the Tianshui clan, which was also the capital for the Tianshui clan to settle down in Yunming's. There was a turtle demon causing trouble that day. She knew that the king's bloodline could not be hidden. Even a wild turtle had the means to detect it, let alone others. If a small person suppresses and kills him, what if the big forces are concerned about him? She used the favor of her ancestors to beg the eldest princess. She asked for nothing else. as long as the eldest princess sent a maid to deliver a congratulatory gift. And all the pressure was relieved. The eldest princess doesn't even need to give out a gift. That piece of bluestone is the sacred stone of the Tianshui clan. It may seem ordinary to outsiders, but it is a treasure to Yu Longgui. He just asked the eldest princess to send the bluestone in her name. Long Min didn't dare to ask for anything else. What the eldest princess said was totally beyond her imagination. How could the princess agree? Princess Yunming's and Dragon Turtle are not of the same race. One is a turtle, and the other is a dragon. She was confused and felt that she might have caused greater trouble for the king. After passing the message, the maid put down the gift and stepped aside. But Ying Yen Yen is a group of beautiful women with extremely high status. Wherever they retreat, they will be the focus of the audience. The maid was used to such scenes and didn't take it seriously. Instead, she looked at Qiu Hu. This man had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in a high-profile manner. His Zuanshanmen clothes were decorated with flowers, and he stood out among a group of normal people. Are fellow Taoists from the Xietian sect also here to congratulate Long Gui on becoming a disciple? When did Xietian clan have such a good relationship with Qingyuan clan? Hasn't Xietian sect been suppressing and guarding against Qingyuan sect for the past 200 years? About the disciples in the sect, no one could become the supreme master, and they were always being suppressed by a blue dragon, which gave rise to a small family mentality. I'm just afraid that one of the sects under my control will rise up alone and surpass Xietian sect. All sects that emerged in various regions were suppressed by them. Therefore, among the top 10 immortal realms, Zuanshanmen is still ranked low despite the suppression of divine beasts. But this is a good thing for Yunmengzi. The two families are next to each other, only separated by a piece of Dongyan Mountain. Although they are both from the Xianwang realm, there is no hatred between the two parties. But a neighbor who is weaker than me is a good neighbor. Qiu Hu's face suddenly turned into a stain. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond. I plan to use a nameless turtle demon to steal your Yunming son-in-law, but I don't have the shame to say it. At this moment, Feng Yiji raised his hand and said with a smile, "This elder Qiu wants to preside over Longgui's apprenticeship ceremony. Isn't this robbing Pindao of his career? Pindao is preparing to take him out to discuss Taoism." In front of Yunmengzi, in front of a large crowd. If Qiu Hu loses face, he will offend Zuanshanmen. This is unwise. Qiu Hu breathed a sigh of relief and glanced gratefully at Feng Yiji. He came to Qingyuanmen today with two tasks. One was to bring back the dragon turtle, which seemed difficult to achieve now. The other one wants to observe and investigate the Feng leader. The Qingyuan sect was not the only one to notice Yijiazi's anomaly. Feng Yiji is also one of the few people in Dongyan realm. It's a pity that he has a bad background. If he can worship under the Xietian sect, he will definitely shine. Judging from his current performance, this leader Feng, who once wanted to achieve great things, is still self-aware. Know how to take Zuanshanmen's face into consideration. There shouldn't be any other thoughts. Observe again. The maid shook her head and smiled. If you want to snatch the dragon turtle to become the master of ceremonies, you will make a good relationship. Qiu Hu laughed and said, "What the fairy said is right. So I have to reserve the position of master of ceremonies. Master Feng, I can't win in a fight. But if you don't let me, I will just lie here and wallow." Everyone laughed and seemed to be enjoying themselves. But there was no trace of embarrassment at all. He took a breath and felt a little uncomfortable. A good apprenticeship ceremony is like a worm crawling on a crystal-clear apple. But he couldn't say it. The master also looked unhappy. But he still took a sip of wine and endured it. This is the reason why Go Lao Dao doesn't like to communicate with others and lives in isolation. Wherever there are people, he prefers smart and simple beasts. Just like that silly camel. He doesn't care who becomes his master or his disciple. Anyway, there is good wine today. And he has secretly drank most of the tank in the kitchen. I don't even know how to give him something. The little dragon fruit-looking beast on the maid's shoulder held its stomach and made a laughing sound, and simulated rolling on her shoulder. The maid flicked it with her finger and said with a smile, "The master of ceremonies must show something when you steal someone. I wonder what you gave to that dragon turtle. Since you are the master of ceremonies as an elder, you can't be empty-handed. Right?" The smile on Qiu Hu's face froze. Chapter 76 Apprenticeship Ceremony. It is a great honor for the elder of Xietian sect to come and be the master of ceremony for the Dongyan sect. It's just that you don't want to pay me. But you also want a gift? All eyes in the courtyard fell on him. Qiu Hu gritted his teeth. "I'll give it." With a smile on his face, he put his hand into the Qianquan bag and touched a piece of 1,000-year black iron. Just as he was about to take it out, he saw the smiling look of the eldest princess's maid, and the curious eyes of the group of women behind him. The hand that was stretched out could not be stretched out. The gift brought out now is not just a 1,000-year-old black iron, but the face of Zhu Anshinman. Xiao Hu's breath couldn't help, but he put down Xian Tai and touched another thing. Take it out, and gently floated towards Su He. This is a 5,000-year-old blood ginseng. It is very effective in improving the bloodline of the little dragon turtle and expelling miscellaneous blood. I got it in Qingming Wasteland. My heart bleeds. He looked at the maid, who blinked and showed no expression. But the little beast on its shoulder curled its lips in disdain. Xiao Hu is stunned. I didn't even know this dragon turtle before today. Do you want me to give away all my wealth? He breathed quickly, swallowed and vomited, then dug a little deeper into the Qianquan bag. A piece of water jade floated out, and the temperature of the entire Changsha Island instantly dropped. Even the flowers were covered with frost. Xiao Hu spoke with the words on the tip of his teeth. This is an 8,000-year-old ice jade. Just right. Just in time to decorate the dragon turtle's SHL. Nice one. Suhi's eyes widened. As soon as the jade came out, the power of water energy surged all over his body. To ordinary people, this is a good weapon refining material. But to Suhi, it is a real treasure. He thanked him with a long groan, and immediately put away the blood ginseng and ice jade, as if he was afraid that Xiao Hu would regret it. Xiao Hu turned around and saw the maid looking at him, with shock flashing in her eyes. I didn't expect fellow Taoists to be so generous. I was stunned by the blood ginseng before, and there was also a cube of ice jade, which made my heart move. It's just the host's seat. Isn't 2,000 or 3,000 kilograms of Xiantai not enough? Isn't the Xiantian Immortal Realm meeting gift already so heavy? Xiao Hu's face stiffened and his lips twitched. Were you in a daze just now? Are you kidding me? He breathed rapidly and let out several unspeakable laughs. The fairy is joking. But it is not so serious. But I am different from others. I am familiar with fellow Taoist Ge. How can I use black iron as a meeting gift? He let out a long breath and felt the pain of his heart tearing. Ge Lao laughed and hugged Xiao Hu's shoulders, and slapped his shoulders with garlic-scented hands. I don't know. Fairies. But Brother Qiu and I are not in a normal relationship. For Brother Qiu, I will give up drinking for 1 day as punishment. Come on! Even the head of my family doesn't have this kind of face. That's it. The maid had an expression on her face that said it was no wonder she was like this. That makes sense. In this moment, guests have already landed on the island. Yusu returned and bowed to Elder Ge. Uncle Patriarch, the time has come and the apprenticeship ceremony should begin. At this moment, the sun is already 3 poles high, and the rising sun is like fire. Ge Lao laughed and said, Let's get started. He patted Qiu Hu on the shoulder and said, I'll trouble Brother Qiu about the Master of Ceremonies. I like this MC. Anyone who wants to change will be in trouble with our master and apprentice Ergue. Qiu Hu's face had regained its moisture, and he said with a hearty smile, Fellow Taoist Ge, just be at ease. I have presided over many apprenticeship ceremonies. After saying that, my heart ached again. When I go to other places to host apprenticeships, I receive gifts, but here I lose everything. That Fongbingyu was something he could earn back only after 30 years of hosting. There are also 5,000 years of blood ginseng. His face was smiling, and it hurt to breathe. A disciple respectfully handed over the jade slip, which was a note and introduction to the ceremony. Xia Dali waved his hand, and all the pavilions on Changsha Island were turned into left and right viewing platforms, with a square table and an imperial chair in the front. That's where Ge Lao sat. Qiu Hu had seen the jade slips along the way of cultivating Taoism. The apprenticeship rituals of various schools were similar, and he was very familiar with them. As he walked up to the high platform, there was no need to use his spiritual power. The formations had already been arranged on the stage. When he spoke, the entire Tinghai Lake could hear him clearly. The master of ceremonies, Qiu Hu, was a professional. He arranged his appearance and said loudly, All the guests stand up, and the disciples salute. Suhi bowed slightly and saluted. At the same time, he looked around, but he didn't see Feng Yaya. The little girl didn't know where she went crazy. Are you afraid that you followed Camel to steal wine again? When everyone returned to their seats, Qiu Hu raised his hands to Baitian. Please, Patriarch's sword! There was a sword cry in the direction of Qingyuan Ancestral Hall. A sword light flashed, and a shadow composed of sword energy fell from the sky and floated on the apprenticeship platform. This is a sword energy slashed by the sword of the founder of the Qingyuan sect. Qiuhu's face changed slightly as he presided over the ceremony. The Qingyuan sect should not be underestimated. Everyone said that their ancestors were generous. As long as the leader does not leave the Qingyuan sect, he will be blessed by the law and have the combat power of the heaven-stepping realm. I'm afraid it's not a lie. The sound of the sword just now clearly shows that the immortal sword is spirit. This sword energy alone cannot be resisted by the ordinary demon realm. This is still in an ownerless state, and the fairy sword cuts out spontaneously. Moreover, it is a ceremonial sword spirit, which means that a more powerful sword spirit can definitely be produced in a fight. In the audience seats, everyone had different expressions. Those who are respectful are mostly Gu Laodao's friends and disciples, and those who are respectful are mostly affiliated sects of Qingyuan sect and are loyal. There are also those who are preoccupied. This is other sects in Dongyun Mountain. Guan Zhongzhong thinks about Qingyuan's heritage, and it is inevitable that he will feel grudges in his heart. Gu Laodao's identity is unusual. Although he has never been the leader, he has secretly served as the head of Qingyuan. The other disciples do not know it, but the leaders and the previous elders are more or less aware of it. His apprenticeship ceremony cannot be as casual as other elders. Qingyuan law doesn't allow it either. Moreover, the apprentice is Dragon Turtle, so the ceremony cannot be too simple. In the past, unless dozens or hundreds of people came together to become apprentices, they would not ask for the ancestral sword. Qiuhu said loudly, "The Qingyuan sect has been passed down since Patriarch Longxiu conquered demons in Qingyuan Mountain. It has been 13,000 years since Patriarch Lingquan established the sect in the following 5,000 years. The first step in becoming a disciple is naturally to introduce the origin of the sect and pay homage to the ancestors of past generations. Qingyuan sect has a history of 13,000 years, which is not even a fraction of Xietian sect's history." But Qiuhu on the high platform did not look arrogant at all, and bowed respectfully to Jining. The disciples of Qingyuan even performed a great ceremony of bowing their heads, kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times. Su He lay on the ground and bowed his head. After paying homage to the ancestor, we will introduce today's protagonists, Gu Laodao and Su He. Today there is a man of great merit, with towering Taoism, who has wielded his sword in the sky for 1,200 years, killed Yoguang, fought against Tianshou, eliminated demons in the Northern Territory, and opened the sky in the Southern Territory, Qiuhu reported, feeling shocked. He had only heard of Gu Laodao's slovenliness, but he had never heard that this old Taoist had such a record. Yoguang and Tianshou are both outside worlds. Who would have thought that Gu Laodao had participated in the war between these two worlds? I don't know the details of how to slay demons in the Northern Territory. Does the old Taoist Kaiqian in the Southern Territory still have the fruit of the heaven-opening technique? This achievement is no worse than that of the elders of the same age of Zuanshinmen. The Qingyuan sect's background is not low. No wonder the people above are on guard. Today there is Su He, the Dragon Turtle, who is only 3 years old. He respects his teachers and respects his principles. He has a filial piety and a good talent. I pray that he will be a great teacher and that the ancestors will know about it. After Su He finished reading the introduction, Qiuhu's expression changed instantly. 3 years old. 3 years old. This Dragon Turtle is only 3 years old. No wonder Yun Mingzi would give gifts and promise to a princess. A turtle that was only 3 years old already had the shape of a dragon turtle, and even awakened the Dragon Turtle's foreign minister. The phantom when the Dragon Turtle took away the ice jade and blood ginseng was clearly visible. He is the foreign minister of Dragon Turtle. This is a baby Dragon Turtle that has the chance to truly transform into a mythical beast. Is the guy in charge of intelligence in the sect blinded by lard? With such a Dragon Turtle, I can understand if you launch a sect to rob it, and I will even applaud him. You actually want people to enter Zuanshinmen. Got a brain twitch? Is it even worthy of a mere turtle demon? Not even qualified to be a maid. Should be killed. Should be killed. Fortunately, I didn't offend him. I just gave him 2 big gifts. In any case, the relationship has eased. Go back and report it to Bafangtai immediately. There is no such information. It is simply dereliction of duty. Chapter 77 Little Crocodile. Qiuhu's mentality was shattered, but the apprenticeship ceremony was not chaotic at all. He presided over it in an orderly manner, and his words were cadenced, as expected of a professional. Disciple, kneel down 3 times and bow 9 times, and offer tea. Su He didn't know how to kneel down and bow, so he nodded in courtesy. His water-bending magical power formed his small hand and handed the tea respectfully. Gu Laodao took the teacup, took a sip and laughed. He knew that this image was not good, and he should only taste it briefly, put it down after one sip, and then lecture his disciples. But I am happy today. He never likes restrictions and rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused to accept disciples for thousands of years. He doesn't like others to restrain him. And he doesn't like him to restrain others. Okay, he said low, smiling from ear to ear. Everyone doesn't think much of it, and practitioners don't need to care about it. After paying homage to the ancestor, kowtowing and offering tea, you are a true master and disciple, and the rest of the details are innocuous. Chiu, who on the high platform said, high meritorious service will lead to good disciples, and talented people will meet famous teachers. Disciples will give you a gift. Everyone in the audience buzzed and immediately looked towards the high platform. Most of them have gone through the apprenticeship process before, so it's not a big deal. The gift-giving stage is what everyone compares with. The more friends you have, the more you compare. My 1,000-year-old ginseng was the filial piety that my apprentice paid homage to when I became my master. Hey, not bad. Not bad. My apprentice is useless, so he honors me with a 3,000-year-old red ginseng tree. Yeah, my one is even more ineffective. I only gave it 300 years of spiritual fruit. Zhu fruit. This Gu Laodao has only had one disciple for 1,000 years. In the past, when others showed off, he had nothing to do with him. I wonder if he will avoid it next time he shows off. Or will he dare to join in the fun? You can ask your master for help in getting rewards in the arena, but you can't go to your master again to give gifts to your master. That would be a big loss. I wonder what good things this dragon turtle has. I just heard the master of ceremonies introduce that the dragon turtle is only 3 years old. At the age of 3, it can't even shed its SHL. Gu Laodao will be an adult next time. Several friends were already laughing out loud. Suhi's foreign minister's space opened, and a ball of water wrapped in a fruit was sent to Gu Laodao. Huh? Is it Danong fruit? Everyone groaned, and then someone laughed. Speaking of which, Danong fruit is a serious spiritual object. It has an effect on demon-transforming monks and Xianyu beasts. There is no problem in doing the apprenticeship ceremony. Next time the old guys gather together. Although Gu Laodao will not be able to understand the leader, he will not be joke. But before that, Danong fruit had already been given as an arena reward. It proves that this thing is not unique in the hands of Dragon Turtle. The apprenticeship ceremony does not need to be expensive, but it must be done carefully. It has been almost 100 years since the old Taoist Qing has showed off his disciples. Dragon Turtle's gift is expensive, but it's also expensive. So casual. Let's see if the old man has the nerve to drink in front of everyone next time. The old man chuckled, but he didn't look disappointed. Turtle Boy is still too naive and doesn't understand the ways of the world. He is too young. No wonder his disciple. At this moment, the petals of the water ball surrounding the Danyang fruit spread out, and a fragrance spread with the wind. The laughter in the audience subsided with laughter. The disciples were puzzled, but when they saw their master and the seniors looking at the Danyang fruit on the stage, their breathing became rapid. There's something wrong with this Danyang fruit. This is not an ordinary Danyang fruit that is a prize in the arena. The quality of this Danyang fruit is at least twice as high. Don't underestimate the double quality. The level has not been improved, but the quality has increased. This kind of thing is even rarer than high-grade treasures. Danyang fruit is special. When it is not picked, the energy is connected to the Danyang fruit tree, and the quality cannot be judged. The quality will suddenly appear after a certain period of time after it is picked. This dragon turtle collected a lot of Danyang fruits, and the ordinary ones were used as prizes. This high-quality one was used to present to the master. Gu Laodao had a smile in his eyes. He doesn't want the best. He just wants something special. This is the intention. I do have a filial piety. Old Taoist Qinghe curled his lips. But compared to my disciples' wild flowers. At this moment, the Danong fruit was lifted up from the middle like a lid by the water flow. There is no pulp in the middle of Danong fruit, or the pulp has been consumed, because there is an animal egg lying quietly in the Danong fruit. The beast eggs have absorbed all the Danyang pulp. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then sighed. What a prodigal. A spiritual fruit that can be used in the demon transformation realm, but is still of high quality, was just absorbed by a beast egg? The sounds of pity kept coming and going, and some people slapped their legs and sighed. However, Gu Laodao's eyes lit up, and he reached out and poked the egg. The egg moved and cracked open with a click. A small black crocodile broke out of its shell, turned around and swallowed all the eggs, ls and Danong peels. Then burped and whined at Gu Laodao, probably calling me mother. What everyone cared about was not this, but the 3 stars shining brightly between the little crocodile's eyebrows. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Born as a 3-star, and growing up to be at least a 5-star, or even a 6-star, it is certain to set foot in Xianyu. This dragon turtle gave Master a strange beast with Xianyu potential? The most important thing is not this. But how did the dragon turtle let the alien beast still in the egg absorb the Danyang fruit? How can we guarantee that it will break out of its shell at the apprenticeship ceremony, and be the first to see Gu Laodao? Even if the dragon turtle is born from eggs, it is impossible to be so precise. Right? Everyone looked at Dragon Turtle. But Dragon Turtle was silent. It's not worth mentioning. Let the egg absorb the Danyang fruit. The Royal Beast Valley specializes in cultivating all kinds of strange beasts. So there is a way. Letting the egg break the shell just right is the function of the outer phase space. Generally, storage spaces cannot store living objects, although it is difficult to break through this limitation in the external space. But it is connected to Suhi. It is not only a space, but also carries the breath of life of Suhi. There is no problem in placing eggs that are not yet complete creatures. The outer phase space itself is specially made, and things placed in it will be in a silent state and will not deteriorate or grow. Just choose a good crocodile egg, let it absorb the Danyang fruit, and then put it into the outer space the moment before it breaks the shell. The person next to him poked Mr. Qinghe and said, "Does this thing count as careful?" The corner of Qinghe's mouth twitched. He had no less than 30 ways to ensure that the little crocodile would break out of its shell at the time he needed. But those methods were inoperable and unachievable for a little dragon turtle. There is no formation, no magic talisman, and no smell of elixir on this crocodile egg. It is not controlled to break the shell at this moment. But the dragon turtle predicts the time when it will break the shell and takes it out at this moment. How many crocodile shls do you have to observe before you can conclude this? I heard that the dragon turtle has 200 to 300 crocodiles. Could it be that they are specially used to observe the little crocodiles breaking their shls? This is not called carefulness. What is carefulness? Gu Laodao pinched the little crocodile and laughed. He guessed that this might be related to the magical space of his apprentice. But others didn't know. If you don't know, don't stop me from bragging. So what if you knew? Specially train a crocodile with Xianyu potential for the master. Which of your apprentices has done it? Chapter 78 Maternity Banquet. Gu Laodao laughed unbridled, and the people in the audience continued to sneer. After Chiu, who on the high platform was surprised, he continued to preside over disciples' present gifts. Master teaches the Dharma. Now that they are master and disciple, the disciple has a gift, and it is time for the master to pass on the Taoism. Of course, it is impossible for the disciple to accept the inheritance in public. The master must give the disciple a catalogue, so that the disciple can know what he is doing in the future. Gu Laodao held the little crocodile in one hand, and pointed at Suhi's eyebrow with the other hand. Suhi closed his eyes to sense it, then opened his eyes in shock after a moment. What the master passed on to him was not a catalogue, but the complete chapter of Gu Laodao on transforming into animals. Gu Laodao looked back at him. He had been immersed in the chapter of animal transformation all his life, and all his Taoist practices were based on this. The apprentice is a divine beast and cannot practice the beast transformation chapter, but he must have the necessary inheritance. As for other bits and pieces of small magic techniques, there will be plenty of time to teach them in the future. Suhi bowed again. The fox from the hill on the high platform said loudly, "The disciple has been taught. Once he is a teacher, he will always be a father. Thank you from your family." The clear sound spread throughout Tinghai Lake. Gu Laodao turned around and looked towards the high platform, with an angry look on his face. Generally monks take in disciples. The master teaches the Dharma, and the disciples thank the master. Naturally, the disciples' parents and elders also want to express their gratitude. It is a thank you gift for the family. But this step has already been cancelled. Suhi is a turtle who has been living alone in Tinghai Lake since he broke out of his shell. There must be a turtle girl, and you can find it by following the bloodline. It's not like Gu Laodao has never asked him about the fact that he doesn't want someone to curse and kill his apprentice in the future because he is a blood relative of the apprentice. It was impossible for Gu Laodao to kill the female turtle that gave birth to his disciple. So he directly cut off the connection between him and Suhi, and then raised him in his own pond. This also helped Suhi transform into a dragon turtle. The moment he truly transforms into a dragon turtle, all blood ties with his original relatives are naturally completely severed. The cancelled steps were reported by Chiu Hu. How can their master and disciple deal with themselves? The audience was silent for a moment. Chiu Hu immediately knew that he had caused trouble, but he didn't know how to get back to his original state. Among the Dongyun sects who secretly have a grudge against the Qingyuan sect, there is already a buzz, which is not exactly rejoicing in the misfortune, but it is not far off. If the Qingyuan sect makes a fool of themselves, they would be happy to watch the show. Right? They looked at Long Gui. In the past few days, from the arena to the apprenticeship, the Qingyuan sect has been in the limelight. Let's see how you end up now. At this moment, there was a sound of sword sound, and a fairy sword came out from outside the Qingyuan gate with sword light, and suddenly stopped at the apprenticeship field, floating in the air. Ripples rippled on the sword, and a woman appeared out of thin air. She is dressed in white as snow, without any makeup, but her natural beauty makes her look charming. The sword aura rippling around his body is like that of a woman's husband, but he also has a charming appearance that is as charming as a painting. They are like fairies in the clouds and hibiscus emerging from the water, as bright as spring flowers, and as bright as the autumn moon. Su Huanyan. The real body has not yet arrived. It is just an illusion brought out by the fairy's sword. The phantom's red lips parted slightly. Thank you for my family. The sound is like clear autumn water, tinkling and crisp yet cold and desolate. The people watching the ceremony below were shocked by this figure, and they were surprised when they heard the words. How come Fairy Su is a member of the dragon turtle family? As soon as the man finished speaking, he immediately regretted it. I wish I could slap myself. But the wife of the Qingyuan sect leader comes to the rescue. Is he trying to cause trouble? Su Huanyan smiled and looked at Su He. His surname is Su. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about a normal thing. Everyone suddenly remembered that when the dragon turtle was introduced just now, the dragon turtle had a name, Su He. It has the same surname as Su Xianzi. Is this the turtle raised by Su Xianzi? I wonder what Fairy Su can give in return. This sword light was coming so fast that even the real body couldn't get over. Someone must have contacted her in a hurry. Right? Can you prepare a thank you gift in this tight time? However, Fairy Su is so accomplished that if she takes out a treasure at random, it would be a treasure to ordinary monks. Right? A thank you gift is more than enough. Su Huanyan raised his green finger in the air, and the fairy sword next to him suddenly made a sword sound and struck out in the air. The fairy sword passed by and actually cut the space. A crack in the space appeared. It was so dark that even the eyes were swallowed up. Everyone was shocked and suddenly remembered. This Fairy Su is the #1 master of the Qingyuan sect. A truly powerful person in the heaven-stepping realm. Just a phantom can cut through space. A babbling sound came from the crack in the space, and then something like a ball of hair fell out, rolled to the side of Su Huanyan's phantom, and was lifted by her to float towards Gulaodao. The family expresses gratitude and respects the soul beast. That little hair ball. It's like a fluffy snowball with facial features and big eyes. It's very cute. It looked at Gulaodao and barked. The entire apprenticeship field exploded instantly. Soul beast. This is a soul beast. Soul beasts are not beasts. They are just named after beasts. This world is full of wonders. And there are wastelands that are special spaces everywhere, such as the Sanha wasteland that Gulaodao just came out of, and the Qingming wasteland that Chiu Hu gave Su He where the ice jade was produced. There is also the mysterious world, which is even more special. The mysterious world is different from the real world. It is an illusory world opened up by 9th grade soul beasts. Soul beasts can bring the consciousness of monks into the mysterious world. To put it simply, this is a gathering place for monks with soul beasts to gather their consciousness, where they can communicate and discuss the Tao, even trading items through the mysterious world. The mysterious world cannot be seen or touched, but it is real. Except for the guidance of the soul beast, there is no other way to enter. Soul beasts are rare, and even the top 10 immortal sects rarely appear. Only the true core disciples and the powerful masters of the heaven-stepping realm have them. A soul beast can only form a symbiotic relationship with one person throughout its life. It can only lead the consciousness of its owner into the mysterious world. From Su He's own understanding, Xuanjie is the WeChat group and QQ group, and the soul beast is his account. It's just that a person can only have one account in his or her lifetime. No matter how far apart two people are, they can enter the mysterious world and communicate through the soul beast consciousness. Moreover, Different mysterious realms have different laws, which are also of great help to monks in their practice. Su Huanyan actually gave a soul beast to Go Lao Dao as a thank you gift. Something she didn't even give to Feng Yizhu. Everyone looked towards Feng Yizhu, and saw that Feng Yizhu's expression was as usual. Go Lao Dao looked at the little fur ball in front of him. He was shocked at first, and then shook his head. Niece, this thank you gift is too. Before he could finish speaking, Su Huanyan's phantom had turned into light and dispersed, and a gentle voice sounded in Suhi's mind. Practice well and watch Yaya for me. She's not awake yet. Suhi was at a loss. I thought Feng Yaya followed Luotua and got into trouble. It was such an important thing to become a disciple. Such a lively scene. But the little girl didn't even come. And she hadn't even woken up yet. This sleep was timed out. Go Lao Dao's words were suppressed in his throat. The little fur ball in front of him chirped, jumped up and hit the center of his eyebrows, as if being sucked into a whirlpool, and swished in. After a while, it appeared from the top of Go Lao Dao's head. A symbiotic relationship has been formed. Soul beasts are neither real nor imaginary, and are difficult to be harmed by external objects. They usually live in the master's mind and advance as the master advances. The small dragon fruit on the shoulders of Princess Yunming's maid was jumping and crunching, eager to pounce on the little fur ball. It is also rare for a soul beast to encounter its kind outside. The discussion at the apprenticeship site is getting louder and louder. This is no longer just envy. This is jealousy. Naked jealousy. Why are turtles born without mothers? Look at this family's gratitude. It's a soul beast. Chapter 79 Praying to Heaven and Earth. In the midst of exclamations, Xiao knocked out his knocks and announced the completion of the apprenticeship ceremony. As for going to the ancestral hall to pay homage to the ancestor after becoming a disciple, offering rites to the ancestor of the lineage, introducing fellow disciples, etc., that is a private matter, not in the apprenticeship ceremony. Xiao also went down from the high platform to congratulate everyone. A little boy sent a red envelope containing 10 spiritual stones. This is a thank you gift to the master of ceremonies. Xiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Not to mention Bingyu. Just that blood ginseng. If you just pull out the roots, it would be more than that. He found a place to sit down and ignored the monks around him. It was a bit embarrassing today. If Yunming's people weren't there, he would have left in a hurry. I saw Qiao Chengluan slowly ascending to the high platform of the master of ceremonies. Everyone was confused. Logically speaking, the new master and apprentice should have gone to pay homage to the ancestor, and then come back to have a banquet with the guests. Are there any other activities? Xiao Chengluan came on stage, and Go Lao Dao walked down from the main apprenticeship hall, waved the debris in the hall, and floated away, leaving only Suhi. Xiao Chengluan said loudly, Now there is a dragon turtle in Qingyuan, who has created a new method, raised the altar to worship, and told heaven and earth. With the blessing of the formation, the sound spread throughout Qingyuan Mountain. The hall beneath Suhi suddenly trembled, as if a mountain had risen from the ground, lifting him up. The guests below were stunned. And then the noise started. What an altar to heaven and earth! Do you still have this skill after the apprenticeship ceremony? Everyone stood up one after another, and some were dragged up by their masters and brothers for unknown reasons. This is an altar connecting heaven and earth. My parents gave birth to me. My teachers taught me. And heaven and earth raised me. Is there any reason to sit in front of heaven and earth? Some disciples exclaimed. Master, is this dragon turtle going to pray to heaven and earth like the two formation masters of the Fuxiang sect? Could it be that the Qingyuan sect has created some technique that has made this dragon turtle famous? Even if he has the blood of a mythical beast, he is also a little turtle of 3 or 4 years old. A man next to him, who looked like a blacksmith, replied, People can be bullied, but heaven and earth cannot be bullied. It was not created by him. The moment the heaven and earth were connected, the punishment from heaven came. No matter how high the Taoism was, it could not withstand it. Xiao looked at the altar rising higher and higher, with mixed feelings in his heart. There is no need to think that he will become famous after returning this time, leading the Xietian sect to bully the Qingyuan sect. The potential prince-in-law of Yunmengza was snatched away by a dragon turtle who had the chance to transform into a mythical beast. And this dragon turtle could create new methods when he was less than 3 or 4 years old. The key point is that he is robbing it for an unknown turtle demon. Even if he is robbing it for the head's daughter, it is justified. Hee. Xiao gritted his teeth. The guy in charge of intelligence from Bafangtai, and the guy from the Foreign Affairs Hall who forced him to come. The altar rose higher and higher. and the figures under the feet became smaller and smaller. An inexplicable sense of fear arose, and Sui felt as if he was cut off from the people and things under the altar. The noise cannot be heard, and only the awe of heaven and earth remains. The formations on the altar do not move, but rotate on their own to connect the heaven and the earth. Suddenly the wind and clouds changed, and the whole sky seemed to be split. The brilliant power of heaven surged from all directions, and Sui felt that he was connected to the whole world. He was startled and suddenly remembered that he was a time traveler. So he was an invading virus. Right. Now it's connecting with the world. Is this considered a self-inflicted trap? Just as he was frightened, a sense of peace rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt the emotions of this world. Not the emotions of living beings, but an unexplainable rhyme. Broad, profound, long-lasting, infinite. Sui felt calm. The heaven and earth are infinite, and can accommodate people descending mountains and entering water. How can there not be room for a single soul, as far as this world is concerned? Once you enter this place, you will become the living beings here, whether they are good or evil. They will have their own love and hate, and heaven and earth will not care. Sui didn't do what he thought, and calmly prepared to chant a long prayer to heaven and earth. When the voice came out, he suddenly realized that he could speak. Can I speak? The sound of surprise spread throughout Qingyuan Mountain. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Xiao Chengluan smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Beasts are not allowed to be spoken by humans, because human speech is the language of the Tao, and it cannot be expressed unless it is the body of the Tao. But the dragon turtle is currently connected to heaven and earth, and is between the heaven and earth. Isn't it normal to be able to speak human words temporarily, with the blessing of heaven and earth? A muttering to himself spread throughout Qingyuan Mountain. Sui was stunned for a moment, withdrew his mind, looked at Gao Tian stepping on the altar to comprehend the earth, and opened his mouth. Disciple Sui, tell heaven and earth with the new law. A jade slip floated out from his outer space and floated around him. Sui whispered softly as he taught the attribute panel. His voice mixed with the rhythm of heaven and earth and swaying around. Every prayer to heaven and earth is a sermon. Heaven and earth teach it through the mouth of the monks. Everyone below is blessed. This is also an important way for the new law to spread. There was no more noise at this moment, and everyone held their breath and listened carefully. Sui couldn't understand even a single talisman of the attribute panel that Master and the others had tinkered with. But it didn't stop him from reciting the prayers written by his seniors. Under the spotlight, Sui's voice fluctuated. I don't know which senior person wrote this speech. And even the parts where the speech is slow and where confidentiality should be blurred are clearly marked. I could only hear people in the audience scratching their heads and scratching their heads. Just when they heard the excitement, the guy above them passed by. The person who makes people unable to move up or down is not in the midst of a ritual of praying to heaven and earth. He should be pulled down and beaten severely. As Sui narrated, natural patterns appeared on the pitch-black tortoise SH.L. The patterns intertwined like flames, and then merged into the body. And the tortoise SH.L. returned to calm. A new word comes to mind. Mingjian. Just like awakening the innate magical power to carry mountains and divine power. Sui naturally knew the name of this magical power. Mingjian. Sui was moved, and a line of writing slowly floated in front of him. Dragon Turtle True Blood, 86.5%. His magical power is still in the semi-finished state, and the attribute panel displayed by this magical power should be in the sea of consciousness. But Sui hadn't opened his consciousness yet, so he couldn't observe in the sea of consciousness. He could only use his magical powers with all his strength. And if he wants to know the attributes in that aspect, the fluctuations of his spiritual consciousness will form words in front of him. The complete panel can only be seen after opening the mind. The fluctuations of one's own spiritual consciousness can only be seen by oneself, unless one uses special techniques like the old Taoists to mark the spiritual consciousness. Others can see it. The formation of supernatural powers means that heaven and earth have approved this new set of laws. After today's fellow Taoists who are lucky enough to participate in the ceremony. As the Mingjian technique gradually spreads, more people use it and improve it more. And Sui's magical power will advance accordingly, always one step ahead of others. Between heaven and earth, a golden pillar of merit fell on Sui's turtle SH.L. and several small merit beams fell on Xiao Chengluan and the others. But compared to Sui's, none of them combined could compare. This is a property of the properties panel. This set of exercises is not difficult to create, and most sects can do it. The rare thing is that no one has ever thought of doing it like this. Sometimes an inspiration is more effective than hard work day and night. In the world of innovation, it is so unreasonable. A stone tablet is condensed on the mountain shadow of Foreign Minister Suhi. On the stone tablet, the word Mingjian is engraved in dragon and phoenix seals. It looks a bit weird. If the mountain shadow were more rounded, it would look like a tomb with its own tombstone. Merit is integrated into the external form without the need to go to the mountains to refine it. It is directly condensed. Before everyone under the altar could recover from Dragon Turtle's wild imagination, they were shocked by the thick pillar of merit. This merit is more than 10 times that of the two weapon refining Taoist friends from the Fuxiang sect a few days ago. Chapter 80 Taoist Temple Heaven and Earth. No. Wait. This is all about this exercise. Why don't you talk about it anymore? How big of a water mirror must be condensed to accommodate so many talismans and techniques? Don't hide anything. You Turtle Boy has the blessings of heaven and earth to form magical powers. But we haven't learned it yet. How to reduce the size of the mirror. How to hide it in the sea of consciousness or prevent others from seeing it. Everyone has realized the beauty of this technique. It can objectively display one's own attributes, which is a great help for practice. Are you injured? Poisoned? Is there something wrong with the exercise? Just like the name of the exercise. Mingjian. Enough to make a person as powerful as a tiger. But this little dragon turtle is not authentic and has not finished speaking. They have to be improved if they want to be really used. Everyone complained and saw that the dragon turtle did not come down from the altar, but tilted its head and looked at the world. Want to talk more? Everyone was happy. But no movement was seen from the dragon turtle. In Suhi's eyes, the light around the altar was filled with light, which was the manifestation of the rhythm of heaven and earth. Can this thing be absorbed by Fushan? This is a real baby. Right? Suhi used his mountain-bearing magical power to absorb it from all around. The people observing below didn't know why. And suddenly Qiao Chongluan's expression changed drastically. He wants to absorb the charm of heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. Gu Laodao jumped 3 feet. Crazy? Stupid? Tired of living? Bastard. Get off! He opened his mouth and cursed, wishing he could fly up and kick Suhi down immediately. Damn it! These days, I have been busy entertaining guests and investigating the leader, and I have neglected the teachings of my disciples. How could anyone dare to steal the Taoyuan of heaven and earth at this time? The punishment from heaven is death or life. The old man was in a hurry and wanted to rise with his sword, but the pressure of heaven and earth prevented him from flying at all, and he could not get up to the altar. It was the place where heaven and earth were connected, and no one except Dragon Turtle was allowed to set foot there at this moment. The audience below were stunned. Some people even couldn't bear to watch the next scene and closed their eyes. Some people were afraid of being affected by heaven's punishment and immediately fled far away. Suhi carried the mountain and used it, and inhaled hard, and the Taoist rhyme entered his body. Taoyuan is a wonderful thing. Just like human temperament, it is elusive but realistic. Fortunately, negative mountains can be used to refine all things, both virtual and real. From merit to luck and blessings, there is nothing you can't do. A refreshing, cool, inexplicable feeling spread from the turtle SHL to all limbs and bones. And Suhi felt refreshed all over. It is as if a stream of abundant and clear water is being drawn into the body. Below, Gu Laodao was cursing and couldn't speak out, leaving only shock on his face. They could see that Suhi was absorbing the Taoyuan. Instead of sending down heavenly punishment, the heaven and the earth seemed to be extremely happy and poured the Taoyuan into Suhi's body, as if it was not enough for him. God's illegitimate son? Since the existence of prayers to heaven and earth, there has never been a way to absorb the rhyme of the Tao. Right? Or is it because of the mythical beast? Cool? Refreshing. The Taoist rhyme enters the body, as if it is one with heaven and earth. There was a roar in Suhi's mind, and the scenery in front of him changed. He seemed to be standing at the highest place, but also at the bottom of the 9 Nether Valley. From top to bottom, from left to right, you can see the whole world. This is the perspective of heaven and earth? He can be a tree, a grass, a mountain, a river. It's as if the whole turtle blends into the world. Looking down, on the altar of Changsho Island in Tinghai Lake, the dragon turtle's body is wrapped in Taoist rhyme, and below is a quiet crowd. There are still 2 things similar to merit floating around Suhi's body. However, these 2 breaths were invisible just now, and now they appear with the help of the perspective of heaven and earth. This should be something like Inda blessing. Suhi is merit and will protect his relatives, but he has no relatives left. Even the mother turtle's involvement with him was cut off by Go Lao Dao. Go Lao Dao already had a merit in his body. And he also had a blessing derived from Su He's merit. These two breaths looked like they were going to waste. I wonder if I can fluctuate these auras, and let them protect the people I want to protect. Su He's heart moved slightly. As if sensing his thoughts, the two breaths slowly began to move. The past life cannot be pursued. The person Su He wants to protect here is Feng Yaya anyway. Su He looks for Feng Yaya. Dozens of Feng Yaya's breath fell into his perception at the same time. One belongs to me. Sleeping on a small island in Tinghai Lake. There were dozens more coming from the direction of the law enforcement hall and the prison. Su He looked around and saw dozens of people who had nothing to do with Feng Yaya. For some reason, they all have the aura of Feng Yaya. Su He was puzzled, and there seemed to be something blocking his exploration in the direction of the prison. So he couldn't see clearly. The only things that can stop the exploration of heaven and earth are things outside of heaven and earth. Remembering this, my mind moved slightly to guide the blessing breath to Feng Yaya in her sleep. The little girl frowned as if she was having a nightmare. A blessing entered her body, and her brows slowly relaxed. One more thing. Give it to Su Huanyan. After entering Qingyuan and being taken care of by Duo, Su He's eyes fell on her fairy sword, and he followed the scent of the fairy sword to where Su Huanyan was. Deep in the distant starry sky, they echo each other from afar. Su Huanyan is not in the Xian Wang realm. Master said that she went to Qincheng Mountain to snatch the soul beast. How could she be deep in the starry sky? The vision of heaven and earth in the mysterious world could not see the scene deep in the starry sky. But Su He just moved his mind, and the power of blessing had disappeared. It's time to follow Su Huanyan. This thing is not mana or spiritual power. It is more like a conceptual thing. Unreasonable. Su He could feel that the Taoyuan absorbed by his body was gradually decreasing. The opportunity was rare. So he looked towards Qingyuan Mountain. From the perspective of heaven and earth, looking at people is not based on appearance, but the most essential things such as breath, soul, and origin. Everyone's aura is unique. Even father and son. Brothers born from eggs are completely different in the eyes of heaven and earth. Go Lao Dao's aura was like a burning fire, but it was hard to capture. Feng Yaya's breath is like a strong calf. There are no two identical breaths in this world. Just like there are no two identical leaves. Wrong. As if to slap him in the face, Su He saw two identical auras. One was Feng Yiju, who was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back and quietly looking at the body of the dragon turtle on the altar that absorbed the Taoist charm. Another aura that was exactly the same as his was leading a group of people towards Qingyuan Mountain. That man looked nothing like Feng Yiju. But in the eyes of heaven and earth, they were exactly the same. As if they were the same person. It's probably like a person is divided into left and right halves, each carrying out their own activities. Su He could only think of this description. The prayer to heaven and earth has ended. The rhythm of heaven and earth slowly dissipated. Su He was pulled back to his body from the perspective of heaven and earth. And a feeling of overstuffing passed through his body. This wave has made a lot of money. The heaven sacrifice formation was activated, and the altar slowly descended. Go Lao Dao rushed up and kicked Su He down, his beard pulsing on his face. Traitor! How dare you! Dare to absorb the charm of heaven and earth. How did you take Li Nanyuan's class? Xiao Chengluan came over. Senior brother Ge, please stay here. Maybe Dragon Turtle has a unique inheritance and can absorb the charm of heaven and earth. They have seen the mythical beast before, but not the mythical beast Dragon Turtle. Each of the mythical beasts has magical powers to navigate the heavens and the earth. Who can say for sure? Su He heard it, and seemed unable to absorb the earthly rhyme that day. Just as he was about to ask, laughter came from outside Qingyuan Mountain. Junior brother Feng and Uncle Ge are so surprised. Why didn't they notify me of such a big event? Chapter 81 Landslide. Following the sound, a middle-aged man in bright clothes came with a sword. Behind him were dozens of sword lights. Falling outside Tinghai Lake. It's another Feng Yiju. From the perspective of heaven and earth, he is a person with exactly the same aura as Feng Yiju. But looking at it now, he had no resemblance to Feng Yiju at all. From appearance to temperament to smell and taste. Not as gentle as Feng Yiju, but a bit aggressive. The expressions of Go Lao Dao and Xiao Chongluan both changed. Feng Yiju was stunned for a moment, then walked out with a smile, cupped his hands and said, Senior brother Qi, I haven't seen him in 100 years, and his Taoism has become more and more advanced. I didn't notice your arrival. I'm sorry for being so far away. I'm sorry. The man whom he called Senior Brother Qi laughed heartily. They are all brothers from the same sect. So why is there so much blame? Suhi quietly approached Gu Laodao and asked quietly, Master, who is this? From the perspective of heaven and earth, it is clearly another Fengiju. But at this moment, they are indeed two completely different people. Gu Laodao had a bad look in his eyes and snorted coldly. His name is Qi Yang. He is the only successor of the previous leader. Unfortunately, he has no knowledge and skills. After the old leader left, the first elder of the 7 meridians chose Fengiju as the leader, and he became very upset. He made trouble in Qingyuan, and then left to establish his own sect at the western foot of Dongyun, founding the Wuxiang sword sect, and was the leader of the Dongyun sects to resist the Qingyuan sect. Before Gu Laodao finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Suhi in surprise. Can you speak? I can speak normally while praying to heaven and earth. But can I still speak after it's over? Has my disciple achieved the true form of the dragon turtle? Being able to speak human words is a sign of the purified bloodline of the mythical beast. Xiao Chengluan also looked at Suhi in shock. Suhi shook his head. This is not important. After absorbing so much of the Taoist charms of heaven and earth, you can't even walk now. And you can't even speak? It's hard to say that after this wave of Taoyun is digested, he won't be able to speak again. At this moment, his mind was full of questions, and he couldn't figure out what was going on with Qi Yang and Fengiju. External incarnation? Definitely not. Other materials will inevitably be used to refining the external incarnation, and the breath will change accordingly. It cannot be exactly the same from the perspective of heaven and earth. In the eyes of heaven and earth, they are exactly the same person, regardless of each other. Doppelganger? Kill 3 corpses? The second incarnation of the beast transformation chapter? Probably not. These have different auras from the original one, especially in the beast transformation chapter. Not only can the beast's body be condensed, but it is even more impossible to reveal the beast's body to be a beast with pure blood. But Suhi knew there must be something big going on. Just follow Gu Laodao and watch the show quietly while ensuring safety. Fengiju nodded with a smile. Senior brother Qi is right. We are all brothers from the same school. How can we be so particular? Senior brother came just in time to be seated first. Try today's dishes? I specially asked Uncle Gu to serve from Longgui. I begged for a few bottles of Baigua brewing from my junior brother, but I was reluctant to give it to others. So we, my junior brothers, happened to taste it together. Qi Yang smiled and waved his hand. How can a master uncle accept a disciple? I'm here to meet him and have a banquet without giving him a gift? He bowed his hands to Gu Laodao from a distance, with a respectful expression. Today, Master Ji's acceptance of a disciple is a major event for me in Qingyuan. My nephew is here to give me a big gift, so I would like to congratulate you. I wish my uncle a prosperous future. Gu Laodao paid full attention and sneered twice. What? You want to give your so-called phaseless sword sect to Lao Dao? Lao Tao can propose to the leader to open the 8th branch outside the Qingyuan 7 meridians. Pulse. I don't think the leader will refuse. Fengiju laughed, and there was actually a bit of hope in his eyes. Don't talk about opening the 8th meridian. If my senior brother is willing to come back, I will give up the position of head. Qi Yang smiled even more happily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing until he burst into tears. He covered his waist and waved his hands and said, We'll talk about that later. Let's see if you can accept the gift I'm here to give you. Stay. The expressions of everyone in Qingyuan suddenly became solemn, and one of the elders had already touched the fairy sword at his waist. Some people even left and returned to the Palace of Eternal Life to preside over the mountain protecting formation. Qi Yang looked around at everyone. Disdain flashed in his eyes, and finally his eyes fell on Fengiju. Junior brother Feng, let me ask you, how is Taoist Yunlu, the previous leader of my master? Fengiju straightened his expression, raised his hands to the sky and said, Uncle Yulu's meritorious service has contributed to creation, and he has made even more indelible contributions to our Qingyuan. Junior brother Rong is not ashamed to say that these 300 years may have achieved results, but many of the foundations are based on Yunlu's achievements. Without the foundation laid by senior Uncle Yunlu, the merits of Uncle Lu would not be the same as Qingyuan's 300 years of progress. Fengiju was quiet for a moment and said seriously, If someone else becomes the head of Qingyuan in the past 300 years, he may not be as good as his junior brother, but he will not be far behind. Qi Yang's face softened slightly. Even if you are still self-aware, you dare not destroy my teacher's achievements. But now I have something to ask you. He suddenly frowned. Fengiju handed over his hand to listen to the inquiry. Qi Yang scolded. When my master was here, although Qing Yuan only had a territory of 3,000 miles, the sects and we were like brothers. Today, although Qing Yuan has a territory of thousands of miles, why do the sects regard Qing Yuan as a tiger? His voice is like a loud bell. The sound waves wash away the Qing Yuan, and it is deafening. There was a sudden buzz during the ceremony. Feng Yiji was speechless for a while. At this time and that time, when the head of Yilu was there, the leader in Dongyun Mountain was Taibai Temple. At that time, Qingji Wanman and Dongyun sects were resisting Taibai Temple. Naturally, the relationship was very good, at least openly. Nowadays, Qing Yuan sect is the leader, just like Taibai Temple at that time. When Qing Yuan was in decline and there were other leaders, Qing Yuan naturally had harmonious relations with other factions and worked together to resist. Isn't this how Dongyun Mountain came here for tens of thousands of years? But you can't say these things. There are some things you can do but not say. If you say it, it will break the window paper. And the Dongyun sects will really become open enemies. And even Zuanshanmen will be dragged into the water. Everyone knows about this. And everyone avoids talking about it. Qi Yang looked around at the people on the lake and said loudly, when my master was here, the Qing Yuan gate was open, and Taoist friends from all sects could visit at any time. Now that the Qing Yuan Mountain Protection Formation is always open, I think I have to use some means to come back. But not did this formation prevent Qing Yuan from communicating with other factions? He laughed louder and louder. Uncle Master today accepts a disciple. I will give Qing Yuan a big gift. His name is Unbounded. I wish that there would be no more barriers between me, Qing Yuan, and other sects. Qing Yuan disciple's expression changed instantly. Feng Yiji jumped up and said, Senior brother Qi, how dare you? But at this moment, there was a loud noise in the Qingji Wanman Eternal Life Hall. The mountain protecting formation covering the entire Qing Yuan gate suddenly shattered. Presumptuous! Court death! With loud shouts, Gu Laodao and Xiao Chengluan were the first to shoot at Qi Yang. Taoist Gu Lao has transformed into a white leopard in midair, and the 7 moons between his eyebrows are shining with anger. A claw suddenly struck down. Black thunder flashed on the claw, and the sky collapsed. Xiao Chengluan, together with the leaders and elders, immediately attacked the Wuxiang sword sect members. Qing Yuan disciples obey orders, form formations, and kill the enemy. Fellow Taoists, put down your magic weapons immediately, and do not leave Changshu Island. Otherwise, don't blame the old Taoist for turning his back and denying people. Gu Laodao's voice roared. In the past, the old Taoist kowtowed to apologize and let anyone be killed. But if you dare to move now, you will be killed. No mercy! Feng Yiji jumped up early, without fighting at all, and turned into a ray of light and shot towards the Palace of Eternal Life. There is no room for failure in the mountain protecting formation. Big Shuang! Ya ya! Suhi roared, and a drunken camel rushed out from behind Changshu Island, turned into a red flame and crashed into Guyuan Island, dragging Feng Yaya, who had not yet woken up, into the elephant water. Under the Xiangshui Beast Control Valley is Gu Laodao's second body dojo, where it is truly safe. Suhi looked towards the Palace of Eternal Life. What kind of opera is Feng Yiji singing? Chapter 82 are split, listening to the roaring sounds one after another on the sea and lake. Most of the disciples from the Beast Control Valley came today. After all, Old Man Ji's recruitment of disciples was a matter for the Beast Control Valley. The disciples who followed the path of transformed beasts appeared in beast bodies one after another, roaring and killing the Wuxiang sword sect. Qi Yang, however, was not afraid at all. He laughed and blocked Gu Laodao's attack, and shouted loudly, If comrades Dongyun don't show up now, when will you wait? Outside Qing Yuan Mountain, streaks of sword light shot toward Qing Yuan, like boats floating down the river. Dongyun Mountain runs north-south, with Qing Yuan Gate in the east, downstream of Xiangshui. This is not a sudden attack to cause destruction, but it seems to trigger a war between sects. All the Qing Yuan disciples, half of the disciples above each Yu, are left to protect the mountain formation, and the rest of the disciples listen to the sea and lake to meet the enemy. Feng Yiji's voice sounded in the Palace of Eternal Life. Disciples below the Ichio realm immediately hide in the Elder's dojo. No sect has only one formation. Each sect has its own independent mountain protecting formation to protect its own branches. All the elders have formations in their dojos to protect their dojos. If you really invade a certain sect, the nature of it will be the same as that of ordinary street fighting. A beast roared. It was the other elders of the Beast Control Valley. Like Gu Laodao, The beast's body occupied a dojo and claimed the title of king and ancestor. They ordered the beast to face the enemy like water. So he didn't move rashly. With his conduct and status, not causing trouble for everyone is the greatest help. Long Min and Cho Nuer ducked and landed beside him, guarding one on the left and the other on the right. The Qingyuan disciple's magical sword out-of-body magic weapon on Changsho Island is flying in the air, guarding against the guests who come to watch the ceremony on the island. Among the guests, there was a little guy who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He snorted dissatisfiedly. Hey! My ancestor and your elder Gu are good friends. We just came here. If there are enemies, you can just face them. Why are you targeting us? Silence! Stop talking nonsense! The patriarch's face changed and he scolded. At the same time, he explained to him. The Wuxiang sword sect can lead many sects like Dongyun to approach. But none of us have any idea. There must be a spy who has done something to interfere with our external perception. The spy is most likely hiding in the meantime. Kenji Wanman should be on guard. His voice was not soft. Rather than explaining to children, he was explaining to everyone on Changsho Island. He and Gu Laodao are close friends. It is not convenient to help at the moment. But there is still no problem in helping to appease the guests on Changsho Island. While he was explaining, he tried his best to search the crowd, being able to influence everyone at once. 9 out of 10. He still did some tricks on the Qingyuan Gate Mountain Guard formation. Qiyang, the Wuxiang sword sect, was born in the Qingyuan sect and was a disciple of the previous sect leader. It is inevitable that he has some understanding of the Qingyuan sect's mountain protecting formation. Even after his betrayal, the Qingyuan sect changed the formation. But the mountains and water had not changed. So any change in the formation would still be related. The spy is probably from the Wuxiang sword sect. Thank you, Daoist Chu. I will come to apologize afterwards, came the voice of Gu Laodao. At the same time, Su He heard Gu Laodao's message. Don't join the battle and hide. My friend surnamed Chu laughed and scolded. What kind of crime do I need you to pay for? Just concentrate on facing the enemy. Gu Laodao stopped talking and roared towards Qiyang. He doesn't bother other people in the Wuxiang sword sect, but only fights Qiyang. Xiao Chongluan sacrificed his magic weapon, but it was a ruler, floating around him and hitting anyone he met. And the fairy sword in his hand was like a dragon entering the water. There are disciples coming with swords from the direction of Chimai. 3 people form a sword formation to kill the enemy. The Qingyuan sect, which was originally caught off guard by Qi Yang's leadership and fell into a disadvantage, gradually recovered its decline, and the two sides were evenly matched. A beam of light from the Qingyuan Gate's Chongqing Hall shot straight towards Niu Do, spread out in the high sky, turned into stars, and enveloped the entire Qingyuan mountain. A curtain of light appeared between the stars, gradually connecting them. The mountain guard formation is being restored. Boom! A middle-aged man was whipped away by a savage elephant's trunk and fell to the ground. He looked at the Qingyuan mountain guard formation above his head with anxiety in his eyes. Master Qi, is this what you said about the Qingyuan mountain guard formation being left to you to handle? He sneered, regretting in his heart. What did the master think? And why did he agree to Qi Yang's idea of attacking the Qingyuan sect? Sects with formations and sects without formations are not the same. Without a formation, they could surprise the Qingyuan sect by surprise and escape immediately if they succeeded. Winning the first battle can pull out the wavering sects in Dong'an Mountain. When the time comes and the general trend comes, Qingyuan sect will not be able to defend it. The land was ceded to pay compensation, and the resources of the exercises were shared. Naturally, Qingyuan lost, and the other sects were full. Even if we can capture a few elders and leaders this time, we will be full this time. The formation is useless. Qiyang laughed, with a big seal floating beside him, and he blocked Gu Laodao's attacks every time. Gu Laodao was so angry that he dared to use Brother Yinlu's magic weapon to fight. You deserve to die, he roared, shook his head, and 2 rays of light escaped from his body. When he landed on the ground, he turned into 2 leopards, with 7 mysterious moons on their heads, and they killed Qiyang together. In addition to laughing and roaring during the battle, the 2 of them were the calmest in the field. Unlike the disciples next to them, who wanted to make the world collapse with every attack. The mountains and rivers beside Tinghai Lake collapsed. Rivers poured in, and Tinghai Lake expanded rapidly, visible to the naked eye. The sound of water roaring. But he was burned by a guy whose whole body was on fire, making the surrounding lake boil. Master Qi, the formation is about to be repaired. Where is your backup plan? Someone yelled. Qi Yang retreated from Gu Laodao with a sword and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Here we come." A bad premonition suddenly arose in Gu Laodao's heart. Then, there was a loud bang from the direction of the law enforcement hall, and the entire mountain collapsed. The eyes of Gu Laodao's 3 leopards were all split open. With a roar, the 3 leopards spit out a mouthful of breath at the same time, mixed together, and blasted towards Qi Yang. Gu Laodao's attack caused damage to the environment for the first time. And he breathed out. The entire land seemed to be plowed, with trenches of more than 10 feet leading into the distance. At the end of the trench, Qi Yang had a big mark on his head and vomited a large mouthful of blood, but smiled brightly. "Uncle Master, you haven't practiced this trick well enough, and you can't control your breath leaking. You bastard! How dare you touch the prison?" Gu Laodao appeared in human form, his hair and beard standing on end. "Since you are from Qingyuan, you should know that there are prison ghosts suppressing the prison. If you dare to touch the prison, you will die." Qi Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, with madness in his eyes. "What am I afraid of? It was Feng Yiju's Qingyuan sect who suffered the trouble in the prison. My Wuxiang sword sect is still hundreds of thousands of miles away. What am I afraid of? You deserve to die. You deserve to die." Gu Laodao gritted his teeth. Everyone on Changsha Island looked in the direction of the law enforcement hall. They didn't know what happened, but they definitely suffered a big loss from the Qingyuan sect. A bad feeling arose from everyone's heart. It was as if he was being stared at by some evil beast. Sure enough, at this moment, a loud laugh came from the prison. "Old man Yunlu, I'm out!" A man covered in filth and rags, looking like a beggar, jumped into the air and screamed wildly. His stiff hair covered the top of his head, and his expression was sluggish but arrogant. Immediately afterwards, a group of people who were almost in an extremely crazy state jumped into the air. Someone said in shock, "That's Granny Peng from the Tianjua sect. Rumor has it that she was killed by the Qingyuan sect 400 years ago. I didn't expect she is still alive. That is Lung Niaozhen from Hongyu Tower. 20 years ago, a disciple of the Qingyuan sect who used the yin and yang technique to harvest and nourish, was chased 1,000,000 miles away and killed. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. There are also Zhusu from the Fuyang sect, and monk Long Ji from the Taibai temple. They were all the former enemies of the Qingyuan sect, and it was unexpected that they were all still alive." Qi Yang would like to congratulate all the seniors on their escape. Qi Yang congratulated him in the direction of the prison. Chapter 83 Golden Tower. It was the group of people with Yaya's aura. He immediately confirmed it when they got close. "Comrades, welcome the return of our seniors as soon as possible. Fight out of the Qingyuan sect, and come to Qingyuan again when our seniors have recovered," Qi Yang shouted. "I see. No wonder the head can agree to Qi Yang's alliance. Qi Yang has a way to save his ancestor." Someone's eyes lit up. Although they are all small families, there are always 1 or 2 geniuses who can shock Dongyuan. It's a pity that most of the people who offended Qingyuan in the past 300 years were beheaded unexpectedly. Here, this attack does not seek to weaken Qingyuan, but as long as it welcomes the ancestor back, it will be an absolute victory. Everyone's morale was high, and they howled and fought towards the Qingyuan disciples on the opposite side. "Qingyuan disciples, leave the prison at once!" Feng Yiju's voice rang out quickly in the Hall of Eternal Life. He could hear that the formation was at a critical stage of repair, and he wanted to rescue him, but he couldn't escape it all. "Disciples from Haihu, listen to the order. All enemies you encounter will be captured and not killed." Feng Yiju's urgent voice came again. "The kindness of women. Why don't you kill him now?" Qingyuan disciples looked shocked. But at this moment, a more majestic aura rose into the sky from under the prison. It was an endless gray mist, as if the gray mist rose into the sky from a volcanic eruption, carrying an aura of decay. Black clouds floated in the gray mist, wrapped up by the impact of the gray fog. It was like a roller cloud, thrust towards Tinghai Lake. "It's a prison ghost!" There was a well-informed Taoist on Changsha Island. His expression changed instantly. "Help the Qingyuan sect to capture the Wuxiang sword sect and the Dongyuan sections," he shouted quickly. "This is a prison ghost. Only the purest true energy of the monks can resist it. After resisting, the Taoism will be destroyed." Everyone's expressions changed. "King, let's go! This is the prison ghost from the Emperor's world." Long Min looked solemn and waved his crutch in front of Suhi. The ugly slave didn't know why, but he followed her mother-in-law and blocked Suhi behind her. At this moment, The mountain guarding formation restarted. And Feng Yiju in the Palace of Eternal Life instantly turned into a ray of light and shot towards the prison. A true energy wheel propped up on his body, and he rushed into the center of the gray mist against the prison ghost. After a while, a broken golden tower was lifted up from the ground by him, and it quickly flew high and escaped from the prison. He threw the broken golden pagoda into the sky, and a beam of light struck down from Qingyuan's mountain protecting formation. The golden pagoda silently turned into fragments, scattering to all parts of Qingyuan in an instant, maintained by the formation that covers the entire Qingyuan sect. Qingyuan disciples basically each have a piece of the fragment. Sui formed a huge sailor, looked into the sky and grabbed 4 fragments. The fragments I obtained were not fragments, but 4 small towers. Capture the enemy and inhale it into the tower. And protect yourself with your true energy, came Feng Yiju's voice. The largest fragment of the golden pagoda in his hand has been condensed into a complete golden pagoda, which is 2 feet high. Feng Yiju jumped into the golden pagoda and controlled the golden pagoda to suppress the prison. Snatch the golden pagoda and evacuate quickly, Qi Yang shouted. He reached out and picked up a handful of golden pagodas, turned around and left without any lovemaking. Presumptuous! Leave! Ge Laodao and Qiao Chongluan shouted at the same time and raised their swords to kill Qi Yang. Sui opened his mouth, and 2 streams of water shot out, carrying 2 small golden pagodas towards Ge Laodao and Qiao Chongluan. A voice from the side came. Fellow Taoist Dragon Turtle, if you have a golden pagoda, why don't you look after me? Sui turned around and saw a figure suddenly shooting towards him. He is a character among the Dongyan sects trapped on Changshu Island. The speed is as fast as lightning, at least for a monk in the Enlightenment realm. Sui's eyes narrowed, and the foreign minister suddenly appeared, facing the afterimage. But at this moment, a ray of light shot out from beside him. Long Min retracted his staff, and the man screamed and flew backwards at a faster speed, hitting a floating prison ghost head-on. Black clouds instantly wrapped around him, and blood vessels began to squirm. The man didn't even have a chance to struggle, and shriveled up in an instant. Anyone who comes close to my king's body will die. Long Min placed his crutch horizontally in front of him and danced in the air. 3 streams of water dragged the 3 monks, who came to snatch the golden pagoda in front of him, and did not listen to their pleas for mercy. The golden pagoda was taken into the tower with a wave of his hand. Everyone was shocked. And then, they realized that the old woman next to Dragon Turtle was actually in the demon transformation realm. Those who wanted to grab the Sua golden pagoda immediately pounced on others around them. At this moment, no one cares about identity anymore. The prison ghost is on top, and survival is the real thing. Even the young master's golden pagoda has slaves who dare to rob it. He even put the young master into the tower to absorb the true energy for protection. Changshu Island has long been in chaos. Those who fight, those who rob the golden pagoda, and those who get the golden pagoda and kill the Wuxiang sword sect. A chaotic mess. However, the golden pagoda sent by Feng Yiju seemed to recognize someone. The monks invited by Ge Laodao as friends all had golden pagodas. Only the Dongyan sect from the opposite side came to participate voluntarily. The gray mist enveloped the Hell Ghost in the form of a roller cloud. Lying across Tinghai Lake, the Hell Ghost sensed the monks below and rushed down like a tadpole dragging its tail. Elder disciples, leave quickly! Someone shouted loudly. The prison ghost will sense the Taoist behavior and automatically possess it. The higher the Taoist behavior, the stronger it will attract the prison ghost. Now, if you follow your master, you will not only not be protected, but you will also be implicated by your elders. Everyone hesitated. When master and disciple are separated, it is easy to be caught and taken into the golden pagoda. Everyone, disperse quickly. Don't gather together. The more you gather, the more prison ghosts you will attract. The man shouted again, picked up the disciple next to him, threw him out with his hands, threw him away from the crowd, and smashed the small boat in Tinghai Lake. Go up and rush straight for 4 or 5 miles before stopping. Your Majesty, he is right. Long Min bowed to Suhi and said, staying around this old slave will definitely attract powerful L ghosts. Your Majesty, please don't come out after diving into the water. She placed the golden pagoda where she had imprisoned the 3 monks at Suhi's feet, took an empty golden pagoda from Suhi's sailor, and left immediately. Even the Dragon Turtle's guardians are gone. On Changshu Island, the seniors immediately carried their juniors and flew away, separated from the crowd, and then threw the juniors out. But he went to kill the Wuxiang sword sect, and the Dongyan sect they brought with him alone. At this moment, various factions welcomed back their ancestors, fighting and fleeing, while simultaneously snatching the Golden Pagoda. Suhi turned around and left Changsho Island quickly, and jumped into Tinghai Lake. Dodge! Leave! Don't cause any trouble. At this moment, I heard a sword light coming from under the sea and lake towards Suhichan. Evil beast! Give me back my turtle mother! It is Chang Songmin Shang Yunzi. Suhi remembered his voice. The turtle L in the outer space immediately flashed in the mind of his turtle girl Suhi. That turtle demon really belongs to Chang Songmin. She plotted against me. I didn't kill him. I only took the turtle L. And yet, I dared to take revenge. Feeling the sharp sword energy behind him, Foreign Minister Suhi's Guishan suddenly appeared. A fairy sword was inserted into the mountain shadow, and could no longer enter. Can't even pull it out. Just between the lightning and flint. A sword energy from the Foreign Minister Guishan passed by. Shang Yanzi was unable to withdraw the sword, and could only reach it with his hands folded in front of him. There was a sword cry. Both arms fell down to the elbows. The robe on the chest was cut open, and a sword mark crossed the chest and penetrated 2 inches into the flesh. Before he could even cry out in pain, the dragon turtle's tail had already been pulled out like a cattail leaf fan. Snapped. Shang Yunzi felt like the world was spinning. I was extremely shocked. The dragon turtle was extremely magical, but he had already confirmed that this turtle only had the true blood realm. He is 2 levels higher than the dragon turtle, and has already reached the bone sacrifice level. Why did we fight, and why did we lose? He still makes a sneak attack. Just as the question arose, a golden tower enveloped him, and swallowed him inside. Chapter 84 Yaya. The ugly slave took the golden pagoda, and swayed with an unwavering expression. The king was attacked, but she didn't react at all. Suhi remembered that the turtle demon should be dead. The turtle I was rolled with dice. And living creatures cannot roll dice. The dice will only be rolled if the turtle monster dies. I just don't know how this counts as robbery or theft. Someone hunted the turtle demon for its L, but after killing it, it was found that there was no L? Do you think I stole someone else's loot? Suhi didn't know. He looked at Cho Nuer and swung his tail to swim downstream of Tinghai Lake. These prison ghosts have unknown origins. They suck people when they meet them, and suck animals when they meet animals. Under Tinghai Lake, you can often see prison ghosts sucking fish and shrimps. The golden pagoda above Suhi's head automatically projected a film of true energy, blocking out the L ghosts. This golden pagoda is very magical. It does not require any operation. The moment you touch it, it is like recognizing its owner, and the control method is immediately introduced into your mind. It is also fully automatic when used. As long as there is a monk inside, it will automatically absorb the monk's true essence when it senses the ghosts, forming a light curtain to block the ghosts. But it can only block, not kill. It can be said that Suhi has put on another L besides being the foreign minister. Suhi was very fast, and swam down the Xiangshui. There is no golden pagoda in Feng Yaya, and there is only a 2-month-old camel beside her, to attract the ghosts from prison. As for Feng Yiju, Suhi couldn't remember most of the time that Feng Yiju was Yaya's father. I don't even know what that guy is doing. The prison exploded, and the 20 or 30 old demons who escaped were the ones with Yaya's aura. Moreover, the direction in which the Jin prison exploded was so weird. It happened to be directed towards Tinghai Lake. Suhi wanted to remind Go Lao Dao, but he was afraid that this was some plan of the sect's top brass. It would probably be bad if you shouted it out in public. The golden pagoda shot at Go Lao Dao carried a trace of his thoughts. It is a wonderful use of spiritual consciousness in the channeling chapter. Suhi didn't say anything. There were only 2 names in his mind. Boniju and Qi Yang. Master should understand, or at least know that there is a problem with these 2 people. I won't really go all out stupidly. Suhi couldn't guarantee that Feng Yiju would take care of Yaya. In fact, after entering the Qingyuan sect for a whole year, Suhi had never seen Feng Yiju express his father-daughter affection towards Yaya. Feng Yaya was sleeping in Haihu, while he came to listen to Haihu without even taking a look. If Feng Yiju was a reliable father, Su Huanyan Xianjian would not have sent a message to Suhi to ask him to take care of Feng Yaya just before leaving. The camel took Feng Yaya into Xiangshui, probably to the dojo of the master's second body. The Qingyuan sect cultivators in the beast transformation chapter are all insane, and their second and third bodies will always come back as beasts to fight for the position of the king of beasts. A section of the river under the beast control valley is the territory of Go Lao Dao's second body, and there are countless turtles and strange beasts in it. At this moment, I heard that there were fewer strange beasts in the sea and lakes. They all obeyed the king's order, and went to meet the enemy on the elephant water. Like underwater, there are many creatures which attract ghosts from H.L. Suhi dived into the water with the golden pagoda all the way and swam quickly towards the beast control valley. From a distance, I could see more than a dozen H.L. ghosts surrounding Luotua and Feng Yaya. But they didn't dare to approach. The camel looked confused. These dozen H.L. ghosts were huge in size, and must have been attracted by the camel. They clearly wanted to get close to the camel. But as if they were afraid of something, they all stopped 5 feet away from the camel and Feng Yaya. Never getting closer, the camel held Feng Yaya in its mouth and sent it forward. And the prison ghost immediately retreated. They seemed to be afraid of Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya was still sleeping soundly, with a shrunken nose ring on her nose. The nose ring held up a small piece of air bubble, wrapping her mouth and nose to ensure that she could breathe normally. It should be made of camels. The two of them had a good relationship. When Suhi was away, he stole wine and got into trouble. It was normal for Luotua to ask Mr. Good to get her a small nose ring. It's just that Feng Yaya has never been seen wearing it. And Feng Yaya never goes into the water. Just like her fear of flying, she would have a fear of floating in the water and looking at the deep water. Seeing Suhi, the camel immediately put down Feng Yaya and began to chirp. She was still drunk when she was woken up by Suhi's voice. Not long after Yaya dived into the water with the wind, a group of black cotton-like things came after her. This thing gave the camel a very bad feeling, as if it would die if touched. Moreover, the master's formation here is of no use to these things. It is completely non-existent. You can run in directly through the formation. If these things weren't afraid of the little girl for some reason, the strong man would have run away long ago. Suhi and Cho Nuer came over and immediately attracted the attention of the prison ghost, who swung his tail and wrapped around them like tadpoles. The light on the small golden pagoda shines brightly. Suhi did not dare to stay. There were only 3 monks in the mortal transformation stage in the golden pagoda, and their true energy was limited. He immediately swung his tail to knock away the prison ghost and rushed to Feng Yaya's side. The prison ghost followed closely, but stopped 5 feet away, refusing to take another step closer. There's something wrong with this little girl. The prison ghosts are afraid of her. Suhi immediately thought of the 20 or 30 people who had the aura of Feng Yaya and escaped from the prison. Was it because those people had the aura of Feng Yaya that they could survive in the prison? Feng Yaya is not afraid of prison ghosts. Maybe Feng Yiju knows this. Even the aura of Feng Yaya on those people was created by Feng Yiju. But judging from everyone's reactions, the prison ghosts should have no taboos and fear nothing except true energy. Feng Yaya is probably the most special one. Suhi sighed. He hated being special. Ling Ling was so confused, especially when his life was in danger. Someone just dared to rob the Sua Golden Pagoda. If Feng Yaya's characteristics were discovered, people would definitely covet her. Feng Yaya cannot leave Xiang Shui. The master's formation is guarding here, so other monks can't come in. It's much safer with camels watching over here. Suhi did not return to the water. There's a fight going on above. Suhi couldn't help. Everyone in the Wuxiang sword sect is here to wield a sword, and at least they are all in the Qingling realm. Suhi will only attract people to attack and disrupt Qingyuan's rhythm. He closed his eyes and rested under the water, and at the same time, he seized all the time to run up the mountain and absorb the turtle SHL in the outer space. The foreign minister is Suhi's biggest support now. Whether it is defense or sword attack, the foreign minister must advance. The first step for the foreign minister is to solidify. Now Suhi's appearance is just a shadow. Not even a shadow. The shadow will appear only when attacked or Suhi takes the initiative, and it cannot be maintained all the time. About 4 or 5 hours later, it was getting dark. Suhi woke up leisurely and took a look at the small temple next to him. The statue of Gu Laodao in the temple was safe. Relax a little. If something happens to Master, this statue will be broken into pieces. Of course, it is difficult for monks who practice the beast transformation chapter to have accidents. After all, Gu Laodao already has 3 lives. If the human body dies, he can still live in the body of a turtle or Mingji. Suhi left a golden pagoda for Luotua and Feng Yaya, wagging his tail and swam toward the water. The golden pagoda acted as a blindfold for Feng Yaya Quan. He stared at a golden pagoda above his head. Most people would not dare to approach the prison ghost when they saw it. Most of them would only think that this was Feng Yiju's eccentric daughter. The golden pagoda given to her was different, and would not have thought that it was Feng Yiju's eccentric daughter. Feng Yaya goes away by itself. Chapter 85 Unspeakable. Xiang Shuixian was given deworming medicine, and became much quieter within a day. Even the fish and shrimps are missing. The prison ghosts are not as overwhelming as they were during the day. But the sky above Qingyuan is still a dark group, looking like a flock of crows from below. At this moment, small towers are floating in the sky above Qingyuan, like stars. The rays of light emitted by the small towers are connected to form a light curtain, isolating the prison ghosts. Under the small tower, in the Qingyuan gate, there were wailing, cursing, sword clanging. Formations everywhere were shining with light. There was no sound of fighting anymore. And the Wuxiang sword sect had probably retreated or been captured. Suhi never came ashore and swam with his tail. After a while, he appeared in Tinghai Lake. Tinghai Lake was completely unrecognizable. It was at least 2 or 3 times the original size. From time to time, a golden pagoda lights up on the lake. But there are still people here, but no sound. Suhi did not approach. Take a deep breath of the chaotic water energy floating on Tinghai Lake. Participate in the 28 ruined islands. Suhi was a little confused. Is this the path of spiritual practice? After looking through Feng Yiju's plan, the battles and casualties are always real. This is no different from making a living as a turtle in Tinghai Lake a year ago. The same fighting, the same ambush, the same life and death. There is actually no difference between humans and animals. According to Master's chapter on transforming animals, in order to transform into animals, one must first have the heart of an animal. This step stumps most monks. Humans cannot think like beasts, nor can they behave like beasts. How do we get the beast's heart? Looking at it now, what is the difference between an animal's heart and a human heart? They all want to live, and they all want to live better while chewing on the bones of others. Maybe it's the state of mind? The Tao rhythm of heaven and earth inside the body slowly began to circulate. Perhaps there was really no difference between humans and animals in the eyes of heaven and earth. So there should be no difference whether the created technique was for humans or animals. If Master's turtle life and long rest technique goes a step further and becomes a technique that can be practiced by all strange beasts, and also praise to heaven and earth, the harvest should be greater. Right? 2 rays of sword light fell and stepped on the water. It's Go Lao Dao and Chiu Hu. Go Lao Dao waved his hand and was about to tease his apprentice. When he raised his head, he saw Suhi's eyes were dull. There seemed to be stars in his eyes, and the sun and moon were rising and falling. "Back off!" he shouted lowly, dragging Chiu Hu aside. Chiu Hu looked confused. He is comprehending the rhythm of heaven and earth in his body, and the rhythm is flowing in his eyes. At this moment, it is like observing the world, and there is nowhere to hide. If he takes a look, you will appear. Chiu Hu was startled and looked behind him. Sure enough, there was a fox tail floating behind him. No wonder he felt so comfortable just now. It turned out that I had let go. The two waited for a full hour before the stars and moon in Suhi's eyes slowly faded away. The feeling of overstuffing subsided a little, and Suhi came back to his senses. Chiu Hu immediately stepped forward. "Dragon Turtle Nephew, what did you see from the perspective of heaven and earth?" Looking at things from heaven and earth. How big of a chance is this? Suhi's scales trembled when he heard his nephew's call, rattling as if his chain mail was shaking. Go Lao Dao snorted coldly. "If he dares to speak, do you dare to listen?" Chiu Hu blushed and retreated. Suhi blinked. "Can't you tell me? You can tell him if you want him to die. What you just saw is what heaven and earth see. If you are not qualified enough to pry into what heaven and earth see, I'm afraid you don't even know how he died." Suhi's eyes lit up when he looked at Chiu Hu. Chiu Hu's hair suddenly exploded, and he hid behind Go Lao Dao. "Good nephew. Don't make trouble. You forgot. I also gave you a meeting gift." Go Lao Dao struck Su Helong hard on the head. "Why are your eyes so bright? I know what you want to do. It's best to put away those little thoughts. What you see in the world is the Tao. Every person, dog, grass and tree is the Tao. Now that you have the opportunity to understand it, do you want to use speaking of the Tao as a means of attack? Talk to people when you see them? You will hurt the enemy 800 times. It's just a loss of 1,000. But you are guilty of leaking it at will. And the sin is even greater. If one day you are hated by heaven and earth, and your power will be doubled when you survive the thunder tribulation, I will see what you do." Suhi closed his mouth angrily. Chiu Hu came out from behind Lao Dao and looked at Suhi, whose eyes were full of joy and satisfaction. He chuckled and said, "My dear nephew, I am here to invite you to Zuanshanmen. Su-hee jumped instantly. The evildoer is still obsessed with me. Does he still want me to marry him? Come here, dead fox, and we will perish together. He roared in a low voice, which made Chiyo-hu's ears buzz. He covered his ears and shouted, "This is what your master agreed to." Su-hee tilted his head and looked at Gulao Dao, but heard Chiyo-hu say, "Qingyuan sect is in a state of turmoil. Not to mention the Wuxiang sword sect and dozens of demons who escaped today. The prison ghost above the head alone is a reminder of life. The true essence, the Golden Tower, cannot protect you for too long. And if there are no monks locked up in the True Essence Tower, the True Essence Tower will have no effect." He shook his head and said with a hint of sincerity, "Just follow me. Zuanshanmen is one of the top 10 immortal sects in the Xianwang world. It is more than enough to protect you. As long as Qingyuan calms down, it won't be too late for you to come back." After he finished speaking, he said nothing. Gulao Dao stood aside and did not answer. Su-hee was silent. Did master believe his lies? You entered Zuanshanmen and still want to come back? He does not have deep feelings for the Qingyuan sect. He has been happily getting along with him in the past few months after hibernation. But at most it is just like the relationship he had with his school in his previous life. And he cannot reach the level of Gulao Dao, who is willing to sacrifice his life. But here is Feng Yaya. Here is Gulao Dao. There are a bunch of guys who are taking classes in Linanyuan. And there is Su Huanyan, who has only been seen twice after waking up from hibernation. Reluctant to give up, Su-hee shook his head. Not to mention that I was born in Qingyuan. I would leave as soon as Qingyuan was in chaos. What would my reputation be like? Simply speaking, the opponents I faced in Qingyuan sect were only the Wuxiang sword sect and Dongyuan sects. When you go to Xiantian sect, you will face the same top 10 immortal sects. Right? Is there another master there who dares to beat the leader for me? Is there another Su Huanyan who dares to protect the dagger and suppress the law enforcement hall? Su-hee laughed out loud. Qingyuan sect is just a small sect. And there are all kinds of fights between flies and dogs. I heard that Xiantian sect has 23 branches. And there are even schools in each branch. Any one of them is better than Qingyuan sect. Isn't it big? How fierce should the fight there be? If I join you today and join the lineage, I don't know how many people will want me dead secretly. How could a place like Zuanshanmen lack fighting and ruthless people? Su-hee shook his head. Thank you, Elder Chiyo, for your concern, but I'd better not go. Not to mention that this chaos is probably a farce under the leadership of Feng Yichu. Just because he became a disciple today and switched to another sect today. Does Xiantian sect trust him? How do you know what happened under the ban will not happen again? Chiyo-hu sighed. This time he invited sincerely, so he would not lie or lie. The problems that Qingyuan sect had with Xiantian sect would only become bigger. He handed over to Gulao Dao and Su Hegong. Then I have to go back today. What happened to Qingyuan prison is not the Qingyuan family's business. The prison ghost has already drifted to Donglin realm. I need to go back and report to the sect. This morning's matter is mine. Meng Lang. And I hope you two Haiyan will do the same. Gulao Dao waved his hand. Chiyo, who had a small tower on his head, walked on the waves and headed east along the water. Gulao Dao looked at Su-hee with a smile. He didn't know what he was thinking. Chiyo, who came to him and told him that he wanted to take Su-hee away, and made sense. Gulao Dao felt that he should not stop him. A little turtle, no matter how noble its bloodline is useless until it is transformed into fighting power. He should be a little beast huddled in his den now, protected by the mother beast. But in the end, Su-hee didn't leave. But he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Yes, with me in the Qingyuan sect, good Jian-san, can't protect my disciple? Chapter 86 Plan. Gulao Dao smiled and patted Su-hee's head. It feels good in the hand, and it would be even better if the dragon horns grow out and can be touched. Su-hee shook his head. Master, what have you seen in heaven and earth? Really, you can't talk about it? Gulao Dao smiled. What did you see? Is it related to the idea you left in the Golden Pagoda for me? Su-hee nodded. Gulao Dao sighed, looking a bit old-fashioned. You don't need to say it. It's not good for you or me to reveal the secret. But don't worry. We old guys are also aware of it. He seemed to be able to guess what the master was planning, but he only had a glimpse of it and didn't yet know the full picture. Maybe I should talk to the boss. Su-hee blinked. Huh? Gulao Dao glanced at him and said with a smile. I'm not blind. In today's battle with Qi Yang, although the boy's being hurt the old Taoist, he didn't have the intention to kill. And He pointed behind him in the direction of the Beast Control Valley. It's been a day of chaos. Have you noticed? Qingyuan sect has almost no losses. Suhi looked at the damaged Tinghai Lake beside him. The shattered golden pagodas all over the sky above his head. The collapsed law enforcement hall in the distance. And the newly repaired mountain protection formation. Is this called no loss? Guo Laodao said with a smile. Don't look at those things. Look at people. If the mountain collapses, it can be raised again. If the formation is broken, it can be repaired. If the money is gone, you can make money again. As long as the people are still there. It is not a loss. His expression became serious. Kai boy. Remember? You can lose your dojo. You can lose your face. You can lose everything. As long as you live. It doesn't matter. Guo Laodao looked serious. The dragon turtle is a mythical beast. And all mythical beasts have a bad habit. Before they are able to stand on their own feet, they have unrealistic self-esteem and pursue face even more than life. He took the opportunity to educate Suhi. You have everything when you are alive. And the rest are things outside the body. After saying this, he was startled. His mouth squirmed slightly. And his voice became an octave lower. You can't throw away a woman. If you lose it, you can't get it back. Suhi? Guo Laodao was stunned for a moment. Shook his head and laughed again. Qingyuan disciples are injured. But not serious. But look at the Dongyun sects. They followed the Wuxiang sword sect and came in. The Wuxiang sword sect robbed the prison elder. The demon robbed many golden pagodas and retreated neatly. However, the Dongyun sects were unable to escape. And most of them were imprisoned in each golden pagoda. Isn't it amazing? The Qingyuan prison was broken. But the prison ghosts were still in control. The golden pagoda array above the head is not a decoration. Moreover, Qingyuan itself is protected by a golden pagoda. But the prison ghost drifts towards Dongyun Mountain. The Dongyun sects do not have a true Yuan golden pagoda. Who is injured? Moreover, Guo Laodao was not sure about the other old demons taken away by the Wuxiang sword sect. But he personally killed Papeng of the Tianjue sect 400 years ago. At that time, I also wanted to catch him and throw him into the prison to suppress the ghosts in the prison. But Peng Padaoxing was only one step below him. So it was difficult to capture him alive, and he had to kill him desperately. Today another Peng Pa escaped with Qi Yang. And even if Granny Peng was lucky enough not to die at that time, how much real energy would have to be sucked away from her after 400 years of suppression and imprisonment? How is it possible that he still has several levels of demon-turning skills? But he glanced in the direction of the Eternal Life Palace. The Mountain Guard formation was fully deployed. But the Eternal Life Palace was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the leader thinks that the Xiantian clan can't see the fishy things and things that even an experienced person like me can understand? On the rooftop outside the Hall of Eternal Life, Feng Yiju looked towards Tinghai Lake with his hands behind his back. In the past, he rarely set his sights here. But this year he looked here all the time. The scholar stood behind him. Brother, the dragon turtle has not left. There was actually a bit of likeness when he said this. Feng Yiju nodded. Uncle Qiao is right. Xiantian clan can give more benefits. But Qingyuan clan is bound by dragon turtle. He didn't leave when Qingyuan was in trouble for the first time. After experiencing a lot, he would naturally not leave if there was another disaster. Emotions arise in this time of life and death. This time, he was very satisfied with the dragon turtle. He did not catch the bad habits of those mythical beasts. When he was not very capable, he had a bad temper. No matter who the enemy was, he would dare to be reckless. Is there really so little blood of mythical beasts in this world that we can never see it? No. It's just that 99% of people died on the road to the divine beast. The dragon turtle knows how to find a place to hide and not cause trouble to others. The chance of transforming into a dragon turtle can be increased by at least 10%. The scholar was quiet for a while and said, Dragon turtle seems to have seen something. All the uncles have also noticed it. Feng Yiju's eyes flashed and he laughed. After all, we have come from those years. If you don't notice it at all, wouldn't it mean that I, the elder Qingyuan, are incompetent? Since you have a design, don't be afraid of being discovered. The scholar shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wanted to say something, but when he came to his mouth, he changed his words. Brother, what should we do next? Feng Yiju shook his head. There is no plan. Just move towards the set goal. Target? The scholar was stunned. Purge the Dongyun sects and eliminate the ghosts in the prison? Feng Yiju looked at the prison ghost floating above Qingyuan with a look of disgust. As long as the prison ghosts are around, the Qingyuan sect will be bitten at any time. Zuanshanmen can always be high up, because Qingjiwanmen is sitting on the crater of the volcano, and it can ignite the volcano at any time. There are L ghosts at your feet, and there are Dongyun wolves all around. The realm of thousands of miles is the limit of Qingyuan sect, and the strongest Dongyun is the end. Only by wiping out the L ghosts and wiping out all the Dongyun sects can Qingyuan take a step closer, now the Qingyuan sect is besieged by the prison ghosts. While the Dongyun sects have welcomed back dozens of demons, who are not of low moral character, but have been suppressed for dozens, or even hundreds of years, and have gone crazy. Is it time to get excited? The scholar frowned. But senior brother, the Xietian clan is not a decoration. It is impossible for the Xietian clan to allow Dongyun to become completely chaotic, let alone Qingyuan to unify Dongyun. Feng Yiju looked to the east. Even in Qingyuan mountain, even through the mountain guarding formation, even at night, even though millions of miles away, you can still see the golden light on Zuanshanmen Tianzhu mountain, like the scorching sun. Feng Yiju chuckled and said, Then let Zuanshanmen have no time to look west. The scholar raised his head and looked at Feng Yiju in disbelief. The senior brother indeed had other plans and backups. To the east outside Qingyuan mountain is the boundary of Dongyun mountain range. Qiu, who has already left Dongyun mountain and is currently above the 9 heavens with a flying boat at his feet. Under the flying boat is a river like stars. The flying boat travels on the river at a speed that is unmatched by anyone. This is the Liuguang River, the foundation for the Wuding clan to become famous in all worlds. The Wuding tribe can build the Liuguang River to connect two extremely distant places. Otherwise, it would probably take him half a year to travel from Zuanshanmen to Dongyun mountain with his sword. There are Liuguang River and flying boat. 2 days is enough. The big worlds on all sides are also connected by the Liuguang River. Of course, the Liuguang River connecting the big worlds is even more majestic. There is one inside Zuanshanmen, which allows Zuanshanmen to have direct access to dozens of big worlds. Qiu, who didn't dare to stay for a moment. He didn't know what happened in Qingyuan mountain. And he didn't need to know. He just needed to return to Zuanshanmen as quickly as possible and report everything he saw today. The rest is not his job. Chapter 87 Wasteland. Outside the Hall of Eternal Life. The scholar looked at Yoshio. Brother, do you want to stop Qiu Hu? Feng Yiju smiled. Why stop him? If it were a mortal battle, the role of scouts might change the outcome of a war. But this was the world of cultivation. Flying swords, soul beasts, water mirrors, concentric stones. There are too many ways to convey messages. The moment something happened in Qingyuan, the news could no longer be stopped. But as long as the outcome could not be changed, and the news was not leaked, it did not matter whether Zuanshanmen could tell or not that the plot was going on here. Where's Madam? Feng Yiju asked. Still in Liuguang world. Since the Hechuan clan promised to trap Madam for a year, they will not break their promise. Feng Yiju nodded, but didn't have any hope. He understood Su Huanyan's amazing talent so well, and he always made the impossible possible. But it doesn't take a year. As long as it can be trapped for 3 months, it is enough. Sometimes a wife who is too powerful may not be a good thing. If Su Huanyan was here, the Wuxiang sword sect wouldn't be able to kill her with one sword. Right? Feng Yiju shook his head and chuckled. On Tinghai Lake, a small ball of hair appeared between Gulaodao's eyebrows. He looked at Gulaodao's greasy hair with disgust. He jumped on top of Sui's head, got stuck on the 2 protrusions that were about to grow into dragon horns, and let out a satisfied groan. The soul beast communicated with its master, and Gulaodao knew what it was thinking. He was furious in an instant. He pressed it against his bird's nest-like hair and rubbed it back and forth, making a squeaking rubber sound. The little fur ball was immediately stunned, and the whole fur ball was dumbfounded. Seeing his white hair turn dirty, he was shocked and frightened, and his whole body gradually became transparent. Bah! It fell from Grodeo's head and shattered on the water. It's dead. Sui blinked and looked confused. Gulaodao looked embarrassed and kicked the remains away. Get out! The debris on the ground instantly merged, and it jumped back onto Sui's head with a smile. It tilted its head and looked in from the base of Sui's neck. It wanted to see what was inside the turtle SH.L. Gulaodao only felt embarrassed. This is a first-grade soul beast. Gulaodao nodded his head. The brain is not enough. A soul beast needs a 3rd-grade soul beast to have the IQ of an ordinary person. The little fur ball turned around and looked at Gulaodao with a grin on his face. It's not very smart yet, but it knows that Gulaodao is scolding the ball. Gulaodao bared his teeth in response. Then he said to Sui, You don't need to worry about Qingyuan. I'll take care of it myself. If you can see something, you might as well get some benefits for yourself in this chaos and grab a few pieces. The chances are better. A trace of resentment flashed in Good Lao Dao's heart. That bastard Fengyu must be taking revenge on him. Next year will be the Qingyuan ceremony. Can't you cause trouble again at the ceremony? Did he mess up the apprenticeship ceremony of the old Taoist? Sui's head shook like a rattle. The little fur ball couldn't lie down firmly and almost fell. The two long ears instantly grabbed the dragon's horn protrusions on both sides and fixed himself firmly on the dragon's head. He screamed and protested Sui. Sui formed a sailor and patted the little fur ball. He knew how much he weighed, and it was okay to bully the little beast. What was the difference between taking advantage of Fengju's plan and seeking death? Moreover, he only saw that Fengju and Qi Yang were closely related, and they might even be the same person. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the demons who were let go. This is not enough for him to plan anything. Is it possible to find Qi Yang, threaten to expose his identity, and ask for resources from him? Crazy! Will Sui be short of resources if there are dice? If he could tell his master what he saw and heard to these old guys, they would probably be able to deduce a lot of things. But Sui now has a clear understanding of his own IQ. Then don't do this useless work. Don't compete with others for brains. Don't play conspiracies. If you feel trapped in a plot, you will flip the table over. And if you encounter trouble, you will act recklessly. Otherwise, I would be sorry for my identity as a mythical beast and my characteristics as a foreign minister. Of course, before that, it must first develop in a slightly obscene way, at least into a purebred dragon turtle. Divine beasts and beasts with the blood of divine beasts are two completely different concepts. A prison ghost sensed the aura of Sui and Good Lao Dao, and suddenly jumped up from the water, and was blocked from the true energy light curtain by Sui and Good Lao Dao's small golden pagoda. The HL ghosts approached, and the air around them was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Good Lao Dao frowned and looked at the black cloud with disgust. Sui shook the faucet to release some of the suppressed breath, and asked, "Master, where did this thing come from?" Good Lao Dao was still frowning. "As far as I know, it was the work of the great world of Emperor Feng, which used special methods to curse and kill living beings and to sacrifice the souls of wrong souls. But I don't know exactly. These were all things that happened a long time ago in the old Huangli calendar." Sui looked at the starry sky, his vision blocked by the crowds of HL ghosts. Is the Emperor's great world very strong? As far as he knew, the Xianwang world was not weak. In fact, very strong. Can you tolerate this kind of thing? Gu Lao Dao smiled. The first realm in the world. What do you think? Generally, the number one in the world dies quickly and ends badly. Where is the mysterious realm? The biggest enemy in the Emperor's world is the Xianwang realm. They have hated us for thousands of years, and we are still living well. What do you think? Sui understands. Is he the second best in the world? Generally speaking, the second world situation is not that good either. When you go out, you will see enemies everywhere. This is too far away from you, so there is no need to worry about it. There is no need to worry about it before the sword sacrifice. There should be no such thing as a sacred beast in the sword sacrifice realm. Anyway, you can't get out of the mysterious world until you can defeat the sword sacrifice realm. Just listen to it as a legend. Okay. There are 7 steps to transform into a mortal, and there are 7 steps to transform into a demon. The sword sacrifice realm is the second step into transforming into a demon. It is said to be very important, but he doesn't know much about it yet. Of course, the journey of cultivation is difficult and dangerous, so there is no saying that any level is unimportant. Gu Lao Dao said no more, waved his hand, and walked downstream of the Xianshui River. He came today to bring Xiao Hu here. Before his disciple left, he was happy in his heart, but he also had too many things to deal with and couldn't delay here. After walking away, and no one could be seen, a voice rang in Sui's ear. "You turtle boy, why don't you say farewell to master?" The sound comes from the little fur ball. The soul beast and its master are connected spiritually, and this sameness is not weakened by distance. Borrowing a voice from a soul beast is just a basic method. Way to go, master. Gu Lao Dao's voice came from the little fur ball again. "Old Tao, I'm going to take a dip in this muddy water. Turtle boy, if you see any danger from the perspective of heaven and earth, remember to call Lao Tao and run for your life." "How far can we run away?" "Far." Sui was stunned. Deep in the starry sky, the world of Yubwang, Su Huanyan was dressed in white and covered with snow. And a bluebird on his shoulder kept chirping. "This is a conspiracy! This is definitely a conspiracy!" Kate Bird spoke very quickly. "I'm just telling you, how did you get in before the Hechuan wasteland was opened? This is obviously someone who deliberately lured you in. You see? You are trapped and is it here? This is not Hechuan wasteland at all. I can feel that this is not the mysterious wasteland." Su Huanyan frowned slightly. It was too noisy. Her bluebird was the only 4th grade soul beast he found in the wasteland of Hechuan. She had an elegant appearance, but was so talkative for some reason that she refused to stop for a moment. She was a perfect match for Yaya. Chapter 88 Old Devil. Hey! 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 Let's share memories. Let me see what you think. You stepped into the obvious trap. The blue bird flew above Su Huanyan's head and chirped. No! Su Huanyan's voice was cold. She looked carefully at the formation surrounding her. I have been trapped here for several hours. 2 months ago, I discovered that the Hechuan wasteland in Qincheng Mountain was unexpectedly opened. There are spirit beasts in the wasteland of Hechuan. She went straight in with her sword. Everything had been fine for the past 2 months. Just this morning, Gu Lin suddenly contacted her. Yaya had not woken up after sleeping for 8 or 9 days. So she sacrificed the sword back to investigate. It happened to be that Dragon Turtle became a disciple. So I gave a soul beast as a thank you gift. But the moment the fairy sword returned, the wasteland suddenly changed. The entrance was closed, but she was spat out here from the other side. Su Huanyan can't get out. The formation that trapped her should have been specially built for her. There was not a drop of water in the formation, and it was specifically designed for sword defense. It's not very lethal, but it can trap her here. Su Huanyan was very passionate about swords. Compared with monks of the same realm, his attainments in formations were not very high. He could not find any weak points in the formations. Just slashing with the sword seemed to shatter the world. It's hard. At this moment, an ethereal aura penetrated the formation and fell inexplicably. Blessed? Dragon Turtle? Su Huanyan's voice was confused, and she chuckled. She never thought that one day she would be blessed by that little dragon turtle. Even though she only had that little bit last year. She jumped up, and the fairy sword in her hand made a clear sound. Like an ice phoenix in the sky. Crisp and cold. Suddenly point towards the place where the breath penetrates the formation. An ordinary sword move. As if it were just a fairy dancing with a sword. A little more casually, the entire sky cracked like porcelain and instantly shattered. There is a person guarding the formation outside the formation. He looks quite alien. He looks like a human, but has horns on the top of his head. The man was surprised. The enveloping formation was just the energy emitted by the large formation. How could the energy break like porcelain? Even if someone breaks the formation, shouldn't the main body of the formation be broken? He hurriedly retreated, but fragments floated past him, touching him lightly. The stranger instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Before freezing, he saw a peerless fairy coming out with a sword where the fragments were flying. Dongyan Mountain was completely boiling. The ancestors of the Qingyuan sect were recruiting disciples, and it was a lively event for more than a month. And everyone knew about it. There were people in the sect who wanted to have a good relationship with the Qingyuan sect. So they went to attend early. Today, news came that the Wuxiang sword sect led many sects in Dongyun to attack Qingyuan. Before the various sects could recover from the shock, new news came. The various sects who attacked Qingyuan suffered heavy losses. But the Qingyuan prison was destroyed, and the prison ghosts were rampant. Even the imprisoned old devils. More than 30 people escaped. The factions in Dongyan Mountain were in turmoil for a while. The Fuyang sect is even more silent. And Zhusuer, the previous senior brother from 200 years ago, has returned. At this moment, he was dressed in rags, squatting on the head's chair like a toad, with a strange light in his eyes. And he was looking at the head's wife opposite him unscrupulously. The leader is not here. He is in the Qingyuan Gate Golden Pagoda at the moment. TSK. TSK. My junior uncle is married to a married woman. And with the moisture, it really has a special flavor. My junior brother is amazing. Not only can he defeat 4 senior brothers, but he can also carry his own uncle to bed. TSK. 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 I admire you. Zhusuer speak without restraint. The face of the head's wife suddenly changed. How presumptuous! She stabbed out with her sword. But Zhusuer did not dodge. But he bit down on her fairy sword, snapping it directly into pieces. She chewed and swallowed it like a brittle bone. And the sword blade cut her tongue. Blood mixed with spit flowed from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't care at all. He just looked at the head's wife and smiled. The madam was breathing rapidly. Her chest was rising and falling. And she finally couldn't bear the strange atmosphere. Why are you back? Where is Ans? Ans is his husband, and the current head of the Fuyang sect. Suasur chuckled. This is our home. Are we guys not allowed to come back? Madam's breath shortened. Man? Are you considered a man too? 200 years ago, he insisted on practicing women's skills as a man, and became neither male nor female. He was kicked out by his senior brother. So he built a copycat, and wanted to steal Qingyuan's Sek Xia Dali to be the fortress's father-in-law. Instead, he was beaten severely, and they said he was beheaded on the spot. Unexpectedly, he was still imprisoned in the town prison. Today, she exchanged her husband for such a thing? She just felt inexplicably depressed. I don't have much worry about my husband-in-law. Now the news has spread throughout Dongnan Mountain that the Qingyuan sect is suppressing the prison ghosts. Those who are captured will not be in danger of their lives. They will be imprisoned in the True Yuan Golden Pagoda. And Daoxing will help people suppress the prison ghosts. Suasur has not died for 200 years. And it is unlikely that something will happen to his husband right away. As long as he is alive, he still has a chance. No matter it is redeemed or robbed, you can always get it back. But what should I do with this person? She looked at Suasur and backed away slowly. This traitor is more difficult to deal with than 200 years ago. With one sword test, she has already discovered the clues. He was imprisoned in the Golden Pagoda. He knew that he could not keep his Taoist skills. And he did not want to take advantage of the Qingyuan sect. He spent all his Taoist skills on tempering his body. At this moment, there is not a drop of true energy. But the physical body is extremely powerful. Madam, the disciple from behind called softly. The head lady nodded. Everyone was nervous and felt relieved at the same time. Madam is the master and Suasur's uncle. She has met him since she was a child. Madam confirmed that there is nothing wrong. This is Suasur's uncle. Very good. The leader is imprisoned. And only one of the 10 true disciples he brought has returned. The sect is in turmoil, and the building is about to collapse. It is really great to have a powerful uncle return now. As for the uncle who seems a little crazy and even covets his wife, this is a trivial matter. Suasur spat out half of the broken sword with bloody foam, tilted his head and grinned at the disciples at the door. Look at Sassy. You guys haven't eaten for 200 years. If you don't serve food, he pointed at a circle of disciples. Leave no one behind. Everyone immediately dispersed. And soon piles of food were delivered. Suasur held a roasted chicken and took a breath of intoxication. Tears flowed out. While shedding tears, she whimpered. She bit off the head of the roasted chicken and then devoured it. After 3 or 5 mouthfuls, the whole roast chicken went into the belly, without even a trace of bones falling out. It feels like I haven't eaten in 100 years. Well, this guy hasn't eaten for 200 years. The disciples were immediately relieved and convinced that what they just pointed out about wanting to eat people was probably not a lie. Suasur swallowed it whole for 2 hours before she stopped still, licking his lips and sucking his dirty fingers. His eyes flashed red, and he looked at a disciple. Later, bring all the healing elixirs and herbs in the door to our room. The 200-year-old injury needs to be treated well. Don't worry, Uncle. I won't let you suffer. I will take you there in 2 days when my injury is better. Dig for treasure. He. Qingyuan Gate Prison is such a big place. It has suppressed countless heroic seniors. There are endless treasure maps left in it. I can't finish digging them. Senior brother will take you to dig for treasures. He shook his head and looked at the other delicate disciple, with a flash of light in his eyes. Send brother back to his room later. The disciple's face changed drastically. Uncle Master. I am a male. The voice sounded like a bullfrog. Suasur's eyes lit up. Isn't that better? The disciple's face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 89 Jade. The moon sets and the sun sets, and the night passes without realizing it. And the Qingyuan sect becomes a little quieter. After a day of training, the disciples have basically adapted to the golden pagoda above their heads, and they know how to carefully protect it when walking. The golden pagoda above Qingyuan flickered suddenly. There are always L ghosts rushing down. Hell ghosts have no intelligence. They just sense creatures mechanically, and they collide with each other over and over again. There are also ghosts that follow the wind and go west. Under the lake, Suhi was in a daze. Just now, when the little fur ball was jumping on him, it knocked the golden pagoda down. Then the 2 L ghosts swung their tails and hit him. But they were like headless flies hitting the glass. Bounce back. the prison ghost, who was so impenetrable that he even turned a blind eye to the Qingyuan Gate Formation and the Seven Meridians Mountain Guard Formation, was blocked by the foreign minister Shan Ing. Su He was stunned for a moment, but he was relieved. That's right. The foreign minister's mountain shadow is formed by absorbing all kinds of spiritual power and treasures from the innate magical power of the negative mountain. The negative mountain absorbs basically everything, including sword energy, merits, magic weapons, and turtle LS. Since it can absorb everything virtual and real, the condensed outer appearance should naturally be able to block all kinds of attacks. No matter how weird the prison ghost is, it is still an attack in essence. It is reasonable for it to be blocked by the foreign minister. Su He raised his head. Su He, Dragon Turtle, am different. It's a pity that I can't stand with arms crossed. Yesterday, I saw how special Feng Yaya was. To be honest, it was more or less like a snack. I was amazed at how special Feng Yaya was, but also had a little hope. Hoping that that special individual could be me. Isn't this coming? Although he could only defend but not attack. Su He had just tried it. But the sword energy slash in the foreign minister had no effect on the prison ghost. He has not yet received the dragon turtle inheritance, and only has some of the dragon turtle's innate magical powers. The means of attack are too poor. Only water control, sword energy, and divine power. These things are very effective against HL ghosts. Su He was stunned, and the divine power struck at the soul. Prison ghosts are considered to be fierce ghosts and ghosts. Right. He was quiet for a moment, then opened his mouth and let out a mighty roar. Roar. The sound waves exploded in the water, pushing the water ripples to form waves that swayed in all directions. The little fish beside him flipped over. The sound rippled through the HL ghosts, and the two HL ghosts were like two ice cubes thrown into a red-hot iron pot. They made a sizzling sound, and the black clouds were evaporated and peeled off in an instant. What evaporates from them is a gray mist, with a cold and dark atmosphere, just like the gray mist sprayed from the prison. In just a moment, the two HL ghosts disappeared, leaving behind two large amber-colored jade stones that fell into the water and sank to the bottom of the lake. Divine power can hurt HL ghosts. Su He swallowed a few mouthfuls of lake water, and he suddenly realized something. Even though he had been called a mythical beast for almost a year, he had already adapted to his status as a mythical beast. But he didn't seem to understand what a mythical beast was, and what a dragon turtle was. Gu Feng once said, "The infinite mysteries are called gods. The fierce and sharp beasts are called divine beasts. The mythical beast is majestic, holy, and powerful." Ignorant people don't understand the difference between mythical beasts and strange beasts. They just think they sound majestic. Su He also felt that the dragon turtle sounded much more powerful than the black turtle and the strange turtle. And he also felt that he was extraordinary. He is now condensing true blood, and his realm is equivalent to the monk's true blood realm and 3-star beast. But in fact, the true blood realm and 3-star alien beasts didn't even have a chance to resist in front of Su He. Su He beat them like a chicken, and could easily crush the monks and alien beasts in the same realm. Su He thought this was a mythical beast, invincible in the same realm. You can fight across borders. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he was different. Go Lao Dao's Taoism is profound, and the first of the 7 meridians immortal swords are like clouds and magic weapons are like rain. But they can't hurt the HL ghost unless they give up their Taoism and dare to die with the HL ghost. In terms of Taoism, Tin Su He could not compare with them. But Su He could kill the ghosts in prison. But they could not? This is a gap in life classes. I remember someone asked Gu Feng that humans are innate Tao bodies, and mythical beasts are also a type of Tao body. Since they are almost the same, why can't people in the same realm defeat the divine beasts? Gu Feng smiled at that time and said with some helplessness, "There are countless tigers in the world, but it is difficult to find a few white tigers. There are only one dragon turtle in the lake for thousands of years. Isn't it natural to be blessed? If we really want to, competing with mythical beasts should be a special kind of person among humans." Su He now has some understanding. Maybe Feng Yaya is a special Taoist body? Chasing 2 amber jade stones as they sank to the bottom of the lake. Su He poked at the jade stones. The foreign minister's mountain shadow is not automatically guarded, and the jade is not in danger. It's not purely hard stone. It has a slightly fleshy texture. Su He looked at the jade, and an uncontrollable greed arose. Eat it. Not gluttony, but the body's desire to absorb it. This is an instinct of animal evolution. Just like seeing the demon fruit. Your mind is blank, and you just want to swallow it in one bite. Sui backed away a little, squinting at the two jade stones. Unknown things have a fatal attraction, and should be kept away from. Sui poked the fur ball on the top of his head and said, "Contact Master and ask him to come over and take a look." In the Hall of Eternal Life, Foniju was pacing back and forth, looking anxious. At this moment, a small sword shot through the Qingyuan Gate mountain guard formation, directly entered the Hall of Eternal Life, and turned into a projection when it hit the ground. A young man dressed as a businessman. It should be similar to Su Huanyan's method. "Master Feng!" The young man lowered his eyebrows slightly, and opened his mouth to scold. It was as if Feng Yiju had met a savior. Surprise appeared on his face for a moment, and he hurriedly greeted him. "Hall Master Luo, you are here. Please ask Xiantian clan to grant a piece of land to me. Qingyuan clan, as soon as possible. Qingyuan clan, must move." The young man's scolding voice was stuck in his chest. He is the head of the Xian Hall of the Zuanshanmen Foreign Affairs Hall. Those who came to scold the Qingyuanmen guards for their inability to suppress the prison did not even open their mouths. But the Qingyuanmen exposed a big surprise. Grant a piece of land? Move place? Feng Yiju's face was miserable. Hall Master Luo saw what he saw when he came in just now. The sky above Qingyuan is full of prison ghosts. They can't be driven away or killed. How can this place survive? I hope Xietian sect will take care of it and protect Qingyuan Gate. After many years in Dongyuan, Yun Qingyuan will move out immediately. Impossible. Hall Master Luo opened his eyes. At this moment, the prison ghosts in Qingyuan Mountain are raging. Who will clean up the mess after the Qingyuan sect has left? Then please ask Xietian sect to send experts immediately to deal with the prison ghosts as soon as possible. Qingyuan sect really can't hold it anymore. The church leader opened his mouth. Is this his original statement? First he severely reprimanded Feng Yiju, and then threatened and warned that if the Qingyuan sect did not handle it well, the Xietian sect would send people over. Which sect would allow other sects to move in? Is it easy to get in and get out? Why did Feng Yiju steal his words and ask for it now? For a moment, he didn't know how to proceed. Back off. A faint voice came from him. The projection flashed and the person was replaced. A majestic middle-aged man appeared. He glanced at Feng Yiju lightly. I'm here, Master Feng. Stop teasing the kids and just tell them what you want. The master of Zuanshanmen Foreign Affairs Hall. The real high-level people in Zuanshanmen. Feng Yiju cupped his hands, and all the expressions on his face disappeared. In the name of Zuanshanmen, I urge the Dongyun sects to sell all prisoners and captives to Qingyuan. The palace master glanced at Feng Yiju with a meaningful look in his eyes. Yes. Feng Yiju handed over his hand, and the projection instantly dispersed. The small sword on the ground shattered and disappeared. Feng Yiju looked at the dust on the ground and didn't know what he was thinking. In front of an inconspicuous lawn at Xiantian Gate, the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall was feeding chickens. Ordinary farm chickens. Outside the chicken coop, Hall Master Luo looked at him in confusion. Grandfather, why did you agree to Feng Yiju's request? The elders have already said that it is very possible that Feng Yiju did it himself. The palace master shook his head. Do you know what is the most important thing between the two armies against the enemy? Hall Master Luo frowned and wondered why his grandfather mentioned this. The master of the palace sprinkled a handful of corns, looked at the chickens pecking at the rice, and said, You know how to put aside the immediate and look directly at the essence. We don't need to care about what Feng Yiju is doing. If we look too much, we will easily fall into the trap. We only need to know whatever he ultimately wants to do. What does he want to do? Hall Master Luo gently kicked a hen away. I just want Qingyuan to take another step forward and dominate Dongyuan. Hall Master Luo looked at his grandfather. The palace master put down the chicken food and walked out of the chicken coop. If he wants to dominate Dongyuan, he must do two things. Clear out the Dongyun sects and clear out the ghosts in prison. We don't need to know what he is planning. We just need to be optimistic about these two things. The prison ghost has always been in the hands of the sect. He can't take it away, and he can't get rid of it. If he just wants to use the monk's true energy to destroy it. Qingyuan 100,000 prison, the ghost needs nearly 100,000 monks to destroy it. Where do these many monks come from? Only by buying Dongyun prisoners? The Dongyun sects have 3,000 to 5,000 prisoners, which is the limit. Why not let him buy them? Just look at his methods. It also happens to let him buy them to feed the prison ghosts. These two, the soul jade and warm jade in the Nyanman, are greatly consumed. And it will take some time for the Tianshou world to mature. So it is just right to shepherd and harvest a batch here. Chapter 90 Mountain Soul. But, if Grandpa Rua Qingyuan paid a high price, what if the Dongyun sect started to riot because of this? Hall Master Luo asked. There are many sects in Dongyun Mountain, both good and bad. There are always small sects that are jealous of the profits from buying and selling prisoners and prisoners. Therefore, wars against other small sects often start like this. Maybe start with 3 or 5 people. A small sect battle of a dozen people can lead to a sect of 100 people to join the fight. And then thousands or 10,000 people. And the entire Dongyun will be in chaos. The palace master smiled. Then let there be chaos. Dongyun Mountain is separated by Yunming's and Xietian immortal domain. If Dongyun is not in chaos, Yunming's and Zuanshanmen should be in chaos. Dongyun Mountain is very big, but in front of Zuanshanmen and Yunming's, it is nothing. Are the two sides really unable to occupy this area? It's just a tacit understanding formed over tens of thousands of years. If it is occupied, the two forces will be directly adjacent, and all kinds of frictions and disputes will arise. No matter how small a dispute is, if it lasts for tens of thousands of years, it may lead to a direct confrontation between the two major forces. The gain outweighs the loss. Moreover, there is chaos in the silence, and Dongyun, who is chaotic yet orderly, is more in line with the interests of Zuanshanmen. Zuanshanmen does not allow another sect to rise next to the couch. Dongyun is rich in resources and can support a large sect if unified. It is better to divide into hundreds of sections. After separation, everyone will look up to Xietian and Zuanshanmen can obtain Dongyun supplies and sit back and relax. The master of the palace glanced in the direction of Dongyun. Dongyun Mountain already has 3 pillars. Although the Qingyuan sect is strong, it has been defeated in a short period of time. The Wuxiang Sword sect and Fengming Mansion have a tendency to catch up. If it succeeds, with the 3 pillars standing side by side, Dongyun Mountain has become balanced and stable. Wouldn't the 3 sects continue to develop? There is still one strong person in Dongyun, and there is another one that is weaker, but can unite Dongyun's factions to fight against it. And it is best to form a countervailing force between the two sides. Hall Master Luo frowned. But Patriarch, judging from the news said back by Elder Chiu, the Wuxiang Sword sect is likely to be constantly involved with the Qingyuan sect. If they really recognize their ancestors and return to the sect, wouldn't the Qingyuan sect become the dominant one in an instant? Can you even unify Dongyun? The palace master returned the escaped hen to the chicken coop, closed the door, and said with a smile, I have seen that Qi Yang. Although he is not as good as Feng Yiju, he is still a figure. This time, he may be cooperating with Qingyuan, or it may be a coincidence. No need to worry. Besides, even if he really endured the humiliation for 300 years, he was actually devoted to Qingyuan. So did the elders in the sect. 300 years ago, he won over a group of monks who resisted Qingyuan and established the Wuxiang Sword sect. A leader is only a leader if he is of the same mind as the sect. Otherwise, he is a traitor. Will the Wuxiang Sword sect not be able to get another leader? Furthermore, he looked at his grandson. He had 87 grandsons. Currently, only a dozen are left in the Xianwang realm. The rest are still young. This one has already become the hall master, but he is somewhat unworthy of the position. Still needs experience. Have you forgotten that we are Zuanshanmen? The little hall master was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized, yes, he is the Xietian sect. Even if Feng Yiju really unites Dongyun and sends 2 people from the heaven-stepping realm, they can destroy the Qingyuan sect in an instant. Since you can make a comeback, what is there to worry about? Go! This turmoil in Dongyun is a training for you, and you are fully responsible for it. Hall Master Luo's eyes flashed. He bowed and turned down the mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, his grandfather's voice rang in his ears. Watch the east clouds. Don't allow the mountain soul to take shape. Hall Master Luo was startled. There are spirits in the sky and the earth, and the ghosts of H.L. scatter towards the east clouds, eating away at the living beings. The heaven and the earth will resist on their own, and whenever disasters like this devastate all life, the mountains and rivers will have a very small chance of forming mountain souls and souls. They are the spirits of the mountains, rivers and waters, and it is easy to control the land by controlling their spirits. Among the 10 major immortal sects and various forces, most of the sects that can stand for thousands of years control the soul of the mountains and rivers where the sect is located. A bold idea rose in his heart. Feng Yiju released the prison ghosts just to gather the mountain souls. Right? If his grandfather hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have even thought about it. Nuan Yu, Gu Laodao suddenly made a surprised voice from the little fur ball. Even a little hastily. Guizi! Where did you get one, you? Suhi blew away the little whitebait that swam into his mouth and asked curiously. Master, is this thing very precious? Gu Laodao's voice sounded. This is a treasure for forging the body. You can use it for melting acupoints and sacrificing bones. It is even more priceless for that little girl to cultivate her body. Unfortunately, Yuan Jade has always been in the hands of the top 10 immortal sects. And very few outflow. I was so talented and beautiful as a teacher. But I only got 5 as a reward. Where did you get this warm jade? The little girl the master calls is Feng Yaya. And Gu Laodao likes that little girl very much. Feng Yaya used to follow Camel around every day. And now she follows Suhi. All around Gu Laodao. At this moment, a prison ghost silently collided with Suhi. It was bounced off by the foreign minister's mountain shadow. Suhi raised his head and roared. Roar! The prison ghosts dispersed, and the warm jade fell. Hey! It comes like this! The voice of Gu Laodao on the little fur ball was silent for a long time. And then he gasped and struggled to utter a few words. I'm going to find the leader. After a moment, he said again. Go and save the disciples in the sect. The disciples of Qingyuan sect also faced the threat of prison ghosts. Gu! The little fur ball's voice sounded. And Gu Laodao left. Suhi looked at the 2 warm jade pieces. They were treasures without danger. Boom! The lake water burst. And a dark dragon turtle pounced on the 2 warm jade pieces like a hungry tiger, opening its mouth and swallowing them. Then he gasped for air. Lake water puffs up in the nose. 2 dice landed on Sui's head. And 2 warm jades squirmed in his mouth, turning into 4. This warm jade has an owner. The dice will only appear if you steal other people's things. There will be no dice when Suhi hunts by himself. In other words, L ghosts are livestock raised by humans. But Gu Laodao said that the prison ghost was a masterpiece of the great world of emperors from ancient times. To be called eternal by a 1,000-year-old monk, it must be 10,000 years at least. Right? 10,000 years is not enough to use this word. What monk can live so long? It was not the masters of these L ghosts who created them. Feng Yiju? Suhi thought about it, and found that this inference was actually tenable. Shi Yang and Feng Yiju are in the same group. And the prison ghost is released by Feng Yiju. If he dares to release him, he must be under his control. Prison ghosts are afraid of Feng Yaya. Are they afraid of Feng Yiju? Is Feng Yaya special, or is it inherited by blood? Feng Yiju may not know that killing the prison ghost will drop warm jade. Suhi felt that he had found the key point. Calm down. When he left the orphanage in his previous life, the director told him that society is complicated, and he should not trust others casually. Whether a person is trustworthy, and what he wants to do. Don't listen to his words, but watch his actions. What did Feng Yiju do? Release the prison ghosts and release more than 30 people with Feng Yaya's breath. The more exciting the strategy, the simpler it is. Suhi didn't think deeply, and only looked at the surface, no matter whether those demons were Feng Yiju's people or not. They were indeed more than 30 guys who were already crazy. And at the same time, they were ridiculously high-minded. Dongyun is going to be in chaos. If more than 30 capable lunatics suddenly rush in from any place, chaos will fall. Chapter 91 Mountain Protector Beast. From this, it can be deduced that Feng Yiju can gain 2 benefits: weaken the Dongyun sects and shepherd the prison ghosts. Hell ghosts can suck living creatures, and Yuan Yu is probably formed in this way. And Dongyun, who was in chaos, definitely had no shortage of captured monks. If the Qingyuan sect is also interested in these prisoners, then his inference will not be wrong. Prison ghosts are Feng Yiju's livestock. Then it shouldn't be a big deal to intercept a batch of who from Feng Yiju. Right? Suhi diverted the water and swam in the direction of the Beast Control Valley, where there were more disciples. The prison ghosts were attracted. When he was still halfway there, he heard a loud roar, and 2 sword rays headed towards the Hall of Eternal Life. Gu Laodao kicked open the door of Changsheng Palace, and Xiao Chongluan stepped in. There were only 2 people, Feng Yiju and Scholar, in the hall, staring at each other. Uncle Gu, Uncle Qiao. But there was an accident, Feng Yiju asked with his hands raised. The auras of these 2 people were not right. Where were they captured by the prison ghosts? The scholar on the side took a step forward and saluted respectfully. Master! Uncle! Get out! Xiao Chongluan glanced at him. The scholar opened his mouth, but did not dare to speak. He saluted respectfully to the 3 people in the hall, turned around and left the Hall of Eternal Life, and closed the door behind him. The Palace of Eternal Life has its own mystical powers, and it is difficult for outsiders to find out anything inside the palace when the door is closed. The scholar smiled after closing the door. The master and Uncle Gu must have seen a lot and had to come to the master. I no longer need to hide it from master and be beaten every day. Well, the leader may have to take another beating. Awesome. In the Hall of Eternal Life, Fengiju still looked elegant. The two uncles are so murderous. What are you doing? Are they going to beat the nephew again? He paused and covered his face with his sleeves. Uncle, no slaps in the face this time. Gu Laodao twitched his beard. Xiao Chengluan looked at Fengiju. The leader does have a lot of ambitions, but we are only over 1,000 years old. We are very young. We are not too old to move. Right. Why did the sect hide the plan from me? Could it be that I can't be trusted? Fengiju was quiet for a moment. Why did Uncle Master say this? Qiang! Gu Laodao spit out a name. Fengiju was startled and looked confused. Brother Qi. What's wrong? Xiao Chengluan shook his head and chuckled. The leader is afraid that we will deceive you. Gu Laodao looked into Fengju's eyes and said leisurely. Prison ghost. Nuan Yu. If that's not enough. The old Taoist killed Pengpa from the Tianjua sect with his own hands. The old Taoist was not so confused that he could not distinguish between the life and death of his enemy and his own. Can you tell that Gu Hong is still alive? His voice became somewhat resentful later on. As expected, his uncle has no real brothers. Gu Hong's father is Gu Laodao's younger brother and Fengju's master. The two grew up together. Fengju stopped talking. Why did you wait without telling me? Xiao Chengluan asked. Fengju smiled and shook his head. No secret. The elders allow me to take the entire Qingyuan sect on an adventure? No secret. He looked at Gu Laodao. Uncle Master is a good drinker. After drinking, he can preach to Wukue for 3 days. How do you know that the news will not be leaked? Gu Laodao opened his mouth wide, as if he had been stabbed in the foot. He wanted to retort but didn't know what to say. He could only hum and mutter some unintelligible words such as mythical beast and dragon turtle. He looked at Xiao Chengluan again. If you don't hide it, could you masters perform a show that lasts for 60 years? Xiao Chengluan didn't speak. After a moment of silence, he asked, Why do you have to do this? The Qingyuan sect guards these 3,000 Qingyuan mountains and thousands of miles of Qingyuan land. Why don't you live a good life? There was a flash of struggle on Fengju's face. And after a while he said, Do you two master uncles know where the ghosts in the prison come from? Gu Laodao frowned. Isn't it eternal? Discovered by us 300 years ago? Fengju shook his head. The Hell Ghost space is a special space. I accidentally entered it 350 years ago. But at that time, the Hell Ghost space was under Fulong Prison in Taibai Temple. Gu Laodao and Xiao Chengluan suddenly raised their heads, staring at Fengju with bright eyes. Fengju chuckled and touched the red crown of the bronze crane next to the leader's throne. Whoever holds the best here in Dongnan Mountain will have the prison ghost space appear. Do you two master uncles know what this means? The two of them were breathing heavily. Nuanyu came from the prison ghost. Nuanyu was only found in the top 10 immortal sects. Zuanshinman, life and death are in the hands of others. How dare your uncle Qingyuan not resist? Gu Laodao opened his mouth. There's no need to hide it from me and wait. You masters, all of you have been masters of the first round. Haven't you hidden it from me? Xiao Chengluan waved his hand. What are you going to do next? Release the prison ghosts. Qingyuan has lost more than 700 disciples on this day alone. This was not a fake death like Gu Hong. This was really being sucked by the prison ghosts under his nose. Fengju looked at the gate of Changsheng Palace. Of those 700 people, more than 130 are true Qingyuan disciples, and the rest are spies from various sections. Even with the mountain protecting formation leading the way and trying their best to ensure that every Qingyuan disciple has a golden pagoda, casualties are still unavoidable in the chaos. More people from the Qingyuan sect will probably die next. Fengju's tone was gentle, but murderous. Xiao Chengluan squinted his eyes. Thoughtfully, Fengju turned to Gu Lao and said, How does uncle know that prison ghosts can produce warm jade? Above the elephant water, Sui suddenly jumped out of the water, looked at the Qingyuan disciples who were being chased by the L ghost on the shore, and roared fiercely. Roar! How dare you hurt my Qingyuan disciples? You evil beast! With a roar, the water waves rolled up the huge dragon turtle and rushed to the shore. The disciple on the shore struggled to escape. The golden pagoda above him flickered in and out, and the monk's true energy locked in the golden pagoda was about to be exhausted. Hearing the shouting from behind, The disciple turned around and saw the divine beast in the door rushing towards him with waves. His face was filled with joy and then shock. There was no golden pagoda on the divine beast. Let's go! Let's go quickly. The people imprisoned in my golden tower are already dead. I can't protect you. Let's go quickly. He was extremely anxious. How can a disciple protect the sacred beasts that protect the mountain? So he opened his mouth and roared. Roar! The divine power surged out, and the L ghosts chasing the disciples were instantly wiped out. The disciple also rolled his eyes and passed out. There was still an anxious look on his face. So he put away the warm jade. Thoughtfully, the master asked him to save Qingyuan's fellow sect. That is, this ability is not afraid of being known. Nuan Yu has always been from the top 10 immortal sects. And the top 10 immortal sects are well informed. The dragon turtle's divine power can kill L ghosts. So he must have known it for a long time. In other words, when the news spread that a dragon turtle appeared in Qingyuan's sect, others already knew what they should have known. So while you're rescuing people, shouting righteous words at the top of your lungs to gain a good reputation isn't too much. Right. Reputation is a good thing. Sometimes better than swords and money. I, Dragon Turtle, cherish Qingyuan disciples more than my own warm jade. It's just a passing thought. Even if the divine power does not distinguish between friend and foe, the rescued person will probably be stunned, which is a bit troublesome. There are ghosts everywhere at the moment. But he cannot be left standing here like this. A sailor carried the unconscious disciple, and the huge waves swept Suhi towards the interior of Qingyuan Gate, outside the Palace of Eternal Life. Gu Lao Dao looked proud. It turns out to be the power of the dragon turtle. Feniju nodded. Over the past 6 months, he had collected a lot of information on the dragon turtle, and even had unique copies of it from the practice world. His understanding of the dragon turtle was no longer what it was half a year ago. I just didn't know that the dragon turtle's power could also kill L ghosts, which was a surprise. He chuckled and shook his head. Dragon Turtle has made great progress, and already knows how to make a name for himself. At this moment, on the Liuguang River connecting Zuanshanmen in Dongyan Mountain, Xiaohu felt a little uneasy. It is still far away from Xiatian sect, and we will not be able to arrive until tomorrow evening at the earliest. We have already used special means in the sect to send a message to the sect, and clearly told the story about the Qingyuan sect. Unfortunately, the content contained in the summons slip was limited, and he could only briefly describe it in detail. Compared with the raging prison ghosts, the turtle in Qingyuan sect probably had a terrifyingly high bloodline of dragon turtle. This should be classified as brief, in any case. The content of the writing. Right? If something is delayed because of this, the blame will not be brought upon him. It's just that the summons provided by the Foreign Affairs Office was too poor. Chapter 92 Dongyan. The disciples of Fuyang sect were worried. Last night, a senior brother sent senior uncle's back to his room. He screamed in the middle of the night, and has not yet come out. It wasn't until the sun set in the west that the door of the house opened with a creak, and Master's Wick came out with his teeth picked. Behind him is the senior brother, who sent him back to his room last night. At this moment, there are red palm prints on his face. His eyes are dull, and he has a desire to die. Teacher! Uncle! Hey! This little brother! You are waiting for me to get up so early! Senior sister is going to treat you tomorrow! The disciple suddenly took a few steps back, with a horrified look on his face. Master! Uncle! You are the one who wants to send all the healing medicine. The uncle is really crazy. Yesterday, the uncle, and brother talked nonsense. And today even the senior sister came out. He was holding a storage bag and shivering. Don't be afraid. Suasur put away the storage bag and lightly touched the back of his hand with her fingers. The disciple trembled suddenly. Suasur covered her mouth and giggled. She weighed the storage bag in her hand and walked out the door. Halfway through, she turned around and said, Follow me. I promised you yesterday that I will take you to dig for treasures today. I'm not the only one who has seen the treasure map in the Qingyuan Gate prison. If someone digs it out in advance, don't say that my words are not counted. The disciple shivered again. The others looked at him sympathetically and quickly lowered their heads. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. Junior brother, we wish you great harvest. Suasur looked around. Let's go. Let's go. Everyone is following. Anyone who doesn't go is not giving me face. His voice was shrill, making people's hair stand on end. Just when he was at a loss, he saw Suasur laughing and walking out of the courtyard. went straight to the sect warehouse, and came out carrying a flying boat. Get aboard. No one dared to move. Swasur smiled sweetly. If you don't want to get on the boat, what do you want to get on? The disciple who sent him back to his room yesterday suddenly shuddered. His eyes finally brightened. But he was extremely frightened. He jumped onto the flying boat at a much faster speed than usual. But he only dared to hide far behind, farthest away from Swasur. The others reacted, no longer daring to hesitate, and stepped onto the flying boat one after another, with expressions of heroic sacrifice on their faces. The flying boat took off, left the sect for a moment, and landed on a hill an hour later. The hill was unremarkable, but he saw Swasur looking around and punching towards the foot of the mountain. The boxing technique is delicate, just like dancing. There was a click, the sound of jade breaking, and a cave appeared. It's not a real cave. It should be a temporary residence. There is a formation shrouding the outside of the cave, but the formation was shaky, and it obviously took too long. Swasur squatted aside like a toad, looking at everyone on the flying boat. What are you looking at? Breaking the formation? Wait for me. You guys don't have any magic power. Everyone trembled. Finally, someone swallowed, got off the flying boat, and started to break the formation. It's not that he's afraid of Swasur. It's just that in normal treasure hunting, he has to guard against his teammates. Master Zwa has gone crazy. What if he mistakenly thinks he's grabbing the treasure and punches him to death? It's fine if it's a real treasure, but I'm afraid that Master Zwa will treat garbage as a treasure, and then he will die unjustly. The level of the formations was quite high, but it took too long and many of them were ineffective. It only took half an hour to break them all open. When I pushed open the door of the cave, I was shocked by the sight in front of me. It's just a temporary cave with only one room. Skeletons hung on the ground and walls. Spirit stones, rotten herbs, and various refining materials are scattered everywhere. There are also 2 amber-like jade stones. Yo! Nwanyu! Swasur cried out in surprise, causing everyone to choke and take a breath of cold air. Have you never eaten pork or seen a pig running? Nwanyu has never seen it, but he has always heard of it. To them, it is a treasure. Why are you breathing? The temperature has dropped. Swasur laughed out loud. There's no point in being shocked. Bring the warm jade to Master, and the rest belongs to you. Everyone did not dare to have extravagant hopes, and respectfully gave the warm jade to Swasur, convinced that Uncle Crazy Pie was not interested in the other things. He rushed up and moved them all away. There are 3,200 pieces of spiritual stones, 860 yuan crystals, and various forging materials and herbs that are rotten and cannot be counted. Even half of this amount should be handed over to the sect and then shared equally, which would be enough for them to struggle for 10 years. There are not many spirit stones and crystals, but there are really too many materials for forging weapons. This must be a temporary cave for a weapon refiner. I wonder if Uncle Master knows where his real cave is. Swasur looked at the satisfied disciples of the Fuyang sect and chuckled. Are you satisfied? He nodded his head. There are at least hundreds of treasure stored here. Aren't you happy to kill you? Everyone looked at Swasur, gradually losing their fear and even becoming a little eager. Move your things and go to the next place, Swasur weakly ordered, and everyone immediately obeyed. They were much more proactive than before when they were threatened when boarding the flying boat. The flying boat sailed across the sky. It was already night, and there were stars twinkling in the sky. I don't know if it's just bad luck. 2 more treasures were dug up one after another. One was empty and had been dug up long ago. The other one contained something, but it had a complete trap. A junior fellow was unable to dodge and was blown up, torn apart. But these are small things, and the harvest is greater than the first treasure. Now Uncle Zwa is leading them to dig out the 4th treasure, which is a tomb. The underground palace is very large, and Uncle Zwa personally led the team down. Only 2 people were left outside to relax. One is from the wife personally, and the other is the junior brother who spent the night in Master Zwa's room last night. Even if there is a treasure, the junior brother will never dare to approach Master Zwa. He just wants to stay far away and actively asks for a break. Everyone smiled knowingly and followed Swasur down to the tomb without paying any attention. It took a full hour for everyone to return home with full loads. When they returned to the ground through the tomb passage, they heard a scream on the ground. Then, there was an unscrupulous smile. Uh-huh. Is this a brat from the Fuyang sect? Why is that dead she-male Swasur bringing people to dig for treasures? Are you robbing me of my things? Haven't you been beaten enough in prison? Swasur was startled. Her face turned from joy to sinister. But it! He punched upwards, smashed open the tomb passage and rushed out. Everyone followed closely. And when they came up, they saw that the leader's body had been turned into pieces. And the other junior brother was huddled aside. Masters Hua and Yi Xiongbiao fought together, punching each other to the bone. It is the wooden map of Chanfeng Gate, one of the demons who escaped from the Qingyuan Gate prison like Masters Hua. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Can't you see the harvest of Chanfeng Gate? Kill them! Grab the treasure and go back immediately! Suisure's high-pitched voice came. People from both groups looked at each other's flying boat, full to the brim. This is from the flying boat. I don't know how many more are in the storage bag. Both sides gulped and howled at the same time and rushed towards each other. Muda's voice came from the deep forest. Aha! The Chanfeng sect doesn't kill people anymore. The Qingyuan sect pays high prices for prisoners and breaks the limbs of the Fuyang sect brats. Selling them for a good price is another source of income. A melee breaks out. This night, not only Changfengmen and Fuyang sect were involved. All the old demons invariably brought their cubs out to dig for treasures. And more or less they bumped into them. Some of them dug directly into the territory of other sects. Or when they escaped, they accidentally entered the nearby sect station with a group of treasures. Disputes everywhere. It's just that Dong'an Mountain is too big, and the sects are thousands of miles apart. So even the sound can't be transmitted. Chapter 93 Soul Jade. On! With a long dragon turtle roar, the 8H ghosts in front of him disappeared, and 8 pieces of warm jade fell to the ground. Suhi put it away. The dice fell. 2 pieces were added with quality, and the remaining 6 pieces became 17 pieces. Prison ghosts are not free-range by Feng Yiju. Suhi confirmed that there was someone else who kept the prison ghosts free. After cleaning up the prison ghosts along Xiangshui for a whole day, Feng Yiju and Gu Laodao appeared, so that he no longer had to worry about the prison ghosts outside. The captives he bought had already been delivered. Suhi was currently on the 3rd floor of the prison, in the lair of the prison ghosts. This was because Feng Yiju supported him in hunting the HL ghost. But after killing him, the dice still fell, and the master of the HL ghost was someone else. The atmosphere here gave him a very uncomfortable feeling, and with a long groan, the 8HL ghosts around him dispersed. The HL ghosts are not divided into different levels. Only the size is considered. The big ones are as big as a small courtyard, and the ordinary ones are only as big as a water tank. The bigger they are, the harder they are to kill. The group of HL ghosts floating above Suhi's head, constantly bumping into the foreign minister's mountain shadow, had already withstood 5 divine sounds. The size is only reduced by half. However, regardless of the size of the prison ghosts, their attack power is the same. It pounces on him and wraps it around like a blood vessel, and then sucks the monk dry. However, the weak HL ghost entangled itself with the powerful monk, and the true essence was wiped out as soon as it was rubbed. Generally, the larger the HL ghost is, the more likely it is to seek out powerful monks. Suhi lay down in front of a broken wall and took a short rest. At the same time, he took out 2 warm jade pieces with improved quality and put them into his mouth. The turtle's longevity and breath were running like a whale sucking water. The warm jade slowly melted and turned into a warm breath flowing into Suhi's body. Closing your eyes and looking inside, the warm jade aura, accompanied by spiritual power, wanders among the meridians, soaking in every time it passes by an orifice that has been opened. The acupoints nourished by the warm jade seem to be soaked in hot water, and the entire acupoints relax and relax. True blood travels through the acupoints and infiltrates the bones. Suhi's mind moved, and a line of writing appeared in front of his eyes. Dragon Turtle True Blood, 89.3%. Mingjian's magical power is very miraculous. The handwriting and habits it displays are all formed by the owner's habits. The huge clear mirror created by Senior Qingyuan has dragon seals and phoenix seals on it. Suhi's Mingjian is in simplified Chinese with a percent sign. Its database is also based on Suhi's own knowledge and cannot display things beyond the owner's knowledge. What if Suhi wanted to test what ingredients his turtle SHL contained? It will show the amount of calcium, lipids, and unknown items. It's not that it can't be detected, but that even if it is detected, Suhi doesn't recognize it. Nearly 90% of Dragon Turtle's true blood level was increased by 3 points with Nuanyu in just one day. Suhi could faintly feel the flow of real blood, and there was a roaring sound in his mind. This is a sign that the mind is about to open up. Generally, 67% of a monk's true blood is enough to open his orifice. Suhi's blood was almost 90%. But his orifice has not yet been opened. The two warm jade absorbs. And the spiritual power and true blood circulate at the same time. Two acupoints belonging to two meridians are opened at the same time. Two sounds of frying beans came from Suhi's body, falling on the turtle sh. L looks like Hongzhong de Lu. There were bursts of echoes, as if there was an empty orifice inside Suhi's turtle sh. L. With Nuanyu around, the speed of opening the acupoint suddenly accelerated, as if he was back to the beginning. Suhi lay still and consumed 4 pieces of Nuan jade in 2 hours to open 12 acupoints. There are less than 100 acupoints left, and all the acupoints are opened. It was originally estimated that this time would be around the time of hibernation this year. With the help of Nuanyu, Suhi felt that this time could be shortened to 10 days. Ong. He let out a long groan and released the turbid air from his chest. Big turtle! Came a joyful voice, like a silver bell. Feng Yaya was dressed in red, and ran over in a small group, screaming, 30 to 40 feet away. He stepped on the ground and shot forward, hitting the shadow of the mountain outside again, and sliding towards Suhi's neck. But it hit the stone tablet with a chirp. There is a stone tablet in the shadow of the mountain after the merits enter the body, blocking her path to the slide. Feng Yaya covered her head with tears in her eyes. He stomped on the turtle sh. L angrily and jumped off. Every time I look for Dogway happily, he always bullies me. She was struck by lightning last time, and this time she hit her with a stone tablet. The prison ghosts that kept hitting Suhi's mountain shadow were cleared the moment Feng Yaya shot over. Form a ball around 5 feet away. It's you annoying guys again! Feng Yaya was in a bad mood, seeing the prison ghost becoming more and more depressed. She jumped up, caught one of the prison ghosts, and punched it. Boom! Like a balloon bursting. The prison ghost was directly smashed into pieces, and a light blue jade stone fell down. Not warm jade. Suhi was confused. He had killed all the prison ghosts all day long, but only the warm jade fell. When Feng Yaya came and broke one at will, what fell was a special treasure. How lucky was he? Suhi had already guessed that Feng Yaya could attack prison ghosts. I saw Feng Yaya rising and falling, her small body running rampant among the H.L. ghosts. The H.L. ghosts only had room for escape, but it was not escape. The H.L. ghosts had no intelligence, and it looked more like Feng Yaya was repelling their magnetic fields, just like a magnet pushing away other magnets. Is a natural phenomenon. It's not easy for Feng Yaya to hit him. He needs to burst out quickly, faster than the prison ghost can be pushed away, and kill him with one punch. Every prison ghost beaten to death by Feng Yaya dropped a light blue jade. This is no longer just luck. Suhi opened his mouth towards where Feng Yaya was, and let out a mighty roar. Feng Yaya covered her ears, turned to Suhi, frowned and stamped her feet. The big turtle roared again, making his head feel dizzy. The divine power passed by, and the 4 H.L. ghosts in front of Feng Yaya flew into ashes, and 4 groups of amber-colored warm jade fell. Sure enough, it was not luck. The prison ghost Feng Yaya killed dropped a blue jade, while the one he killed dropped an amber warm jade. Treated differently, Suhi crawled towards a blue jade. This thing also gave him a strong attraction, and he still wanted to eat it. Huh? Feng Yaya said in surprise. How come the things dropped by the ugly things you killed are different from mine? She picked up a piece of warm jade, looked at it doubtfully, then opened her mouth, bit off a small piece and chewed it. Her eyes flashed with joy, and she ate a piece of warm jade in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Suhi was stunned. Is this thing edible? He took out a piece of warm jade and put it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The dragon turtle had a mouth full of fangs and no molars for chewing. Even when eating meat, it would tear it open and swallow it directly. I didn't taste anything, but I felt warm and comfortable in my belly. Feng Yaya chewed 2 more pieces of warm jade with satisfaction, then reluctantly held the last one in her hand, jumped on the turtle sh. Ellen took a small bite. Big turtle, what kind of jade is this? Nuanyu. Feng Yaya kicked her little feet. What I got out is the soul jade. Mother said it is good for the consciousness. Consciousness? And soul? But I didn't open the consciousness. Feng Yaya's kung fu is special. It only cultivates the physical body, not the magic. Suhi took out a pile of warm jade and landed on Feng Yaya's head. Feng Yaya's eyes widened with surprise. Little sailor Suhi picked up the soul jade on the ground. Doubts arose in my heart. Why did Feng Yaya end up with soul jade when he killed her? And why did she end up with warm jade when he killed her? Chapter 94 Awareness. Hell ghosts are not natural creatures. They are man-made. Perhaps it contains two kinds of jade. The divine power annihilates the spirit of the prison ghost, and Feng Yaya breaks up the body of the prison ghost. As a result, they only got the other half of the jade. This method of annihilating H.L. ghosts is probably not the orthodox way of collecting soul jade and warm jade. But it doesn't matter. There are countless H.L. ghosts in this space. Enough to squander. All the soul jade were gathered together, and 3 of the dice fell with increased quality. Feng Yaya didn't need the soul jade. So he kept it politely and gave Feng Yaya a handful of warm jade, some of which were ordinary or of higher quality. Feng Yaya swung her little feet happily. He threw a soul jade into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The one has a good effect after eating, and the whole body is warm and comfortable. The warm jade breath absorbed by the Guisho Changshi Ju will only nourish the meridians and acupoints. But what is eaten will nourish the whole body. As soon as the soul jade entered his stomach, a cool feeling rushed straight to his head, and the roar of the blood flowing through his mind became louder in an instant. The 2 dragon horn protrusions and the center point, where the eyebrows cross, are experiencing sudden swelling and pain. The true blood in the body is flowing like a river, roaring past the forehead. Suddenly, he could no longer hear any outside sounds, only the sound of the rushing river. The orifice is about to open. Yaya. Soul jade. He shouted loudly and swallowed all the soul jade in the outer space. Feng Yaya blinked. Her mind was pure and childish. But the monk had seen breakthroughs long ago and knew what he was doing. She stepped hard on the turtle SHL, and with the help of the foreign minister Shan Ying Shak, she turned into a flaming red cannonball and rushed into the group of prison ghosts. Shake the mountain. Feng Yaya shouted in a tender voice and punched the air, with her small fist as the center. An impact spread out. The entire circle of prison ghosts shattered instantly, and the soul jade crackled like hail. As fell down, the little red ball fell to the ground. He took a handful of it with dirt and mud, opened it, and poured it into Suhi's big mouth. The dice hit Suhi's head one after another, causing Lonko to burst. Feng Yaya tilted her head and was stunned for a moment. Huh? Am I so powerful? Have you brought back so many soul jade? Suhi took 2 bites and swallowed. The cool breath turned from a trickle into a rushing river, hitting his mind one wave after another. His eyes were blind, and he could no longer see the outside world, and was forced to look inward. Looking inside, the true blood was like a great river, gushing out from the heart, rushing upwards, constantly bombarding a cliff between the eyebrows. The essence transformed from the soul jade penetrates into it through the cliff wall, and bombards it from the inside out. This is the eyebrow aperture, also known as Niwen Palace in ancient times. It is located at the intersection of Yin Point and Baihui Point. Suhi also needs to add 2 horns here. Although the horns only sprout a little, it can be distinguished. The roots of the 2 horns are connected. Here, the cultivator who opens his mind cannot actively control it. Only when the power of true blood is reached and the strength of his spiritual consciousness is sufficient, he can explode it spontaneously. Suhi stuffed a handful of warm jade into his mouth, and the turtle longevity and breathing art started to work. True blood rushes upward like a dragon. Divine consciousness blasted out like electricity, and the 2 parties met. There was a crackling sound of edge, LS breaking, and then Hong Zhongdalu came to mind. Suhi's inner vision followed the true blood that suddenly flowed into a space. The mind is opened, different from the dark red and yellow of the heart orifice. The space of the mind orifice is clear and bright, and there is no river of blood vessels in the heart orifice space. The sun and the moon exist at the same time on the top of the head. If you look closely, it should be 2 dragon horns that have not yet grown out. Divine consciousness slowly converges towards the aperture. Opening the mind and concentrating the consciousness is the symbol of this state. The spiritual consciousness that was previously undetectable and uncontrollable now clearly appears. The monks can naturally perceive and see their own spiritual consciousness after opening their consciousness. Divine consciousness is not exclusive to monks. All living creatures, including plants and trees, have spiritual consciousness. A perceptive mortal can often sense the malicious gaze of others from behind. This is the unconscious use of divine consciousness. The more you cultivate your moral character, have a majestic mind, and experience thousands of people, the more powerful your spiritual consciousness becomes. There are even some mortals who have been in high positions for a long time, and their spiritual consciousness is always being tempered. Ordinary people can't even look at him. Suhi's consciousness was originally disorderly and scattered around from his mind, floating around at will, like a head of hair dancing in the wind. At this moment, they all retracted and stayed in their mind apertures. It slowly condenses into a crystal clear lake below the orifice. The sea of consciousness has just begun to form. With spiritual power and sea of consciousness, you can start practicing and using various spells and talismans at this moment. In the practice sect, whether a disciple has fighting ability or not is determined by the state of the mind orifice. Previously, the mind orifice could only be considered a powerful warrior by relying on the few supernatural powers brought by the mind orifice. It was enough to use the mind orifice to deal with 1 or 2 ghosts. Limit. After enlightenment, you can practice magic techniques. The combat power suddenly soared. Seeing the sea of consciousness condensing, Suhi slowly opened his eyes. Moved by his mind, using God as guidance and spirit as power, a stream of water formed a talisman in front of him, and thunder and lightning flashed on the talisman. An ordinary thunder talisman. Crack! Moved by his mind, the thunder talisman shot out, and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air and struck the prison ghost ahead. Prison ghosts are not hurt. An angry voice from the prison ghosts roared. Who is going to hit me with lightning again? Feng Yaya held an armful of soul jade and rushed out angrily, following the smell of thunder and lightning. Her eyes fell on Suhi. Suhi shrank into the turtle SHL. Big turtle! Feng Yaya felt aggrieved, tears almost coming out of her eyes. She had not seen her mother for a long time, so she cried easily, and the big turtle always bullied her. I didn't. Suhi shook his head. You know, when I break through, there will be lightning. Last time I ended my hibernation, I was struck by lightning 9 times. Suhi didn't dare to make the baby cry. It was really hard to make her cry. Feng Yaya tilted her head and remembered that this was the case. But she always felt that something was not right. She blinked and held back her tears. The next time the turtle breaks through, I'll watch. If you really get struck by lightning, you're not lying to me. Hey! She poured the soul jade at Suhi's feet. This is what is needed. When the consciousness is first opened and the spiritual consciousness is gathered, it is the best time to improve the spiritual consciousness. Suhi took out some warm jade and various spiritual fruits from the outer space to give to Feng Yaya. He put away the soul jade, laid down under the ruins of the wall, retracted his limbs into the turtle SHL, and began to absorb the soul jade as if sleeping in hibernation. Feng Yaya held the fruit and happily jumped onto Suhi's turtle SHL, gnawing on the fruit and swinging her little feet. The soul jade is infiltrated, and the sea of consciousness expands visibly with the naked eye. This is accumulated by external objects and is still very weak. But don't worry. Just go back and find the master's instructions on how to condense your spiritual consciousness, and then slowly compress and condense your spiritual consciousness. Now let's use the spiritual consciousness techniques in the channeling chapter to slowly compress it. The best way to condense your spiritual consciousness is to use it. Learn and release various spells and talismans, and constantly hone them in their use. There are quite a few techniques that Suhi can learn now. But in the dream state, multitasking is too troublesome to learn. Suhi started learning small tricks like water mirror technique and dust cleansing talisman. Chapter 95 Head Shaving. I do not know how long it has been. The sea of consciousness has expanded to its current limit. The entire mind becomes a world of water. But the sea of consciousness is not just like water. It is somewhere between water and mercury. The next step is to condense the spiritual consciousness. Then continue to expand the sea of consciousness, and at the same time consolidate the consciousness. This is not a short-term task, but occurs throughout the entire practice process. Even those powerful people in the heaven-stepping realm are also doing this. Suhi slowly opened his eyes, and his consciousness dispersed. Then he saw Feng Yaya curled up on his turtle SHL and fell asleep. Feng Yaya was in prison, and all the ghosts were floating 5 feet away. And the foreign minister's mountain shadow did not appear. Feng Yaya was huddled on the top of the turtle SHL, with half an uneaten warm jade in her left hand, and half a spiritual fruit in her right hand. The little one raised his eyebrows. It makes people feel inexplicably distressed. Has it been 5 or 6 days since I gathered my consciousness this time? Feng Yaya just woke up and fell asleep again. She has been lying on the turtle SHL like this for the past 5 or 6 days. Awake alone? Gloomy? Suhi's heart ached for some reason. He moved a little, and Feng Yaya woke up on the turtle SHL, blinking. He saw Suhi stretching out his limbs. Hey, big turtle! Are you awake? Isn't it the sleeping period again in 5 or 6 days? Is this because I'm bored and taking a nap? Suhi breathed out an inexplicable sigh of relief. Big turtle! Big turtle! Have you evolved new abilities? Can you fly? Feng Yaya looked excited. Sorry. No. Suhi did not evolve this time. His body did not grow. But his realm improved. The use of the acquired spiritual consciousness cannot be seen by outsiders. If we talk about the characteristics of dragon turtles, they have them too. Suhi's gaze has its own spiritual consciousness and does not require special control and use in the psychic chapter. However, this is not the unique ability of the dragon turtle. It is the same for all mythical beasts. The gaze brings with it spiritual awareness. Not only can it see, but it can also detect. Suhi crawled, controlling the water waves beneath him even more easily. Heading towards him, he climbed up a mound and looked into the distance with his eyes wide open. The gray fog in the prison ghost space could no longer cover his eyes. This is not just watching, but also spiritual exploration. Yaya! Have you been here before? Have you seen anyone else here? Suhi looked around and saw that the space was not big. About 40 or 50 miles in radius. And it was not even as big as the sea or lake. After a cursory inspection, only he and Feng Yaya were left. Those who had Yaya's aura were indeed gone. Feng Yaya shook her head. I've been here twice. My father brought me here. I kill these ugly guys when I come. I haven't seen anyone else. Huh? As if she had just discovered something. Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity. Can the turtle talk? Feng Yaya had no problem listening to the animal language. After communicating for a long time, she realized that Suhi was using human language. I just said that Big Turtle is better than Big Zhuang. Big Zhuang can't speak for so long. And he's still hiding under the small tower and doesn't dare to come in. Idiot! Suhi groaned and laughed. The prison ghost's lair let the camel in and embarrassed the camel. Suhi observed the H.L. ghost space. A golden light in the direction of his left front paw attracted the turtle's eyes. He stared at it intently. It was a faint palace. I can't see clearly, but the golden light is so bright that I almost need to make a plaque with. I have a treasure. And hang it up. Yaya! Do you know what the palace in front is? Feng Yaya tilted her head and thought for a long time before she clapped her hands and shouted. Ah! It's a relic. My mother said that relics were found under Qingyan Gate. Just under the prison. Come on. Big Turtle. Let's go and take a look. Suhi thought for a moment and then walked towards the ruins with Feng Yaya on his back. There were ruins in the prison ghost space, but neither Feng Yijiu nor Gul Laodao warned them. So they assumed there was no danger, no harm in taking a look. Suhi crawled, with water waves rolling under him, like rolling thunder in the empty space. Feng Yaya jumped up from time to time, attacking the prison ghosts to harvest soul jade. Suhi occasionally asked her to cover her ears, and obtain the warm jade with divine power. Divine power attacks the soul, and logically it has nothing to do with sound. But Feng Yaya is not affected by covering her ears, which is strange. Suhi always felt that this little guy was a humanoid beast. Stop and go. Hunting and marching. I don't know how long the ruins are in front of me, but it was still unclear, as if there was a layer of frosted glass outside the ruins. Space? Suhi was confused. This is a space wall membrane. Suhi has an external space, so he understands the space better. The ruins and the H.L. ghost space are not in the same space. At this moment, the two spaces are just intersecting. It's like a mirage. Ethereal. Suhi and Feng Yaya passed through without any feeling. Feng Yaya jumped up and punched. The air in all directions shattered, and the ruins palace remained the same. Suhi squinted and examined carefully, and could vaguely see a stone statue standing tall in the space. It's just that the direction of that space is different from that of the H.L. ghost space. It seems that the ruined palaces and stone statues are all lying flat. Can't see it. Can't get in. It's of no use. No wonder Master and the others didn't mention it. Suhi widened his eyes and tried his best to look into the space of the Golden Palace. Nothing works. But vaguely, a peacock spread its wings and flew by. The peacock is not real. It is half illusory, like a projection from the ruins. The peacock flew across Feng Yaya's body, but Feng Yaya didn't notice anything. Not a living thing. The peacock's eyes were dull, and its wings were waving too regularly. It looked like a puppet or an afterimage. It flew across a short distance and disappeared. No danger or discomfort was felt. It was a normal event in the ruins. After asking Feng Yaya, the little girl knew nothing. But her eyes were full of surprise. She wanted to fly on a peacock again. I am even more curious about this ruins. The ruins are isolated by space, and no one or one turtle can reach them despite all their efforts. So he expanded the foreign minister's space and went towards the ruins. Since the ruins have appeared here, it proves that this is the time when the space barrier is weak. I wonder if the outer space can be perceived. After putting on the foreign minister space, Suhi's eyes instantly became lively. Felt it. Is this the hair bun of the statue that pushes into the outer space? The statue's bun was still ethereal even in the outer space, and had no real appearance. But Suhi could sense it. This statue gave Suhi an extremely powerful feeling, with a hint of domineering and a bit of madness. If it weren't for the space, Suhi turned around and ran away. The material of this statue is extraordinary, but it's a pity that I can't get inside. I wonder if Fushan can absorb it through space. It stands to reason that it is possible. After all, even the space can be absorbed by the mountain. Suhi's movement is carried down the mountain. The majestic breath poured into the shadow of the foreign minister from the negative mountain. The appearance appears instantly. Can! Suhi was overjoyed. In the Fuyang sect of Dongyan Mountain, grief and excitement are intertwined, and the atmosphere is indescribably awkward. Today, the Chanfeng sect teamed up with the swaggering sect to attack the Fuyang sect. Dozens of disciples were killed and captured, which made the entire Fuyang sect fall into grief. They wanted to blame Zhuasuer for digging for treasures and making enemies, but the treasures they brought back were shocking. Heartbeat. Zhuasuer squatted on the throne of the leader with a carefree attitude. Aren't there just a few boys who died? Later, I will go find the brothers who were once in the village, and they will be replenished in one day, ensuring that the Fuyang sect only has a few people. More, no less. The head's wife closed her eyes and didn't want to pay attention to him. Can this be the same? The thieves from your village are here. Is the Fuyang sect a den of thieves or a sect? Is it yours or your husband's? When he opened his mouth to scold, Zhuasuer put down the suckling pig and touched his head back and forth with his greasy hands. His! Who is shaving my head? Chapter 96 Chaos Arises. Everyone looked at him inexplicably. Master Zhu is indeed crazy. This couldn't be an act. From the sudden confusion in his eyes, it could be seen that he really felt like someone was shaving his head. Zhuasuer jumped up and looked around, but found nothing. Nowadays, not many people in Dongyan can escape his eyes. And the feeling of having my head shaved is still with me even when I dance. But even if I touch a hair, not a single hair is changed. Could it be that I am really crazy? He landed on the leader's throne, stepped on the chair, and sat on the backrest. As he inspected everyone in the hall, everyone, including the head's wife, remained silent. In the past few days of the battle with the Chanfeng clan, everyone has gained a deep understanding of Zhuasuer's madness and moral conduct. You can't afford to offend this crazy guy. Zhuasuer searched for a long time, but couldn't find the source of the perception. He made some guesses in his heart. He temporarily suppressed the fear in his heart and waved his hands and said, You guys from Chanfeng clan, go to Qingyuan clan and sell them for a good price. Wait for me. Brothers, when we get there, let's go to the swaggering faction and destroy him. We have a grudge against Mutu and the Fuyang faction and the Chanfeng clan. Why does the swaggering faction get involved? Do you want to warm your bed? Give them a chance. The face of the head's wife changed. Don't have any grudges with other sects anymore. She has had a very bad premonition these days. Ever since Zhuasuer came back, the Fuyang sect has been at war. Although they can always bring back various treasures, more than 90% of them are weapon refining materials. For a time, they can't form a fighting force, which is of no use to the sect. On the contrary, he has lost more than 200 disciples in the past few days. The Fuyang sect is not a large sect, with only 1,000 disciples in total, which is already straining their muscles and bones. Okay, Zhuasuer said with a smile. Then, there is no need for the Fuyang sect to participate. I will go back to our village and become the king. The Chanfeng sect and the swaggering sect will come again and have nothing to do with me. They will rob you and ravage you. Don't shout my uncle's name. I know we don't like women. If you call me that, I'll get goosebumps. The face of the head's wife changed instantly. Zhuasuer spat at the disciples in the hall. What are you doing standing there? Are you going to sell prisoners of war? Are you waiting for me to take you there? Are you stupid for treating me like this? You just escaped, and went to Qingyuan Gate to throw yourself into a trap. Men are just training their babies, not their brains. Everyone lowered their heads in an instant, not looking at Suisu, and hurriedly escaped, pressing the prisoners to the Qingyuan Gate where the prisoners were purchased. Suisu grinned and looked at the head's wife. Uncle, you guys lied to them. My baby is still here, and I also like women. If you don't believe me, Uncle, you can give it a try. The head's wife turned around and left with a frosty look on her face. I didn't want to be in the same room with him for a moment. Qingyuan sect has set up a station every 5,000 miles to acquire prisoners. There are figures moving around the station, representing several surrounding sects. The disciples of the Fuyang sect approached cautiously. There are 3 disciples of the Chanfeng sect. Xiling, 27 above the Yiqiao, and 38 below the Yiqiao. Do you want to accept them? Shu. The disciple who was stationed in charge of registration made a gesture. Don't say which sect they are from. Next time, just take off their clothes, cover their faces, and send them over. You want spiritual stones? Yuanjing? Or materials? Yuanjing? A disciple handed him a bag. The Fuyang sect disciple counted them and raised his head. Here, give me too much. Did you jump when you met an immortal? There are always merchants who overpay, and when they want to leave quietly, they yell that the money is lost, and then take it back with interest. The disciple shook his head. 237 Xian crystals. I didn't give you much. The price has increased. The Fuyang sect disciple's eyes lit up, and he breathed heavily. This is more than twice as high as the notices issued by Zuanshimen to various sects. A sword light shot towards the station, and a fat monk on the sword light shouted, "Put down the Xian crystal, and no more buying and selling is allowed. This is the Qingyuan sect's trick. In these 6 or 7 days, Dongyun Mountain has been completely plunged into chaos. You must not then buy and sell fellow Taoists. They are all fellow Taoists of the Dongyun League, and they kill each other just for the Qingyuan sect to acquire them?" The people below were silent for a moment. In the past few days, similar guys have been shouting at every station, but the effect was minimal. I know it's the Qingyuan sect's trick, but what does it have to do with me? Even if the Dongyun Alliance defeated the Qingyuan sect, wouldn't there be another sect that would take that seat? It can't be me. If Qingyuan Gate is captured one day, can you give me 2 spiritual stones? It is better to seize the opportunity in front of you to make a fortune and increase your moral character. Now that my realm is high, maybe I can make more money when I attack the Qingyuan sect again. Dongyun Mountain fell apart for an unknown period of time, and hundreds of sects were in chaos. The concept of holding the spiritual stone in front of you has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Someone sneered. Where is the Qingyuan Gate? Have you never seen the prison ghost? You can see it if you go in the direction of Qingyuan. I hope you survive. Another person then laughed and said, the Qingyuan sect has too much time to take care of itself. Whether it can overcome the obstacles in front of it is a matter of 2 opinions. Is there any Dongyun Alliance that will continue to stay in the alliance and wait for exploitation by you sects? The fat monk looked depressed. Stupid! Did you know this would go on? Senior brother! Before he could finish his words, a hurried voice came. Senior brother! It's bad. The master has been caught and has been sold to Qingyuan sect. The fat monk was immediately stunned. What should I do? Senior brother? The junior brother had tears on his face. The fat monk's face was pale, and he looked at the disciple stationed at Qingyuan sect. This was not a disciple of Qingyuan sect. None of the Qingyuan sect disciples came out. They were all huddled inside Qingyuan sect. These are the sects that are attached to the Qingyuan sect and work specifically for the Qingyuan sect. The disciple seemed to feel sad for him, with a sad expression on his face. You can't redeem it with spirit stones and yuan crystals. The Qingyuan sect won't accept it, but you can exchange it with 2 monks of the same realm. Teacher. Senior brother? The fat monk's pale face became even paler. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Contact the 7th son and ask them to take the old and young of the sect and leave Dongyun Mountain immediately. Go west to Yunming's. Dongyunshan can't wait any longer. In the past 2 days, 3 or 4 families have packed up and moved to Yunming's. Small sects have the advantage of being small sections. If you want to leave, you can leave immediately. Then, what about you? Senior brother? A few words popped out from between the fat monk's teeth. I'm going to catch someone and change the master. He gritted his teeth and walked away with his sword. If he didn't leave, he might not be able to help but smash the Qingyuan sect's station, which would lead to the destruction of the Qingyuan sect. At this moment, the Qingyuan sect is probably not eager for someone to cause trouble. And it can be upright. Come out and exterminate families and collect people. Why doesn't Zuanshimen care? He didn't believe that Xintian clan couldn't deal with those prison ghosts. So why should Qingyuan clan have a chance to weaken the Dongyuan sects? At this moment, on the Wuming mountain of Zuanshimen, the master of the Foreign Affairs Palace slaughtered a hen with his own hands and was making soup in a casserole beside the stove. Qiu bit over and held his hands in his hands, sweat dripping from his temples. Don't dare to move. Take the charcoal fire in the stove. Turn to low heat. And simmer the casserole. The palace master just wiped his hands and looked back at Qiu. Don't be afraid. I just want you to report on Qingyuan's situation. And I called you to ask. In your opinion, how much bloodline does the Qingyuan dragon turtle have? Qiu bent his waist even more. This disciple doesn't know how to check the bloodline of divine beasts. But from the performance of the dragon turtle and the reflections of Yunmengzi and Qingyuan, the disciple guesses that there is at least a 50 to 60% chance of transforming into a pure-blood dragon turtle. Chapter 97 Stepping to the Sky. The master of the palace rocked the rocking chair and thought in his mind. It was not just 60%. As long as the dragon turtle has a 60% chance, the Qingyuan will also increase the chance to 100%. And for a dragon turtle that can pray to heaven and earth at the age of 3 or 4, does it matter whether it can awaken the bloodline of a divine beast? He himself exceeds this value. There are countless mythical beasts in all the worlds. There are dozens or hundreds of them in every big world. However, not every mythical beast has the chance to reach the status of Zuanshimen Qinglong. Not as famous as that. The Azure Dragon of the Xintian clan and the Suzaku of the Vermilion Bird clan are also top-notch existences among the mythical beasts. But having 60% to 70% bloodline means that the turtle has some real power of the dragon turtle. For example, the divine power can kill the H.L. ghosts. Xuantian's trump card for controlling Qingyuan sect has been greatly weakened. The palace master waved his hand, and Qiu felt relieved, bowed and stepped back. Does Rijin know the news? The palace master asked. Behind him, an old slave dressed as a butler appeared, bowed and said, back to the master. Master Jin has learned that he has invited 2 adults, Huarong and Mudon, to go to Dongyun in person. The palace master frowned slightly. I remember that the 2 of them are communicating with the soul beast. The soul beasts allocated by Zuanshimen to the heaven-stepping realm are all 4th or 5th grade. The 4th and 5th grade soul beasts can no longer be like the 1st grade soul beasts, which can be integrated into one body by retracting and releasing the mind apertures. Soul beasts have spirits. People choose soul beasts. And soul beasts also choose people. You must have the right temperament and temperament to be willing to join. Can't force it. These 2 people have been in the heaven realm for less than 100 years. And their soul beasts have not yet been determined. If you go out on a killing spree and your aura changes, you have to start all over again, which is not worth the loss. The housekeeper said. Master Jin reminds you too that if there is a change in Qingyuan, there is no need to kill indiscriminately. One of them will stop Mrs. Su of Qingyuan Min, and the other will kill Feng Yiju, and then bring back the dragon turtle. If you return if you are under control, stay on site and monitor. No need to supervise. Just relax. The master of the palace smelled the chicken soup in the casserole and added 2 pieces of charcoal to the fire. Let Long Kui also go. The lion should fight the rabbit with all his strength. As far as he knew, the Qingyuan sect's heaven-treading realm lady was not here, and even the 3 heaven-treading madams were enough to level Dongyun and deal with all accidents. It's a pity that Mrs. Su has such talent. If she were born in Zuanshimen, she would be a genius and have a chance of becoming the leader of her lineage. Let Tian's palace calculate Su Huanyan's position, and see if it is possible for him to be included in Xuantian's position. The butler bowed and promised, yes. The master of the palace rarely uses divination. In fact, all the great powers rarely use divination. Destiny is the most difficult to predict. The calculated result may change just because of a fly. If you can figure it out, others will be able to change it, and even turn against you. It is said that before eternity, all great powers were proficient in divination and deduction, and there were even mortals who could defy heaven and deduce the affairs of immortals. But now, for some unknown reason, the deduction path has long been lonely, as if the secrets of heaven are obscured and cannot be speculated. Fortune-telling for mortals is acceptable, but fortune-telling for the demon realm is full of loopholes. And fortune-telling for the heavenly realm is even more impossible. Only the top 10 immortal sects have strong foundations and can practice Dharma in the altar. Barely testing it, it can be deduced that the consumption of one step to the sky is enough to force a disciple with ordinary talent to the realm of demon transformation. That Mrs. Su is worth it. But I don't know where she is at the moment. Yugwang world. Hechuan tribe. It doesn't count? A cold voice sounded. Under Su Huanyan's feet is a world of ice and snow, with frozen people and frozen beasts. She broke out of the formation and realized she was in the great world of Yugwang. The Hechuan tribe accepted a reward to trap people who left their ancestral land. Then it hit her on the head. For some reason, Su Huanyan blinked from the wasteland of Qincheng Mountain to the Hechuan wasteland and the Hechuan tribe of the Yugwang world. There must be a connection. But even with her level, it would take several months to return to the mysterious realm using the Liuguang River. She couldn't wait. After searching all over the Hechuan clan, no one knew how to connect the ancestral land to the Xianwang world. I found the monk who knew the best deductions within 100,000 miles and gathered all the resources of the Sichuan clan. But the monk couldn't calculate anything. He couldn't figure out how to return to the Xianwang realm from the ancestral land of Hechuan. Nor could he figure out the situation of the dragon turtle. Su Huanyan did not directly predict Feng Yaya's daughter's birthday and destiny. She did not want to leave it to anyone. Moreover, it is difficult to predict the birth of a daughter during a thunderstorm. Yaya and Long Gui seem to be together. I wonder what they are doing. In the prison ghost space, the shadow of Su He's foreign minister began to solidify. I don't know what kind of material the stone statue was made of, but it was surprisingly easy to absorb, as if it had been refined by someone. The energy contained in it is terrifyingly strong. In just one day, the mountain shadow has begun to solidify. Su He estimated that foreign minister Shan Ing could now block a full blow from the Qiling realm. Going to Wolf King Mountain again, the wind blades of those green wolves could not even carve a scratch on the mountain shadow. Feng Yaya had enough fun with the projection of the ruins. And now she was huddled aside and taking a nap. It was so boring here. And the little girl got bored after playing around for a while. Su He closed his eyes and turned the mountain with all his strength. The ruined space and the prison ghost space intersect. So he has this opportunity. I don't know how long it will take for this intertwining to separate. So we can't miss this opportunity. There was silence inside Qingyuan Gate. Order has only been restored in the past few days. And the laughter of the past is no longer visible. In the past few days, 2,000 of my classmates have disappeared. And no one can laugh anymore. In the Palace of Eternal Life, Qiao Chengluan and Go Lao Dao did not leave and stayed here, sitting on the leader seat. Feng Yiju slowly opened his eyes and woke up from meditating. He smiled softly. Zuanshimen's response was 5 days later than I expected. The two uncles guarded the gate. I'll come as soon as I go. Go Lao Dao suddenly opened his eyes. What level are the people coming here? How many people are there? Feng Yiju chuckled and said, 3 people in the heavenly realm. Go Lao Dao and Qiao Chengluan both changed their expressions. Only people like them, who have reached the limit of demon transformation and have been pursuing the heavenly realm for hundreds of years, but have yet to get started, can better understand what the terrifying existence of the heavenly realm is like. The two of them felt as if a huge boulder was pressing on their chests. The two of me will go with you. But Feng Yiju waved his hand, and a big flag flew out from the Palace of Eternal Life, fell into his hand, and stroked it back and forth. 2 uncles. Don't worry. In Qingyuan, I am invincible. He jumped up and left Qingyuan Mountain in the blink of an eye. In the forest, a man with an ethereal temperament opened his eyes and looked at Feng Yiju coming from the sky. We haven't seen each other in Taibai Temple for 300 years. Master Feng is safe and well? Feng Yiju shook his head. We haven't seen each other for 300 years. Fellow Taoist Mu is already a powerful master in the heaven-stepping realm. But I'm still lingering in the demon-transforming realm. 300 years ago, when Taibai Temple, the first sect in Dongyuan, was destroyed, Feng Yiju went to investigate and saw Mutan. The two fought for the treasure of Taibai Temple. Mutan relied on his identity as the true successor of Zuanshimen to humiliate Feng Yiju. Then, the young and energetic Feng Yiju pressed Modong to the ground and rubbed him, forcing him to kneel down and beg for mercy. If he hadn't taken into account that Zuanshimen's life lamp had marked powers, he would have killed him at that time. Now when we meet again, one has become the leader of Qingyuan, and the other has become a powerful person who has entered the heaven-treading realm nearly 100 years ago. The difference is hard to explain. Mutan shook his head and chuckled. But fate was playing tricks on him. Feng Yiju was obviously more talented than him, but his level was just not as good as his. Become a good sect and work harder for a lifetime than many people. This time when he entered Dongyun, he came for Feng Yiju. The playboy Luo Rujin still wants to fight against you and me in Dongyun. Who has time to play with the young master? After entering Dongyun Mountain, he knew that Qingyuan sect's only heaven-stepping realm was not there at all. In this case, he separated from Huarong directly, and Huarong went directly to Wuxiang Sword Sect to capture Qiyang. He specifically targeted Feng Yiju. Killing someone messes up their mood and aura, and the results of 100 years of union with the soul beast are gone. So what? Does Tian realm care about a mere 100 years? We haven't seen each other for 300 years. The head of Dongyun Feng welcomes me just after I enter. It seems that the person who comes is not good. Does the head of Feng know that he is fighting with me now, and will not stop fighting? Did you know that 2 Taitians from my Xitian sect have come? Did you know that your backup man, Qiyang, has already been hunted by senior brother Huarong? Mutan grinned. Feng Yiju chuckled. Not 2, but 3. It seems that this Tatian is still as stupid as ever. He felt a little relieved. Mutan chuckled. If you guard the Qingyuan sect, with the rules left by the Qingyuan ancestors, the Qingyuan formation, and the help of many disciples, you may be able to fight me. Are you seeking death by leaving Qingyuan? Feng Yiju slowly planted the formation flag in his hand on the ground. Brother Mu, have you ever heard of it? Wherever my Qingyuan formation flag is placed, it will be the realm of Qingyuan. Chapter 98 Opening the Sky. Every sect, no matter how big or small, will have a legendary ancestor. Give yourself a resounding name. Mutan laughed disdainfully, but secretly paid close attention in his heart. Feng Yiju is not a person who boasts. It is said that there was a founder of the Qingyuan sect who was treated with admiration by the Qinglong ancestor. Even if he is bragging about himself, he must have a foundation. Right? The formation flag fell to the ground. Roots seemed to grow under the flagpole, and the meridians seemed to spread out. Mutan felt that the power of his own world was blocked. There are 3 realms along the way to practice, namely, transformation into mortals, demons, and heavens. Each realm has 7 steps. 7 steps to reach the sky. The first step to open the heaven. When a cave world is opened up, the monks are the world masters. Every move, and every move carries the power of the world. And every move is like a world attacking. Some small worlds cannot bear the aura of the open heaven realm, and the world will reject and expel the heaven-treading realm monks. Monks who set foot in the open heaven realm can only wander around the stars, or enter the big worlds of all directions. Call it ascension. The Qingyuan formation flag was lowered, and the wind blew the flag, making a roaring sound. Mutan's spiritual consciousness, magic power, and world power all had difficulty functioning, as if he was about to drown. However, Feng Yiju appeared in splendor and received blessings. Looking at the heroic Feng Yiju, a very bad memory came to mind. He first took out a Zen staff and waved it towards Feng Yiju. Feng Yiju opened the Zen staff with his sword and chuckled. Fellow Taoist Mu is still using the Zen staff plundered from Taibai Temple 300 years ago. It seems that Taoist is not taken seriously in Zuanshanmen. Why don't you come to Qingyuanmen? I will respect you as the elder protecting the mountain. Mutan was so angry that she only heard about the mountain guardian beast. Have you ever heard of the elder who protects the mountain? That's too much. But he didn't bully him again. With one blow and collision, he had already sensed that the Qingyuan formation flag was definitely a treasure. It fully limited his 4 powers. But Feng Yiju was even more powerful. This battle will not be easy. He took a deep breath and slowly moved his Zen staff. Squinting at Feng Yiju, Feng Yiju looked at him with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Mu wanted to delay time and wait for Huarong to come to his aid. But Feng Yiju was unable to do as he wished. The fairy sword in his hand turned into a green snake and lunged towards Mutan with a roar. At the same time, I don't know how far to the south, a petite man stood quietly in a mountain forest, and a jellyfish-shaped soul beast on his shoulder slowly shook its head. There is no way to enter the mysterious world. There are formation seals around it specifically targeting soul beasts. Long Kuei took out a long spear and stood horizontally. Come out! You don't just want to trap me here, right? He came to Dongyun without taking the route of Mutan and Tinder. He wanted to sneak in quietly and observe the situation of the various factions in Dongyun. So he entered Dongyun 56 fell into the formation. Even the soul beast's contact with the outside world is prohibited. This is aimed at him. In the distance, An old Taoist priest rode out on a donkey and beat a tattered fishing drum. Long Kui frowned. Swan Qingwen. Mr. Xiao, do you, Swan Qingwen, also want to participate in the Dongyun dispute? Xianqing Temple is a unique sect in Dongyun Mountain. Or it cannot be called a sect at all. The entire temple covers an area of less than 20 acres and only has more than 20 Taoist priests. But half of the 20 or so Taoist priests have reached the realm of demon transformation. The rest are also talented disciples. Although people are young, their luck is extremely prosperous. Last year, the only green demon fruit in Dongyun Mountain was swallowed by the old mastiff of Xianqing Temple. Long Kui had naturally investigated before he came and found that Go Lao Dao and Qinghe Taoist from Swan Qingwen were close friends in life and death. But this was not enough to pull Swan Qingwen into trouble. Xiao Laoer is not a curse word. The Taoist nickname is Lao, whose common surname is Xiao. Mr. Xiao chuckled. When did the Dongyun disputes come to an end in Xianqing Temple? It didn't happen 900 years ago. And it didn't happen 300 years ago. Long Kui looked at him. Mr. Xiao stopped smiling and gently stroked the fishing drum. This is passed down by my master, Xianyang Palace Tai Suzhenren. Long Kui suddenly raised his head. Today, Dongyamen is headed by Qinjiwanmen. 300 years ago, it was Taibai Temple. And 900 years ago, it was Xianyang Palace. Taisu was the last head of Xianyang Palace. The disputes in Dongyun have never been in Dongyun, but in Xiantian. Xiao Laoer shook his head and sighed. Without Zuanshanmen, any leader would have the means to unify Dongyun Mountain. My Taoist friend is right. A voice came from behind, and Long Kui was horrified. This shock was not trivial. You must know that with his current practice, even a monk 2 or 3 levels higher than him would never appear quietly beside him. Otherwise someone would. How can you escape from an assassination attempt? After checking with his spiritual sense, there was nothing strange behind it. Old Xiao turned around slowly on guard, and saw a monk holding a Zen staff with one hand in front of him. But the figure is ethereal and translucent. Like a ghost. His spiritual consciousness cannot see it. And only when his eyes meet it can he feel the surging Buddha power in his body. Shishang of Taibai Temple has met the donor. The last abbot of Taibai Temple. The auras emitted by these two people were in the realm of demon transformation. But Long Kui had a great sense of crisis. He came to Dongyun Mountain without anyone noticing. And the route was randomly determined. And even he himself couldn't predict it in advance. These two people set up formations here to wait for him to come. Otherwise, there would be so many such formations that he would run into them wherever he went. Otherwise, they followed him all the way. This place was just a convenient place to bury the bones. So they deployed the formation. Whatever it was, it made him feel extremely frightened. Are you two trying to kill me? Long Kui held the long spear in his hand, and the little jellyfish on his shoulder shrank into the sea of his consciousness. Monk Shishang shook his head. How can a lonely wild ghost be so murderous? They just want to use the cave world of Taoist Master Long to make a shelter for the monks in the temple. Long Kui's eyes suddenly froze. Boom! Mouton was hit on the ground by a big seal and spit out a mouthful of blood. Facing Fengiju, he stood with his sword in hand. My Taoist friend Mu has made no progress in 300 years. Could it be that you, the Queen of Heaven, have never practiced the world? You have never practiced the Taoist methods of the heaven-stepping realm? Mouton gasped. A sinister look flashed in his eyes. But he put away the formation flag and let go of my cave world. No matter how arrogant it was, the magic tools of the Taoist realm all require the power of the world to be used. If you have the ability to speak arrogantly, if you have the ability to let go of my world. Fengiju came holding the fairy sword. Madness flashed in Mouton's eyes, and he slapped the Qingkuan bag on his waist. And all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures flew out. He stared at the formation flag on the ground resentfully. He has used all methods. Flying to the sky, hiding on the ground, and treading water. This array of flags seems to be refined by blood on his body. It is always within 10 miles of him. Neither urgent nor slow. Neither far nor near. The cave world cannot be opened. And even half of the Taoism cannot be exerted. Refine it for me! Mouton flew 2 array discs with his hands, forming a protective array to isolate Fengiju. At the same time, he ran his magic skills to instantly refine the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and inhale them into his body. The cave is sealed, but his open heaven realm is real, and no one can erase it. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures that enhance the cave world are refined and inhaled into the body. And the cave world naturally improves accordingly. If you improve it, You can open the cave world. And Fengiju can be destroyed with a backhand. Chapter 99 Stripping. In the 100 years since the beginning of the world, Muton has not improved his world through sacrifice. He is channeling the soul beast. Soul beasts can advance as their masters advance. Especially in the master's world. 9th grade soul beasts can open the mysterious world. If the soul beast before the 9th level can participate in the advancement of the monk's own world, it will be of great help to the 9th level and open up the mysterious world. And if there are soul beasts participating in the sacrifice of the cave world, the cave world can also get a copy of the soul beast's virtual and real Taoist charm, which will have more foundation and stronger power. It's just a waste of a mere 100 years. It's a good deal to wait until the soul beast is conquered and then promoted to the cave world. In the past 100 years, Muton has accumulated a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can improve the cave world. He just waits for the soul beast to recognize its master and make up for the 100-year stagnation in an instant. Today, I was forced to advance. If you don't advance, you will be beaten to death by Fengiju. Fengiju was blocked by the formation. A trace of eagerness flashed in his eyes, and he outputted his magic power desperately. And the big seal and the fairy sword hit the formation like a thunderstorm. Crack! One side of the array couldn't withstand the continuous and intensive attacks, and a gap was opened. Muton was so anxious that he sprayed a mouthful of blood on the treasure in front of him, igniting a raging fire. The refining speed of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is 3 points faster. This is his true blood, and he suffered a big loss this time. If Qingyuan is not slaughtered, the resources will be exhausted, and there will be no way to make up for it. Fengju's face turned gloomy, and the fairy sword in his hand fired out an automatic attack. He formed a seal and condensed his own magic, turning into thunder, lightning, and mountain torrents, and rushing toward the formation violently. The sound of snapping could be heard from the formation disk. The entire formation disk was already covered with cracks like a spider web, and cracks began to appear on the other side of the formation disk. Muton was so anxious that he spurted out another mouthful of true blood, burning his lifespan, trying his best to refine the treasures of heaven and earth, and at the same time mobilize the power of the world. Open it for me! Open! Open! The moment Fengiju broke through the 2 square arrays, the cave world suddenly opened. It expanded rapidly, encompassing the surrounding land in an instant. Fengiju broke away from the formation, rushed out, and saw the scene around him changed. It no longer looks like the green pines and trees of Dongyun Mountain, but a bare and desolate place. Loud laughter came from all directions. Ha! Fengiju! Enter my world and I become a god! What should you do? Muton appeared in the sky, with a golden throne sitting under him, and his injuries recovered rapidly. He looked down at Fengiju. The relieved expression on his face had not yet dissipated, and his unruliness had already risen. The humiliation 300 years ago is not in the past. If you practice Taoism and cultivate your mind, you can still look at it indifferently without thinking about it. Today, after being suppressed and beaten by Fengiju for another day, his anger rose. How do you want to die? He looked down at Fengiju. He would never care about this or that like Fengiju did 300 years ago, and would not dare to kill anyone. Fengiju will die today. Who knows what kind of accident will happen if you let it go? Maybe Fengiju will beat him to death on the spot next time we meet? Fengju's immortal sword was stuck on the ground, and he looked up at Muton, with a smile on his lips. I'm afraid, fellow Taoist Mu, you haven't understood the meaning of everything. Where my Qingyuan formation flag is inserted is the Qingyuan realm. Muton had a bad premonition, and before he could throw Fengiju out of his world, the big green flag was suddenly planted on the ground. The intricate meridians like lines instantly surged in all directions. Muton suddenly felt that his control over that area disappeared. With a sudden change of expression, he asked the strong man to cut off his wrist and cut off that area directly. But Fengiju took out a sword box from nowhere, looking up at him with a smile. Brother Mu, have you forgotten that I come from Qingyuan Sword Residence? Muton's expression changed drastically. Qingyuan Sword Residence is about cultivating swordsmanship rather than cultivating sword boxes. Everyone has countless immortal swords, and each sword has a different function. In the flash of lightning, Muton had already drawn a talisman on his finger, intending to cut off Fengiju and the boundary. But suddenly he discovered that he couldn't sense that realm at all. It's as if it doesn't exist there at all. How to cut something that doesn't exist? Not only that, he found that his true energy and world power were completely sealed in this moment, and he could not use any of it. The drawn talisman dissipated instantly. In the heaven-stepping realm. In essence, the monks are the heaven and the earth. And the world is the monks. The formation flag was inserted into the world. Just like it was inserted into his body. And the whole person was out of control. But at this moment, Fengiju slapped the sword box. And 4 fairy swords flew out. These 4 swords are named Zhou. And they have cut through spring, summer, autumn and winter. Throughout the ages. He pointed his halberd. And the 4 swords shot into all directions of the world. 4 sword holes suddenly appeared on Mouton's body. And blood flowed out. The monks are one with heaven and earth. So if you cut down the heaven and the earth, you will cut down the monks. Mouton's face became increasingly pale. And his eyes were filled with fear. The injury doesn't matter. He can't feel the time change in the cave world. Fengiji patted the sword box again. And 4 fairy swords flew out. These 4 swords are named you. Cutting in all directions. The 4 poles of the domain. The sword let out a dragon roar. And Mouton had 4 more blood holes on his body. His breathing became more rapid. And his eyes showed fear. Spare my life. Friend Feng Dao. Spare my life. Please allow me to return and never dare to step into Donggun again. Crazy. Crazy. Elders have long told us not to easily bring outsiders into our own world. So why didn't we listen? Why don't you listen? And he just picked up the enemy. This Fengiju is not right. He is by no means an ordinary demon transforming limit. He knows too much about the cave world. He can cut time and space with his sword. As if time and space are clearly marked in his cave world. No one in the open heaven realm understands the monk cave world this well. However, he saw that Fengiju ignored his shouts, and slapped the sword box again. And still 4 fairy swords flew out. These 4 swords are called the pure land. Cutting through the earth, water, wind, and fire. The throne under Mouton collapsed instantly. His face was ashen. But there was a sudden look in his eyes. He looked at Fengiju. You are not here to kill me. Are you here to deprive me of the cave world? Fengiju didn't answer. He pointed his halberd and shot out the 4 swords of pure land. Mouton's figure in the cave world was instantly shattered. Fengiju took out the big seal and threw it into the sky. The big seal was suspended in the air. He jumped up and landed outside. Mouton lay on the ground with a dull expression. Breathless. The world of Dongtian was forcibly stripped away. And the Taoism was half destroyed. He looked at Fengiju resentfully. No wonder you have to fight with me for a long time. You want to force me to refine the treasures of heaven and earth to ascend to the cave world. He has never sacrificed to the cave world since the creation of the sky. He only waited for the soul beasts to arrive and perform sacrifices with him. Fengiju was holding a crystal-clear ball in one hand. The ball was squirming like a raw chicken with its heart peeled off. Not bad, he responded. Mouton's world is too fragile. If he is not forced to practice and stabilize it, it will fall apart if it is peeled off. Who do you want to transplant my world to? Mouton gritted his teeth. Fengiju shook his head and smiled. If you don't give it to anyone, a monk who can transplant someone else's cave world has enough foundation to open up his own world. So why transplant it? If you transplant it, and you can't make any progress, what's the use of such a waste world? Chapter 100 Bandits. You? Mouton's face changed again. His face was as red as pig liver. He gritted his teeth and uttered sentences between his teeth. Qi Yang is yours. Right. You defeated me with a formation flag. But Qi Yang is dead. Senior brother Huarong is hunting him. Let me see how you can save him. If you have the ability, take the formation flag and hunt brother Huarong. Fengiju didn't dare. The Qingyuan formation flag would suppress his cave world. As long as the Qingyuan formation flag leaves, he has many ways to take back the cave world. Even if he cannot kill Fengiju, he can retreat at any time. Fengiju looked at him with a smile. Who told you that there is only one Qingyuan formation flag? The formation flag needs to be set up. But how to set up the formation with only one pole? Mouton's sinister smile froze on her face. 300,000 miles southwest of Qingyuan Gate. In the deep mountains and old forests outside Fengming Mansion. A space twisted and squirmed, as if the air was scorched by flames. This is caused by the great power of the heaven-stepping realm unfolding the cave world here. In the cave world, 24 Qingyuan array flags were blowing in the wind. There are a total of 7,749 Qingyuan formation flags, of which 2 main flags are divided into Sun, Moon, Yin and Yang. The Sun flag is Yang, and it holds 24 Yin flags. The Moon flag is Yin, and it holds 23 Yang flags. Here is the leader of the moon flag. 24 large flags suppressed all directions. And Tinder lay in the cave world, watching the man in white stripping away his world little by little. You are not Qi-Yang. You are Feng-Yiju. The monks are the true gods in their own caves. And they have their own supernatural powers to distinguish the true from the false. Especially the cave world of Tinder is not as fragile as Mouton. And it has not advanced even once. He used half a set of formation flags to completely suppress them. Qi-Yang kept moving his hands and grinned. Yes, it's me. Huarong was not as pale as Mouton. Feng-Yiju did not dare to kill him. If he killed him, the Zuanshanman's life lamp would appear immediately and mark his enemies. Since you won't die, what are you afraid of? The worst that can happen is that everything will be ruined, and you will have to start all over again. Where is the real Qi-Yang? Feng-Yiju shook his head. Nature is where it should be. Western Night Kingdom. An oasis in the vast sea. The oasis is not big, but it has become famous in the past 2 years. Even Xia Kingdom shuns it like a tiger or a wolf, because a group of bandits came to the oasis. The leader of thieves is still a spiritual practitioner. This news was confirmed by the imperial court of Xia Kingdom, which not only made everyone feel in awe of this oasis, but also shattered their illusions about seeking immortality and learning Taoism. It turns out that immortals are also bandits. What are bandits? Is it the same as desert bandit? But Shanda Wang's Madame Yajai is so beautiful. She really looks like a fairy. The king of the mountain sat under a dead tree and played the harp, the sound of which sounded a little sad. There are also a pair of mummies hanging on the dead tree, with words carved on the bark, "Don't move." 2 words, one is ugly and rough, the other is beautiful and cute. These 2 mummies have been hanging for 20 years. They were a couple with very different identities who died in love here. Leave the handwriting to retain the way of hugging. I only hope that with the wind and sun, time will go by and the original intention will remain the same. A fairy-like woman walked gracefully and gracefully. The Mountain King looked at her and chuckled. The fairy caressed her hair gently and opened her red lips. You have been restless these past few days. What happened? The Mountain King opened his mouth, but didn't know how to speak. Don't hide it from me, the fairy said softly. The Mountain King was silent for a while. Do you still remember that I once said that I approached you with a purpose? The fairy sat side-legged next to him and said softly, I know. As one of the top 10 immortal sects in the Xianwang realm, the daughter of Xiantian sect, anyone who approaches her has their own purpose. Even her father must have a reason to see her. Otherwise, he will not be able to see her for decades or hundreds of years. Father, there are so many people with ulterior motives, but the only one who can be honest with her is the man in front of her. She is Yin Shan, the unique princess of Xiantian clan. King Shan held her hand and looked a little depressed. My name is not Dang. My real name is Qi-Yang, and I am a direct disciple of the old head of the Qingyuan sect. Yin Shan tilted her head and thought for a while. Qi-Yang, the Wuxiang sword sect? Qi-Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't even know where the door of Wuxiang sword sect opens. You know me. I can't even manage a copycat village. How can I create a sect? Yin Chan's eyes sparkled, full of curiosity. Who is Qi-Yang of the Wuxiang sword sect? It should be senior brother Feng. Right. Only he has the ability to build such a sect in a short time. Yin Chan blinked. You approached me originally to protect the Qingyuan sect? Now Feng-Yiju is looking for you. I have been away from Zuanshanmen for 30 years, and I don't understand the current situation of the cultivation world. Under normal circumstances, 30 years is just a retreat, and nothing major will happen. 30 years ago, the decline of the Qingyuan sect was revealed. But according to what Lang Jun said today, Feng-Yiju must be a figure, and the decline may also paralyze the Xiantian sect. So what is the danger? Qi-Yang thought for a while and said truthfully. Senior brother Feng is about to unify Dongyan. Right. He wants you to help stop Zuanshanmen and give him a chance to breathe. Yin Chan's eyes widened. The head of Feng was too whimsical. The head of Zuanshanmen was enough to be the master of a world in the middle world. Can a daughter influence such a person? If the Qingyuan sect wants to leave Dongyan Mountain and seek a territory in the Xiantian immortal domain, they may ask for money, resources, or even skills. The face of her daughter can be used easily. Her father would probably smile, even scratch her nose, and doubly pamper her. But stealing Dongyan's possession was against the interests of Zuanshanmen and was absolutely impossible. Not to mention that it was impossible even if he pulled all his brothers together to seek help, especially after she eloped with a bandit. 2 camels ran out on the sand dunes and chirped provocatively. Inchan asked the man beside her softly. Do you want to help him? Shi Yang looked at the camel on the sand dune. The camel provoked him with the 4 mysterious moons shining between its eyebrows. Shi Yang smiled softly and held a strand of Inchan's hair. I want to conquer that camel and ride with you around the world. Inchan chuckled. Shi Yang looked into his eyes. Extremely serious. Compared with these things in the world of cultivation, I would rather want to be a cake seller in the mortal world for 100 years and grow old with you. He stood up and looked in the direction of Xia Kingdom. Maybe I will be a scholar for 100 years. I will be promoted and make a fortune. I will marry you as a wife. And I will have many children and grandchildren. And I will pamper my son and pamper my grandson. Being a knight-errant for 100 years. Wielding a sword to the end of the world. I have to worry about you every day. Fearing that I will kill you outside. Being a monk for another 100 years will hurt you for the rest of your life. Inchan burst out laughing. You still want to be the royal wife. So how many concubines do you want to have? Qi Yang's eyes widened with surprise on his face. But, is it okay? Bah! Inchan kicked him and turned around to run away. She ran 10 feet away and couldn't hear the sound behind her. She turned around and saw Qi Yang looking at her figure with a silly smile on her face. Fool! Chapter 101 Space. Let's go! Inchan shouted. Where to? After solving the troubles of the Qingyuan sect. Let's go and live 100 lives. She ran forward with bare feet, and her voice was as clear as a bell. I want to be an actor and a prostitute for the rest of my life. Qi Yang's expression changed drastically, and he chased after him like crazy. The bandit who brought out the barbecue was knocked over his dinner plate. He watched in shock as the 2 shadows ran away. Where are you going? Master? Go and destroy the theater brothel in Xianwang realm. I won't allow this place to poison the people. Qi Yang gritted his teeth. The gangster looked ashen. And why did the owner of the brothel that destroyed the theater betray the men in the world and do such a crazy thing? Master, don't do it! A hoarse shout rang out in the desert. In the prison ghost space of Qingyuan Gate, Suhi slowly opened his eyes. Unable to breathe anymore. The stone statue seemed to suddenly start to resist. And he couldn't absorb it at all. At this moment, the foreign minister's mountain shadow was completely solidified. And there was no longer any need for Suhi to take the initiative to manifest. Or to passively protect the master. The shape is still similar to the original Guishan. But there is an extra stone monument. The stone monument has been compressed a lot, and does not look like a tombstone. Like the boundary monument and famous monument of foreign minister Guishan. If you look closely you can see the word, Mingjian on it. The bird's nest on Turtle Mountain was still there. Which made Feng Yaya very happy for a long time. At this moment, she was kicking her feet, and sitting in the bird's nest. The bird's nest was filled with spiritual fruits. Suhi looked towards the entrance of the space. About 5 or 6 hours ago, people were coming in one after another. Feng Yiju, Gu Lao Dao, Xiao Chongluan were among them, as well as 5 or 6 other elders. Suhi didn't recognize him. When the apprentice arrived that day to introduce his seniors and fellow sect brothers, the Wuxiang sword sect came to kill him. Suhi wanted to go there. But Feng Yaya was very resistant. Gu Lao Dao waved the drumstick to him from dozens of miles away. But Feng Yiju looked at the Turtle Mountain reunited on his back with a strange expression. At this moment, several people are divided into 2 groups, with 2 spherical objects floating above, which is the cave world of Mutan and Tinder. A world as dry and silent as death, and a world full of flames, which is fire. Several people held the golden tower above their heads and looked at the prison ghost space. As a senior elder in the sect, he naturally knew this place. But there was no small golden pagoda before. He only came in carefully to check it out, and then left in a hurry. Sir, are you sure Xintian clan can control this space? Eldarin asked with a frown. I don't know what means the leader used to capture the 2 mighty masters of the Xintian clan who were in the heaven-stepping realm. At this moment, they even want to use their cave world to smelt this L ghost space. Now it is only the preliminary sacrifice of the cave world for the 2 of them. If the leader is willing to cede the land and pay compensation, the leader can personally go to Zuanshaman to plead guilty, which will at least make the hatred go away. If the world of 2 people is really integrated into the solidified prison ghost space, it's a feud that will never end. Feng Yiju glanced at her lightly. The demise of Taibai Temple 300 years ago was related to this L ghost space. Zuanshaman's method of monitoring the L ghost space was under the collapsed city in front, and was trapped by my formation. An illusion has been set up. Eldarin can check it out if he is interested. In fact, There is no need for Feng Yiju to emphasize that the weathered and collapsed cities here are all in the style of Taibai Temple. Presumably Taibai Temple used all possible means to get rid of this space. Right? Eldarin just felt uneasy and repeatedly confirmed. After all, Eldarin had just become a mother, so it was inevitable that she would have thoughts about women. Isn't the destruction of Taibai Temple related to the mythical beast? Xiao Changluan asked. They didn't know the specific details. When Taibai Temple was destroyed, it was when Qingyuan sect was in turmoil. At that time, they were the leader and guarding the gate. The one who explored Taibai Temple was Feng Yiju, who was the chief senior brother of the sect at that time. Feng Yiju nodded. If it's just the prison ghost, it can't destroy Taibai Temple. The mythical beasts of Taibai Temple are also related to Zuanshanmen. This is what Master Zhishan of Taibai Temple said personally. Taibai Temple was very powerful, even stronger than the Qingyuan sect today. When Taibai Temple was destroyed, there were 3 people in the temple who were in the heaven-stepping realm. Moreover, although Taibai Temple has never expanded outwards, it has always spread Buddhism. Many sects in Dongyan Mountain have sincerely submitted to it, and there is a trend of cultural unification in Dongyan. Can Zuanshanmen sit still? The mythical beast is related to Zuanshanmen. Gu Laodao glanced at it and said, So when the dragon turtle appears, your first thought is to set up a ban? Feng Yiju nodded and smiled bitterly. The Wuxiang sword sect came into existence from scratch, and a lot of thought was put into it, especially in this period of time. The brain has been there a lot, and it is inevitable that there will be moments of dementia. This is not about controlling a clone, not an external incarnation, or simply doing 2 things at once. The existence of Qi Feng Yiju Yang is more mysterious. Gu Laodao snorted. Uncles, let's get started, Feng Yiju said in a deep voice, not wanting to continue this topic. 2 groups of elders, 4 in a group, surrounded a cave world and cast talismans and spells at the same time. The 2 worlds suddenly opened up and filled the entire H.L. ghost space in an instant. The world of flames, the world of desolation, and the ghost space are superimposed on each other and complement each other. Gu Laodao's voice sounded next to Su He and Feng Yaya. Don't blink and observe for yourself. This is the cave world of the heaven-stepping realm. If you don't understand it, just look at it carefully. Even if you can't stand the atmosphere and laws in it, and you are blind, you can continue. Watch. This tortoise alone is extraordinary. There is certainly no gain in watching it now. But when you step into the sky and seek to open the sky in the future, you will definitely gain something if you remember what you have done today. Not only the 2 of them, but the 7 elders are all at the limit of demon transformation, struggling to pursue breakthroughs and open up their own cave world. This time you will gain something from the sacrifice. Afterwards, he was absorbed in seclusion. And when he came out, he might be able to step into the sky. 49 Qingyuan array flags fluttered in the sky, and the leader seal suppressed the center. The tripartite world is broken, condensed, and broken again. The 7 elders stared at the space without blinking. Sui couldn't understand and felt dizzy. He looked at Feng Yaya. The little girl's eyes were red, and the pain was unbearable. She covered her eyes and shed tears for a while, then returned to normal and continued watching. Feng Yaya only has the wisdom of a 3-year-old, but she cannot be treated simply as a 3-year-old child. Inside the Xiantian gate, a sword light shot toward the palace master Shaoshan. The palace master frowned slightly. His mountain prohibited magical powers. Even other palace masters, including the first one, would fall down the mountain and hike up. Only my own grandchildren would dare to rush in so openly. Luo Rujin lowered his sword light with a nervous look on his face, and without waiting for the palace master to reprimand him, he shouted, Grandpa, the prison ghost space of Qingyuan sect is out of control. The palace master's eyes narrowed slightly. Tell me about it. Although the Qingyuan sect's true essence Golden Pagoda was broken, the Foreign Affairs Hall has always been able to control it. But just now all the Golden Pagodas lost their senses at the same time. The traces left by the Xiantian sect in them were erased. When Sutter found out, he immediately went to Zhongshan Mountain. The palace checked the H.L. ghost space. And sure enough, the H.L. ghost space underground in Qingyuan has been broken. The control orb here was also broken at the same time. The palace master rocked the recliner and balanced his 4 fingers on the armrest. Contact Long Kui. The butler appeared from behind. Sir, we have contacted you. Long Kui has not entered the mysterious world, but he contacted his soul beast. Long Kui said there is something abnormal, but he is still under control. Luo Rujin blinked. Did his grandfather also send Uncle Kuei to Dongan Mountain? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I heard the palace master say, "It seems out of control. Even Long Kuei is in trouble. Is the restriction on checking the prison ghost space still there? If it is, all the prison ghosts will be released immediately. Enter Dong Yun in the Fumo Palace and destroy Qing Yuan." Chapter 102 Peacock. The L ghost space is expanding. Pieces of broken space impurities were peeled off, floating like glass fragments, and were sucked towards the large cyan seal in the center of the space. The three spaces intersect, twist and merge. At the same time, the Golden Palace space around Suhi disappeared. Probably the prison ghost space has changed, and the two spaces no longer intersect. After an unknown amount of time, the spatial fusion was gradually completed, and the surrounding barriers were no longer gray stone walls composed of underworld stones, but looked like reddish jade. The elders did not stand up, but two figures suddenly appeared among them. One had fiery red hair, and his whole body seemed to be on fire, while the other had a decadent aura, and you could tell at a glance that this person was a loser. It is Tinder and Mouton. The spells were fired one after another, and various materials were refined into the two people's bodies from time to time. The two gradually turned into stone, and grew bigger inch by inch. 1 foot, 2 feet, 10 feet tall. They stand tall against the sky, like two huge terracotta warriors and horses. The more I look at it, the more familiar it looks. It is almost the same as the stone statue holding up the sky in the Golden Palace space. But its appearance is different. There are two stone statues. One is holding the sky with both hands, and the other is half kneeling and pressing on the ground. The whole space is connected to them. The stone statue struggled to move. Fengiji waved his hand, and 49 formation flags were placed in all directions. The force of suppression came. The stone statue could no longer move, and only curses came from the stone statue. The space gradually stabilized, and there was no longer any sense of distortion and dizziness. Suhi and Feng Yaya immediately closed their eyes and collapsed on the ground. Suhi felt his mind was buzzing, and Feng Yaya covered her eyes and stomped her feet in pain. Spatial fusion is not something they can understand now. The elder stood up. An elder inside. "We are going to face the thunderstorm of Xietian clan next. Right? Does the leader have any countermeasures?" A little response. Fengiji looked at the space. "I hope senior brother Qi can make great achievements. Otherwise he will go to extremes." He volleyed a little higher, and a few inconspicuous stones shrouded by the formation exploded in the center of the space. This is Zuanshiman's backup plan to stay in the prison ghost space. Can monitor and control the ghost space. At this moment, the L ghost space is being re-refined. Zuanshiman must have noticed it, and there is no need to hide it anymore. "Let's go," Fengiji said in a deep voice. "There is a tough battle to be fought next." Several people walked out thoughtfully. As soon as I exited the cave, I heard a clear and loud cry from the prison ghost space. Ouch. It was a bird call, and the sound was not pleasant, but high-pitched and strong. "Peacock?" Gul Laodao's expression changed. As the ancestor of the Beast Control Valley, he instantly determined the source of the cry. Fengiji narrowed his eyes. He had been to the Hell Ghost space countless times, but had there ever been a peacock here? Just now! Every inch of the sacrificial refining space was clearly observed. When things go awry, there must be monsters. Monsters are nothing to be afraid of. Only abnormalities make people uneasy. Go back. Fengiji made a quick decision. Before he shouted, Gul Laodao rushed towards the L ghost space. But at this moment, the golden tower was above his head, as if he had encountered a nemesis. A peacock chirped, and the true energy light curtain emitted by the golden tower shattered instantly. It wasn't Fengiji who had quick eyesight and quick hands to pull him out, but Gul Laodao had already bumped into the prison ghost who rushed out. The prison ghosts rioted and were driven out of the prison ghost space by the cries of peacocks. Spitting out like a barrage of cannons, Gul Laodao's face was as dark as ice water. Suhi and Feng Yaya are still inside. Fengiji pushed out a golden tower and hit the prison ghost space. When he entered the cave, he heard the cry of a peacock, and the true energy light curtain immediately collapsed. Zuanshiman also had a backup plan that he hadn't noticed yet. Fengiji's breathing was unusually turbulent. He took a deep look at the prison ghost space, turned around and left. Can't be saved. Without the true essence golden pagoda, even he couldn't enter the L ghost space. Even if he took the elixir, he would have nowhere to hide under such a dense flow of L ghosts. Peacock must be Zuanshaman's backhand. He can't save anyone by forcing his way into the space. He can only beat Zuanshaman until it hurts him, until he gives in and forces him to remove his backhand. I just hope that there is one turtle and one person in the cave waiting for that time. In the prison ghost space. Suhi looked back and saw a peacock in the distant sky slowly taking shape. It was the phantom of the peacock he had seen. But now it was almost completely solid. And its body was countless times larger. With a wingspan of 50 or 60 feet. Just floating in the air. Wings waving. A terrifying aura emanated from it. The peacock chirped. And sound waves visible to the naked eye swayed around. Fong Yaya covered her ears and huddled up. Suhi's entire turtle sh. I was trembling. As if he had encountered great fear, and was frightened. He felt a strong oppressive force from the peacock. It is the oppression that comes from the higher bloodline. Suhi only felt horrified. The only thing that could suppress him in terms of blood was a true divine beast. This peacock is a mythical beast. Can a peacock also be a mythical animal? The prison ghosts filling the space seemed to have encountered their nemesis. And fled in all directions in a panic. The peacock's wings fanned out whirlwinds that instantly swept through the entire L ghost space. Dragged the prison ghost all the way to the entrance. The prison ghost, who was originally afraid of Fong Yaya, seemed to be facing greater fear now. He jumped directly past her, and even tried to pounce on Fong Yaya. But he was punched into pieces by Fong Yaya. The hurricane fanned out by the peacock's wings was like a dense knife. The rocks collapsed wherever it blew. And when it fell on Turtle Mountain, a section of the mountain was instantly cut off. Or the foreign minister has been completely united in the past few days. Otherwise the defense would be broken all of a sudden. Walk! Suhi grabbed Fong Yaya in his mouth. And the huge waves rolled under him. And he quickly headed towards the entrance. The peacock behind him completely condensed. And a hurricane suddenly appeared with its wings. The water wave under Suhi was instantly sucked up into the sky. He could not make waves. And his speed suddenly slowed down. Suhi roared angrily and condensed water waves again. But the water waves were sucked up into the sky again, as if they were weightless. It was dozens of miles away from the entrance of the cave. And it was a long way to go just by crawling at a turtle speed. Can't leave. Stay cool. The peacock chirped from behind. The cry is unpleasant. But it is domineering and solemn. The dragon turtle shadow roared in the heart orifice. Suhi made a whirring sound, like a tiger with exploding fur. Bake it up! Ong! Suhi suddenly turned around and shouted a dragon turtle roar at the peacock. His divine power spread out, and swept up against the peacock's cry. The dragon turtle's true blood and energy burst out uncontrollably. While resisting the peacock, he was also arrogant. Stern. Dragon turtle is not humble. Ong! The cry was long and strong. As if coming out of the wild wilderness. High in the sky. The peacock lowered his head. There was a struggle in the empty eyes. But there was a look. A pleasant voice came into Suhi's ears. Sacred beast? Dragon turtle? Are you going to imitate the human being and enslave me? Its voice went from pleasant to icy. Suhi was stunned for a moment. Then jumped to his feet. Don't accuse me unjustly. Do you think I can do it? If you hit me, I can't escape. Okay? Fong Yaya nodded her head aside. Sorry. Peacock looked at Suhi again with a hint of surprise. Whose child are you? The mythical beasts are never seen often. And most of them know each other. Suhi shook his head. He didn't know where his dragon turtle bloodline came from. It couldn't be entirely the result of the demon transforming fruit. The demon transforming fruit might have improved the bloodline. But at least there should be an introduction. This biological mother has been found. She is just an ordinary tortoise. She is currently being kept in the small courtyard of Gulao Dao. Suhi is feeding her well, and eating well. When this body's father was found, all that was left was the turtle L that had not yet dried. He had died in the mouth of an eagle, and had no dragon turtle blood. Suhi guessed that he had returned to his ancestors. Perhaps, he was somewhat related to the dragon turtle countless generations ago? Poor child, the peacock said pitifully. But the dragon turtle was not good at that. It was too promiscuous by nature. Chapter 103 Essence and Blood. You can leave while I'm awake. When I fall into chaos, I won't be able to leave even if I want to, Peacock said quietly. It was enslaved. How can I help you? Suhi asked. The peacock shook his head, and the crest on his head swayed. My body died long ago, and this drop of essence and blood was refined. Help me to snatch the peacock's true blood from the hands of the powerful. You are just an ignorant child. How can you help me? If it is a living mythical beast, who can enslave it? There was self-mockery in its voice. If you respect me here, you can help me. At this moment, you can't suppress me even if you take away the true blood of the peacock. You are only a child. If you were older, you could go to the mortal world and become a human being. Look. Merit. It suddenly saw the small Merit steal on Suhagushan Mountain. It opened its mouth in astonishment and let out a cry of, ouch. Could it be that the parents of this little turtle boy have great merits in this world? That he was born with merit? After the shock came the joy. Little friend, there is a powerful human race who broke into my tomb, collected my essence and blood, and made it into a puppet. Today, inspired by the aura of your dragon turtle, my soul consciousness temporarily awakened. I have a way to get out of trouble. Little friend, would you like to help me? Instead, Suhi stepped back. The powerful man had his hands full, especially when he had to grab something from another powerful man. Don't be afraid, little friend. The essence and blood are being refined. I can burn this soul consciousness and burn out the brand of the person in the essence and blood. However, the person has been refined for too long. If he goes out, he will feel it immediately. My friend, is this drop of essence and blood suppressed under the merit monument? The magical effects of merit are endless, and it is simply the legendary panacea. Being suppressed by merit is equivalent to being protected by merit, and will not be discovered by others. If there is no merit tablet, after burning the soul consciousness, this drop of essence and blood will become extremely pure, and it can be used by others at will in an instant. But the peacock does not want to do this. That's it? Suhi asked. The peacock was silent for a while. If you have the opportunity, help me find a suitable peacock, and implant the true blood into its body, so that it can be regarded as the continuation of the original body. A question mark appeared above Suhi's head. Is there such an operation? Seeing his appearance, the peacock asked curiously, your inheritance doesn't have the ability to reproduce? The chance of a divine beast giving birth to offspring is too small. Condensing essence and blood to spread to offspring is a necessary skill. I haven't obtained the inheritance yet, which disappoints you. Peacock was startled. Sorry, I only have one drop of essence and blood, and the collected soul consciousness is limited, and my brain is often not enough. How can such a cub be inherited? Peacock was quiet for a moment. The inheritance of divine beasts is different from human skills. I can't pass myself on to you. You can suppress the essence and blood. After you get the dragon turtle inheritance, you will naturally know how to operate it. It thought for a while, and then said, I was born in the Nanmu forest of the great world of Shiyu. There are spiritual treasures in it. You can take it for yourself as a reward. We can't let people work for nothing. As the peacock spoke, a red flame suddenly ignited on its body, and then runes appeared on each feather. The flame burned the runes and made a sharp chirping sound. Who dares to steal my peacock essence and blood? A thunderous sound came from the feathers. Suhi only felt frightened, as if a great crisis was about to come. The peacock screamed and suppressed the sound. The whole peacock instantly shrank and turned into a drop of pure golden blood, which dripped into Foreign Minister Guishan and fell under the merit monument. A dice dropped. 4 o'clock. The amount of essence and blood has not increased, but the quality has improved dramatically. Suhi moved the peacock essence and blood to the outer space. The monument of merit and virtue is located on Weixiang Turtle Mountain. It has long been integrated into the entire foreign minister, and is still suppressed by the merit monument in the foreign minister space, which is even safer. When the peacock disappears, the hurricane in the H.L. ghost space becomes a rootless source. Although it does not subside immediately, it can no longer stir up waves. Suhi rose up in the waves and headed towards the cave entrance carrying Feng Yaya on his back. After watching the space fusion first, and then being shocked by the chirping of the peacock, Feng Yaya felt drowsy and almost fell asleep. Suhi was not slow, and when he reached the center of the space, a voice came from the half-kneeling stone statue. Hey, turtle! This man is not dead. Suhi didn't even look at it, and quickly left, leaving Nanyuan to teach. If you find those things that shouldn't be spiritual, you have independent thoughts. Get away quickly. If you are a stone statue, just be a stone statue. It would be wrong to speak with your mouth. Turtle! I am the powerful master of Xiantian clan. Come back now. I have some good advice. Suhi stopped, not to listen to his noise. The hurricane ahead was like a knife, and he could not move forward. Seeing him stop, Mutan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. There are hurricanes all around. Can you see the peacock just now? This is my Xiantian clan's method. The Xiantian clan induces the prison ghost space. So we must take action against the Qingyuan clan. I watch you, little turtle. You have a deep connection with the Qingyuan sect. If Qingyuan breaks the door, how should you handle yourself? I'm going to occupy the mountain and become the king of the mountain. If you pull out the formation flag and rescue the two of us, you will have made a great contribution to Xiantian. Even for the Xiantian sect, the heaven-stepping realm is very important. Saving two people at once is enough for you to achieve a great contribution to the sky. Suhi turned around. Are you in the heaven-stepping realm? Are you very powerful? The Mouton stone statue remained motionless, and the voice came directly from the stone statue. Natural. Create a world and respect me. I will be God, omnipotent, and can do whatever you want. Suhi thought for a moment and said, But you were caught by Fengiju. Mouton. All the unfinished words were held in his chest. Boy, the horse has stumbled. What does one failure mean? My realm is higher than Fengiju's. My conduct is higher than Fengiju's. My background is higher than Fengiju's. Aye. You were caught by Fengiju. Mouton. After a long silence, the stone statue made a sound of gnashing teeth. That's Fengiju being despicable. He is plotting, and his sword is clearly coming towards my cave. Suhi smiled back. So you are stupid? You don't even know the enemy's methods, and you dare to act recklessly? Don't you investigate your opponent before fighting? The stone statue exploded into rubble. What investigation do I need to do? I am Ta Tian, and he is a demon. Just crush it. It's like crushing a rabbit to death. Suhi tilted his head. But you were caught. Not only were you caught, but the cave world was also refined. Mouton was momentarily speechless. The hurricane blew away. But Suhi didn't make any stop. Just beat the waves and left. The stone statue screamed from behind, ranging from arrogance to discussion to pleading to cursing. Suhi left and came back. The stone statue, which had just finished scolding me, looked a little embarrassed and snorted twice. I have a treasure in Fulling Mountain. As long as you are willing to save me, you will be rewarded generously. Suhi ignored him. Ever since he became a tortoise in time travel, he had never been lacking in any external objects. The outer space unfolded and enveloped the stone statue's hand that was pressed to the ground. He turned the mountain, but found that it couldn't be sucked. Because it's still alive? Like those stone statues in the Golden Palace space. They have to die to be absorbed? Suhi suddenly remembered that the space stone statue in the Golden Palace wouldn't have awakened soul consciousness like a peacock. So it couldn't be sucked. Right? Were those stone statues once in the heaven-stepping realm? After giving the stone statue a contemptuous look, Suhi crawled out of the cave. To him, if this thing cannot be absorbed, it is waste. Mouton was in a hurry. Come back! Help me pull out the formation flag, and I will teach you all the Taoist techniques. Suhi ignored him and left even faster. After a moment, he disappeared into the gray mist. Mouton cursed. But at this moment, 49 formation flags flew out of the ground at the same time and flew out of the cave. The duplicitous turtle really still covets my Taoism. The pressure on my body relaxed. Mouton was immediately overjoyed. Before the smile on his lips could fully unfold, he saw a big seal falling from the sky and hitting the ground with a thud. The suppression was even worse than the formation flag. And I couldn't even speak. Chapter 10 for the period of Jiazi. Feng Yaya completely curled up on Suhi's turtle SHL, and the waves rolled under Suhi's feet before reaching the entrance of the cave. They saw Gu Laodao leaning against the bright red stone wall, holding a gourd of wine, taking a big sip and rubbing his face, looking up at him with a smile on his face. Walk! The old Taoist patted Suhi's turtle SHL, laughed and walked out first. The golden tower above the head released a dazzling golden light, pushing away the HL ghosts. The master and the disciple walked in silence. Gu Laodao put the wine gourd on his back and stopped talking. After a long time, he said, Gizi, you are unlucky. You will face the sect's desperate situation when you first join Qingyuan. I don't know what the master's backup plan is. I really can't figure out what he relies on to resist Suanshinmen. He looked at Suhi, if Qingyuan changes, you should leave as soon as possible and go to the mountains. You can always find a shelter in the sea. Don't come out before you transform into a real dragon turtle. Suhi. I arranged for the Tianshui clan to make arrangements in advance, but I don't know what they did specifically. However, the Tianshui clan is devout to Dragon Turtle and will not betray you. It is absolutely trustworthy. This is arranging funeral arrangements. Suhi looked at Mr. Gu and said, "What about you, Master?" "Me?" Gu Laodao smiled, with longing in his eyes. "I was born in Qingjiwanmen and grew up in Qingjiwanmen. I stole chickens in Jing'an Hall when I was 3 years old, and petted dogs in Chongqing Peak when I was 4. Every plant, tree and mountain here is every stone has been rolled by me. As a teacher, I don't like to lie to others. If Qingyuan dies, I will die before Qingyuan." His eyes flashed, and he looked at Suhi. "But you are different. You have been in Qingyuan for less than a year, and you have been repeatedly plotted. It is not natural for you to be buried with Qingyuan. I was also born in Qingyuan." Suhi's turtle L got stuck on the rock at the corner, and he took a few steps back to catch up with Gu Laodao. Gu Laodao laughed and scolded. "Damn it! You were born in Qingyuan. You just happened to be born in Tinghai Lake. If the mother turtle had been more courageous and followed the Xiangshui, you might have been born in Zuanshimen. Where did you come from? A lot of bullshit?" One person and one turtle talked casually and walked up the tunnel. The tunnel became smaller and smaller as it went up. Suhi could barely walk out of the cave entrance. This is because the peacock hurricane cut off half of Foreign Minister Guishan. Otherwise it would be stuck here. The first and second floors of the prison have long since disappeared. The small golden pagodas above their heads are emitting glittering golden light. However, at this moment, there is a copper coin embedded under each pagoda. Previously, the peacock screamed, and the pagoda was out of control. Qingjiwanmen could not be defenseless. Feng Yiju's voice echoed in the sky. "It seems that you are determined to become enemies of Qingyuan and participate in the war between Qingyuan sect and Xietian." Suhi didn't know why and looked at Gu Laodao. "One day ago, the leader summoned the Dongyun sects and requested them to withdraw from Dongyun Mountain immediately. They can only return after the war between Qingyuan and Zuanshimen is over." Suhi sighed with emotion. "So domineering." Gu Laodao smiled helplessly. "It's just a desperate struggle. With the Xietian giant tiger in the east, we must not let the Dongyun sects in the west hold us back. Any sect that is willing to leave will be favored by Qingyuan. The resources provided are enough for them. Find another treasure land and reopen the mountain gate." A voice responded in the sky. "Feng Yiju, is the Qingyuan sect too overbearing?" Feng Yiju nodded. "Qingyuan is domineering, but Qingyuan has to do it. Or maybe the head of Tian allows Qingyuan to seal the noble sect?" The voice chuckled. "Master Bulao Feng, my mountain guard formation has been deployed. Sit here and watch Qingyuan's destruction." Why leave? 300 years ago, Taibai Temple was destroyed in one day, leaving the Qingyuan sect full of food and drink. But it only took 100 years to become the leader of Dongyun. Isn't today another feast? Dongyun Mountain is not safe. There are always elders in the door who want to persuade you to leave. But you have to take a bite of meat before leaving. Otherwise, if you change places, you have to start from the bottom. So what's the point of leaving or not? It's not as comfortable as being in Dongyun Mountain. There have been no rules here for tens of thousands of years. Chaos is everything. And it is a famous no-nonsense zone from all directions. How could it be possible in another environment to be like Dongyun Mountain? Killing people if you want to. And exterminating families if you want to? Only those sects that are precarious and unable to survive are thinking of retreating now. Just like the Fuyang sect. "Swa, Masters Wadai, can we leave?" Only half of the Fuyang sect's disciples were left. In the beginning, it was just a chaotic fight with the Chanfeng clan. And later there was the swaggering faction. When the Fuyang sect was about to be unable to resist, the head's wife finally agreed to Zwasur to find his brother from the original village. As expected, the momentum was overwhelming. Killing both rose until they were unable to parry. But later on, for some reason, the enemies killed more and more. And there were more and more hostile sections. After killing each other, only half of the Fuyang sect's disciples were left. This should be added to the hundreds of copycat brothers brought back by Zwasur. Yesterday, Feng Yiju informed Dongyun that the dispute gradually stopped. The mortal enemies, the swaggering sect and the Chanfeng sect, left Dongyun Mountain last night and headed west. There were too few people in the sect, and the masters were killed one after another. Even if Dongyun Mountain returned to peace, the sect would not be able to sustain itself. It is very likely that they will be oppressed and enslaved by other sects. The two factions simply took the treasures dug up during this period and entered Yunming's overnight with the subsidies from the Qingyuan sect. Although Yunming's is a demon domain, humans and monsters have been equal since ancient times. With the suppression of Yuming Dragon Palace, it is countless times more stable than the chaotic Dongyun Mountain. Zwasur covered her mouth and laughed. Look at the wife of the head. She obviously wants to take advantage of the battle between Qingyuan clan and Xietian clan to snatch back her lover. But the men in this muddy water don't want to go. If you don't leave, I will leave. La. Let's go. Kids. He shouted and jumped onto the flying boat. More than 100 brothers brought from the village jumped onto the flying boat. And the flying boat instantly flew into the sky. There was not even a moment's hesitation. And the disciples of the Fuyang sect were stunned. Suddenly, there were more than 100 people missing. And the door seemed even more empty. The head's wife suddenly thought of something. Her face instantly turned pale. She looked at the directions Wasuer was flying away. And gritted her teeth. Qingyuan sect? Zuanshinmen is like a jade palace. In Chan sat on the desk. Her calves hanging under the desk. Kicking around casually. The brass bell on his ankle jingled. The crisp sound surrounds the study. Ryu Palace is the master study. Behind the desk, Headmaster Xietian folded his hands under his chin, with a smile on his face. So, my daughter, whom I haven't seen for 40 years, suddenly came back with a vision. It wasn't to admit my mistake or to beg me to take back the wanted order, but to threaten me. In Chan had an expression that said, "Don't accuse me wrongly. Father, don't talk nonsense. This is a deal. You let Qingyuan go, and in a few weeks I will open the Xianwang cave in the Xietian immortal domain. You will make a lot of money." Master Xietian chuckled. "Exchange the treasure in my left hand for the treasure in my right hand. You are my daughter, and you control the Xianwang cave heaven. You should have opened it in the Xietian immortal domain." In Chan blinked and said in disbelief, "Hey, father, you have to be reasonable. You have issued a wanted order for me in all the worlds. How could I still take care of Zuanshinmen? I didn't hunt down the disciples of Zuanshinmen because of my heart. Be kind." The headmaster snorted coldly. "If you bring back the bandit's head, I will not only withdraw the wanted order, but I will also reward him heavily." In Chan stuck out her tongue and made a face. "I don't want it. He has a purpose for approaching you," the headmaster said earnestly. Chapter 105 Return. In Chan said nonchalantly, "I know. From the time the bad guy planned to take her away to be the wife of Yajai. She knew. Isn't this purpose exposed?" Headmaster Xientian shook his head. "Wherever the Xianwang cave heaven is opened, there must be a share of Zuanshinmen. This alone is not enough to make me give up Dongyun. The unification of Dongyun will bring endless troubles." He looked at his daughter. His eyes filled with incomparable serious. "Yeah," In Chan pouted. "But you know the characteristics of Xianwang cave heaven. I am only in charge of this term. I will be the one to open the door next time." She looked embarrassed and sighed in disappointment. "Then don't worry. After all, it is quite safe in Tianqing Palace. It is not worthwhile to run back to Xietian Immortal Domain and be caught and sold to you. Open the Xianwang cave in the Tianqing Palace. The palace owner will definitely receive a large reward." She jumped off the table and was about to leave. The Qingyuan sect simply has nothing to do with her. If she can help, she will help. If the king can't help, why would he be willing to beat her? Headmaster Xietian shook his head and chuckled. "She will give it to you. Do you dare to accept it?" Tianqing Palace and Zuanshinmen are not far apart from being mortal enemies. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the Xianwang world still emphasized the incompatibility of good and evil, the two factions were at odds with each other. Since the Xianwang cave heaven will open in a period of time, it will last for a period of time. I will give the Qingyuan sect a period of time. After a period of time, they will move out of Dongyun and leave the Xietian immortal domain. Or Zuanshinmen will send troops to Dongyun. His calm tone was not one of consultation, but of notification. Not to mention giving the Qingyuan sect 1 armor. Even 160 armor. The Zuanshinmen can be destroyed with a snap of the finger. One word has determined Qingyuan's life and death. In Chan looked at him in disbelief. But the bargaining was too harsh. Headmaster Xietian chuckled lightly and flicked the table with his fingers. "Junior brother Luo, did you hear this?" A shadow faintly appeared in the study room, and then solidified. It was the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall. He smiled bitterly. "My nephew is so powerful that he even holds the Xianwang cave heaven in his hand. But Rujin, that child, has already led people to destroy Qingyuan. And I am afraid that the formation has already been called. The Fumo Palace is also preparing to take action. And I am afraid that it is not possible to stop at this moment. Okay. The war has already begun. Where will Xuantian's face be placed if he suddenly withdraws?" In Chan snorted. "Master Luo, please don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid you have forgotten that I am the deputy master of the demon-subduing palace. If you really think that she is evil and cute, then you have no other options? The Fumo Palace is now obediently staying at its station. Motionless. Headmaster Xiantian glanced at his daughter. You are wanted and can control the demon-subduing palace remotely. It seems that you, the deputy palace master, are very successful. The reward for the wanted order is doubled. Yin Chan was stunned and looked at her father in disbelief. The current bounty is already too much for them to cope with. And if it is doubled, the pride of the top 10 immortal sects will be excited. Headmaster Xiantian didn't seem to notice his daughter's expression, and said in a deep voice, since Rujin has called the formation, he will take the lead in destroying Qingyuan this time. Ruo Qingyuan can't even resist the Xian Hall of the Foreign Affairs Palace, and then gave up the idea of monopolizing Dongyun. Why is there a price increase? Yin Chan pouted and snorted, turning into bubbles and dissipating. Headmaster Xiantian ignored his daughter's departure. The daughter was afraid that he would follow the phantom to find his real body. So she used 7 methods to kill the source. After 40 years of wandering, I have learned a lot. Junior brother Luo thinks Xiantong may have made some meritorious deeds? Palace Master Luo shook his head. Bongiju is not a reckless person. I'm afraid my nephew is just playing a chess game. Without my nephew, he must have other ways to stop Zuanshanmen. Oh. Head Xiantian looked at him. I really can't imagine how the Qingyuan sect can stop us. Palace Master Luo chuckled and said, of course, he can't resist openly. He can completely change the method, such as turning Dongyun into a drowning basin, desecrating himself and making his body stink. Naturally, Xiantian clan will not approach. He chuckled and then straightened his expression. Senior brother, Feng Yiju should not be underestimated. But if he is given Feng Lang, he will become a real dragon. If he is given 60 years, the Qingyuan sect will not be able to lose Qingyuan. But Qingyuan can stay, and Feng Yiju will definitely kill. Head Xiantian shook his head and chuckled. Feng Yiju should not be underestimated. Anyone who can be the leader of a faction is an idiot. Let's see how this Feng Yiju performs this opera. In the midair of Qingyuan Mountain, Feng Yiju, who had his eyes closed and was concentrating, suddenly opened his eyes. Coming! Due east, 3 flying boats broke out of the Liuguang River at the foot of Dongyun Mountain and headed straight for Qingyuan to kill. On the main ship, Luo Rujin looked cold. He had just received a notice from his sect that the Fumo Palace was not coming, and he was in charge of everything in Dongyun alone. What tricks did Feng Yiju use? Luo Rujin had a bad premonition. He looked at the 9 people in the heaven-stepping realm on the 3 flying boats and felt a little at ease. Don't advance rashly. Don't be greedy for success. And never separate everything in the sky. The mountains will block the mountains, and the rivers will block the steaming water. I will push forward all the way, no matter how many tricks he has. I will not move. In particular, although the Fumo Palace did not come, his grandfather temporarily transferred Uncle Zhong to the Xian Hall. Uncle Zhong followed his grandfather and worked as a housekeeper for 2,000 years. He reached the 3rd step of the heaven-stepping realm early, and was considered a master in all the worlds. Looking at Feng Yiju standing in the air, Luo Rujin's face was cold. Feng Yiju, do you think your Qingyuan sect is guilty? The sound rolled away like a loud bell and swayed over the entire Dongyun sky. Ji not only wants to destroy Qingyuan, but also wants to be beautiful, kill chickens and scare monkeys, and let the Dongyun sects know what Zuanshanmen is. Feng Yiju raised his head and smiled. Because we are waiting to live? In the eyes of some people, your life is a sin. Insolent! Luo Rujin shouted coldly. You secretly released the ghosts in the prison, disturbed Dongyun, and killed all living beings. You still don't know your crime? Feng Yiju chuckled. Brother Luo, there are only you and me here. Why do we need to make such a show? Zuanshanmen has disturbed Dongyun for thousands of years. Do you really think that the Dongyun sects don't know about it? 900 years ago, Xianyang Palace was broken down due to the rampage of prison ghosts. 100 years ago, Taibai Temple was broken down due to the rampage of prison ghosts. Do you really think that everyone is blind? Yes or no? Let's close the shit basin first. Luo Rujin's expression changed. How presumptuous! He's full of nonsense. Xuantian's army has arrived. But Xiangming is stubborn and doesn't want to repent. Come die! He shouted in a low voice. Let me see what means you have to trap the 3 of us in the heaven-stepping realm of Xietian clan. The faces of the Dongyun factions, who were always paying attention to Qingyuan, changed. Qingyuan sect and Xietian sect have already fought against each other. But they are still trapping the 3 members of Xiantian sect in the heaven-stepping realm? How did you do it? Just Su Huanyan? In the Fuyang sect. The head's wife breathed rapidly, took a deep look in the direction of Qingyuan sect, and shouted, "Let's go! Leave Dongyun immediately." All the disciples looked at her with confusion and relief. After fighting for more than 10 consecutive days, he was already tired of the days when he could die at any time. Not only the Fuyang sect, but Luo Rujin's words made many sects who were lucky and even wanted to take advantage of the fire suddenly realize the situation. The Qingyuan sect may be destroyed, but it is definitely not as they imagined without even a hint of resistance. The aftermath of the war may crush them to pieces. This is right. Feng Yiju chuckled. If Brother Luo wants to fight me alone, Feng won't be able to ask for it. I'm afraid Brother Luo won't. Only a fool would agree. A one-armed middle-aged man walked out from behind Luo Rujin. He smiled at Feng Yiju and said, "Master Feng, the dignified leader of the sect. Why should he bully the young man? I'll go through 2 moves with Master Feng." Luo Rujin suddenly looked like pig liver. He was only 30 or 40 years younger than Feng Yiju. Among mortals, this was naturally a gap of 1 or even 2 generations. But among monks, he was not a teenager anyway. Right. Feng Yiju smiled. But I heard a feminine voice coming from the depths of Dongyun Mountain. The king is the king. The general is the general. How about I play with you? I saw a charming man coming from the depths of Dongyun in the air. He was hundreds of miles away in one step. He had already passed by and a series of sonic booms roared out. Under normal circumstances, a monk would fly away, wield a sword, and use his magic power to smooth the air. But there would be no sonic boom. Zuosur relied entirely on his physical body to cross the river, without any magic power. Chapter 106 Stone Statue. Zuosur? The one-armed man frowned. No, you are not Zuosur. Who are you? Zuosur's Qigong practice has allowed her to develop pure yin energy that is even better than that of women. Although this person's movements are feminine, his breath is masculine. He just deliberately exuded his feminine aura, covering up his strong masculinity. Zuosur walked in midair, his figure gradually changing, and in a few breaths he transformed into a big man with beards and a full face. Guhong? In the direction of Qingyuan prison. Gu Laodao's breathing suddenly became rapid. Looking at that figure, his eyes turned red. Then he gritted his teeth and jumped up and cursed. "You bastard." Guhong raised an orchid and pointed it in the direction of Gu Laodao. "Uncle, you can't beat this man now." His sweet smile was frozen in his beard, and he looked at the people in the sky who were looking at him in shock with a look of horror on his face. Suddenly, his mind roared, and he fell headlong, crashing into a hill and never came out again. Half of the mountain was destroyed. Gu Laodao was stunned. Dongyun Mountain burst into laughter. Senior brother Gu is so imitated that he is trapped in the drama and cannot come back. How about I come first? Came a charming voice, and a charming and passionate woman came out of the air, with spring and madness alternately appearing in her eyes. Lung Yuzhen in Hongyu Tower. As she walked in the air, she transformed into a slightly playful girl. Yu Yu of Qingyuanmen. Anyone in the Qingyuan sect who knew her immediately became short of breath. Yu jumped to his death a century ago, and countless men turned gray in one night. Unexpectedly, a period of time later, she would appear again in this image. Then Mu Tu of the Chanfeng sect, Pengpa the Tianjua sect, one by one stepped into the sky and turned into the proud sons of the Qingyuan sect who had already emerged. The old man of Qingyuanmen was breathing rapidly. This is the treasure of Qingyuan sect. Lu Lushu died 60 years ago, when he discovered something was wrong with the leader. He initially thought that the leader was stimulated by the death of these proud men. I don't want to come back today. The Qingyuan sect really had a plan. These people mixed into the Dongyun sects and caused a lot of trouble. Qingyuan sect's ambition is clearly visible. There are more than 30 people in the realm of demon transformation, and 10 of them have reached the peak of demon transformation. If Zuanshimen had discovered that Qingyuan had so many demon transforming peaks earlier, they would have definitely not kept it, and Qingyuanmen would have been destroyed like Tianyin Temple. Luo Rujin frowned and looked at Feng Yiju. There are only 30 transformed demons. Master Feng doesn't think he can turn the tables with these people. Right. Yu looked at him and snorted. This young master is not old, and his tone is not small. One transformed demon can't defeat Tatian, and 3 of them can't defeat one? Ignorance. The gap between transforming demons and stepping on the sky cannot be made up by quantity. Luo Rujin breathed a sigh of relief instead. If this is the Qingyuan sect's confidence, then today's battle is a success. It is indeed possible that so many transformed demons will keep Tinder and Mouton behind. But it is absolutely impossible to face 9 Tantion at the same time. Especially with Uncle Zhong. But you jumped towards the one-armed middle-aged man and hooked his fingers. Uncle, let's have some fun. The one-armed middle-aged man smiled honestly and shook his head. I don't like young people. If you look like a coal fairy, I will fight you. Yu blinked and sighed helplessly. Uncle, you will be beaten like this. She said that Guhong imitated Zhuo Suer too deeply and stayed in a prison ghost space for 60 years. Which one of them can be absolutely normal? If it were Yu 60 years ago, he would definitely not be able to bear such humiliation. Nor would he be so frivolous. Try it! Yu stepped on his foot, crushed the air, and suddenly shot out, punching the one-armed middle-aged man. But the one-armed middle-aged man formed an arc in front of him with his single arm and easily blocked it. Yu came and went as fast as he came. He crashed into the mountain and jumped out in an instant. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile on his face, Awesome! In the true heaven-stepping realm, every move carries the power of the world. And it feels like he is against the entire world when he strikes. How could senior brother Feng, a figure like this, hunt down 2 by 1 person? The one-armed middle-aged man looked at Yu with admiration in his eyes. In the normal demon state, one would not even have the courage to raise his head in front of Tao Tian. But here was someone who dared to attack him without any scruples. This woman should be taken back to Zuanshanmen. He looked up and saw more than 30 people looking at them, all looking eager to try. The one-armed middle-aged man's face darkened. One of them was the pride of heaven. And the 30 of them just didn't know whether to live or die. These people seemed not to know what fear was. It's like the heart of fear has been cut away with a sword. Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and jumped up, stretched out his palm in the direction of Qingyuan, and shouted, Come on! She looked at the one-armed middle-aged man and said, I can't beat you with real skills, but we can cheat. Qingyuan Mountain Prison shook violently, and a huge stone statue broke out of the ground and shot towards the battlefield. The stone statue stepped forward to meet it before it could leap, and crashed into the stone statue's chest. The stone statue was scattered with gravel, revealing its appearance. It's exactly what Yu looks like. Suhi was stunned. This is a stone statue in the Golden Palace space. Never admit your mistake. Yu got into the chest of the stone statue. The statue opened its eyes and looked at the one-armed middle-aged man again. Come again! The simple stone statue was just like an ordinary stone, without any energy coming out. However, when you jumped in, the stone statue suddenly emitted a shocking momentum. And the power of the world was born with majestic power. It makes people feel that this is indeed a monk in the heavenly realm. Beside him, Gu Laodao trembled and almost lost his balance, with a look of sadness on his face. Suhi was at a loss. The one-armed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, You refined yourself into the demon statue of King Ming. The demon statue of the Ming dynasty was originally a Buddhist method. It is recorded in the Buddhist speech of the liberation of living beings from disasters. That at that time, the sky fell and the earth fell, and all living beings were in trouble. There was the Buddha's son Moggallana, who transformed into the king of Ming, and stood in the sky to relieve all living beings. Later generations did not have the magical powers of Buddha, and only made specious things. Each demon statue requires countless monks to sacrifice their bodies. The initially refined King Ming statue only had the combat power of the mortal transformation stage. At this time, the monks in the mortal transformation stage refined themselves into the Ming King statue, first integrating their own Taoism, and then refining the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Then even the physical body was refined into it. The statue of King Ming has been upgraded to the first level. Therefore, the statue of King Ming who first rescued people in distress was called a demon statue. No wonder this woman has no fear, and is more like a physical practitioner who only cultivates the physical body but not Taoism. This is the terror of Taoism and the 7 emotions and 6 desires that have been refined into the demon statue of the Ming dynasty. It's not far away from losing all 7 emotions and 6 desires. This demonic statue of the Ming dynasty king already has the charm of reaching the sky. How long has the Qingyuan sect been offering sacrifices to it? Yu merged into the demon statue and jumped towards the one-armed middle-aged man to kill him. The same moves and the same punches were punched out. The one-armed middle-aged man was smashed away with a bang. A transparent light shield flashed on his body and crashed into a mountain, penetrating the entire mountain. However, the middle-aged figure did not stop and continued to move into the distance. Fly away. No one cares about the one-armed middle-aged man. This punch looks fierce. But it is actually an ordinary punch and cannot hurt anyone. But being able to smash the heaven-treading realm away indicates that this demon statue of the Ming dynasty truly has the combat power of the heaven-treading realm. Luo Rujin hid behind the housekeeper. The other two stepped up to the heaven realm and looked at the Yu Yushur statue. Is this the Qingyuan heritage? How many statues are there in total? You might as well take them out directly. Yu watched their little hands ready to move. I saw several people behind her, reaching out to summon Qingyuan at the same time. The 6 demon statues of the Ming dynasty broke out of the ground, roared towards them, and merged with the 6 Qingyuan demons in midair. 7. None of them have reached the sky-trading realm, but they all have some power of the sky-trading realm. It is not enough to defeat the enemy, but it is enough to stop their steps. Yu shouted behind him. Ge Hong! He came out to fight before he died! The rocks exploded, and Ge Hong soared into the sky. With a move of his hand, a stone statue broke through the ground. Ge Hong melted into the stone statue and felt a chill on his head. He stretched out his hand to touch it and was stunned. Did you shave my hair? Chapter 107 Turtle Hat. This surprise was no small matter. They did not make the stone statues for sacrifice. The method of making sacrifices for the demon statues of the Ming dynasty has long been lost. These statues were found in the ruins. 34 brothers and sisters of the same generation have all tried it. And all the fear in the 7 emotions have been cut off. And 3 of them even died. But only 8 of them could merge with the stone statue. Every piece of gravel on the stone statue is an indispensable part of the Ming dynasty's demon statue. 1 point less will reduce its combat power. Boom! A bell rang, and a bronze bell rang from the opposite side. Ge Hong crossed his hands to resist, and was knocked back 100 feet. The huge sound wave overturned the clouds in the sky and spread into Qingyuan. The Qingyuan Gate Mountain Guard formation lit up and blocked it with a creaking sound. What fell into Qingyuan Mountain again was a simple sound like thunder. Ge Hong pulled himself out of the mountain. After all, there is a gap between the Ming King Golem and the real heaven-treading realm. Without magic power, it can only be fought in hand-to-hand combat. His hair is gone and his fighting strength is weakened. He looked back at Qingyuan and looked in the direction of the prison, and saw a dragon turtle next to Go Laodao exuding the ultimate temptation. The stone statue's hair was refined by it. Is this the mythical beast disciple that Uncle accepted? He escaped from prison and left in a hurry that day, without even having time to see him. It seemed that the relationship between Dragon Turtle and himself was much closer than that of others. But I really want to hit him. Come over! Ge Hong opened his hand to fish it out. But he could only throw Yaya on his back to Go Laodao, and flew out uncontrollably. The stone statue of Ge Hong pressed him on the head. Hold on! Turtle boy! He clutched his head with 4 paws, looking confused. What are you so confused about? You've done it. Man. Bah! You've done it for my hair. Why don't you put a hat on me now? Don't be in a daze. Chi and Chi are connected. He was even more confused. How could these things be connected? Is spiritual power sent in? He channeled all his spiritual power and directed it towards the bald head beneath him through his belly armor. Bah! 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 What do you want to do? You turtle boy? I'm not dead yet. And you want to sacrifice the Ming King's demon statue? Ge Hong spat out his spiritual power. How did you refine your hair? How can you do it now? Brain training? He is good at this. The negative mountain spread out to cover the bald head beneath him. Negative mountain is the innate magical power of Dragon Turtle. It is like an invisible fishing net. Whatever is caught in the net can be refined. The only problem is that the things refining in the mountain will only be used to enhance Foreign Minister Guishan, but not to advance Suhi. Even if the Foreign Minister Guishan cannot be refined endlessly after carrying it up a mountain, Foreign Minister Guishan is carried on Suhi's back. If the Foreign Minister is really refined to an extremely strong level, Suhi will not be able to carry it anymore. Yes, that's it. Nothing else. Just wear it. Don't suck. Don't suck. Ge Hong couldn't see Fushan, but he could feel it. The bronze bell from the opposite side came again. Ge Hong roared and punched forward. The fist was filled with phantoms, including collapsed mountains, ruined sects, and rivers of blood. This was the concentration of murderous aura, creating an illusion. The stone fist met the bronze bell, but no sound was heard. However, the mountains, sects, and blood rivers disappeared in an instant, and the bronze bell flew back silently. The stone fist went up the mountain, and the rock shattered and shot, and then fell back to the fist. It was only at this moment that the roar of bells came from the void. Bang! Sui felt the entire sea of consciousness roar and vibrate. This was still protected by the idol, and all other damage caused by the bronze bell was blocked, leaving only the roaring sound. It's not a big deal if I only have the combat power of Tatian in my physical body. One person can suppress 2 demon statues of the Ming dynasty. Tatian, the only female of Xiantian's sect with her eyes closed and the bronze bell above her head, said in a deep voice. Foreign objects are, after all, foreign objects. But 2 people at the peak of demon transformation and 2 stone statues can block a person at the heaven-stepping stage. The demon statue of the Ming dynasty is worthy of being a heaven-defying existence. Boom! There was a loud bang. A demon statue of the great Ming king was smashed into the ground by a Tatian, and seals fell to the ground. The stone statue fought and retreated, punched the ground with one punch, and smashed the earth from the other end and drilled outward. Zuanshinman steps toward the ground a little bit from the sky, pointing to the ground turning into steel. The stone statue drilled into the hole was immediately trapped. 2 stone statues rushed towards him, roaring and punching open the seal, before dragging out the trapped fellows. The 8 stone statues, 2 in groups, quickly formed a team and looked up at the sky, where the 9 members of the Xiantian gate were stepping on the sky. The roar in Sui's mind receded, and he felt suffocated. Why did he, a turtle boy, get involved in such a high-end game? Not to mention the long growth cycle of dragon turtles. Even according to ordinary turtles, he is only half a hatchling and has not yet reached the estrus period. Luo Rujin's laughter came. Master Feng plans to rely on these 8 stone statues to stop Xiantian? Is it just wishful thinking? If Qingyuan sect only relies on the demon statue of King Ming to subdue Tindermutan, Qingyuan can break it. He looked behind the stone statue and saw another 20 or so demon transformation realms. There are still 23 demon transformers, plus the 7 lines within the Qingyuan sect, each of which has about 4 or 5 demon transformers. But not all of them are in the sect. At this moment, there are still 13 people on the battlefield outside the territory. But there is not much left. When Luo Rujin came this time, he only brought 9 people from the heavenly stage and 30 people from the demon transformation realm. The housekeeper can be used or not. Try not to use it. It will lower your evaluation in the heart of your grandfather. He waved his hand downwards. Senior Ku, stay here and keep an eye on Fengiju. The other seniors should not separate and join forces to smash the demon statue of King Ming. The remaining disciples form in formation and kill the enemy. He shouted in the direction of Dongyun. The Dongyun sects listen to the order. Assist Xiantian to attack Qingyuan. If anyone dares to slack off, we will cut down the mountain and break the gate without mercy. An excited voice came from Dongyun Mountain. The Luanchu sword sect has received the order. It was the voice that had spoken against Fengiju before. The order comes from Kuza Temple. The demon god sect has an order. Hongsue Tower. Voices rang out one after another. Fengiju turned around and looked at Dongyun Mountain and said in a deep voice, the feud between Qingyuan clan and Xiantian clan is not a personal grudge. Why did it arise? You should think about it, and don't trap the sect in injustice. The war has just started at this moment. If you are willing to leave, your previous promise still stands, and I will bear all the losses incurred by Qingyuan. The leader of the Luanchu sword sect laughed loudly. Fengiju, you are really confused. Where do the righteousness and injustice come from in Dongyun Mountain? Another voice came over. Does Master Feng want to explain the word righteousness? What happened is with Sur, Mudu, and Papeng? Shouldn't the Qingyuan sect give an explanation? Compared with the comrades who died in Dongyun on the 10th. It was more than 100 years ago. The Qingyuan sect should be killed. To the southwest of Dongyun is Fengming Mansion. Fengming Mansion has already sealed the mountain, and the mountain gate was sealed on the day of the battle between Qiang and Hurong. At this moment, the true disciple is standing next to the leader. Master, Xiantian is destroying the Qingyuan sect. Won't we, the Fengming Mansion, participate? Participating now will not only gain favor from Zuanshinmen, but also bring you huge rewards. The master of Fengming Mansion shook his head. There are hundreds of sects in Dongyun Mountain. Since 10,000 years ago, there have been no less than 20 leaders. Where is it now? Today, I, Fengming Mansion, participated in the strangulation of Qingyuan. Tomorrow I will be the leader of Dongyun. Then we are not far from being destroyed. He looked in the direction of Qingyuan Gate. The news revealed by Fengiju today was too shocking. The leading sects of two realms were killed by prison ghosts one after another. What role does Zuanshanmen play in it? He murmured to himself. Don't be too strong. Don't be too weak. It's just right to always be Dongyun's third best. Chapter 108 Hand. Fengiju chuckled and shook his head. Xiantian sect gave the order. And he persuaded the sects that not only did not leave, but had already migrated to Yunming's. Some of them were eager to return, taking this opportunity to take a bite of Qingyuan sect's flesh. You can do evil if God does it, but you can't live if you do evil on your own. In Dongyun, doing bad things is not considered evil, but not having self-awareness is. Fengiju looked at Luo Rujin. Brother Luo, don't you think that I mixed junior brother Gu and junior sister Yu into Dongyun just to disrupt Dongyun? Right. Why bother? If they can block Xiantian, the Dongyun factions can be destroyed with a backhand. If you can't stop Xiantian, why bother Dongyun? Are you making enemies for yourself? He, Fengiju, has not yet become so comatose. Luo Rujin looked at Fengiju. Qingyuan fell for a century just to paralyze Xiantian. Brother Luo, why don't I have to paralyze Zuanshanmen? Luo Rujin frowned slightly. Isn't it to sacrifice the demon statue of King Ming? Of course it is, but not entirely, Fengiju said softly. He stood up slowly, pointed his halberd, and the 49 Qingyuan formation flags flew out, shooting in all directions of Dongyun Mountain in an instant. Qingyuan disciples, listen to the order. Formation begins. Fengju's voice spread throughout Dongyun, but everywhere in Dongyun Mountain, a Dharma altar broke out of the ground and stood up from the ground. On each altar was a Qingyuan formation flag. The formation flags emitted brilliance and connected into lines, instantly dividing Dongyun Mountain into several layers. Please go to the sky and fight. Don't hurt Dongyun Mountain and river, Fengju said loudly. As they stepped into the sky, they felt a wave of rejection coming from Dongyun Mountain. It was as if they had entered a small world, and the whole world was rejecting them. Mountain Soul. The loyal butler's face was solemn. The old man in the Qingyuan sect, who knew what these two words meant, suddenly became happy. And now he felt a little more energetic when facing the Xiantian sect again. Luo Rujin's expression changed greatly. Fengju, you dared to gather the Mountain Soul. You really did it for the Mountain Soul when you released the prison ghost. No, the Hell Ghost had only appeared for 10 days. It was impossible for Fengju to refine the Mountain Soul in such a short time. He suddenly thought of something. Have you been refining the Mountain Soul for the past 60 years? Fengju chuckled and said, It's not 60 years. It's 300 years. Those who gather the souls of Dongyun Mountain are the seniors of Taibai Temple. 300 years ago, Taibai Temple was destroyed. Fellow Taoist Mutan and I broke into the ruins of Taibai Temple at the same time. Unfortunately, fellow Taoist Mutan paid too much attention to the magic wand and took the opportunity to use it. I had no choice but to enter another fork. I can't help but get the useless Mountain Soul. Refining the Mountain Soul is the actual controller of the mountains and rivers. In ancient times, he could be called a mountain god, especially for an endless mountain like Dongyun Mountain. Its Mountain Soul is connected with the world of Xianwang. The Mountain Soul cannot be destroyed by breaking the mountains and rivers into pieces. As Fengju spoke out, the entire Xianwang realm was expelling the people from the heaven trading realm, asking them to fight in the sky without damaging the Dongyun earth vein. Mutan be damned. Luo Rujin gritted his teeth. Divide. Fengju pointed towards the Dongyun Mountain halberd. The demon transformation realm should be divided into 4 levels of battlefield. Above Dongyun Mountain, 4 groups of layers appeared. All the monsters in Dongyun Mountain were put into 4 layers of space according to their different realms. It's a pity that Shan'an can only assist and cannot directly hurt people. Otherwise, why bother? Points! Fengju clicked again. The mortal realm is about to enter the battlefield. The mortal realm is transformed into 3 battlefields. 1 below the mind aperture. 1 level for the mind aperture and bone sacrifice. And another level for spirit awakening and yuan gathering. The power of heaven and earth envelopes the Xianwang realm. And Fengju's few words are like the constitution of heaven, which cannot be doubted. Luo Rujin's face was cold. This is an important reason why those sects can exist for a long time after stealing the Mountain Soul. The Mountain Soul is simply cheating, unless he forcibly breaks the Mountain Soul law. This is not something that the people he brought can do. Not even Uncle Zhong can do it. A group of figures were clinging to the mountain protecting formation of Foaming Mansion. The mountain protecting formation made an overwhelmed creaking sound, and would break at any moment. Everyone in Fengming Mansion would be thrown into different battle areas by the mountain soul. The palace master's expression changed drastically, and he pointed his halberd at the palace where many magic weapons, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures flew out. Master Feng, let me. Fengming Mansion. Leave. All the treasures will return to Qingyuan. Feng Yiju has refined the mountain soul. As long as one person from the Qingyuan sect survives, he will be the true master of Dongyan Mountain. There is no point in relying on Dongyan Mountain anymore. You dare! Luo Rujin's voice came. Whoever dares to retreat at this moment will have their whole family destroyed by Xie Tian afterwards. The master of Fengming Mansion, however, acted as if he had never heard anything. He temporarily used the formation to forcibly control the summoned power, and bowed to Feng Yiju. Zuanshimen is so powerful. But Zuanshimen is not the only one in Xianwang realm. The worst possible outcome is to go to the heavenly star immortal realm. Moreover, can the words of a childish child be taken seriously? Being involved in the battlefield at this moment is a real escape from death. Yes, Feng Yiju said in a deep voice. With a gentle click, the pressure in Fengming Mansion immediately dissipated. The master of the palace did not hesitate, and activated the formation. The entire palace flew up, and after scattering rare treasures on the ground, it immediately broke through the air and flew straight towards Yunming's. The entire Fengming Mansion itself is a cave magic weapon. Luo Rujin's face was cold, and he looked at the battlefield divided by Shanhun. He didn't feel better until he saw the Wuxiang sword sect entering one after another. But then he became worried again. Qi Yan of the Wuxiang sword sect. It's hard to describe in one word. He spoke loudly to the battlefield. Fellow Taoists of the Wuxiang sword sect, I know that you must be in trouble these days. You must have discovered that the dignified founder of the mountain has betrayed your own sect. Before he finished speaking, an elder from the Wuxiang sword sect frowned and continued. Ah, yes. When I first found out about it, I was shocked. After all, we who are lurking in the Wuxiang sword sect are. I want to destroy this sect that has great malice towards Qingyuan. He shook his head and sighed. Luo Rujin's face became brighter, especially when she heard the elder shout loudly. Where is the disciple of Jianju? The entire Wuxiang sword sect true disciples, and above responded at the same time. Yes. The elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kill the enemy! Gu Laodao is on the top floor, but he does not appear in the body of a beast. Instead, he carries a wine gourd and travels in all directions with his fire-based Taoism. He looked at the elder and laughed. It's Lao Bai. Ha ha. Your old boy is not dead? You actually went to the Wuxiang sword sect? He was hidden deep enough. The elder laughed and said, Without appearance, I have given up my original appearance. What the elder was still saying could not be heard clearly by Suhi. He was lifted up to the sky by Guhong. Then, being pressed down and beaten by a crowd of people, all kinds of spells attacked the 8 demon statues of Damon King at the same time. Suhi couldn't understand it at all. He just felt that the glow was brilliant. It could only be heard from the roar of the stone statues that they had always been at a disadvantage. Finally, a stone statue became angry and smashed the space with a punch, and an upside-down golden temple appeared behind the space. The stone statue reached into the golden palace space, pulled out a long knife, and swung it towards the woman with the bronze bell above her head. With a slash of the knife, there was a dark crack dozens of feet long in the gleaming midair, and air and flowing clouds were sucked into it. Chapter 109 Why don't you take me with you when you surrender? Looking at the golden palace space, Gu Hongji pointed his finger and shouted, Here comes the sword! But without the sword appearing, he didn't even have the magic power, so it was impossible for him to wield the sword. Instead, he grabbed into the golden palace space with one hand, pulled out a stone sword, and slashed at the one-armed sword, the starting sword of Qingyuan sect's Qingyuan Tajikan. Su Hahue, a man in black who secretly learned this swordsmanship when he first tried it out in Gu Laodao courtyard. It's just the mediocre entry-level swordsmanship of the Qingyuan sect. But now that Guhong has arrived, it is no longer just a simple swordsmanship. This sword will open up the world and cut off everything. Mountains, rivers, water, sky. Even the sun and moon were instantly eclipsed. A sword was slashed out, and the sword disappeared instantly. But when it reappeared, it was stabbed from the void. The one-armed middle-aged man screamed, and a sword was thrust out of his empty arm, with blood splattering everywhere. An arm was cut off out of thin air. Qingyuan was destroyed today. He was captured while refining elixirs, so he had to use special means to leave one arm in the cave to control the elixirs. The elixir was being refined at a critical moment. Gu Hong saw that he was distracted and immediately cut out the source of the reverse attack with his sword. Let him truly become a one-armed man. Su He was stunned when he saw a palm flying towards him, holding a pill between his two fingers, and the fragrance of the medicine overflowed. Subconsciously, a sailor formed and grabbed the elixir. When I grabbed it, I found that the hand was stuck to the elixir and refused to let go. Gu Hong laughed loudly under him. Okay. As expected of a divine beast, you actually have some courage. What is palm? Even a drop of blood in the sky-stepping realm is priceless. But with his will in your hand, you can't surrender. Gu Hong laughed and suddenly slapped the broken palm with two stone hands. A frightened, one-armed middle-aged man could be heard yelling from broken palm. You thief! How dare you! Gu Hong slapped his hand and smashed his thoughts to pieces. I'm fighting with your real body. What should I dare not do? Ha ha ha! Gu Hong laughed, grabbed Su He, and threw it to the mountain soul battlefield below him. Go back to your own battlefield. Turtle Boy, this place is no longer suitable for you. They beheaded a heaven-treading palm, but they didn't have the means to seal it. If they stayed here, they might be taken back by this person. It would be better to throw him into the mountain soul battlefield. It's like a seal there. And this person has no ability to enter the mortal transformation realm battle area where Dragon Turtle is. Cutting off one of his hands would do much more damage than Turtle Boy combing his hair. This wave is a sure profit. Su He was stunned. I can't fly! He roared, smashing onto the barrier of the mountain soul battlefield, and then being thrown into the second level of the battlefield uncontrollably. The second level starts from halfway up the mountain at 20 feet, and goes up 40 or 50 feet, being thrown in by the power of the realm. The speed was not very fast, but when Su He's huge body hit the ground, there was still a loud bang and smoke flying everywhere. Among the 7 meat and 8 elements, I saw 4 monks in front of me. They were not wearing Qingyuan clothes. Enemy! The 4 of them looked at each other, and at the same time, they slashed at the root of Su He's neck with their swords. However, the force of the sword suddenly changed in midair. 1 left, 1 right, 1 up and 1 down. The 4 of them simultaneously slashed at a huge redwood tree next to them. There was a muffled sound, and a fiery red figure jumped out of the big tree, carrying a cannon barrel and an animal-tooth cannonball slanted on its shoulder. After landing, he rolled back and shot out. Boom! The redwood tree they were hiding in exploded to pieces. But the 4 people jumped away. Zhe, a legendary woman famous in Qingyuan sect. She came out and looked at Su He with a resentful look. She was well hidden and could wait for someone to get close to launch a sneak attack. But Su He suddenly fell from the sky, and the wind had brought disturbed the leaves, exposing her. Su He blinked, looking confused. The monks are hiding. Or are they relying on disguise? Do you think your spiritual consciousness is just a decoration? These 4 people are obviously trying to trick you. Be careful. These are the 4 brothers of the Li family of Tianqiangmen. They are from the southeast and northwest. They are the best at attacking together. Zhe whispered. For levels of bone sacrifice, and the 5th step of mortal transformation are equivalent to 5-star alien beasts. It should be easy to kill. Right? Su He asked. Before enlightenment, it is not difficult to beat them. The 4 people from the southeast and northwest looked at each other and understood everyone's thoughts instantly. Although the dragon turtle was 1 level lower than us, it looked difficult to mess with. So the 3 of them fought to hold him back. Zhe of the Qingyuan sect was not good at close combat, so the eldest brother stepped forward and captured her first. Then immediately came back, and the 4 of them fought against the dragon turtle. I'm going to get rich today. The bones and blood of mythical beasts are priceless. Point! The eldest brother shouted loudly, and rushed towards Zhe instantly. The other 3 suddenly erupted and slashed at Su He with their 9-ringed swords. From the same mother, the 4 brothers worked together in perfect harmony. Zhe looked stern and rushed towards Su He with the gun barrel on his shoulder. How could it be possible to be separated by others? Wouldn't it be nice to hide on the back of a dragon turtle and have sex? Come on! Come on! The boss raised his sword to stop him. Where are you going? Fairy Sea? Come play with us! His tone was frivolous, but his expression was extremely serious. Zhe has a great reputation, and is unique among the Qingyuan sect's bone sacrificial realm. Especially the original animal tooth cannonballs with talismans engraved inside them are made by a genius. Fortunately, she is not good at close combat. The boss slashed away with his sword, pressing Zhe and retreating continuously. In a moment, he turned around the hill and disappeared into the woods. The other 3 people looked at Su He with cruel smiles on their faces. The Qingyuan sect was destroyed today. How about you become a mount for our brother? Roar! With a sound of divine power, the 3 of them instantly rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. The 3 sailors gathered together, grabbed the ankles of the 3 people, rounded them up, and threw them on the ground. The severe pain made the 3 of them wake up from their coma. In an instant, the gap between the 2 sides was recognized. Grandpa, spare your life! While the 3 of them were still hanging upside down in the air, they made a gesture of begging for mercy. And then they fell to the ground and knelt down piously. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Caesar came out of the woods cursing, holding the boss covered in blood in his hand. The old man was still struggling. I made a mistake. But the 4 of us brothers will come to kill you after the 3 of them hunt the dragon turtle. I advise you to let it go. He saw 3 people kneeling in front of Su He covered in blood, with a shocked look on his face. You guys, why don't you call me when you surrender? Caesar laughed loudly, returned to the redwood tree, and found his own small golden pagoda. He turned the pagoda over and took him into the pagoda. He looked at Su He's trophies again, his eyes filled with light. Sailor Su He threw the 3 people over casually. A dead enemy is not a good enemy and cannot provide real energy to the golden tower, so it is of no use. In fact, before the 7th step of transformation, monks do not have true essence. But the golden pagoda is not picky about food, and will not refuse true blood, chi blood, and even life essence. At this moment, there is fighting everywhere in the mountain soul realm. The only ones still outside the Shahan realm are Fengiju, Luo Rujin, and the housekeeper who have not yet entered the Dongyan realm. Luo Rujin looked very unhappy, especially after Su He entered the realm with one arm of the one-armed middle-aged man. He looked at Fengiju. The demon statue of the Ming King is just a foreign object. The Qingyuan sect can only show off its bravery for a moment. If the demon statue is smashed today, what will Master Feng do? Will 8 more peak demon transformers sacrifice their lives for sacrifice? What will happen again? How about breaking it once? Can the Qingyuan sect still be able to produce 8 peak demon transformers? This is the tragedy of small sects. If it were Zuanshanmen, any of the 23 veins could bring out hundreds of top demon transformers to control the demon statue. Of course, Zuanshanmen would not waste their disciples like this. It's not like they don't have Taotian, so why give them up? Disciples' life was revealed in an indecent way. Above the 9 heavens, the 9 heaven-stepping realms are entangled by the demonic statue of King Ming, and the civil war situation in the realm is not optimistic. The Qingyuan sect is too hidden, including the Wuxiang sword sect, the dead transformed demon, plus the leaders of each lineage, the elders of the previous generation. The number has already surpassed the demon transformation realm he brought. As for the demon transformations of the Dongyan mountain sections, let's not mention it. The housekeeper looked at Fengiju. He had an order from the palace master. You can stay in the Qingyuan sect, but Fengiju must be killed. The palace master is indeed wise. I had already noticed that this boy was extraordinary. Master Feng, why bother to resist? You come with me back to Xietian to plead guilty. But the Qingyuan sect can stay. His voice was slow, as if he was really trying to persuade me. Chapter 110, the 3rd level of soaring in the sky. How can we survive if we enter Xietian? Fengiju smiled and shook his head, slowly walking down from the air. The butler stopped talking. At his level, he no longer bothered to lie. Luo Rujin looked at Fengiju. Master Feng doesn't think that there is nothing Xietian can do if there is a mountain soul battlefield. Right. Do you really think that Zuanshanmen has been vegetarian for tens of thousands of years? He took out a square formation disc, threw it into the sky, and shouted, Jiling Ancient Formation. Open! Yes, Master Feng. Donglan has been in chaos for thousands of years, and should be full of violence. But why is there not even a trace of violence here? Mountains and rivers have their own spirits, and they also have their violence. Monks have their good, and they also have their evil. Fengiju slowly landed on the ground and chuckled. I would also like to thank Zuanshanmen for setting up 16 silent spirit array altars, divided into 16 directions, hidden under the earth's veins, to absorb Dongyan's hostile energy. Otherwise, according to the Dongyan mountain, chaos has long since become a place where demons dance wildly. Another voice sounded from the side. Does fellow Taoist Luo want to release his violent energy and attack the mountain soul? Fellow Taoist, don't you think that the Wuxiang sword sect has accomplished nothing in the past 300 years? It's Qiyang, who came out of the mountain soul battle territory. Luo Rujin's face was cold and gloomy. The breath of these two people became stronger every time they took a step forward. There are colorful clouds gathering above the head. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when someone breaks through to the heaven-stepping realm. Feng Yiju and Qi Yang broke through to the heaven-treading realm at the same time. In front of Uncle Zhong? Luo Rujin just felt that her brain was not enough. Breakthroughs in front of powerful enemies, and breakthroughs in battle would only exist in story books. Real breakthroughs are all about being careful and preparing in many ways. For fear of any flaws. Especially the higher the level, the better. In this way. Are Feng Yiju and Qi Yang crazy? Master Jean, please stand behind the old slave first. The butler's expression became solemn. Luo Rujin's level was still low, and he couldn't tell. In his eyes, the moment Qi Yang appeared, the two people's qi and energy were connected. Feng Yiju and Qi Yang are getting more and more in sync with each other. Their steps and postures are almost the same. And their auras are getting stronger and stronger. Instead of breaking the mirror and entering the sky, it feels like they are in the realm of the sky themselves. And they have been cut down from the realm. At this moment resume again. When the two of them got close to each other, they were already in two complete heaven-stepping realms. And the projections of the two cave heaven worlds appeared above their heads. There are mountains and rivers and a vast ocean. These two people have already reached the open heaven realm. The two new Kaishans, if the old slave is not here, can teach the Qingyuan sect to change the world. Especially this method of connecting qi. Is this a special technique? The steward asked softly. There are many wonders in the world. And it is normal for there to be things he doesn't know about. Feng Yiju and Qi Yang said in unison. Steward Wu is a strong man who has taken the third step to the sky. I have never fought against a strong man who has taken the third step to the sky. My wife has only taken the second step to the sky. Today, I hope Butler Wu will give you some advice. The butler's expression changed instantly. This is not a connection between qi and qi. This is the same person, but it's not an incarnation outside the body. Nor is it a magical power. What kind of method is this? Luo Rujin's face was pale, and even colder. He was the head of the Xian Hall of the Zuanshinmen Foreign Affairs Hall. To put it bluntly, he directly dealt with Dongyun affairs. In the past, although he was polite and gentle in front of Feng Yiju, but deep down, he still thinks that he is superior, no matter his family background, his moral conduct or others. He can crush Feng Yiju, especially for the head of this small sect. He became a wealthy man and became the first in Dongyun. But then he began to become mediocre. Until this time, Feng Yiju suddenly broke out. But has Feng Yiju lost his mind? Provoking Uncle Zhong? The stepping heaven realm is also completely different from the stepping heaven realm. The first step in the stepping heaven realm is to open up the sky and open up a cave world in the body. Those monsters that can conquer the sky during their transformation period can only jump in front of the open heaven realm. The second step to the sky is star destiny. The soul rests in the void, already in a state of immortality. And rebirth by dripping blood is just a basic skill. Only at this step can the power of the heaven-stepping realm be truly demonstrated. At this point, the core of Xiantian clan has not yet reached the star destiny realm. And someone who is about to die at any time. How can it be possible for him to grasp the real power of Xiantian clan? And Uncle Zhong took his third step into the sky. Divine realm. Before the star destiny realm, there were always monsters who could cross borders to kill people. But starting from the star destiny realm, this kind of thing basically no longer existed. Each level is an improvement in the essence of life. You can be invincible in the same level, but you can't kill people across borders. Either Feng Yiju is crazy, or Feng Yiju and Qi Yang were seen getting closer and closer, and then slowly merged together, and the energy in their bodies suddenly burst out, heading straight towards Niu Do. In the void, there are stars shining, echoing them from a distance. Butler Wu raised his head and felt that two life stars were echoing Feng Yiju at the same time. How does one person determine two destiny stars? This violates the most basic theorems of spiritual practice. Feng Yi lives above his head, and the two cave heaven worlds merge and merge. In an instant, lightning flashes and thunder occurs, and mountains collapse and the earth cracks. Steward Wu suddenly thought about it, and wanted to take the opportunity to attack Feng Yiju. But at this moment, a great sense of crisis suddenly came, as if he would die instantly if he moved. Feng Yiju still has a backup plan. As the Sanskrit sound sounded, hundreds of monks came on foot from all over Dongyun Mountain. They were all dressed in white robes and walked barefoot, their bodies translucent, like souls. Tai Bai Temple, Butler Wu said solemnly. The three groups of monks were headed by the three eminent monks of the Taibai Temple, who were in the heaven realm. They smiled and saluted Butler Wu, and then led the monks step by step into Feng Yiju's cave world. Cross one's knees in various places in the cave. Chant sutras and recite Buddha's name. The chaotic cave world gradually calmed down under the bursts of Sanskrit sounds. With towering mountains, long rivers, valleys, plains, deserts, seas, there are emerald greens and sandy reds, grass growing and warblers flying, birds and animals. Just like a real world. There is a temple on the top of the mountain, and monks in the temple chant sutras. The third level of stepping on the sky. The realm of gods and humans. Although Kaitian realm is known as the god of the cave heaven world. But the Kaitian realm cave heaven world has no mountains, no water, no grass, no trees, and no living creatures. How can it be called a complete world? The third step into the sky is the realm of gods and humans, where gods create all things. At this moment, the world of Dantian is like a real world, with living beings reproducing and living in devotion to the Lord of Dantian. Moved by his mind, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and the sea withered and the rock shattered. This is God. It's not like in the open heaven realm, where you need the help of talismans to cut off an area. The projection of the cave above Feng Yiju disappeared. He leaned on a bamboo pole and smiled calmly at Butler Wu. Butler Wu! Will you and I fight in the starry sky? Butler Wu took a deep breath and exclaimed, Awesome. Master Feng has endured for 300 years. But not for today. The purpose of condensing the soul of Dongyun Mountain is also to refine into his own cave world. Master Feng should continue to endure until the fate is overturned. Okay. Now it is the third step to reach the sky. It is said to be extremely high. Placed anywhere, it is enough to occupy the same territory as Dongyun and become the leader of a religion. But even if it is low, there are still 4 heavens above it. It's not like Zuanshimen doesn't have such characters. For example, the Master of the Foreign Affairs Hall is a peerless power at the 5th level of the sky. Butler Wu sighed. Does Master Feng know that the more amazing you are, the harder it will be for the Qingyuan sect to stay? Chapter 111 Wake Up. How can you allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? Zuanshimen may be able to tolerate the unification of Dongyun Mountain, but they will never allow such an amazingly talented person to rule. If Master Feng can stay in his position, he will be a bit inactive. Perhaps with Princess Yin's help, the Qingyuan sect can exist safely. Now I am afraid that Princess Ying will not be able to protect Master Feng. Butler Wu shook his head and sighed. Geniuses are always hated by others. Wasn't it because the Fengchuan realm perished because they became a proud man and were tabooed by the great world of the emperor? Feng Yiju chuckled. How does Butler Wu know that Miss Yin's existence doesn't give Zuanshimen any face? Butler Wu's eyes suddenly gleamed. Feng Yiju made a gesture of invitation. With your realm, we shouldn't fight in the Xianhuang realm, for fear of being hated by the world. Butler, why don't you take a walk under the stars? Butler Wu took a deep look at him, and then disappeared suddenly, with a smile on his face. Feng Yiju took a step forward and disappeared. Luo Rujin felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her hands and feet were cold. 3rd level in the sky. Feng Yiju is at the 3rd level of heaven treading. Feng Yiju is only 30 or 40 years older than him. Right? To be able to enter the heavenly realm at such an age is already a peerless monster. How did he achieve the 3rd heavenly realm? The advancement of the stepping heaven realm. Which realm is not recorded in thousands of years? Luo Rujin found it difficult to breathe. He suddenly had a strange feeling. If it were not Uncle Zhong who came here today, but his grandfather, would Feng Yiju go straight to the 5th step of reaching the sky? The task of annihilating Qingyuan may not be impossible. Even if Uncle Zhong can defeat Feng Yiju, how can he know that Feng Yiju has no backup plan? He felt depressed for no reason. Su He and Cize were walking side by side, and Cize was riding a black panther, which was snatched halfway. Behind him were other disciples of the Qingyuan sect. This is the 2nd battlefield. The battlefield where the 4th step of transformation is the mind and body, and the 5th step of bone sacrifice. Master Longui is invincible here. Although Su He had just opened his mind aperture, the bone sacrifice had already been completed for more than half of the time before his mind acupoint. At this moment, there were only more than 60 acupoints all over his body that had not been opened. Moreover, in terms of seniority, Su He was the elder of the current disciples, so it was only natural that he should seek shelter by Su He's side. Uncle Longui, the distress message comes from the southeast. Someone just received news that disciples in the sect were asking for help from fellow sects in all directions. He and the others followed the information, but found nothing. Caesar patted down the Black Panther, jumped up a big tree, and looked to the southeast, but found nothing. He's spiritual consciousness spread out and covered a radius of 5 miles. Unless he brought his spiritual consciousness to his eyes. He could only release his spiritual consciousness for 5 miles at this moment. This is enough to shock the world. Ordinary monks who have newly opened their mind orifices can project their spiritual consciousness to more than 20 feet at most. While monks who have been immersed in their mind orifices for 3 to 5 years can only project their spiritual consciousness to more than 1 mile at most. Nothing unusual was found within 5 miles. The water beneath he was rolling, and he climbed up a high rock. He saw a Qingyuan disciple lying on the ground 20 miles southeast, covered in blood, but trying his best to crawl forward. In front of him were 6 or 7 disciples from an unknown sect. A transparent ball of light is held by an iron chain. In the ball of light, the wind was rising and falling, and she was sleeping deeply. The Mountain Soul battlefield opened suddenly, and Gu Laodao did not dare to bring Feng Yaya into the battlefield of the demon transformation realm. There are too many enemies, and I'm afraid I won't be able to protect them. She only had time to put Feng Yaya into the shield and throw her into the mortal realm. At this moment, it was obtained by outsiders. On! He roared, and the huge waves rolled under him, knocking open the trees and uprooting them to the southeast. The disciples behind him didn't know why, so they accelerated to catch up. He, who is 20 miles away and can make waves, will arrive in just a moment. Before we got close, we heard a voice coming from the woods. Senior Brother Bone, why don't we capture a few Qingyuan disciples and let them send out distress signals? We can always attract the Qingyuan dragon turtle. Another cautious voice came. But it is a dragon turtle after all. What if it doesn't want to negotiate terms with us and just kills people? No. A voice chuckled. There have been rumors from the outside world that dragon turtle guarding Yaya is like his own daughter. He will never ignore it. If he really attacks directly, we will roar. Then go to H.L. He hadn't expressed directly in animal language for a long time, and only now did he realize that the beast's roar was still the most comforting thing. A roar parted the forest, and with the roar of huge waves, it rushed out. The crawling Qingyuan disciples suddenly showed surprise. The expressions of the 7 monks, who tied the ball of light with iron chains, changed instantly. They are eager to lure the dragon turtle to come. But when the dragon turtle actually arrives, the two forces fight. Not everyone has the courage to face the mythical beast. Dragon! Dragon! Dragon turtle! Stop! The leading monk, with a pale face, managed to speak out. Behind me is the training ground of Xian Qingguan. If you take another step forward, I will immediately push Feng Yaya. Roar! Before he could say the threatening words, He roared with power in his face. The monk immediately held the rest of his words in his chest, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Several people nearby fell to the ground, including the crawling Qingyuan disciple. It wasn't until half an hour later that a few people woke up leisurely. Then they found that the whole world was turned upside down, and 7 people were hung upside down on the branches. I just felt the roar in my mind and the severe pain in my body. This means that the consciousness is damaged and the consciousness is about to collapse. Under the tree, a group of Qingyuan disciples were picking and choosing. Each of them inspected their own small pagoda to see if there were any low-level monks in the golden pagoda so that they could be replaced. This surprise was no small matter. Is it possible to survive after entering the golden pagoda? The leading monk shouted. Fellow Taoist, wait! They seriously misjudged the strength of both parties and originally wanted to use Feng Yaya to threaten Longgui. As long as they got a piece of Qingyuan inheritance and some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they could leave with satisfaction. As a result, the majestic mythical beast has no martial ethics and will sneak attack upon meeting. Fellow Taoists, the Qingyuan sect is in such a precarious situation. Why do you want to make enemies for your own sect again? As long as you, the Taoist friends, are willing to let us go, we are willing to act as internal agents and point out a clear path for you after the Qingyuan sect is destroyed. Click. Then loaded the cannon. The barrel of the cannon was pressed against his mouth with his huge front teeth, and he glanced at him. Eyes speak. Stay quietly, praying that you are still of some use and can be taken into the golden pagoda, and maybe you can live a few more days. The man's face suddenly changed. Fellow Taoists, don't believe it. Before entering this battlefield, My master said that it is impossible for the demons of Qingyuan's sect to beat the real Taitian. At this moment, the sky above the sky suddenly became bright red, followed by a roar. Everyone looked up in shock and saw a demon statue of the Ming Dynasty king from Qingyuan's sect. He was obsessed with killing and rushed directly into the Xiantian sect's circle. He cut off the legs of a Xiantian sect's Tashi with one knife and smashed the legs to pieces. Blood was sprinkled on them. Long sky. But then the demon statue was smashed to pieces by other Taotian. And it squirmed and fused. But it became motionless. The Qingyuan monk in the demon statue is dead. In the 9 heavens, murderous intent suddenly broke out. So he couldn't understand the fighting situation at all. Not only on the Tiantian battlefield, but also on the topmost demon-transforming battlefield. The power of spells suddenly became exaggerated. On the lower floors, everyone became quiet. After a long while, the monk who was hanging said, "Look! Right!" He was gloating about his misfortune with pride, as if he was the one who smashed the demon statue of King Ming. "You guys are going to lose. You need me." At this moment, a small red shadow flashed past, and the monk was punched away. Feng Yaya pouted and stood under the tree angrily. She woke up. Chapter 112 Resistance? Ambition? Above the 9 heavens, 2 rays of light fell. It was Feng Yiju and Wu Guanjia. Butler Wu's butler uniform turned into a snow-white robe. The breath is weak, but full of vitality, like a newborn baby. Everyone in the Xiantian sect was horrified. Was Butler Wu just beaten to death? His body crushed? And then resurrected? They all looked at Feng Yiju sitting cross-legged in the air in shock, and saw densely packed runes flashing on Feng Yiju's body. The whole person's breath was chaotic, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Butler Wu lost, but not too much. Feng Yiju was seriously injured. If the runes could not be dispelled, it was still unclear whether he would still have fighting power. Feng Yiju slowly opened his eyes, and saw 8 demon statues of Damon King standing not far away. One of them was motionless, and the aura of junior brother Lu attached to it was floating away. Feng Yiju's breast shortened and his teeth clenched. Looking at the other demons, he saw Yu looking down at the mountain soul battlefield below. His eyes fell on Feng Yaya, who was dressed in red. The moment brother Luo died, a breath escaped and fell below. When he looked, he saw a little girl waking up. Yu's face showed confusion and shock. "Is this Yaya? Why is it so small? What kind of special divine body or Taoist body is Yaya? If this is the case, it is normal to grow slowly in the world of cultivating immortals. It is not surprising that there are a few special individuals. But I don't know why. But I always feel something empty in my heart. It's not just that I'm sad for senior brother Luo's death. The 8 of them knew that they were going to die from the day they sacrificed the demon statue of Damon King. Senior brother Luo was able to destroy a Tatian before he died, which was enough to celebrate him. Yu stretched out his hand toward the battlefield, as if he wanted to catch Feng Yaya, but was afraid of getting hurt. "Yaya is so young. Can you make elixirs?" Above Qingyuan Mountain, Feng Yiju sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. "Huh?" He was startled. A female voice suddenly came to his ears. It was the original demon statue of King Ming. While fighting, she was also curious about Feng Yaya. "Yaya knows how to box, and her fists are very powerful," he replied. Then he heard Yu's rapid breathing. The demon statue of King Ming did not exhale. He looked up and clearly saw her chest rising and falling violently. If you want to take a closer look at the layers of the battlefield, it has already blocked your view. Yu murmured to himself. "Yaya doesn't know how to make elixirs. What have we been doing in the past 60 years? Those elixirs contain Yaya's breath." She looked at Feng Yiju, with shock and sadness in her eyes. "Brother, headmaster, can you answer me?" The voice was not loud, even a little weak, as if something had taken away her soul in an instant. But she was sure that Feng Yiju could hear it, and had control of the mountain soul. Not a single plant or tree on Dongyun Mountain could escape the perception of the head brother. Feng Yiju said nothing. Yu's eyes were blank. "I thought Yaya embarked on the path of becoming a blood alchemist. Although it's a pity. I can accept it for Qingyuan. But Yaya doesn't know how to alchemy." She looked at Feng Yiju blankly. "So, is Yaya's life source?" No wonder Yaya woke up as soon as senior brother Luo left. She clearly sensed that after senior brother Luo died, a breath fell from the demon statue, and Yaya woke up. In the mountain soul battlefield, beneath the sky-treading battlefield is the battlefield where digital demon transformation reaches its limit. Guo Lao Dao, Qiao Changluan, and Eldarin are all here. Several Taoists who could hear the sound suddenly raised their heads and looked at the leader sitting in the air, with disbelief in their eyes. In the Zuanshaman Tutian, the female Tutian, who had just had half of her body cut off, burst out laughing. Boniju! Did you train your daughter into a great medicine? Using your own daughter as medicine is an inhumane and demonic act. You really deserve to die. Boniju slowly opened his eyes piercing like knives. The voice of Tatian was choked, and he felt it was difficult to breathe for a moment. This feeling was like the illusion of facing the master of the palace. Steward Wu made a wrong step and stood in front of everyone. He frowned and looked at Fengiju. Everyone around them didn't even fight, especially the Zuanshaman people, who retreated one after another. Judging from the situation, the Qingyuan sect is going to have internal strife at this time? That's great. The best news today. Fengju's eyes drifted past the demon statue of King Ming left by junior brother Luo, and then looked at the remaining 7 statues. His voice was a bit cold. Do you know that you, junior brothers and sisters, will die today? No one said anything. The answer was known 60 years ago. Even if there was no Zuanshanman, the outcome was doomed from the day the demon statue of Daming King was sacrificed. Fengju looked at the elders and leaders in the battlefield. Uncles and brothers, did you know that you will die today? No one said anything. Isn't it normal to die in battle with Zuanshaman? Immortality is the exception. Qingyuan disciples face the HL ghosts. Do they know they will die? The disciples who were in the mortal transformation battlefield could not hear the voices in the 9 heavens, but gradually sensed the strange atmosphere. The battle at the top actually stopped. Is there going to be peace talks? Very good. Are there no more wars and no more deaths? After more than 10 days of facing prison ghosts face to face, countless fellow disciples died. Can you finally breathe a sigh of relief? The disciples' expression fell into the eyes of everyone. Fengju looked at Yu. His eyes seemed cold and ruthless. You junior brothers can die. My uncles can die. Qingyuan's 30,000 disciples can die. But Fengju's daughter can't die? He chuckled a few times. Since Zuanshaman planted the HL ghost space underground in Qingyuan, it is a foregone conclusion that Qingyuan will be destroyed. Is there any way for immortals to break the situation? After Qingyuan is destroyed, can Yaya survive alone? He looked directly at Yu. Other disciples may surrender to the enemy, but Yaya has no such retreat. He is Fengju's daughter, and she is Su Huanyan's daughter. She is invincible and can surrender if Qingyuan is destroyed. If she living alone will make life worse than death. Zuanshaman must kill Fengju. How can Feng Yaya be allowed to survive if he kills Fengju, an enemy's daughter, who was obviously extremely special and whose future was limitless? Could not survive. It seems reasonable, but I don't believe it. Yu was silent for a moment, then smiled miserably, looked at Fengju and said, Brother, headmaster, I'm just a little girl. I don't understand all kinds of truths. It's just that I don't like to use Yaya's life to extend my life. One has an infinite future and the other is doomed. So why bother? She slashed at herself with a scimitar in her hand, and a chi machine slashed out from the demon statue. The aura suddenly became chaotic, but it did not weaken, and instead gained a bit of madness. She raised her eyes and looked at the Zuanshaman people. There is a crazy flash in the eyes. The anger of the 7 emotions. Why force Qingyuan? Why force the Qingyuan sect to the point where even ignorant children have to sacrifice themselves? She suddenly shot out and struck a Taotian statue with a knife. The Taotian's face changed and he stepped back one after another, only parrying. This woman is unreasonable. Not only does she not control the loss of her 7 emotions, she also sacrifices her own anger. Guhong looked at Fengju quietly. The head brother is also making excuses. If the Qingyuan sect has reached the point where even ignorant children have to be sacrificed, what is the meaning of its existence? What are you protecting it for? Sacrificing the children who need the most protection to protect a family full of adults. I'm afraid the head brother hasn't said anything yet. Right. If it is true as senior brother said, why don't you see senior sister Su at this moment? Senior brother? Are you using yourself as a matchmaker to get Yaya's father's bloodline to embed with us? Guhong's voice was very soft, and he slashed back with the fairy sword in his hand, imitating Yu in killing Feng Yaya's life source. This origin was well hidden, covered by the aura of the elixir, and they lost all their spiritual consciousness and magic power, so they were unable to detect it. In the mortal transformation battlefield, Feng Yaya's eyes widened. She didn't know what happened. She just felt comfortable at this moment. She looked at Suhi. Big Turtle. Let's go to the trial site of Xianqing Temple. I've been here before, but I didn't get past the second level last time. Chapter 113 Scholar. Hey, little ancestor. Qingyuan is at war. A Qingyuan disciple said helplessly. This little ancestor comes up with every thought. Feng Yaya blinked. She didn't know anything. She only remembered a big peacock. And then she fell asleep. When she woke up, she felt full of malice from a nasty ghost. And she couldn't help but punch him away. Where is the enemy? Feng Yaya clenched her two small fists. He looked eager to try. Can't find it. A female disciple sighed. With Master Longgui here and Yaya here, this team is invincible. If you can kill a few more enemies, you will definitely be rewarded handsomely afterwards. Moreover, Qingyuan disciples have been holding their anger for more than 10 days, and have been threatened by prison ghosts all day long. But they can do nothing. I've long wanted to vent. It's easy, CZ interrupted. Just bring it here. This is how I hunt strange beasts. This place is too big. How can we find the enemies one by one? Anyone who searches for prey all over the world is definitely not a good hunter. She took off a few animal tooth cannonballs from her body, and used a talisman pen to outline the cannonballs. Finally, she said to Suhi, Uncle Dragon Turtle, let's roar. It should be full of greed and desire, and it should also be filled with pain, as if injured. Suhi came to his senses. He was trying his best to use his consciousness and look at the 9 heavens. Something must have happened on the Tiantian battlefield above the 9 heavens. Although no sound was heard. A demon statue of Timing King was shattered and Feng Yaya woke up. Yu Yu and Gohong slashed themselves, and Feng Yaya became more energetic. There must be a connection, especially from the perspective of heaven and earth. They contain the aura of Feng Yaya. It stands to reason that the gaze of the mythical beast contains divine consciousness. And divine consciousness is omnipotent. It should be able to hear sounds. But I don't know how to operate it. To truly evolve into a divine beast and master it naturally. Suhi roared, with confusion in his voice. CZ curled his lips. Okay. It's okay to be confused. Don't even mythical beasts know how to act? All strange beasts can do it. And the camel in Yusho Valley was born with it. She loaded the gun and fired it into the air. I saw a projection in the sky. It was a dragon turtle with a broken SH.L. Feng Yaya was sitting on its back. It seemed to be competing with something. Suddenly it saw some treasure. It roared in confusion, and then rushed into Xianqing Temple. Went. Everyone, run to the Xianqing Temple training ground. Don't wait! Get in and gather together immediately. CZ took the lead in carrying the artillery, mounted the Black Panther, and rushed toward the mountainside Xianqing Temple with a roar. There was no one in Xianqing Temple for a long time. They all evacuated before the start of the Dongyan War. The remaining ones were also in the upper-level demon transformation battle area. There are not many people in Xianqing Temple, but they are all elite. The Mountain Soul battlefield is divided into several layers, from top to bottom. The lowest layer is the battlefield for the first, second, and third steps of the transformation stage. It has the largest number of people, and is down to earth, right on the ground of Dongyan Mountain. The upper floor is the second floor where Suhi is. This floor looks like looking at the sea of clouds on the mountain. The top of the mountain, the mountainside, and the clouds are all its battlefields. You can step on the mountain most of the time. But when you run along the way, you will also step on the battlefield partition formed by the mountain spirit. This height is where most of the sects are located. It is also the layer with the least disputes since the beginning of the war. Many people take the opportunity to explore other sects in an attempt to make a fortune. There are also many people who hide in their own sects and avoid the war as soon as the formations are opened. Is there a treasure? Many people in the second battlefield saw visions in the direction of Xianqing Temple. Xianqing Temple is a special existence in Dongyan Mountain. It is a small Taoist temple with only 20 acres. But geniuses have appeared repeatedly. If it were not for the dozen demon transformers in Xianqing Temple, other sects would have broken through the gates of the mountain. There is a consensus that Xianqing Guan has treasures. Most people even doubt that Xianqing Guan has the treasures of heaven and earth to enhance people's talent potential. He hurriedly looked toward Xianqing Temple, and saw a group of Qingyuan disciples rushing into Xianqing Temple. The dragon turtle's huge body is unusually noticeable. Beasts are naturally sensitive to treasures, and mythical beasts should be the best among them. The second battlefield was quiet for a moment, and finally someone couldn't help but rush toward Xianqing Temple. With a movement, they suddenly became one. on the first level of the battlefield. In addition to the disciples of various sects, there are 49 altars, each with a Qingyuan formation flag. The soul of Dongyun Mountain lies in the 49 formation flags. Under the sun flag, the scholar sat cross-legged. He is in the realm of demon transformation, but in the realm of mortal transformation. Although Shanhun is the result of the rules of Dongyun Mountain and treats everyone equally under normal circumstances, it is controlled by Qingyuan after all, so it is normal to have one or two backdoors. The scholar is guarding the altar here and practicing rapidly at the same time. This kind of war is not common. The scholar has a special talent. He can draw some kind of power from the chaos of war. The more chaotic the war, the faster he can practice. The magic and magical powers practiced in wars will produce strange changes, making it difficult for people to guard against. While he was practicing, he looked up at the battlefield in the heaven-stepping realm above the 9 heavens. Yu Yu and Guhong killed Feng Yaya's energy. I don't think many others will be retained either. But it doesn't matter. Previously, Feng Yaya's ability to expel H.L. ghosts was mainly needed. But now she doesn't need it anymore. After this battle, there will be no shortage of prisoners of war with huge vitality. All of them will live long lives in the Tian realm. The most important thing is vitality. When the time comes, it will take a lot of effort to cut out their life sources, and they will be able to make up for the few brothers. If it really doesn't work, don't we still have junior brother Longgui? If the heaven-stepping realm fails, the Qingyuan sect will use all its strength to assist the dragon turtle in transforming into a true divine beast. The mythical beast has an endless lifespan, which is true immortality. When the time comes, please ask the leader and the elders to go and beg the dragon turtle. I think the dragon turtle will not refuse. Sui looked around, and he and the Qingyuan people set foot on the mountain road in front of Xianqing Temple at the same time. But when he first came up, there was no one else around, and he was the only turtle left. Looking up, the Swan Kingwen mountain gate is high above, and there is a long mountain road at your feet. A voice shouted above the head. On the mountain climbing road. Step on the mountain gate to enter the second level. What I hate most are the tests in the immortal cultivation sect. He didn't believe in these high-minded monks, and couldn't tell the difference between a group of guys who had not yet become disciples. Qingyuan sect has a test token, but other sects don't? As for the nature of mind, how can it be measured with just one test? Even if your Xinqing is good when you start, it is not surprising that your Xinqing will change drastically when encountering various things after you start. Meaningless. He came to kill the enemy, but none of the enemies were seen. Not even the Qingyuan people. There are some tricks on this mountain road, and it is possible that everyone is not walking the same mountain road. He climbed up, and only 3 minutes later, a white ape jumped out, waving a stick and hitting Suhi. Suhi tilted his head, and a question mark appeared above his head. This white ape is just an ordinary white ape, not an alien beast or a demon. Just an ordinary white ape with a strong disguise. Who gave him the courage to attack him? Chapter 114 Enlightenment. After entering the true blood realm and starting to condense the true blood, there were very few ordinary beasts around Suhi. Even the mosquitoes stayed away from him. The aura of the divine beast will be emitted unconsciously. Is this white ape crazy? Suhi raised his paw and pressed it under his paw. Compared to the truck-like Suhi, this little monkey was too small. There is no life breath under the claws. The white ape is not a real creature, but a special existence formed in the Xianqing Temple trial field. Suhi exerted slight force. Puff. The white ape turned into a stream of energy and dissipated. Taking a gentle breath, the essence entered his abdomen, and the speed of his spiritual power suddenly increased by 3 points. Nuanyu? Suhi was puzzled. This white ape essence actually gave him a warm jade feeling. No. It's much different. This is someone trying to analyze and imitate Nuanyu. But they have not succeeded. It is considered a semi-finished product at best. It may have gone the wrong way, and it doesn't have the same feeling as Nuanyu. But it feels like they complement each other. Sui's eyes lit up. He took out a piece of warm jade and swallowed it. After a moment, there was an explosion in the turtle SHL, and an orifice was suddenly opened. Sure enough, the awakening speed is much faster. A piece of warm jade and a ball of white ape essence perfectly opened an aperture. Sui looked around, but did not see the white ape again. Instead, the Xianqing mountain gate at the end of the mountain road became a little more transparent. The white ape is a checkpoint on the trial road. Has the chance of absorbing the white ape into the mountain gate become smaller? Sui didn't care. It was impossible for him to join Xianqing Guan again. The waves rolled under me and headed towards the mountain. After a moment, a wild boar with a green face and tusks jumped out. It was definitely a monster. No normal pig could walk upright and carry a rake. His appearance is quite majestic, somewhat like that of his second senior brother. However, his Taoism was limited, and he could not withstand Su-He's divine power. The pig fairy energy combined with the warm jade can fully open 2 acupoints. The gate on the mountain is illusory again, and now it looks like colored glass. Su-He went towards the mountain again. A wild Taoist came towards Su-He with a fairy sword. Acupoints X3. Su-He walked on this mountain road for about an hour, and opened 6 acupoints. Great gain. But the mountain gate has become completely transparent, and can no longer be seen without looking carefully. Climbing to the foot of the mountain gate, an old Taoist sat on the ground, flicked his whisk, and said, "Donor, please turn back. Donor has not understood any of the 3 skills. Xianxing Temple is not suitable for the benefactor." So are those 3 levels a 3-step technique? Is this level a test of understanding? Su-He walked around the old road several times. No breathing. No breath of life. This old man is not a real person. Su-He's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the old Taoist with a sound of power. A ball of light burst out from the old Taoist's eyes, and he flicked the whisk on the dragon's head. Foreign Minister Guishan flashed past, and the dragon's head seemed to be coated with wax. No damage whatsoever. Su-He raised his head and bit off the whisk, and the entrance to the whisk turned into a ball of essence. A dice landed on Su-He's head and started spinning. 2 o'clock. The essence in the mouth suddenly increased. Previously, the white ape, the pig demon, and the wild Taoist had all lost their dice, which meant that it was a benefit provided by Xianxing Temple to the testers. But this old Taoist was not. It was Su-He who snatched it from Xianxing Temple. This breath of essence is much purer than the previous one. It was also several times more difficult to absorb. Su-He retreated and returned to the Trial Mountain Road, and the old Taoist stopped chasing him. After another 2 hours, another acupoint opened. If we look purely at the efficiency of opening acupuncture points, the whisk essence is not as good as that of wild Taoists. However, in addition to opening acupuncture points, this whisk essence is also nourishing the opened acupoints. The effect is countless times better. Su-He closed his eyes and looked inside. The Mingjian, floating in the sea of consciousness. Condition, perfect. Realm, mind awareness. Dragon turtle true blood, 89.8%. Melting point, 376. Bone sacrifice, 3%. Inner government, 5%. Su-He knew a total of 429 turtle orifices, and almost all of them were opened. Before practicing, he also thought that the so-called realm was to achieve one level of perfection, and then enter the next level. Only when I started to practice did I realize that unless I was in a special realm, how could there be such a clear division of labor? Just like when people exercise, when practicing speed, their physical fitness and endurance will naturally improve simultaneously. The true blood has been condensed, and all the bones in the body will naturally be affected by the true blood and improve. When the bones, blood, and flesh all over the body are reduced to 100%, it should be advanced to the divine beast dragon turtle. First open the acupuncture points all over your body. Melting acupoints penetrates flesh, blood and bones, and the speed at which bones and inner palaces are advanced by merging acupoints will be doubled. It takes at most 2 or 3 years to transform into a mythical beast, a dragon turtle. Su-He looked at the old road in front of the mountain gate again. Riding on the waves, the old Taoist condensed another whisk and flicked the whisk. "Donor, please turn back. Donor has not understood any of the 3 techniques. Xianxing Temple is not suitable for the benefactor." This old man has no memory and can only react mechanically. Su-He circled him twice and took a bite. The old Taoist turned around again and slapped Su-Helon on the head with a whisk. But his fighting moves remained unchanged. This time, Su-He didn't bite the whisk. Instead, he bit off the old Taoist's arm, grabbed the whisk by his arm, turned around and ran away. The old Taoist chased him to the intersection of the mountain road and stopped. Standing there with empty eyes, the energy on his shoulders squirmed, and another arm grew, condensing a whisk. The die falls. 3 parts of the essence were inhaled, and 2 acupoints were opened. When Su-He opened his eyes, it was already dark. When he looked up, he couldn't see the starry sky. Only the sword light from the upper level was flying away, and the magic technique was shining. The battles in the Qiling and Juyuan realms above are not over yet, and the battle of demon transformation can't be seen clearly from above. The barriers in the Mountain Soul battlefield became thicker and thicker, and He could no longer penetrate his eyes. On the contrary, a thin film like a water curtain appeared on both sides of the mountain road at the trial site. The old path in front of the mountain gate had recovered and consumed its energy, and the wall film that was separated into separate trials appeared. Through the film, one could vaguely see a female disciple of the Qingyuan sect next door being beaten by a crane until she was helpless. Su Helong put his head on the film and arched forward, as if he was pressing against a layer of plastic wrap. He pushed hard with the two raised corners, and the film broke open instantly. And He ran headlong into the female disciple's trial mountain road. The crane flaps its wings, and the wind blows wildly. The female disciple suddenly couldn't stand, and bumped her head against He's turtle SHL, surprised. He looked back, and met He's eyes. Her eyes lit up. Uncle Long Dui! Then he was a little annoyed. This trial is too difficult. It was easy to defeat an elk. And then, there was a crane, which I couldn't defeat at all. Uncle Dragon Turtle should be able to pass the trial easily. Right? After all, along the way during the day, Dragon Turtle's combat prowess has become deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not to mention those in the same realm. Even those monks, who had begun to sacrifice bones, had no resistance in front of the Dragon Turtle. He pinned the crane to the ground with one paw, and said to the female disciple, "The trial is not about defeating the mountain guardian beasts. Each beast is a skill. Go and learn it." The female disciple was startled. And when she came back to her senses, she saw the Dragon Turtle riding the waves, slapping away a green snake, and rushing under the mountain gate. It's still the old way. Still saying the same thing. He refused to talk nonsense with him. Bit off one of Lao Dao's legs, and immediately retreated. Sure enough, when the old leg recovered, the membranes on both sides appeared again. But it seems that the female disciples in the trial cannot see it. Eyes and eyes are different. Chapter 115. This Dragon Turtle's talent is too poor. The top level of the Mountain Soul battlefield is where Go Lao Dao and the others are. The war has subsided by now. This level has the smallest number of people, with only a dozen or so at the beginning. On the fortress are golden pagodas, giant cauldrons, alms bowls, etc. Under the magic weapons, they are suppressing the Zuanshaman and Dongdan sects, one by one, to the limit of demon transformation. Go Lao Dao said that they won, and it was very difficult to win. Go Lao Dao was beaten to the point of death, both human and turtle, and now the body of Meng Ji appeared, with blood burning on his snow-white fur. He lay on a turtle SHL and gasped. 3 Zuanshaman transformed demons were suppressed in the turtle SHL. An old Taoist priest was leaning on his back, wearing a tattered Taoist robe, but with a smile on his face. It was Taoist Qinghe from Xianxing Temple. The disciples of the Xianxing Guan mortal realm had already withdrawn from Dongyan Mountain, and most of the demon transformation realm had also left, leaving only 5 people left to settle the grievances of 900 years ago with the Xietian sect. The 5 of them were all around Go Lao Dao. In this battle, Go Lao Dao was the only one who practiced the beast transformation chapter. One person was equivalent to the master of 3 demon transformations. It was too easy to be targeted. He was seriously injured at this moment, and there was fear of an accident. His friend was by his side, and Xiao Chongluan was meditating with his eyes closed. A mirror floated out from old Dao Qinghe's body, showing the Xianxing Temple trial field. A young Taoist priest next to him waved his empty sleeves and looked at the mirror. This Dragon Turtle's talent is a bit poor. He can't understand even one technique? Go Lao Dao opened his eyes. Disdain flashed in Leopard's eyes. Child Qing Cheng, my apprentice's talent is beyond your imagination. He just doesn't bother to understand the techniques of the trial field. The old Taoist hummed. He couldn't help scolding Su He in his heart. What a brat. Is it true that you don't understand even one skill in a day? The old man lost 3 gourds of good wine. Taoist Qinghe chuckled. This little Dragon Turtle is greedy. He swallowed up his own energy and lost his energy. He also stole Taoist Shoshan's attention and ran to the trial path of others. Such a greedy turtle is really not suitable for Xianxing Guan. Qi Cheng Taoist took a big sip of wine, suppressed the severe pain in his broken arm, and said with a smile on his face, Hey, this little turtle broke into the trial mountain road I set up. Ha! There is a set of exercises here that are very good. It is suitable for it. It is my new creation. Do you want Brother Gu to pass on it and let us start the time again? Let us set the time limit of 3 hours. If he can realize it, I will give you 3 longevity dates. Greed and defensiveness flashed through Go Lao Dao's eyes at the same time. What if you can't understand it? He wants the longevity date, which is very useful in recovering the injuries of the first body and the second body. But since Taoist Qingcheng dares to say this, I am afraid that the technique cannot be understood in 3 hours. If you can't understand it, you can make wine for me for 3 months. Go Lao Dao's winemaking technology is famous throughout the Xiantian immortal realm, and it has already attracted people's greed. Go Lao Dao gritted his teeth for a long time and let out a leopard roar. Just as he was about to agree, he heard Taoist Qingcheng say in surprise, "Huh? This little dragon turtle actually sees the specialness of the technique and wants to understand it. Time it, senior brother Qinghe. Hurry up and help me. Time it." Taoist Qinghe laughed, and a water mirror floated up with his halberd finger, with an hourglass pattern on it. This is a variant usage of Su He Mingjian. Taoist Qinghe was at the scene that day, so he naturally had some understanding. On the Trial Mountain Road, a disciple of the Changsong sect lay motionless on the ground. This guy was not thinking very well. He probably thought Su He was a monster on the Trial Mountain Road. As soon as Su He came out, Dancing Dao rushed towards him. As a result, even the foreign minister couldn't withstand the sword energy. At this moment, a kingfisher in front of Su He met his eyes. This kingfisher's technique aroused Su He's interest. This bird knows thunder. It was not the thunder talisman that Su He had seen before, and there were still traces of magic spells. It should be a fusion of talisman and magic. And this mine is also a sea mine. And it is not simply the Gui water thunder method or the Ren water thunder method. It contains the echoes of Yin and Yang, Ren and Gui, which are both Yin and Yang thunders, which is wonderful. Su He liked this thunder method. He has a pure water attribute, and this Lei Tiansheng was customized for him. Su He lacks attack methods. The only things he can use now are water control, divine power, and sword energy. It would be better if there is an additional mine. Su He lay still, his eyes bringing his consciousness to the limit, carefully observing the changes in the kingfisher's spiritual power and the power of thunder and lightning. The bird chirped, and a bolt of lightning struck Su He's turtle SH.L. He screamed and struck one after another. The lightning strike on the body was not numb or burning, but icy cold, as if it would freeze everything. However, after the strike, there were traces of lightning burning. Su He slowly closed his eyes, as if he was in a deep pool with a volcano at the bottom. A kingfisher plays on the water, and every movement is like a rune twisting, gradually forming a complex talisman. This bird is originally used to teach the Dharma. Once you see through it, you will see through it. Thunderbirds. This is the name of this technique. Once you understand it, you will naturally know it. A dice fell from the sky and landed on the kingfisher's head. This thunder method originally belonged to a disciple of the Changsong sect, but Su He snatched it away. 4 o'clock. The mental understanding is improved, and the Thunderbird level is improved. This technique is both a technique and a talisman. It requires condensing a water and thunder elemental talisman in the sea of consciousness. When releasing the Thunderbird, it must mobilize the talisman and use spiritual power at the same time. Xianqing Temple must also recruit casual cultivators, otherwise people who have no practice. And even Su He, who cannot understand this talisman, can barely understand the original Thunderbird talisman, and can learn it after careful study. But the talisman that has been improved by the dice cannot be understood. This should be the product of the fusion and replacement of dozens of talismans. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You can copy. Su He mobilized his sea of consciousness, blended his spiritual power and spiritual consciousness into special pen and ink, and carefully copied and sketched it in his mind. Crack! A bolt of thunder exploded on Su Hulong's head. In the top battle area, everyone watching was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Qingcheng Taoist laughed as his broken arm was in severe pain, and he pinched the severed part and shouted, "Ouch! Ouch!" After shouting, he looked at Go Lao Dao again. "Fellow Daoist Ge, it's been an hour and a half. Your disciple seems to have failed. Fortunately, he is a dragon turtle. If he were an ordinary person, wouldn't his mind and body be exploded? Opened?" Go Lao Dao didn't want to speak. Failed? But it wasn't Su He's sketch that caused the problem. There were seals left by the dice, so it was pure copying, and the chance of failure was very small. Su He failed because of the 2 horns on his head. Every time before he finished sketching, the horn would trigger the talisman, and the talisman would explode directly in his mind orifice. Fortunately, his mind orifice was big enough, and the dragon's horns would draw the thunder out. There are 2 more antennas. It should be because the dragon horns haven't grown yet and cannot be controlled. Sui stirred up the sea of consciousness, and the divine consciousness surrounded the root of the dragon's horn and reinforced it layer by layer, isolating the dragon's horn. Copy again. Crack! Another bolt of thunder exploded on top of his head. Good Laodao's leopard fur, which was as white as snow, turned black. Taoist Qingcheng couldn't stop laughing. Others were also laughing. Even Xiao Chongluan opened his eyes and looked at Sui with interest. After being exploded 7 or 8 times in succession, Sui's scales stood up, and the time had passed 3 hours earlier. Later, it was not due to dragon horns several times. It's Sui's own problem. The talismans outlined are like castles in the air and cannot be stored at all. They will fall apart if you are not careful. A normal monk should carve this talisman on his mind bead. Or is it carved on the barrier of consciousness? Sui didn't know why. He thought for a long time, and his eyes lit up. He didn't condense the mind beads. Even if the mind aperture barrier was reinforced with soul jade, he couldn't carve seals at all. But there was a clear lesson. Chapter 116 Weakness. Sui's mind was moved, and he moved his pen like a knife. In a moment, a complex talisman on the back of Mingjian was formed. After trying it, he could erase it without fear of affecting Mingjian. The talisman did not explode again. Success? Sui opened his eyes, and the ease suddenly became white, and the sky was about to light up. The sky is still colorful, and the war continues. Oh! It didn't explode again. It's been 4 hours. Fellow Taoist Gu. Taoist Qingcheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Mr. Gu. 3 months. He looked weird, but deep down his jaw dropped. This talisman is a bit difficult. Even Xianqing Wan Shan Lu, the next generation of Heaven's Pride, only took 4 hours to understand it. This dragon turtle's simple understanding is only slightly inferior to that of Shan Lu. But the dragon turtle is a mythical beast and far surpasses it in other aspects. If you don't realize it when your level is low, you will probably only be able to compete with Shan Lu in the future. Gu Laodao looked worried. This turtle boy, is he just going to send Laodao away for 3 months? At this moment, Sui reached the top of the mountain and let out a low groan. A black cloud suddenly condensed above the head, and then crackled. Like falling rain, thunder crackled down. The old Taoist whisker in front of the mountain gate was submerged by the thunder before it could be shaken off. The pure essence dispersed, and Sui sucked water like a whale. He opened his mouth and inhaled suddenly, and at the same time, the outer space expanded, and the negative mountain net spread out, covering the essence one after another. In the top battle area, Qingcheng Taoist's laughter was suddenly pinched in his throat. He suddenly jumped up from the alms bowl and stared blankly at the mountain gate of Xianqing Temple. His mouth opened in astonishment. Others don't know why. Gu Laodao's eyes sparkled. Did fellow Taoist Qingcheng pass down such thunder skills? It's just 3 months of brewing. If fellow Taoist friends still have the skills, I'll brew 30 or 40 years of wine first. The hearts of Qingcheng Taoists are in turmoil. Didn't this turtle realize his Thunderbird in 4 hours? Exploding again and again. This turtle is modifying the Thunderbird. He completely changed his technique. How did you do it? How can it be? Even if he personally used the Thunderbird, he wouldn't be able to do this. The power of the Thunderbird he used was much greater than this. But the quality was by no means as good. When he used it himself, the Thunderbird could only attract a bolt of thunder and lightning. Is this still a Thunderbird? This is the thunderstorm technique. This is definitely not someone who helped him modify it. It can be seen that the dragon turtle is still based on the Thunderbird, but it has been modified to be more suitable for him. The power has been increased several times at the same level. He slowly looked at Gu Lao and said, "Is this turtle for sale?" Gu Laodao looked over with leopard eyes. The others immediately realized that the thunder and lightning released by the little bird just now was not comparable to that released by the dragon turtle. This is not because the divine beast itself has improved its Taoism, but because the dragon turtle has changed the Taoism during its enlightenment. Everyone looked at Gu Laodao, with the same light shining in their eyes. Is this turtle for sale? When Gu Laodao came back to his senses, he was more shocked than others. Others didn't understand. So didn't he understand? His disciples are less than 4 years old in total. They have only been exposed to Taoism for 1 year, and they have been hibernating for 4 months. I studied for more than half a year. This is beyond what a monster can describe. This disciple definitely has a secret that he doesn't know about, which Dragon Turtle Patriarch is personally teaching. Maybe? Looking at everyone again, there was a bit of hope in their eyes. He hummed twice and closed his eyes. Sell? Can these turtle seedlings be sold? Humming. And finally couldn't help laughing. The fellow Taoist beside him looked at him with disdain. Taoist Ching Chung touched Wu Wu's chin and looked at the senior brother aside. Senior brother Chinghe, has this dragon turtle participated in the entrance examination of our Taoist temple? In the first level, he defeated the Taoist gatekeeper with his newly learned Taoist skills and passed the level naturally. The third level is passed naturally. What is the content of the second trial? He didn't participate in the test this year, but he didn't know. Old Taoist Chinghe took a breath and recovered from his surprise. He really wanted to say that even if he passed the exam, he would pass the entrance examination. But he was a bit shameless. He pulled off a bunch of beard and hissed. It's still the nature of the mind. It's an illusion. When you enter it, you will forget yourself, reveal your truest self, and hit your weak spots. A lustful person sees lust. So good those who are rich see treasures. And only by breaking through their weaknesses can they pass the level. Hit the weak spot? Gu Lao Dao blinked and looked at his friend. Taoist Chinghe knew what he was thinking. So he gently tapped the mirror, and the trial screen disappeared. It's just a test of weakness. So naturally it can't be played openly. He passed a picture to Gu Lao Dao, and the two watched quietly. Gu Lao Dao was also curious. What is the weakness of his disciples? This is not the 8 diagrams. As a master, if you have few skills to teach in Taoism, you have to make up for it in other aspects. Mind is definitely the biggest part. If a disciple still has weaknesses, as a master, he should try his best to help him achieve harmony. In Xianxing Temple, Su He was overjoyed. Big catch! The old gatekeeper was hacked to death. This pure essence was enough for him to open all the occupants and warm them for a long time. You probably used the skills learned in the trial passage to kill the veteran gatekeeper. Is this considered an overclearance? As soon as the old Taoist dissipated, Su He was pushed into the mountain gate by a force. It seems that he can't wait for him to participate in the second trial. A giant tortoise lay quietly in the lake. The sun was setting on the horizon, and the entire lake was illuminated golden. The warm lake water waves on the turtle SHL. Su He didn't know why he turned into a tortoise. He probably traveled through time. When I woke up, I became a tortoise, living in this lake and never leaving. It's like I was a turtle in my previous life. I traveled through time and became a turtle, lurking, looking for food, hiding. Surprisingly, I didn't feel any discomfort at all. There is a woman standing on the rock next to her. She is dressed in white and her body is quiet and elegant, standing out from the crowd. She stands like a peerless beauty of the Luotian witch. The woman didn't wear any makeup, but her face was as beautiful as the autumn moon. Feng Yisu was holding a fairy sword in his hand. The sound of the sword sounded in the wind, as if it were a fairy who was no longer in the world. The fairy raised her green jade finger in the air, and a little light fell into Su He's throat. She opened her mouth and found that she could make a sound again. Do you want to practice? The fairy's red lips parted slightly, and she asked in a soft voice, which was as sweet as the breeze blowing the flute. Su He nodded. Why? The fairy asked curiously. Practice. Become a demon. Transform. Marry you. Su He replied. The fairy smiled sweetly. You just met me once. Today she happened to fall by the lake, and the turtle danced towards her. It took the fairy a long time to realize that the turtle wanted to practice cultivation. Su He straightened his expression and said in a serious tone, I just met the fairy today, but I know that I must have seen the fairy in other places, in my previous life or the life before that. In short, I must have met you. I have a feeling that I am here just to marry you. The fairy smiled. You are a turtle and I am a human. So cultivate your human body. With a smile on her lips, the fairy looked back over thousands of things. You don't even know who I am. How can you marry me? Su He blinked. Who are you? Su Huanyan. The fairy's voice was somewhat cold, like a clear spring in autumn. This name pierced Su He's heart. In the upper battle area, Gu Lao Dao pressed his paw on Taoist Chinghe's bronze mirror with a look of astonishment on his face. He wanted to curse, but didn't know how to say it. Is this something that a master can read? Why have you entered a fantasy world and forgotten everything about yourself? But you can still remember Su Huanyan's appearance and name? Is this your weakness? Grandpa Turtle, my husband is on the 3rd level of the sky. How about I give you a turtle SHL to help you perfect your mind? Taoist Chinghe blinked and looked at Gu Lao Dao. He felt that he was in the wrong place today and might be killed by his old friend. One person and one leopard looked at each other, which was very meaningful. Chapter 117 Entry. Su He lay down in the water and let the sun shine on the turtle L. Su Huanyan stood on a rock in the lake and looked into the distance. What are you doing? He looked at Su Huanyan and asked. Waiting. What about you? Look at you. Su Huaiyang smiled. This is a turtle with a simple mind. If it was a human, she would have killed him with one sword. Who are you waiting for? Sui asked again, feeling slightly sour in his heart. Su Huanyan moved the hair around his ears and said in a colder voice. Fiancé. Su Hugui's eyes widened and he looked at her in disbelief. You have a boyfriend? This is very bad news. No matter what a man becomes, he always hopes that every beautiful woman he meets will be single. Even if this woman just passed by him, she wouldn't even say a word to him. Boyfriend? This word is quite unique. Beasts are so direct to the essence. Su Huanyan smiled and said, I have never seen it before. It is a marriage arranged by my father. I only heard that I will pass by here recently to take the exam. Let me take a look. The fairy's fiancé is just an ordinary scholar. Suhi blinked and felt a little relieved. Then you are not looking at your fiancé, but your future. Why don't you look at me too? Maybe I am your future. You are a turtle, Su Hua said in a young voice. Soft but firm. Suhi raised his head, and the lake water flowed down from his neck, glowing with colorful brilliance under the sunset. He looked at Su Huanyan and said seriously, If you are willing to teach me how to practice, I can one day become a human being. Su Huanyan looked at him with a little surprise in his eyes. Do you want to worship me as your teacher? Can I still marry you after becoming a disciple? I can't become a disciple. Even if I don't want to become a disciple. Suhi was silent. His head slowly retracted into the turtle L and buried under the water. My mood was a little gloomy, and a long-lost feeling arose, as if I hadn't retracted my head into a turtle L for a long time. In the upper battle area, Taoist Jinghe coughed to relieve his embarrassment and whispered, It's not illogical to enter the illusion. Why does your turtle boy think that he can cultivate a human body as long as he practices practice? Without the demon transformation fruit and the human-shaped Taoist body, no matter how much he practiced, he would be nothing more than a powerful alien beast that could not even develop his spiritual intelligence. Gu Laodao was silent for a moment, and then said via voice, Do you still remember there was a rumor after the Xianwang cave heaven was opened last time? Taoist Jinghe pondered for a moment. Is it the rumor that all beasts in ancient times could exploit the wisdom of heaven and earth and become monsters through cultivation? Didn't the top 10 immortal sects refute the rumors? Gu Laodao's leopard's beard jumped. Shouldn't the top 10 immortal sects' refutations be viewed in reverse? The two were silent for a moment, then looked towards the illusion again. Many things in the subconscious of Dragon Turtle's fantasy world are likely to come from the inheritance of Dragon Turtle. They are ancient secrets that they don't know. If confidentiality and privacy are not involved, they also want to know more. Not for gossip. What are you doing? It is already dark in the fantasy realm. There is no moon tonight, and the sky is full of stars. Su Huanyan had left the mountain rocks in the lake, and a thatched house fell by the lake. He didn't know where the thatched hut came from. He was in a daze in the afternoon, and when he woke up, there was already a thatched hut here. Su Huanyan's fairy sword was digging circles on the ground, and he didn't know what he was doing. Dig a well, Su Huaiyang replied. He was puzzled. Why dig a well? Isn't there a lake here? Su Huanyan looked at him. That's your bath water. How can you get in? He was stunned. He had never been aware of this problem. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he traveled through time and became a turtle. He hunted, slept, and excreted in this lake every day, and he never realized anything was wrong. Isn't this a matter of course? Besides, you are a fairy. Shouldn't you just pinch a finger and get pure water? Why dig a well? What's in here? He looked at the stove in front of the thatched house. A burst of aroma came from the iron pot of the stove. Black bone chicken and turtle soup. There was a hint of naughtiness in Su Huanyan's voice that was not easy to detect. Suhi's face was full of horror. He took 2 steps back tremblingly, swallowed dryly, looked at Su Huanyan and asked cautiously, How about we eat fish? I am very good at catching fish. A hint of cunning flashed in Su Huanyan's eyes, and he was very open to negotiation. Okay. Suhi turned around and got into the lake. After a while, he returned dragging a big carp. He was careful to only bite the tail of the carp without damaging the fish. Hey! Suhi put the fish under the eaves, and the big carp jumped around. Very lively. Su Huanyan shook his head. You can eat it. I don't eat meat. Huh? Suhi looked at the cleaned iron pot. But now the black-boned chicken and turtle soup was gone. Su Hua said in a young voice. That was prepared for you. They are all good spiritual things. They can nourish yin and replenish qi to help you enter the Tao. If you don't like it, I will fall down. He looked at Su Huanyan in disbelief. But Su Huanyan had already closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged in front of the thatched hut, breathing and practicing slowly, his chest rising and falling slightly. Time passes day by day. Su Huanyan stayed by the lake, watching the lake, listening to the rain, and practicing meditation. Occasionally, he would respond to Su He or drive Su He away from him, and then bathe in the lake. The years were so peaceful, and Su He was content. In the battlefield, Go Lao Dao and Jinren Qinghe looked at each other confused. The weakness of this turtle is not color. The illusion was born because of him. He only exists in the illusion. If turtle is lustful, he will definitely spy on Su Huanyan bathing. At least the scene of Su Huanyan bathing will appear. But if turtle boy really leaves far away, the illusion in the distance will disappear. Until Long Gui returned, Su Huanyan had finished bathing. He is not lewd. He is in the fantasy just to accompany Su Huanyan and fall in love? Go Lao Dao has a big head. If this turtle is lustful, it will be easy to handle. The lustful person does not limit himself to other people. Probably the first person he saw was Su Huanyan. So it was the same in the fantasy. If this is the case, just practice it a few times with one or two beautiful women or delicate turtles. But this turtle looks like he wants to stay together forever. But people don't know what to do. Gerald opened and closed his front paws, purring impatiently from his throat. The 7 moons between the eyebrows are shining brightly. The others looked at him, but said nothing. They could probably guess that it was probably Daoist Brother Ji's dragon turtle disciple, whose Taoist heart was unstable and had a weakness. Brother Gu was not sure what to do. There is nothing you can do about such psychological problems, no matter how high your moral character is. Fellow Daoist Gu, how about you and I enter the illusion and help this dragon turtle stop thinking about it? Taoist Qinghe's message rang in his heart. Gu Laodao looked over. How to help him break it? You are your own teacher, and I will take the form of fellow Taoist Su. Be Fairy Su's father, and enter the illusion to lead the dragon and turtle to Tao. Doesn't Fairy Su have a fiancé in the illusion? Let her have a happy marriage for a lifetime. Taoist Qinghe touched his chin. How could anyone walk with a turtle? The species are different. If you really fall into it, you may be asking for trouble. Especially Fairy Su from the Qingyuan sect. Not to mention the existence of Fengiju. Fairy Su's cold temperament alone is not something that mortals can approach. This dragon turtle's thinking is crooked and should be corrected. Chapter 118 Acquaintance. Gu Laodao was silent for a while and nodded. Good. I opened a crack in the illusion and led the Taoist friend's thoughts in. Never mention that person's name in the illusion. The 3rd level of the sky will cause a reaction. So I watched him without saying anything. If Fengiju were to see the scene in the fantasy realm, the dragon turtle would probably not even have its SHL left. Taoist Qinghe doesn't need to mention this. Taoist Gulao knows it himself. Yubwang world. The ancestral land of the Hechuan people. Su Huanyan frowned slightly. There is no way to return to the Xianwang realm in a short time. The world of Yubwang is too far away from the Xianwang realm. Even with her way of doing things, it would take several months to cross the Liuguang River by flying boat. This is still a direct journey. In fact, Yubwang world is a vassal of Fengwang world, and is considered a hostile force to the Xianwang world. There is no direct flowing river. To walk along the Liuguang River, you still need to transfer in the next world, which will take even longer. Moreover, with her status as a person in the mysterious realm, once she is discovered, she will be hunted endlessly. Su Huanyan became more and more anxious. In the past few days, she had a very bad premonition that something had happened to Yaya. Especially today. Someone is always calling her. Over and over again. Su Huanyan felt emotional. At this moment, the green air on her head trembled slightly. It was a blessing from Su He. The feeling calling her became more apparent. Is that the dragon turtle? Su Huanyan devoted his thoughts to Qing Qi. When he opened his eyes, he was next to a lake. Next to him was a giant tortoise. And he could tell from his eyes that it was a dragon turtle. This pure look. Amnesia. Fantasy? It's not that the dragon turtle is in danger. But is this a trial illusion? Swan Qingwen? This was someone who opened the dragon turtle's trial illusion. She took the opportunity to sense that a trace of thought came through the blessing, green energy. Xianqing Temple is not far from Qingyuan Gate. Su Huanyan had a flash of thought. And this idea rushed out of the trial illusion. The minds of Taoist Gu Laodao and Taoist Qinghe fell into the trial illusion, turning into a leopard and a white-bearded Taoist, looking at each other. Did something get out just now? Taoist Qinghe said with a smile. This is an illusion. It is essentially a collection of thoughts. It is normal to open the door to leak some thoughts. Let's go. Let's go. I will go to the thatched cottage, and you will enter the forest. Except for the thatched cottage and the lake where Su-he was. The rest of this fantasyland was completely white. When Gu Laodao and Qinghe Taoist came in, they updated the map and added new places. Leopard waved his paws and separated from Taoist Qinghe. Senior brother Su, your appearance is very lifelike. The current appearance of Taoist Qinghe is the appearance of Su Huanyan's father Su Laonong. Since he is acting, he naturally has to do the whole thing. Su-he looked at Su Huanyan in the small courtyard of the thatched house. He felt that he might be possessed by a demon. Just now he saw two Su Huanyan. One is the young and beautiful one in front of me. The other one passed away in a flash, but was extremely cold and mature. Hallucination? Su-he shook his head. As expected, people's hearts are not as strong as snakes swallowing elephants. He knew that he had always liked a mature man. But Su Huanyan was enough if he had one. How could he dare to ask for more? It would be better if he didn't have a fiancé. Su-he chuckled, retracted his head into the turtle SHL, and hit the pear tree next to him. In the past few days, he followed Su Huanyan on his vegetarian diet, and pears became his staple food. Eat one and throw one to Su Huanyan. Two people cannot divide a pear, and neither can one person and a tortoise. If you divide it once, you will lose one. Su Huanyan smiled slightly, condensed a ball of water to wash the pears, and took a bite. 2 drops of pear juice splashed out and landed on Su-he's head. Su Huanyan's face turned slightly red, and he brushed the juice off Su-he's head without leaving any trace. Su-he blinked for no apparent reason, thinking that Su Huanyan wanted to touch his head, and stretched his neck out. But Su Huanyan gently raised his hand and patted his head. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The wind blew, and heavy rain was coming. Su Huanyan returned to the thatched house, and Su-he huddled in a turtle SHL and stood guard outside the door of her house. It was raining heavily, and it was already dark in the afternoon. There was thunder and lightning, and a thunderbolt flashed, illuminating the thatched house. Inside, Su Huanyan was sitting cross-legged on a wooden bed. The graceful shadow reflected by the lightning passed through the window and fell on Su-he's turtle SHL, as plump and graceful as an orchid in the empty valley. There is even a faint fragrance lingering when the wind blows, mixed with the fragrance of the earth, making people intoxicated. At this moment, there were lights in the distance, and a shout came. Huanyan! My son Huanyan! Save people quickly! An afterimage of Su Huanyan flew out of the thatched house. Su-he was stunned for a moment, then crawled to catch up. On the slope of the eastern jujube tree, 3 people came to each other. A strong old man with white hair and beard, a middle-aged scholar in his early 30s, and a woman in her 20s. The 3 of them were traveling when they were suddenly hit by a heavy rain. He fell down again. The scholar's face was pale, and he was unconscious. Su Huanyan threw him onto Su-he's turtle SHL with his backhand. His fingers were raised slightly in the air, and the rain separated them. The woman was lifted up by her. But the white-bearded old man was so energetic that he didn't need to take care of him. He looked at Su Huanyan and laughed. My son, you didn't expect me to come, did you? Guess who I met? I won't guess, Su Huanyan said coldly. He signaled Su-he to carry the people to the thatched cottage. The white-bearded old man rubbed his head in embarrassment and followed with a smile. Entering the courtyard, Su Huanyan threw away the fairy's sword and it floated in the air, unable to fall to the ground again due to the rain. He took out an elixir from the room, split it into 2 parts, and shot them into the mouths of the scholar and the woman respectively. The woman woke up with a sound and looked at the fairy's sword above her head. She was speechless. After a long while, he stood up and saluted the white-bearded old man and Su Huanyan and said, To our thanks the old gods and fairies for saving the officials and slaves. Huh? The white-bearded old man was stunned for a moment. Official? Slave? He looked at the scholar lying on the ground. This was clearly Fengyiju's appearance. This old boy already has a concubine? Something bad happened. Why are there so many side issues? At this moment, the scholar on the ground woke up faintly and looked at the fairy sword above his head for a moment. Then he saw Su Huanyan under the eaves and was even more shocked. He was stunned for a long time. After being poked by Cui Er, he suddenly came back to his senses. He stood up and bowed his hands to the old man in thanks, and then said like Su Huanyan, "Xiao Ku, thank you fairy for saving me. If it weren't for the fairy, Xiao Ku, my family, and my maid would probably have met with something unexpected." Already, Chuer's hand holding the hem of his clothes froze for a moment. As if struck by lightning, she looked at him with a pale face. Old Taoist Qinghe covered his forehead, not knowing how to save him. "No need." Su Huanyan's voice was cold. "There is firewood over there. Make a fire to keep warm. You can just go and dry your clothes." She turned around and entered the house, lowering the window. Why did he make the fairy angry just after waking up? Did I say the wrong thing? Su Huanyan's words were like a thunderbolt from the blue, and the scholar was stunned for a moment. The atmosphere is somewhat strange, but the grandson seems to be thinking about his wife? He squinted at the scholar, regretting saving him. "That little turtle. Why are you staring at my daughter's door?" came an old voice questioningly. He turned around and looked at Su Huanyan's father without knowing why. "Don't talk nonsense, old man. I only looked at the door when you were not here. Now I'm looking at this scholar with bad intentions." The old man's snow-white beard twitched. "I'm a little smart. Can't you see that I'm soaked all over? Go catch a fish and make soup." He was startled. He didn't want to leave here right now. But this was Su Huanyan's father. While hesitating, Su Huanyan's fairy voice sounded. "Let's go. I'll go with you." Looking back, Su Huanyan was standing outside the door. Right behind him, He was overjoyed. Turned around and crawled towards the big lake. Su Huanyan moved lightly with his lotus steps. "Hey!" Qinghe Taoist shouted in shock. "Fairy," the scholar said. Su Huanyan made a backhand move, and the fairy sword floated after her, floating above Su He and blocking out the heavy rain. There was a heavy rain in the small courtyard. Chapter 119 Sisters. Su He entered the lake, and Su Huanyan stood on the rocks in the lake again. Raindrops hang like curtains all around, half covering the charming woman inside, making her cool look somewhat graceful. He did not go fishing. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked, "Is the scholar your fiancé?" This is too obvious. Su Huanyan doesn't know her fiancé, but the old man must know him. And outsiders will definitely not lure Su Huanyan here. Chi didn't know why, but when Su He saw that face, he felt resentful towards the scholar. This is definitely a love rival. Su Huanyan didn't answer, looked at Su He and asked, "Do you still want to practice?" Su He was stunned for a moment, then said overjoyed, "Yes." Su Huanyan stretched out his jade-like finger and placed it just between his eyebrows, and a spell was transmitted into Su He's mind. Su He was stunned for a moment. This method seemed familiar to him, as if he should have practiced it for a lifetime in his previous life. It only takes a moment to become almost instinctive. In the small courtyard, Taoist Qinghe frowned. This illusion is generated based on the dragon turtle's consciousness. The dragon turtle's skills will naturally appear here. In fact, it can only manifest what the dragon turtle knows. Now if I really asked Su Huanyan in the fantasy world, she can only know what the dragon turtle himself knows. And she can't explain it. It's like in a dream. You can't dream beyond the limits of your knowledge, even if a mortal dreams of flying into the sky and escaping from the earth. It is just a formality. Now that Su Huanyan has taught the exercises, what does Brother Daoist Gu do? That drunk leopard. Where has he been hiding for a long time? Why haven't you shown up yet? If he doesn't appear again, the entanglement between Dragon Turtle and Su Huanyan will become deeper. How can he be pulled out? At the same time, in the cave in the woods in the distance, a huge white leopard looked at the scene in front of him with a confused expression. 4 leopards rolled in front of it at the same time, sticking out their buttocks and erecting their tails. These are 4 female leopards in heat. Gu Laodao had never been so popular in his life, and he was suddenly at a loss. Su Huchen was running magic in the lake water, breathing and exhaling, and the pure essence entered his body. Feeling refreshed, he always felt that this technique was created for turtles. Su Huanyan also practices this when he meditates every day. Aren't you going to train yourself into a turtle? When the wind stopped and the rain stopped, the waning moon hung high, and when the jade rabbit returned to the palace, the golden crow hung high, and the sky was bright. He caught a carp and returned to the small courtyard. Taoist Qinghe looked at him strangely. This turtle was also ignorant of the world. If he really pursued a woman, shouldn't he fawn over a good father? What does it mean to cool down here all night? Taoist Qinghe leaned close to Su Huanyan. "My son, do you know that this scholar is your future husband?" Before he could finish his words, Su Huanyan's fairy sword floated up and was inserted at his feet. And with a whoosh, he flew straight into the sky. Junah! The figure was no longer visible, and the voice twisted and fell. The scholar looked at Su Huanyan timidly. The woman beside him knelt at Su Huanyan's feet with a pop. Madam, please punish Chuyer for calling the young master an official without the young master's consent. Madam must have misunderstood the young master. The scholar also bowed and saluted. My lady has misunderstood. Hey! There was a sound of sword sound, and the fairy sword that sent away Taoist Qinghe came back again, directly stabbing the scholar's neck, and a trace of blood flowed down. His eyes were cold and piercing. Young lady! The scholar no longer dared to call his wife. The fairy sword was withdrawn. The scholar secretly glanced at Su Huanyan and bowed again. Chuyer is indeed left by her mother, and wants to be my concubine. However, since my wife has never been married, I will not take a concubine. I hope Miss Su will not misunderstand her. These days, if a young man has 2 girls in common, it is normal for him to take 2 concubines before getting married. But there was a fairy in front of him, so it was a different matter. If such a fairy can marry back, what's the problem if she doesn't take a concubine? Su Huanyan glanced at him and said coldly, It has nothing to do with me whether you want to take a concubine or not. You can take the imperial examination yourself. Since you are engaged to a daughter of the Su family, the Su family will never break your promise. The scholar was overjoyed, rubbing his hands and mumbling, Okay. The most joyful event in life is to be named on the gold medal list and have flowers and candles in the bridal chamber. This year Anka will have his mentor as the examiner, so he will be fine. The spring breeze is here again. It doesn't matter whether the fairy's impression of him is good or bad, as long as he marries him back. There will always be time to make him happy. It was inconvenient for him to stay longer without a male host here, and he was even more afraid that Su Huanyan would have preconceived ideas about him, which would make his impression worse if he stayed for a long time. Su Huanyan said goodbye and left in a hurry. Su Huanyan turned around and saw a fish pressed under the tortoise's claws, huddled motionless in the turtle SHL, and his eyes were lifeless. He couldn't help but chuckled and shook his head, and said in a cold voice, My parents ordered me to marry a matchmaker, so I can't easily regret my marriage. But I am already a month with my heart set on the Tao. Fortunately, my father is in good health, and it is normal for me to give birth to 1 or 2 sisters. Sui's head stuck out of the turtle SHL, and his eyes opened. Su Huanyan thought for a while, and then said, If this person can wait, I will visit famous mountains and seek elixirs to extend my father's life for 100 years. And it will be okay to give birth to a little girl in 30 or 50 years. She didn't like this man, so she couldn't let her sisters fall into this trap. But the old man was fond of martial arts, and he had the bad habit of people in the world of rivers and lakes, who would never break his promise even if he pushed his own daughter into a pit of fire. All we can do is use some dirty methods. The scholar in the distance waved to the side. Miss, my surname is Feng. Feng is not easy. His name is Feng Buchuan. Sui stretched out his head and said to Su Huanyan seriously. Su Huanyan burst into laughter, like a fairy smiling at the world. Although I don't know why this turtle was renamed Buchuan. I guess it's not a good thing. In the upper battlefield, Taoist Qinghe and Taoist Gu Laodao both closed their eyes, adjusted their breaths, and took elixirs to recover from their injuries. Qinghe Taoist sent a message. Old man Gu. Where is he? Gu Laodao lay on his back with his eyes closed, his leopard fur dancing in the wind, and did not reply. Qinghe Taoist sighed. Your disciple's illusion is quite unbelievable. As if there is a script written. Although I am Su Huanyan's father in it, I am just a mortal warrior. I am afraid of the influence on Su Huanyan. It's a big deal. He paused and then said, That one looks like a bad scholar inside. How can he succeed? Gu Laodao sent a message. You set up a plan to lead the turtle boy into the forest, or beat him up and chase him into the forest. I will just happen to meet him. Taoist Qinghe blinked. Friend Taoist, don't make trouble. In the illusion, I am just a mortal warrior. How can I chase down the dragon turtle in front of Su Huanyan? And your disciple has obtained the technique. Even if the illusion makes him forget everything, his instinct is still there, and he may not have some physical strength in the next moment. How can I hunt down a mere mortal warrior? It's not that you can't use monk's methods when you enter the illusion. Taoist Qinghe has tried it. If you use power beyond the script, the illusion will be shattered and collapsed in an instant. They went in to help Long Gui stabilize the Tao heart circle, integrate his mind and nature, and cut off the calamity of emotions. not to break his illusion. Chapter 120 Leopard King. Go Lao Dao didn't speak. He huffed and puffed for a long time before transmitting the message. There is indeed a script. I became a leopard monster in the woods 10 miles away. Isn't that good? Taoist Chingha asked doubtfully. Wouldn't this make it easier to interact with Dragon Turtle? Why can I still hear a hint of anger in Go Lao Dao's tone? Go Lao Dao gasped for a few times before the message came over. Then tell me, why does a leopard have a leopard king like a lion? The leopard king also has a harem. At this moment, in the illusion, Go Lao Dao was facing 8 female leopards in heat, and was at a loss. Taoist Chingha was stunned for a moment, and stopped talking. His beard was twitching. He wanted to laugh, but suppressed it. I wonder how Dao Yuge is doing in the illusion. If you were the lowest level little demon, you might not be able to defeat the leopards. Right? He wanted to make a joke. But at this moment a huge thought came from nowhere, and suddenly exploded over Dongyan Mountain. Su Huanyan was dressed in white, and his translucent thought incarnation stood above the battlefield. His eyes fell on the 8 demon statues of the Ming dynasty, and he carved them into his eyes one by one. Senior brother Ge, junior sister Yu, senior brother Qiao. She clicked through them one by one, and her eyes finally landed on Feng Yiju. He said nothing, just looked at him quietly, not angry or sad, just watching quietly. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. The lower battlefield cannot sense it, and is still fighting. The upper battle areas stopped one after another, especially on the top floor. Everyone knew what happened to Feng Yaya, and there was a strange tranquility at this moment. I couldn't hide it. Su Huanyan was the second step in the world, and I could tell what was happening at a glance. Feng Yiju slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know where Su Huanyan's incarnation came from. There are too many possibilities. Su Huanyan was born in Qingyuan and grew up in Qingyuan. Maybe any leaf carries her spiritual thoughts. So after breaking through the Qingyuan mountain protecting formation that day, Feng Yiju took the opportunity to make changes and immediately added the suppression of Su Huanyan's spiritual thoughts. But he didn't want to think that there would be fish that slipped through the net. Several demon statues of the Ming dynasty remained motionless, did not speak, did not explain or cover up, lowered their heads, and remained motionless. Su Huanyan looked at Feng Yiju, as if he were chatting with each other, and his voice was extremely calm. From now on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Swing the sword and cut off a strand of green hair. Feng Yiju never responded. Even his breath was not disturbed or smelled. Su Huanyan's thoughts were transformed and then shattered. In the great world of Yewang, the ancestral land of the Hechuan tribe, bluebirds flew above Su Huanyan's head. They were chirping incessantly, but suddenly they became silent. The soul beast has a spiritual connection with its master, and it already knows what happened to the Qingyuan sect. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to make a sound. Just looking at Su Huanyan looking in the direction of Qingyuan, standing quietly for an unknown period of time. A tear fell down his cheek. A period of 60 years. 60 years. Yaya has been sleeping from time to time since she was born, and her origins may have been stolen for 60 years. Right under her eyelids. The more she thought about it, the more tears became uncontrollable. It turns out that Yaya made great medicine 60 years ago. Heart-wrenching. A strand of green hair on the temples is scattered into Chinese hair. Bluebird, follow me on the flying boat and go up the Liuguang River. Return to Qingyuan. But that is the Liuguang River controlled by the Emperor's Great World. The bluebird's head was so big. Then kill him back. Su Huanyan raised her hands lightly, and her green jade fingers moved one after another on the blessing, green energy. She could feel that the dragon turtle was still calling her. Again and again. She didn't know who else in the Qingyuan sect was trustworthy. But Long Gui was introduced to the sect by Yaya, and stayed with Yaya all day long. So he should be trustworthy. In the fantasy world where there is a dragon turtle, there is her. Send another thought into the illusion, asking the dragon turtle to take Yaya away immediately. In the realm of Xianqing Guanhuan, time passes quickly. Midsummer has passed early, and it is already late autumn. Su He emerged from the lake with a grass carp in his mouth, placed the fish on the bluestone, and looked at Su Huanyan. How about some sashimi? Why? Su Huanyan opened his eyes and looked at him. After being together for a long time, Su Huanyan spent more time talking to Su He. Unlike before, even if you ask 4 or 5 questions, you may not get a single reply. Su He said coquettishly. With good nutrition, you can gain a little weight. Am I very thin? Su Huanyan asked. Su He's eyes passed over her body and paused on her chest for a moment. I will definitely not be thin in the future. But I am a little bit now. Turtles are indeed spiritual. But it is not true that they can predict whether they will be fat or thin in the future. Besides, being fat or thin does not affect your spiritual practice. So why should you care? Su Huayan shook her head lightly. She still didn't like meat. Are you about to hibernate? He felt melancholy in his heart, even though he had already started practicing. But the tortoise's nature is still there. And these days it drives him to hunt and store energy. The temperature has dropped. And the days of hibernation are coming. Where will you go after I hibernate? Su Huayan shook his head. I don't know. Maybe we will live in a cottage here. Or we may visit famous mountains and rivers to find Taoist friends. Will you come again next year? I don't know. Then there will be no hibernation. He sank into the water. The water temperature had dropped and his movements became sluggish. After catching a few fish and shrimps, I slowly swam up the water, only to see that Su Huayan had cut up the grass carp on the bluestone at some point, put it on a plate, and was tasting it with balsamic vinegar and mustard. The turtle was happy. A salesman passed by the day before yesterday and exchanged the mustard for the mustard with the silver he picked up from the bottom of the lake. It's a pity that when the salesman heard the huge turtle talking, he put down all the mustard tremblingly and ran away without even having the money to collect the goods. He was very hurt. Time passed day by day, and the white-haired old man from Su Huanyan's family came several times. He didn't like him. Every time he comes, he always praises Feng Bai in front of Su Huanyan. He really couldn't figure out what this old man was thinking. His girl had already become a Taoist, and her lifespan and means were unimaginable. Why was she still obsessed with the promise and wanting to marry a fairy to a mortal? Don't you know that since ancient times, there have been no good scholars? Can't such an old Jianghu understand this? The old man's skills were not low, and He felt that even he might not be able to beat this old man now. The old man once smashed a boulder as big as a millstone with one punch in front of him. It is completely a deterrent by force. He couldn't understand. He had never revealed anything in front of the old man. The old man seemed to be very wary of him. He was on guard and still ordered him around as a matter of course. Every time he came, he would go to the lake to catch a few carps for him. Sometimes they have to be sent home. He lives in the town ahead, where he has a martial arts studio and lives a semi-reclusive life. When the old man came again, there was light snow in the sky, and thin ice edges began to appear on the lake. He seldom goes into the water. He has not eaten for 2 days. He is still not hibernating now, because he relies on his will. The old man had a great time singing and dancing here all day long, because news came from the capital that Feng Bai High School's sweetheart would be returning in glory soon. He thought they were bragging. How could the imperial examination be held during this season? Is it okay if Moda can't be opened? When the old man left, it was getting colder. He looked at Su Huanyan. Did I hibernate in your thatched house this year? Chapter 121 Real Person. He knew that he couldn't hold on anymore and had to hibernate. He didn't dig a hole this year. The ground has started to freeze now, so he can't dig it. Su Huanyan doesn't like people lying, and Turtle does the same. He was also able to dig, and he had achieved great results after practicing for a year, even though the frozen soil could not help him. But he just wanted to hibernate in Su Huanyan's house. We have been neighbors for almost a year, and this is the only time he made excessive demands. Su Huanyan agreed. She was leaving when the tortoise was hibernating, and maybe she would never come back again. What's so important about a thatched hut? She thoughtfully enlarged the door of the thatched cottage to make it easier for He to enter and exit. He was overjoyed and happily went to the lake to catch another grass carp and gave it to Su Huanyan. Then he carried a bucket and struggled to bring water with his mouth, and poured bucket after bucket on the ground outside the thatched house door, trying to freeze a small iceberg. Unfortunately, the temperature is not low enough, and the ice produced in winter is still weak and cannot condense into icebergs. Want to keep out the wind in winter? Su Huanyan stretched out his finger, and the iceberg condensed. He looked at the iceberg with satisfaction. After the house was vacated, Su Huanyan no longer went in. Instead, she went to meditate on the rocks in the lake. With her Taoism, she was not afraid of the severe cold. The news that there is a turtle monster in the lake here has been spread, and no one comes. But it is extremely peaceful. Su Huanyan is deeply immersed in practice. After a big cycle is completed, he slowly opens his eyes. I saw torches lighting up the thatched house, and there was a tinkling sound. He looked up, and was suddenly startled. The nails of the turtle's 2 front paws were flying, but it used a set of exquisite sword skills to carve the iceberg in front of the door into her likeness. Although it is an ice sculpture, It is as tall and graceful as if it were alive. It stands quietly outside the door and leans on the railing to wait for the moon. Its head is slightly raised, revealing the jade collar of a cricket grub. Its eyebrows are like distant mountains, eyes filled with autumn water. Its shoulders are cut into a waist as if it is plain, and its slender jade hands are half hidden. Cloud sleeves. The most important thing is the cold temperament, with a bit of nobility, like a snow lotus blooming. Su Huanyan lowered his head and was quiet for a moment. He moved his fingers, smiled sweetly, and sent a message. You are a turtle, and I am a human. Don't have any inappropriate thoughts, which will only increase your sorrow. She was probably the first person this turtle saw, and he didn't know the difference between closeness and affection. If he practiced spiritually successfully and had contact with many people, he would naturally know his own thoughts. How can a turtle fall in love with someone? It's just that I have never seen a truly beautiful turtle. Suhi chuckled, turned around and climbed into the thatched hut. I have been single for 2 whole lives and have never chased a girl. In my previous life, I didn't dare to speak to a girl when I saw her. Now I finally stopped being a human being in this life. So I let go. But he didn't know how to do it. So he had to do whatever he wanted. Those methods that were so useless in the previous life should work well here. It's a pity. It's a turtle. Practice well and strive to transform into another form as soon as possible. Suhi felt that his cultivation talent must be very good. He had just carved ice cubes, and as he was carving, he came up with a set of sword techniques. It seemed that a turtle like him, who had never been exposed to sword techniques, could create his own set. But it was not enough. Prove your spiritual talent? Suhi returned to the thatched cottage, laid down on the ground, shrank into the turtle SHL, and slowly closed his eyes. As long as you wake up here, you can see Su Huanyan's ice sculpture through the crack in the door. An ice sculpture would touch her heart a little bit anyway. Right? Just like this. Slowly touch her. And when she reaches adulthood, she can launch a general attack. Su Huanyan shook his head and chuckled. There is a leopard demon in the woods to the east. Don't touch it. A leopard, like a lion, is accompanied by countless female leopards. It is definitely not a good leopard and can teach bad turtles. It was impossible for Su Huanyan to have any thoughts about a turtle. But the turtle had good character and good talent. In the future, I can be introduced to the sect and become a junior disciple. Su Huanyan walked away with his sword, but lowered it again after a moment. There seemed to be a double shadow on her body, gradually merging with her. The closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a strand of white hair on the temples. There was shock in his eyes, and a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. The illusion of dragon turtle is a little dot somewhat. Su Huanyan's thoughts entered and instantly merged with his own self in the fantasy world. Memories from more than a year in the fantasy world flooded into his mind. It was so real. It felt like she had been here with Su He for more than a year. Su Huanyan took a few deep breaths and felt his heart throb. Dragon turtle has entered a dreamland. Forgetting everything. Forgetting his sect. Forgetting his master. Forgetting Yaya. He only remembers her. Mistaking this feeling for the love between a man and a woman? Looking up, he saw her ice sculpture standing against the door. I don't know if it's a matter of technique, but the ice sculpture doesn't look like her young self in the fantasy, but more like her now. Cold, quiet, and mature. Su Huanyan moved his fingers. It's probably not all an illusion. Maybe it's also a case of ignorance. Su Huanyan looked towards the town ahead, and then towards the leopard in the forest. This is Swamp King Winching, a Taoist priest, and Master Gu. The two of them entered the illusion to help Dragon Turtle cut off their relationship? Such a calamity of emotions is not good for the Taoist mind, and should indeed be killed. Su Huanyan looked at Su He, who was hibernating in the thatched house, and said softly, I'll help you kill your love. When you get out, you can protect Yaya March for me. Okay? It only takes 3 months for her to return from Yoguang world. The dragon turtle is a mythical beast and must attract attention. Yaya stayed with him, and was watched all the time, which made her feel much safer. As long as Feng Yiju still wants to be the leader, he will not ignore his reputation. In the fantasy world, it has been snowing heavily for days, and the thatched cottages, small courtyards, and ice sculptures are covered with snow. Su Huanyan stood outside the house and let the heavy snow fall, covering his whole body. She was slowly adjusting her mind, cutting away her hatred and worries, and adjusting her mind to the state of Su Huanyan in the illusion before fusion. The trials of Xianqing Guan are quite mysterious, and will make people subconsciously forget about the outside world and merge into this illusion. But her moral character is too high. so she must take the initiative to cooperate. After an unknown amount of time, the snow finally stopped, and the mountains, rivers, and lakes were covered in silver. Su Huanyan opened his eyes, and the coldness in his eyes faded away, replaced by pure coldness. He raised his eyes and glanced at the hibernating tortoise in the house, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After about a year of companionship, looking at the tortoise at this moment felt inexplicably peaceful. Looking back, the leopard huddled in the cave and took a nap. In the small town, Su Huanyan's eyes narrowed. There was a group of people outside the Su's martial arts gym. In the small town, the door of the martial arts gym was broken into pieces, and there were corpses everywhere in the courtyard. While she was adjusting her condition, Su's martial arts school was destroyed. Su Huanyan sped away with a flash of sword light. The sword light suddenly stopped and Su Huanyan was already in the sky above the martial arts hall. There were countless corpses in the martial arts hall. All of them were martial arts apprentices, and old men with white beards. Dang! With the sound of a gong, a team of people dressed in red and green marched down the street, led by a tall horse with red flowers on its chest. Tan Lang is planning to marry. Su Huanyan looked suddenly. Tan Lang looked at the crowded martial arts hall, and the corpses on the ground with a look of shock on his face. As winter turns to spring, he slowly wakes up. When I opened the door, the ice sculpture outside was broken. It was melted and riddled with holes, but you could still vaguely see the stunning beauty. But looking around, the beauty is not there. There was a hint of loneliness in my heart. He stepped out of the door, and the green grass by the lake had sprouts, exuding the fragrance of early spring. A leopard was drinking water by the lake, and then looked up at Suhi. He seemed to be opening his mouth to speak. Suhi was stunned for a moment, then turned and left. He remembered Su Huanyan's voice transmission clearly before hibernating. This leopard is not a good leopard. Stay away. Leopard was stunned for a moment. Hey! Don't you want to know where your little sweetheart has gone? Chapter 122 Fusion of Love. Candied haws. Sesame candy. Cooking cakes. Gusa's city is bustling with activity. Su Huanyan took a bamboo hat and walked in the city. Although the gauze covers her true face, it is not difficult to tell from her slim figure that she is a real fairy. But with his sword intent, no one dared to approach. In particular, the huge stone at the city gate that was chopped into pieces by a sword showed that the fairy has a thorn. Su Huanyan was shopping with great interest. Everything was new. This illusion must have been created by Dragon Turtle's subconscious mind. But Dragon Turtle has never left Qingyuan. Yet it has such a city illusion. Is it the Dragon Turtle's inherited memory? Was the world like this in ancient times? On that day, Su's martial arts school was wiped out. And Feng Bai, who looked exactly like Feng Yiju, came on horseback. And Su Huanyan couldn't bear it any longer. Kill him on the spot with one sword. Feng Bai is just a mortal, but he doesn't know the methods of a monk. He has superb acting skills, but the ghost of the martial arts school haunts him. And it is clear that what happened in the martial arts school is his fault. Searching the soul to find out, it turned out to be true. Feng Bai knew that Su Huanyan disliked him, so he thought of repaying his kindness. His father was originally a rebel. After the rebellion failed, he hid his identity and wandered around the world. Only then did he meet the old man. After several hardships together, they decided to get married. Nowadays, she is the most beautiful girl in high school. She thinks she has great potential, and she also wants to bring a fairy into her house. He contacted his old troops and asked them to attack Su's martial arts school. He then took someone with him who happened to be passing by for a family visit, and he happened to save his father-in-law. But he didn't expect that the reputation of Su's martial arts school was not in vain, and he could no longer control himself during the fight. He dared to come forward with a shy face and an expression of shock. If Su Huanyan didn't kill him, he would be sorry for his face. The illusion created by the Dragon Turtle's consciousness is quite unique. In the fantasy world, there is cultivation. Taoism has Lunghu Mountain. Buddhism has Lane Temple. But many sects share the respect of mortal emperors. Could it be that in ancient times, monks still had to listen to orders from mortal emperors? Killing the flower of the dynasty in the street. The result is self-evident. The imperial court had a special Qitian prison for monks. Su Huanyan has been wanted for several months. Su Huanyan could kill some of the Qitian supervisor monks with his own hands. But if you use too strong a method, this illusion will be shattered. She then disappeared and traveled around the world. The flow of time in the illusion is different from that in the outside world. It takes months here, but only a moment in the outside world. Yaya can't be in a hurry. Gusa City is very prosperous. And there is no shortage of people who practice immortality and Taoism. There are even monsters with animal heads and human bodies mixed in with the crowd. Although people are afraid, they are not frightened. And they even dare to do business with the monsters. The monsters here really don't need to transform into monster fruits. The beasts can lead the world and enlighten the wisdom to walk on the path. And then, they have the opportunity to transform into human beings. I don't know if Dragon Turtle has a wish in his heart and wants to become an adult. Or if this was really the case in ancient times in Dragon Turtle's heritage. The monks are also very considerate of mortals in this city. At least they will not let their spiritual consciousness wander around. And they will not explore things just because mortals can't sense them. Su Huanyan actually liked this kind of orderly city. If this city really existed, it would be great to have a small courtyard and live in seclusion here with Yaya. Of course, Yaya will definitely take the turtle with her. But it's not impossible. Jingle bells and camel bells rang behind her. Su Huanyan turned around and saw a huge turtle following her, tilting his head and looking at her with joy in his eyes. The turtle wears a camel bell around its neck and has various decorations on its SHL. He just had to carve. This turtle has an owner into a stone tablet and carry it on his back. There is no way. A little demon will always be at the bottom wherever he goes. For fear of being succumbed to demons, the leopard was not a bad person. He thought of a way for him, got all kinds of decorations, and dressed up as a turtle with a master. As expected, no one was in trouble along the way. I stopped him several times and found that the turtle's breath was clear and clear. It was not a demon that committed crimes and robbed people of blood and food. After registering, I let him go. The current cord should still be clear. Are you awake? Su Huanyan looked at him and asked softly. Wake up! The ice sculptures in the courtyard have melted. If you are not here, I will come to find you. Su replied a little guilty. For some reason, he always felt that he was still Su Huanyan in front of him. But he seemed to be a different person. Every move, every smile. He had matured over the winter. The voice was clearly more pleasant. But the cold air was even stronger. Is it because of the martial arts school thing? He didn't know how to comfort her. There was a vendor walking by. Candied haws! Sugar-coated haws! Hey! Give me a bunch. The sweetest one. He threw out 2 copper coins. The money was placed in a camel bell around his neck. It was a small space magic weapon. The white leopard gave it to him out of unknown motives. He picked up the money from the bottom of the lake. There was a sunken ship at the bottom of the lake. And there was no gold, silver or jewelry. The vendors are not afraid of turtle monsters. And it seems that there are quite a few gluttonous monsters who enter the city. Instead, he started selling. Friend Turtle, won't you give the fairy a bunch? He stared. Turtles don't eat hawthorns. He formed a small hand made of water and held a candied haws of sugarcane for Su Huanyan. After sending him to hibernation, he suddenly mastered many skills, and water control was one of them. Su Huanyan was stunned for a moment when he looked at the candied haws. He had collected fairy swords, magic weapons, and elixir equipment since he was a child. But this was the first time for him to do so. I was a little overwhelmed for a while. The little sailor had already dispersed, and the candied haws suddenly fell. Su Huanyan subconsciously moved his fingers to pinch the bamboo stick. Eat quickly. It will melt in a while. In fact, it is best to eat candied haws in winter. This is not the season for candied haws. Su Huanyan didn't move. He blinked. I was watching. Are you embarrassed to eat? Then I turn around? Su Huanyan smiled. How about you get on my back? I've only been sat on by one little guy. And you're the first one. Huh? He blurted out. Then froze. Only when he told it did he realize that Su Huanyan was the first person he saw since he crossed over and lived in that big lake. Why do I always feel like there is a little one sitting on him like a turtle SHL? This hibernation nightmare? Su Huanyan laughed softly, put on the turtle SHL lightly, and sat on it with his knees bent. Dragon Turtle still loves Yaya, even if the memory is sealed by the trial. Some habits cannot be suppressed. She took off her bamboo hat, revealing her face as bright as the moon. And there was a sudden exclamation in the street. He held his head high and walked proudly on the street. Su Huanyan took a bite of a candied haws and looked at Suhi's high head, with a flash of confusion in his eyes. So is this the Dragon Turtle's choice? There are 2 methods for monks to deal with emotional tribulations. One is to kill emotions, and the other is to integrate emotions along the way of cultivation. you will transform into a mortal, a demon, and reach heaven. There are 7 steps to transforming into a demon, including the realm of heaven, the realm of human beings, and the 2 realms of questioning the mind. The heavenly heart must abandon human desires to realize the heavenly heart, and the human realm must return to the true self. It is easy to enter the world of heaven by cutting off emotions, and it is easy to enter the world of human beings by integrating emotions. Although each has its own advantages and disadvantages, there is no distinction between superior and inferior. But the experiences in this life are no longer the same. Dragon Turtle subconsciously chose Rongqingyi, not wanting to cut off this ignorant feeling, but to carry it forward in the illusion. So he subconsciously knows how to propose, how to divide pairs, how to make ice sculptures. Su Huanyan reached out and pressed the external memory into the depths of the sea of consciousness, allowing only the illusionary memory to be revealed. Then go with him for a while. But even if Su Huanyan is here, he will not have feelings for a turtle, and the dragon turtle will be happy in vain. However, love is not the result of staying together and flying together. There is a dull love and an end, but it is also complete. Just pursue it hard. Chapter 123. Wake up. What is important in merging emotions is not the result, but the process. When the heavenly state of mind enters the human state in the future, it can be used to break the mirror and come out. However, it is rumored that a master once entered Taoism and helped his disciples enter the realm of heaven and human beings to overcome the tribulation of love. The disciple escaped from the tribulation, but the master trapped himself deeply in it. But Dragon Turtle is a turtle, and she is just doing business. You watch Yaya for 3 months, and I will help you overcome your love crisis. Su Hua took a bite of a hawthorn when he was young. It was sour and sweet, and life in this world was indeed colorful. A hoarse female voice came from behind. Senior brother, it's that big turtle. Huh? On its back is the witch who killed Tanhua Lang. Witch? Stop! Qin Tianjian? Su He was stunned for a moment and immediately understood the situation, and crawled quickly on all fours, as fast as flying. Don't underestimate the turtle's speed. It's really shocking when it explodes. Su Huanyan sat on the turtle SHL and turned his head to look at the chasing minions of the court. There are 2 Qin Tianjin monks, 1 male and 1 female, but they don't know how to fly with swords. There is no need to use means beyond the limit. It is an existence that Su Huanyan can dismiss casually. Witch! 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 The female Qin Tianjin monk chased after her on horseback, gnashing her teeth. Sure enough, he is not a sweetheart. How can a serious female be so slender and beautiful? She is clearly one of those witches from the demon sect. But she doesn't show off her charming and enchanting temperament, and is actually as cold as a fairy. Witch! Witch! Serious woman, who is riding a tortoise. The water system in Gusa City is developed. He carried Su Huanyan on his back and rushed into the river, splashed the water, and swam out of the city. He mastered it very well. Although he entered the water violently, the water splash was not big, and only a few water droplets fell on Su Huanyan's frosty feet. Then it landed on Su He's turtle SHL along his ankle. 2 Qintian supervisor monks rode horses and stopped at the water's edge. They could not control their swords and watched the turtle carrying the enchantress swim out of the water and leave Gusu. The river connected Jinza, and Su He was paddling along. He could see Jiansheng on the other side of Jinza in the distance. As the sun was setting, Su He didn't rush and Su Huanyan didn't rush him. So he watched the sunset, the moon rise, and the stars in the sky and the lake. Su He heard several sounds of frying beans one after another. He blinked and didn't understand. Su Huayang said, "You have opened the acupoints, and the melting of the acupoints is almost completed." She said, "No. It's not a fantasy. It's reality." Su He blinked. "Has my Taoism become higher?" "Yes." "Then am I about to turn into a human form? How about you marry me if I turn into a human form?" Su Huanyan's heart shrank. Although he had memories, this was still the first time he was proposed to. She and Feng Yiji were really ordered by their parents, and there was no such process. "No." Su Huanyan refused coldly. Su He was not disappointed, and quietly looked at the reflection in the water, swimming in the starry sky. The 2 of them didn't talk anymore and stayed in silence until dawn. The city gate was open wide, and Su He took Su Huanyan into Jiansheng. It was a small town, and there was no imperial prison station there. Although the city is small, it is very lively. There were far fewer goblins here. Everyone looked at Su He curiously. There was even a bold old man who came to ask, "Can this turtle be sold?" Suhi scolded him back. Who cares whether he is an old man or not? He has traveled through this world and grown to this age. So it is not certain that he will be old. An old man making a clay figure next to him laughed. Suhi's eyes lit up. This old man was very skilled at making wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, handsome men and beauties lifelike. Old man, make a clay figurine, the old man responded. Cut off a large piece of mud, and with his rough hands dancing, a statue of a fairy riding a turtle came out in half an hour. The turtle's domineering attitude is a bit wretched, but the fairy is like a hibiscus emerging from water. Suhi was stunned. Su Huayoung smiled on his back. Why don't you break it into pieces? Mix it with living water, and pinch it, and you pinch me? Suhi's eyes widened. Why should such a beautiful fairy be broken into pieces? He stared at the clay figure without blinking, tilting his head and thinking about something. I always feel like something is missing. How about a naughty girl with swaying little feet next to me? Su Huanyan was suddenly stunned. He was still mumbling to himself. Don't be too old. Don't be too young. Just over 3 years old. Wearing a little red dress. And looking fierce. As he spoke, the clay figurine old man actually made a little girl with fierce breasts. She placed it on the turtle SHL and ran back and forth, smiling and lively. Su Huanyan's breathing became rapid. This illusion was created based on the dragon turtle's thoughts. The clay figurine old man was able to make such a clay figurine, which is why the appearance of Yaya in Suhi's mind became clear. Do you remember? Su Huayoung asked. What? Suhi's eyes were full of confusion. Su Huanyan shook his head. Nothing. It's not that I remembered it. It was just subconscious. She looked at the clay figure quietly. Suhi left behind a full 2 tails of silver and left with Su Huanyan on his back amidst the old man's gratitude. The kite seller next to him widened his eyes. Master Gui, buy a kite. Tomorrow is the sea festival. Let's take Grandma Gui out to fly the kite. You are the turtle grandma. You are the turtle grandma of the whole family. Suhi snorted and sped up. Shanxi Festival, also known as Daughter's Day, is about outing, warding off evil spirits, flying kites, falling in love. It is impossible for Su Huanyan to participate in such a festival. After shopping for a while and buying a few gadgets, Su Huanyan was not interested. Suhi then carried her back to Jinza and wandered for half a day. Suhi looked at the green grass and blew the warm wind. Su Huanyan placed the clay statue on the shore and went to meditate again at some point. When she opened her eyes again, Suhi ran back against the closed edge of the city gate, panting. If you like towns, we can live in them, Su Hua said young. Suhi shook his head. Su Huanyan was wanted. He only went in to hang out occasionally because she was very good at teaching. If she stayed there, she would be provocative. He put down a package containing several desserts. It turned out that Su Huanyan didn't need to eat at all. Occasionally eating some fruits was just to satisfy his appetite. There was no words for a night. The sun and the moon turned around, and it was morning again. Soon after dawn, groups of young men and women came for an outing outside the city. The wind is neither too strong nor too weak today, which is perfect for flying kites. Su Huanyan opened his eyes after meditating, and saw a group of kites flying in the sky. Each kite is painted with a turtle and 2 people. The giant turtle is majestic. The fairy is sassy. And the girl is naughty. Su Huanyan looked at the sky and chuckled. When you entered the city yesterday, what did you do? If you are a double tin girl, you may not be really moved. Suhi smiled and said, Yes, it's the Shanxi Festival. It's never happened before. It's spring. Su Huanyan looked at him calmly. You can't cultivate into a human being. Some things are just something you think about in private and cannot become true. Suhi was silent for a moment. I have a technique called beast transformation. I can't cultivate it into a human being. So how about you cultivate it into a turtle? Su Huanyan looked at him quietly, and then smiled after a while. It turns out that you are awake. The illusion in the distance is like a broken mirror. The illusion hits the weak point directly. When you wake up, you know it. If you know it, you can get over it. Suhi didn't know what was going on with Su Huanyan in front of him, whether it was an illusion or real. He looked at Su Huanyan. How about you become a tortoise? Su Huayoung shook his head lightly. I only practice swordsmanship. Chapter 124 San Shengmen. Turtle also practices swordsmanship, and I know how to use sword energy. Suhi said nothing. Su Huanyan looked at him. The illusion is broken. Can you go out and protect Yaya? Don't be separated from her. Follow the elders. Be careful of Fengiju. It would be best if he could leave Qing Yuan quietly, but Dragon Turtle's level is too low to hide from Feng Yiju. Going out would be dangerous. It would be better to stay in the door where there are people everywhere and let him take some care. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This is the real Su Huanyan. In the fantasy world, Su Huanyan doesn't know Yaya or Feng Yiju. Be careful of the scholar. He controls the mountain soul and will be able to detect my presence. Su Huanyan's voice came again. And then the shattered illusion hit like an explosion. Sui's eyes went white, and his vision was restored at the Xianqing Gate. Bingo! Ahead is the Swamp Kingwen Ancestral Hall. After passing the 2 trials, you will be a disciple of Swamp Kingwen. When you enter, you must first pay homage to the ancestor. Sui nodded and saluted. Senior Haiyan. I did the first level to kill people and advance. The second level was purely accidental. I have a master here. Please excuse me. He turned around and left Xianqing Temple. In the top battle area, Qi Cheng Taoist jumped to his feet and said, "Oh, what the H.L. Do you look down on me? Xianqing Guan?" Everyone rolled their eyes at him at the same time. This is a tortoise who has learned from a master. If he really changes his mind to Xianqing Guan, accept it. Bah! He really knew how to collect it. And he had previously asked Go Lao Dao if he could sell the turtle. Taoist Go Lao Dao and Taoist Qinghe looked at each other and saw the strangeness in each other's eyes. The 2 of them entered the illusion, originally wanting to help He end their relationship. Who would have known that the real master came here in person? Not to kill Qing, but to help He Rongqing. Not at all going according to their plan. What can they do? Leopard is also very helpless. When He left the Taoist temple, he saw that the training ground had disappeared at some point, and the Swan Kingwen Mountain Protection Formation was activated. It should have been controlled by a senior Swan Kingwen. The Qingyuan disciples in front are chasing the disciples of the Dongyan sects. Feng Yaya was the first to bear the brunt, screaming and dancing with her little fists in the wind. Behind him were several Qingyuan sect disciples. Whenever Feng Yaya knocked down someone would rush up and knock the person into the golden pagoda. He remembered Su Huanyan's instructions and quickly climbed towards Feng Yaya. But at this moment, there was a sudden light on his back. It was like the feeling of being stared at by a crocodile when he was a tortoise 2 years ago. His spiritual consciousness and animal alertness warned him at the same time. He suddenly looked back and looked in the direction of the crisis. It is the Mountain Soul Battle Domain Barrier, and the people watching him are on the first level. The sense of crisis disappeared instantly. Scholar! The Dongyan Mountain Soul altar is at the bottom. Su Huanyan said that the scholar can only control the mountain soul. The scholar is the disciple of his master's friend, Elder Qiao Cheng Lunkyo. The scholar is not described in appearance, but his surname is Xu Mingsheng. On the first level of the battlefield, the scholar slowly looked away from Suhi. As expected of a dragon turtle, he has such a keen sense of spirituality. Just at that moment, Su Huanyan's thoughts of will exploded on Dragon Turtle. It was most likely that it also came from Dragon Turtle last time. Su Huanyan's first incarnation of thought appeared so suddenly that the scholar didn't notice it for a while. And then he stopped practicing and searched for it with all his strength. Sure enough, not long after, another thought dissipated from the Dragon Turtle. The relationship between Su Huanyan and the head brother was already dull. But now it was completely broken due to Feng Yaya. Once the knot is burned out, they are no longer a couple. When she returns, she may even have a fight with the head brother. It's a pity that the Hechuan tribe suddenly lost contact. She couldn't have broken out of the formation. Right? The head brother hopes that the Hechuan tribe's formation can trap her for 3 months. It seems that for 3 months, senior brother was enough to cover up Feng Yaya's lack of origin. At least to the point where Su Huanyan couldn't see it. Just like before. I took it secretly without Su Huanyan noticing. But now everything is disrupted by the turtle. This turtle has been close to Feng Yaya and Su Huanyan since he entered the school. And now, he is probably going to be on the opposite side of the head brother. How will the lives of the brothers in the demon statue of the Ming dynasty be compensated by then? Without the source of life hanging around, I am afraid that it will not be long before being swallowed by the demon. A loud noise interrupted the scholar's train of thought. He raised his head and jumped across the mountain soul battlefield to see the battlefield of the heaven-treading realm. Feng Yiji raised his hand, and the 3 Zuanshinmen stepped on the sky and exploded. The world of the 3 caves was stripped away. Butler Wu's face suddenly turned dark. He had been on guard against Feng Yiju since the beginning of the war. And Feng Yiju had been sitting in the air suppressing his injuries. looking helpless. Wu Guan was convinced that the curse mark on Feng Yiju was made by his own hands. And he knew very well how powerful it was. In the same realm, Feng Yiju was not beaten to death and was reborn. And he could still hold on to the stalemate, which was already a monster. He actually hit his hand and still had the power to take action. Feng Yiju succeeded with one blow and jumped up. The curse mark on his body swam toward his finger like a tadpole. And he pointed it into a newly peeled cave world. The pressure on the 7 demon statues of King Ming suddenly decreased. Retreat! Steward Wu's thoughts flashed through his mind. And Zuanshanmen immediately stepped back dozens of miles. Master Feng's sudden astonishment is indeed something that I, an old slave, cannot resist. But Master Feng may have forgotten that the 3 Taishans you killed were the Taishans of the Xiantian sect. He looked at Feng Yiju quietly. If I, a slave, can't help you, there will be a master behind you. He knew the situation was out of control from the moment Feng Yiju stepped into the 3rd level of the sky. Could he not report it to the superior? At this moment, the real master of Xiantian clan should be arriving soon. But there was no trace of worry on Feng Yiju's face. He smiled elegantly and said, Thank you, Butler Wu, for reminding me. What the sect values is always profit and loss. As long as Zuanshanmen is convinced that the investment in Donghan Mountain is not worth the loss, it will naturally not come again. In comparison, it is more difficult for women to deal with it. For example, Su Huanyan would never give up Feng Yaya just because of interests. She won't give up when she comes back. Feng Yiju took a step forward, and his figure had already appeared in the Qingyuan gate. He was standing on Tinghehu Changshu Island. The altar of heaven and earth roared up under his feet, carrying him up to the sky. Butler Wu didn't know why. So he prayed to heaven and earth to gather merit? How much merit does it take to protect a 3rd level person? But Feng Yiju took out a token from nowhere and placed it on the altar. He looked solemnly and said loudly, Heaven above! The great world of the Emperor has invaded my Xinhuang, and the ghosts of H.L. are raging in Dongyun. Now there is the Xinhuang order. Please open the battle zone. In an instant, the situation changed, and the brilliant power of heaven spread out from the altar, scanning the east cloud and detecting the H.L. ghosts. An archway slowly takes shape in Donghan Mountain. Steward Wu suddenly raised his head, fear flashing in his eyes. Feng Yiju, dare err! The Xinhuang world and the Emperor world have been mortal enemies since ancient times. Not only are the monks of the 2 worlds, the origins of the 2 worlds are incompatible. Feng Yiju said that the battlefield is a special space. Like a world, there is no place that can be reached. Only the Xinhuang world and the Emperor's world. The 2 worlds can open the passage on their own. To use an analogy, there is a courtyard between 2 houses. It is surrounded by walls, and is difficult for outsiders to enter. Only 2 houses have direct access to the courtyard. This courtyard is the battlefield for the people in the 2 houses. Feng Yiju is opening the door. Chapter 125 Counterattack. This is not the point. The point is that this sect is condensed in Donghan Mountain. And the soul of Donghan Mountain is controlled by Feng Yiju. In principle, anyone who enters Donghan Mountain may be thrown into the war zone by Feng Yiju. Inside the gate, Feng Yiju can throw as many people into the battlefield as many people come from Zuanshanmen, even if he uses special means to immobilize himself and is not affected by the mountain soul. Feng Yiju can come and go freely. As long as he is still in Donghan Mountain, he can transfer himself to the battlefield at any time. In Dongyun, he is in an invincible position. Open! Feng Yiju suddenly shouted coldly. The power of the world in his hand was spinning, and the token melted instantly. The archway is solid, with the word San Sheng engraved on it. And there are 3 gates under the archway. A charm swayed from the archway, allowing those who saw it to immediately understand its meaning. There are 3 gates: mortal transformation, demon transformation, and heaven walking. You can enter different gates. A low-level person can enter a high-level person, but a high-level person cannot enter a low-level person. Fellow Taoist from Xiantian, please come into the mountain! Feng Yiju said loudly toward the outside of Donghan Mountain. 2 flying boats came out of the Liuguang River. A ferry on the flying boat looked towards Donghan Mountain and then turned back to the Liuguang River. The Qingyuan sect cannot be destroyed. With the Sanxing sect around, Donghan Mountain needs a powerful sect to protect it. Otherwise, how can we know that no one in the Emperor's world will come out of the Sanxing sect? Where did Feng Yiju get the Xinhuang order? To open the Sanxingmen, there are 2 necessary conditions: the invasion of the Emperor's great world and the Xinhuang order. The first one is simple. Even if you kidnap tens of thousands of monks from the Emperor's world and pretend to invade. The world is just a law and doesn't know the ways of the world. Qingyuan sect will naturally not be able to kidnap tens of thousands of Emperor's world monks. But they have jail ghosts. This is the fundamental reason why Feng Yiju released the prison ghost. The difficult thing is Xianwang Order. The Xianwang Order is the original body of the Sansheng sect. A powerful sacrifice from ancient times that is rare in the world. Xianwang Order. Xianwang Cave Heaven. I'm afraid that Feng Yiju gave me the permission to open the Xianwang Cave. What a big spirit. Xianwang Dongtian can give up Feng Yiju and know how to choose. If he talks to the master with the permission to open it, the consequences are self-evident. And even if they get the Xianwang Order, not all sects want to open the Sansheng sect. There are indeed countless resources in the battlefield. But they also have to face the world of the Emperor. Not everyone can live a life of licking blood. Opening the door means that the war will continue from now on. I just don't understand. If Feng Yiju was only interested in resources, there would be no need to occupy Dongnan Mountain and directly open the Sansheng Gate, which would have everything inside. Why did he occupy Dongyun? Butler Wu bowed his hands to Feng Yiju. Master Feng is very scheming, and one link is within another. I admit defeat. Can Master Feng release the Zuanshimen disciples? And we will resign. He looked deeply at Feng Yiju. What made Feng Yiju so powerful was not that he was at the third level. Really. The third level of treading heaven is also a force that cannot be underestimated in Zuanshimen. But it is not difficult for Zuanshimen to kill him. What's great about Feng Yiju is his brain. And what's even more powerful is his 300 years of forbearance. Now if he fights Feng Yiju again, he will probably give birth to a child, who knows that he has no backup plan. Is that what you think? Feng Yiju smiled and said to Shanhan Battlefield. Junior brother Shu. The scholar squeezed the spell. The formation flag flew up, and the Mountain Soul battlefield spread out. Immediately, the high-level battlefield monks dropped like dumplings. Suddenly the sword light escaped, and the few monks from Dongyun sects who were still alive fled outside Dongyun Mountain. Qingyuan and his allies chasing sword light followed closely behind. There was a cry on the ground. Su He had already taken the opportunity to rush to Feng Yaya's side. Feng Yaya landed on his turtle sh. Ellen giggled, holding the dragon's head crookedly. Su He tilted his head and looked at the Sansheng gate next to him. This thing seemed a bit familiar, and Su He felt a hint of dragon turtle scent from it. He came back to his senses and looked around for the scholar. Then I heard an urgent voice coming from behind. Junior brother Longdui, hurry up! Turning around, he saw the scholar waving a big flag and approaching him. There was a shadow of a mountain soul flickering on the banner. And he actually wanted to drive the mountain soul into Su He's body. Su He's scales exploded instantly, and a crisis rushed from the dragon's horns to the tip of his tail. Su He is not a novice in cultivation. The mountain soul is a good thing, but it can only be sacrificed and cannot be entered into the body. After being refined into the body, it becomes a mountain spirit, or mountain god. It is difficult to ascend to the heavens if the Taoist practice is improved. In this life, never again can I leave the spiritual mountain where the soul of the mountain is condensed. A hint of cunning flashed in the scholar's eyes. Long Gui was probably offended to death. The best outcome would be to leave with Su Huanyan. But this was something the scholar could never accept. Long Gui could only stay in Dongyun Mountain. As Zuanshimen retreated, several junior brothers of the Ming Dynasty demon statue had cut off Feng Yaya's source of life. The head brother failed to keep Ta Tian of Xiantian sect. Killing 3 is already the limit. And if you stay any longer, it will not end well. The 3 cave worlds are just roots without roots, and they are not enough to squander. Go! The scholar screamed strangely, and the formation flag fell on Su He's back. A piece of mountain soul suddenly fell down, like a huge mountain suddenly pressing on the turtle sh. Which made a crunching sound. Roar! Su He roared suddenly. Junior brother Longdui, are you waiting for Uncle Gu to save you? Senior brother, I have used the mountain soul to isolate this side. Senior uncle and the others cannot get past the mountain soul and cannot find you. Bad guy! Feng Yaya yelled, jumped up and punched the scholar. Shake the mountain! Pa! The scholar formed a spell and slapped her to the ground. Roar! Su He roared. Dark clouds gathered above his head, and lightning crackled down towards the scholar, but was blocked by a small cauldron rising from the scholar's body. Junior brother, this magical power is quite good. We can communicate more in the future. He was talking in his mouth and making judgments with his hands, and the mountain soul was getting lower and lower. Su Hulong's eyes widened, and he let out a roar with divine power. Foreign Minister Guishan slashed at him with his sword. But it didn't help. The gap in realm is too big. The scholar is at least 4 or 5 steps into becoming a demon. Seeing that the mountain soul was about to press into the turtle SHL, the scholar became even more alert. Based on his hundreds of years of experience, the closer he was to success, the easier it would be to fail. He must not be careless. He was doing 2 things at once, controlling the mountain soul to forcefully stuff it into Suhi's body, and controlling the mountain soul to envelope him, setting up a maze to prevent others from discovering him. But at this moment a loud cry sounded. "Bake it up!" A huge peacock shadow rose from the foreign minister's turtle mountain, and with just one paw, the mountain soul was pulled out from the foreign minister's turtle mountain. The mountain soul pressed into foreign minister Guishan, and the moment it invaded the space, it touched the peacock essence and blood inside. After all, the essence and blood of divine beasts is the essence and blood of divine beasts. It can expel 100,000 H.L. ghosts in the H.L. ghost space. Although the soul consciousness has dissipated, the instinct cannot be dissipated. In particular, its quality has been improved several times by the dice, making it more spiritual. When the mountain soul invaded and tried to assimilate it, it instantly aroused the essence and blood to resist. Probably because of experience, this drop of essence and blood is particularly resistant to being refined. Essence and blood floated, condensing at the center of the peacock shadow. Feng Yaya, who rushed up again with a cry, fainted instantly. The scholar's eyes and pupils were dilated, and he was lost for a moment. Good chance. Suhi took the opportunity to roar and show off his divine power. At the same time, he hit the peacock's essence and blood, pushing the peacock against the mountain soul and crashing into the scholar. In an instant, half of the mountain soul crashed into the scholar's body. The scholar woke up with his pupils condensed. His expression suddenly changed, and he waved the flag in his hand and threw it at Suhi. "Bake it up!" The peacock chirped at the right time, and the scholar's eyes became blurred again. The isolation formed by the mountain soul above his head lost control, disintegrated and dissipated. "Roar!" Suhi moved his limbs. The water beneath him rolled, and the dragon's horn hit the peacock's blood, completely knocking the entire mountain soul into the scholar's body. The peacock's essence and blood were taken away, and he opened his huge mouth and slapped it on the scholar's face. Every time it was torn off, the whole face was completely unrecognizable. "Stop!" Someone on Joshi noticed something unusual and shouted loudly. Suhi didn't even look. A sailor grabbed Feng Yaya and slammed her head into the Sanshin gate. Chapter 126. Just stay here. The scholar woke up faintly, feeling a sharp pain on his face. What frightened him even more was that his body felt extremely heavy, as if it were a mountain. The mountain soul is in his body. The road is ruined. Like a bolt from the blue, the scholar stood stunned and at a loss. A few rays of light fell and turned into several elders. Everyone looked bad. Just now, his attention was focused on Feng Yiji, when suddenly he heard the roar of a turtle here, and the mountain soul broke through the barrier and saw the dragon turtle attacking the scholar. That's a bit nonsense. The scholar's realm is much higher than that of dragon turtle, but the drop of essence and blood on dragon turtle's head is very unusual. Master Zhu. The scholar was speechless. Stay quiet. Xiao Chengluan gave him a stern look. He knew his apprentice's character very well, so I'm afraid Long Gui's fault wasn't his fault. I'm sorry to trouble you, fellow Taoist Qinghe. Taoist Qinghe nodded. Just now this place was shrouded by the mountain spirit, and everyone could not see clearly. But this is the realm of Swan Qingwen, so some photo-taking functions are still available. Unlike other sects, Xianqing Temple occupies a large area and is inconvenient to take photos. The scholar's expression changed. He didn't dare not be quick before, because he was afraid that Su Huanyan had some means left, and he was afraid that once the Mountain Soul battlefield was released, Dragon Turtle would teleport away with Feng Yaya. You were even more anxious when you saw Dragon Turtle carrying Feng Yaya to Sanshun Gate. After entering the Gate of Mortal Realm, there is really no way to keep the Dragon Turtle behind. They can't enter the Mortal Transformation Realm, so even if they send them to the Jiyuan Realm to enter, they may not be able to get any benefit from the cooperation between Long Gui and Feng Yaya. He didn't dare to think too much about coming over with the Qingyuan formation flag and forcing the Mountain Soul away. But he didn't have time to deal with it. He simply has no plan to deal with it. As long as the Mountain Soul enters his body, he can just go to the head brother to admit his mistake and receive the punishment. What's the big deal? Now it's messed up. Before the video was played, the scholar immediately bowed and said, Master, this disciple is not good at learning and has poor control. The formation flag Mountain Soul is about to appear. So the disciple thought of simply taking advantage of junior brother Longue, thinking that there was a mountain soul in his appearance. Turtle the mountain must be able to go further. Then you can just let him refine slowly. Why use suppression? Xiao Chengluan's tone was harsh. Guo Laodao looked at the scholar and understood. The scholar controlled the mountain soul, and must have discovered that Su Huanyan's thoughts came out of the illusion. Coupled with Feng Yaya's incident, he felt that Dragon Turtle was on Su Huanyan's team. This disciple is really doing it for junior brother Longue. There are many benefits to the mountain soul entering the body. Before he finished speaking, Xia Dali interrupted with a strange tone. Then shouldn't you be more grateful to junior brother Dragon Turtle? He did not hesitate to use the essence and blood of sacred beasts to help the mountain soul enter your body. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also want to use the formation flag to beat him for some reason. Human? No wonder junior brother bit you. If you fail to harm others, you will be harmed instead, and you will bring the blame upon yourself. Xia Dali looked at the scholar, took a deep breath and said quietly, Junior brother Longue participated in Uncle Ji's trial that day, but was attacked by Lu Ming's men. The monitoring methods I left behind did not work at all. Was it hidden by junior brother Shu? Scholars have special talents and always have unexpected abilities. In the entire Qingyuan sect, except for the head brother and senior sister Su, he is the only one who can do this quietly. The scholar probably didn't know that he had arranged a trial for Long Gui at the time. He only heard Lu Ming's plan in the prison and wanted to use it. But he didn't know that he helped Long Gui instead. This time too, those who like to use conspiracy will inevitably resort to calculation. Senior brother head? Xia Dali raised his hands to the sky. Feng Yiju fell from the sky, looked at the scholar and shook his head and said softly, Junior brother, you have gone too far. Dragon Turtle is your junior brother, and I should not be like this. The scholar opened his mouth, but no words came out. Feng Yiju looked at everyone. Then he sealed the scholar's moral conduct in true form, and imprisoned him in the water prison of the Wuxiang sword sect for a period of 1 month. If after 1 period of time, the scholar's disciple is still not as good as the scholar, he will be imprisoned in the Jianju Ancestral Hall, and are not allowed to leave until junior brother Longgui Daoxing catches up. Without fear of retaliation, he looked at Xiao Chengluan. Uncle, do you think this punishment is okay? Xiao Chengluan glanced at the scholar with disappointment, then turned around and said, The master has his own disposal, but this Wuxiang sword sect water prison is not like a prison. Right. However, he knew that a disciple had plotted against Long Gui and even plotted against Yaya. He was still able to stir up trouble after being imprisoned. Feng Yiju smiled bitterly. Uncle Master, you are too worried. The prison was not used as a prison at first, but only to transport disciples to the Wuxiang sword sect. The guards were naturally unorganized. All the true stories of the Wuxiang sword sect come from Qingyuan. People cannot die every day. Suppressing the prison is one way. Moreover, the prison ghost space is under the prison, and it may be detected by Zuanshinmen. If the prison is lax, Zuanshinmen will be paralyzed. He looked at Elder Gu and said, Uncle Master, please lead the disciples to enter the Sanxing sect to find junior brother Longgui. Now Qingyuan is not like before. He will abide by the sect rules, and there is no need to be so cautious. Guo Laodao responded with a smile. I sighed from the bottom of my heart, sorry for not looking for it. Today there is a scholar. Yesterday there was Lu Ming. How do you know there will be no Zhang San or Li Si tomorrow? On this day, his heart was filled with despair. Qing Yuan was no longer the same Qing Yuan 300 years ago. He was so strange and scary. Maybe I shouldn't have selfishly accepted the dragon turtle into the sect in the first place. Beasts should have a world of beasts. Plop. After crossing the Sanxing Gate, there is a vast ocean. It's not a lake or swamp. It's the sea. The water is salty. There are several islands in the distance. The small ones are about the size of a football field, and the large ones can barely see the edge. This battlefield is not a deserted area. There are vegetation and animals. And there are fish, shrimps, and crabs swimming in the water. 2 turtles swam past him. The light sea breeze blew by, and he immediately fell in love with this place. The dragon turtle should be in the sea, taking a breath. The spiritual energy is not as strong as Tinghehu after setting up the formation, but it is much better than before. Enough for his practice. As far as the eye can see, there are no people, No boats. No trace of life. I wonder if the sandshingmen of various sects are all connected here. This area must be quite large. Suhi made the waves rise so high that the edge could not be seen. With his dragon turtle eyesight, mixed with his spiritual consciousness, he could see at a glance even from thousands of miles away. This place is huge. Suhi was even more satisfied. Feng Yaya was placed in the bird's nest, and Suhi dived into the water. Only half of the hill was exposed in the water. Like a moving island, gently part the water and swim towards the distant island. Lurking, observing. There was no danger. So Suhi quietly landed on the island. The island is densely jungled, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. And indeed no one is there. The only threat came from a 4-star monitor lizard, hiding in the jungle and spitting messages at Suhi, sneakily preparing for a sneak attack. Suhi was knocked unconscious by a mighty roar, and he woke up only after half an hour. He shook his head, tilted his head, and looked at Suhi, screamed like a toad, and rushed forward again as if he was stunned. Suhi roared, and 2 thunderbolts struck down. The giant lizard collapsed on the ground, twitching, and finally recognized the form. He shrunk his head and looked at Suhi in horror, not daring to make any move. It's been a long time since I've hunted animals, and I'm actually a bit slick. It's a pity that it's not a giant salamander, so I miss it. Suhi looked around and then realized in annoyance. This is the sea. Where did the giant salamander come from? Can you understand what I'm saying? The monitor lizard blinked its big, confused eyes. How stupid. On. Are there any cool guys around? Ha! I dodged you. It probably means that it was me before, and now it's you. On. Have you ever seen someone who can fly on a sword? Ordinary monks in the mortal stage will probably not come to the sea. Only Qi Ling Jiyuan will. The monitor lizard blinked and suddenly realized, pointing at the big bird above its head. Ha ha! That one is delicious. I won't take it away. I'll give it to you. Suhi sighed leisurely. How did he survive with the crocodile for so long before? But we can probably understand that there must be really no monks here. Otherwise, there would be no reason to give up on a 4-star alien beast. Suhi felt a flash of joy in his heart. This place is good, I decided. Before you turn into a pure-blood dragon turtle, you will never go out. Chapter 127 Tranquility. The monitor lizard lay on the water's edge with its mouth wide open, constantly changing directions, letting the sea water wash away its mouth. Its breath was too strong, and he couldn't swallow what he caught. The monitor lizard's eyes were full of grievances, and it took 3 slaps for no reason before he figured out that the ugly turtle wanted it to brush its teeth. The lizard is in trouble. Ever since it came out of the egg, it has known the importance of keeping its mouth clean. But it is a pity that the turtle is unreasonable. Waves of waves rushed in, causing the giant lizard to close its eyes. With it as the center, there was a poisonous circle surrounded by dead fish. The fishy smell became stronger. Suhi opened his eyes from practicing, and his face was suddenly covered with black lines. Lightning bolts drove away the giant lizard and drove him back into the woods. Sure enough, the alien beasts are more animalistic, and the 4-star alien beast cannot escape the category of instinct, and its mouth is hopeless. Today's food has to be directed at Feng Yaya. On the grassland across 10 miles of woods, Feng Yaya was riding a wild boar, carrying a strange animal club bone, like a tribal savage, charging towards the enemy. In front of her was a wolf pack, with 30 wolves forming a team and watching her eagerly. Kill! Feng Yaya shouted, charging into the enemy group with a single stick and a solemn look on his face. 1 person and 1 pig ran out of the army with thousands of horses ready to die. The bone sticks are flying, the wolves are wailing, and the wind is blowing in and out, making people feel breathless. This pig is Feng Yaya's mount and was caught just yesterday. It was originally going to be roasted and eaten, but the pig's begging gestures were too rich, and Feng Yaya was moved by it. So he was promoted from food to mount, and he is currently performing well and can always fulfill Feng Yaya's requirements, except for the slight discomfort due to leg cramps while riding. It's a pity that she is no longer in Qingyuan, and no one can help her make a pig saddle. Fortunately, she is no longer in Qingyuan. Feng Yaya no longer has that feeling of being stuck on her back, and she can completely let herself go and play without restraint. Suhi exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his spiritual power returned to his heart. He stretched his limbs hard and crawled to the puddle at the edge of the forest, observing carefully. These are 2 small ponds of about 20 square meters. When the tide rises, there are seawater, and various kinds of swimming fish left behind. At this moment, there is an octopus left in one of the two pools, and a pufferfish left in the other. The same madness. The same bloody cruelty. This elixir is not a good elixir. Suhi was doing an experiment. On that day, he was held on top by Guhong, and he came back with a severed hand from the heaven-stepping realm. There was also a pill in the hand. There was no change when the hand was put into the foreign minister's space. But the elixir received a critical hit, and the dice rolled 6 points. Now the 6 elixirs are lying quietly in the outer space. Suhi didn't dare to use it indiscriminately. So he first experimented with fish. I didn't want to feed the fish directly. I just rinsed the elixir in the pond. And then the fish in the pond went crazy. After a long day of fighting, only one survivor was left in both pools. Suhi pressed the elixir to the bottom of the outer space, and never touched it again. There is also that hand that is reluctant to part with. But I don't know what to do with it. It was impossible to eat. Not to mention that he did not eat turtles or humans. The pressure of the heavenly realm alone made it impossible for him to eat. Feng Yaya is still wild. And there is no one on the island who can threaten her. Suhi climbed into the sea, and swam all the way to the bottom of the sea. The water's spiritual power on the sea surface is only slightly better than before the array was deployed in Tinghai Lake. But the bottom of the sea is a paradise for aquatic beasts. The water's spiritual power here is different from that in Tinghai Lake. It is more dense, thick and majestic, inexhaustible. Suhi found a comfortable area, with sunlight refracting above his head, swaying water plants around him, colorful coral branches, and various kinds of swimming fish, shrimps, and crabs chasing each other. Suhi found that the creatures here did not have the same fear of him as the creatures in Tinghai Lake. After he started to condense his true blood, few beasts came close to Tinghai Lake. The beasts here are so stupid that they don't seem to be afraid of him. Previously, they thought that there were similar creatures here, so that they were already familiar with the aura of the mythical beasts. But after many investigations, they found nothing. Even after asking several strange beasts, there was no answer. It can only be understood as the specialness of this area. Close your eyes and look inside to see the Mingjian. Status, Estrus. Realm, Bone Sacrifice. Dragon Turtle True Blood, 89.9%. Fusion Point, 429. Bone Sacrifice, 6%. Internal Organs, 6%. There are flaws in this clear judgment. Recently, it has been showing that he is in heat. This is nonsense. It had been a long time since Suhi had even had an erotic dream. The dragon turtle's true blood level has slowed down, but the bone sacrifice speed has increased. When Suhi came out of the illusionary realm of Xianqing Temple, he found that all 429 acupoints in his body were open. The realm is also shown as bone sacrifice. The speed of spiritual power has increased several times, and the progress of the bone sacrifice keeps changing day by day. In the realm of metamorphosis, bone sacrifice is the 5th step. Suhi guessed that this was also his most important step. This step of the monk completed the Taoist transformation of blood, flesh and bones. The whole body contained Taoist charm, and could be called a real person. Suhi's step should be to turn all blood, flesh, and bones into a pure dragon turtle. This is the most important step in advancement. Not far from the real mythical beast dragon turtle. Suhi closed his eyes, and slowly swallowed the sea water, to absorb the spiritual power of the water. The true blood flowed in his body, soaking into the bones. From the turtle L and ribs to the limbs, and then back to the internal organs. This is a slow process. There is no need to rush it. There is no shortcut. Unless there are heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or even dragon turtle essence and blood. If Suhi is a peacock, that drop of peacock essence and blood can help him complete this step of cultivation in a very short time. The sky gradually turned dark, and the full moon rose. Suhi woke up leisurely and opened his eyes. The seabed at night is even more charming, especially when the darkness cannot block your vision and night vision is possible. The seabed is so beautiful that it is intoxicating. Suhi swam on the sea surface with his tail, and the full moon hung high, and the waves rolled. There was a whale cry in the distance, and a water column sprayed from the sea into the air, and then crashed down. 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Suhi saw a whale. And in fact, it was also the first time he saw the sea. The sea is vast and endless, and the water is calm and lively. There are dolphins jumping out of the water, screaming happily and swimming towards the distance. Suhi turned around, and saw 2 barnacles falling on the saw of her shoulder skirt, audacious in the extreme, looking towards the island. Feng Yaya was lying in the grass, holding her breath and motionless. 10 feet in front of her, a wild boar fell to the ground and kept screaming. A tiger crawled out, suddenly rushed towards the wild boar, and opened its mouth to bite. But at this moment, Feng Yaya jumped up, like a god descending from the sky, and punched the tiger on the forehead. The tiger fell to the ground. The wild boar jumped up, and retreated several feet, huffing and puffing, looking like it was frightened. It screamed, blaming Feng Yaya for taking action too late, almost turning the bait into prey. "Hey! Coward!" Feng Yaya laughed at it, and dragged the tiger out of the woods. There were 4 or 5 bonfires outside the woods, and each bonfire had a barbecue grill, grilling octopus, wild wolves, and this time a tiger was added. It's somewhat of a waste. The giant lizard was lying on the side with its arms and legs spread out. It looked like it had just been beaten. This guy cared about eating and not beating. He always felt that Feng Yaya was so small that he was easy to bully. From time to time, he wanted to swallow Feng Yaya in one mouthful. But he was beaten again and again. The look of being hopeless. Seeing Su He from a distance, Feng Yaya waved and shouted, "The big turtle is here to eat meat!" The sea breeze dispersed the sound, but Su He could still hear it clearly. Chapter 128 Killer Whale. Time passes leisurely. One day after another. It was raining. Lightning was thundering. And black clouds were rising in the sky. Feng Yaya ran away to nowhere. And Su He sank to the bottom of the sea. See within. Day 6. Status, estrus. Bone sacrifice, 9%. Internal organs, 10%. Effect. The speed of bone sacrifice with ordinary food remains unchanged. But the internal organs become slower. The internal organs of 2-star alien beasts are increased by 6%, 8%. And the bones are sacrificed by 2%, 3%. 3-star exotic beast internal organs 7%, 11%. Bone sacrifice 3%, 5%. The attributes shown on the clear mirror are not fixed attributes, but can be changed at will according to Su He's thoughts. Except for the status column. This column is locked and uncontrolled and must be displayed. This was the original design to prevent being ignored after entering special states, such as poisoning, dizziness, etc. The latter diary-like function was new, and he mastered it inexplicably as soon as he woke up. Su He guessed that Mingjian had been spread and someone had improved it. Su He was used to record the details of practice and the rules of dice. For example, when and where the practice will be most effective. Su He's realm is still low, so it is difficult to perceive the most subtle changes in spiritual power. But Mingjian can. What I have been recording these past few days is the impact of food on spiritual practice. Compared to bones, internal organs are more affected by food. Generally speaking, the higher the grade, the better the effect. The absorption effect of swimming fish, shrimp, crab and suha is better than that of hare and deer. But if meat and vegetables are mixed, the effect will be even better. Just exploring. Su He hasn't figured out the best food combination yet. Puff! Su He blew away a small fish swimming in his nostrils and looking at him. These guys were basically not afraid of him. They were more afraid of sharks than Su He. Probably because Su He doesn't eat them. The sea is all-encompassing, and there is no shortage of exotic animals. There is a strange beast every 30 or 40 miles. If Su He is willing to walk around, he can always find 2 or 3 2-star or even 3-star strange beasts within 300 to 500 miles. The only troublesome thing is that the sea is too vast, and robbery is a little difficult. Training can't be obtained with a long-term meal ticket, so I just beat him up to prepare for domestication. After taking a nap, the guy has already escaped and can't be found. I have drawn 2 locating runes. One is now thousands of miles away, and the other has disappeared and should have been preyed upon by other alien beasts. Su He moved his limbs and swam toward the sea. He was still some distance away from the sea when he heard Feng Yaya shouting, "Big turtle! Big turtle! Stop it!" Su He sped up and broke out of the water, and saw Feng Yaya tying a killer whale with 2 vines. The killer whale panicked and swam quickly, paddling barefoot on the sea surface with Feng Yaya. The speed was so fast that Feng Yaya's feet broke through the sea, forming 2 water walls that completely blocked it. Only a faint trace of red clothes could be seen, and her excited voice could be heard. There is a swelling on the killer whale's head, and the mark of a small fist. 6 stars twinkled under the swelling. "Big turtle! Catch it!" Feng Yaya shouted. The 6-star alien beast is 1 level higher than Su He, but it can be beaten. Su He slapped his tail, and waves formed under him. His 4 claws suddenly shot out in one stroke, and the rolling waves carried Suhi all the way towards the killer whale. A 6-star alien beast worth taming as a long-term meal ticket. There is Windy Yaya behind, and there is a giant turtle in front. Anger flashed in the eyes of the killer whale, and with a whistle, its head sank into the water. It moved faster, smashing through the waves and crashing directly towards Suhi. This is its common skill, and it can smash even small islands into pieces. Su Hulong's head could no longer be retracted into the turtle SHL, but he was still fearless. The outer appearance shrouded him, and the waves beneath him became even faster, pushing him roaring towards the killer whale. Bang! There was a strong muffled sound, and Suhi felt like he hit a big mountain head-on and was bounced back, like a volcano erupting. The waves exploded into the sky at the collision point. Even the heavy rain was washed away. After a long time, it felt like a waterfall. The whole world as far as the eye can see is filled with turbulent water. Feng Yaya screamed and was thrown away, hitting the sea and bouncing away. Only a series of excited screams were left. Suhi shook his head and looked forward. The killer whale's head caved in, but it didn't break open. For a 6-star alien beast, it was not considered a fatal injury. But the whole fish had rolled over and passed out. The whale's face is particularly incredible. For the first time, the killer whale was defeated head-on using his best skill. This turtle's mouth is full of sharp teeth, but instead of biting, it actually charges? Suhi splashed the water and swam towards the killer whale. As the killer whale swam closer, it suddenly turned over. Its tail twitched, and a spiral nest formed in the sea, rolling straight towards Suhi. Thief's son. Pretend to be dizzy. This is also highly intelligent among alien beasts. This whirlpool is a common technique used by killer whales to hunt sharks. One twitch of their tail creates a whirlpool, sucking the shark into it, and then twitches its tail to knock it out, allowing it to enjoy as much as it wants. It's just that the whirling nest of this killer whale is completely different. The water flow is so fast that steam appears on the whirling nest, and is connected by the whirling nest to form a tornado. Roaring towards Suhi. Suhi looked at Xuanhua, surprise flashing in his eyes. Water can still be used like this? He had never tried this water-bending method before, and he learned another trick. Suhi put a paw into the whirlpool, contacted the seawater, and pressed down. Wow, bang! The sea sank, then was lifted up into the air, turning into a heavy downpour of rain. The killer whale looked confused, and the invincible vortex failed. Suhi looked at it, and played with the water in front of the dragon turtle. This whale was somewhat like a tiger. It was only after entering the sea that Suhi truly understood the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle was born to be in the sea. Every drop of water seems to be alive, and can be controlled. This is not magical power. It is instinct. Suhi thought for a while, imitating the appearance of the killer whale, and swung his claws to form a spiral socket. Then counter-rotated to catch up with the killer whale, and instantly entangled it in it. Spinning wildly, the killer whale made a frightened scream. Yeah. First there was senseless panic. Then, there was begging for mercy. Wow! Feng Yaya also yelled, and was dragged back by Xuanhua. She was a little overwhelmed and excited, and she just felt that it was exciting and fun. Suhi pressed the spiral nest, and stopped the sea surface. The killer whale was paralyzed on the water, and shivering. Feng Yaya turned over and lay on it, letting the seawater fall and hit it, and just laughed, not knowing what to enjoy. Suhi found that the girl was floating. In the past, she never dared to go to the water without being on a turtle SHL. Swimming in the water was as taboo as flying in the sky. But these days the little girl has gradually started to let go and dared to go into the water to catch killer whales. The seawater lifted up into the sky, carrying fish, shrimps and crabs with it, and fell down. The crackling sound was very spectacular. After a while, the sea gradually calmed down. The killer whale shrank its fins and looked at Suhi submissively. Feng Yaya ran around on its back happily. Big turtle! Big turtle! There is a group of big fish over there. This one is the most powerful. It wants to eat my piglets, but I beat them. Huh? Where is my pig? Feng Yaya was stunned for a moment, then got angry. Did you eat me up? She slapped the killer whale on the head, knocking back the swelling on its head. The killer whale whistled in agony. At this moment, in the distance, a wild boar was swimming towards the island. It's so scary. It's a pig. Why did it get into the sea? Chapter 129 Rebellion. Big turtle. I don't like rain. Feng Yaya jumped up and down in the mud puddle and complained to Suhi. Can you stop it? Suhi threw a dolphin back into the sea and looked back at Feng Yaya. Poor turtle can't do this. Besides, I like rain. Every time it rained, Suhi had the illusion that he could fly up through the water, step on the raindrops, and reach the sky. Bad turtle. Feng Yaya made a face at him and looked at the wild boar taking shelter under the tree. Hey, I've already apologized to you. She grabbed a ball of mud and threw it on the wild boar. Come jump into the mud pit. The boar ignored her. She had so much fun that she chased the killer whale away and let it swim 40 miles. Just like an ordinary wild boar. Back on its own. Is this something humans do? Feng Yaya pouted. Hey, it's that big fish that wants to eat you. I'm going to help you catch the big fish. I'll hit you if I get angry again. Feng Yaya waved her fist and broke a rain curtain. The wild boar was stunned and groaned in protest. It's just a terrestrial pig. How did it attract the big fish? You don't have any idea? You carried me into the sea. Shouldn't you carry me back? The wild boar was so angry that his whole body shook, and a star between his eyebrows condensed and disappeared. It is a wild boar that is about to become a strange beast. It has to swim 40 miles to the extreme and avoid being hunted by sharks and sea crocodiles. It is highly concentrated and uses its body to its extreme. After escaping all the way back, there were signs of a breakthrough. Just a little exciting. Suhi decided to help it. Crack! A thunderbird struck the pig's trotters in front of it, and the icy coldness stabbed the wild boar along the tip of its nails. The wild boar jumped up with a chirp and looked around in panic, only to realize that its vision was a bit high. Just now, I jumped directly to a tree branch several feet high. I just felt like I suddenly had endless energy all over my body, and a star between my eyebrows shone brightly. This power, this speed, this sense of hearing and smell. The wild boar suddenly found himself invincible. Who else? He lowered his head and looked at the dragon turtle on the beach. He hesitated for a moment. This turtle was a bit big. Then I am second in the world. It looked at the little Feng Yaya again. The wild boar snorted twice, jumped down from the tree branch, and bumped into the wind. There was a strange look in the pig's eyes. Come, little boy. Serve as a mount for me. I will ride on you to chase away wolves and catch whales. Boom. Bang. Feng Yaya looked at her little fist and the wild boar that flew out and hit the mud pit. The wild boar kicked up its legs and ran toward Feng Yaya again. Pig eyes are full of submission and flattery. Come, master. Piggy will jump into the mud pit with you. I can jump really well on 4 legs. The wild boar jumped into the mud pit, splashing mud and water all over Feng Yaya, and then slipped to the ground. Her clothes were invulnerable to water and fire. Feng Yaya clenched her little fists and walked towards the wild boar with a smile. Jump into the mud pit. Jump into the mud pit. She changed her posture to beg for mercy. And Feng Yaya rounded her little fist. Boom. Bang. Ouch. A pig-killing scream instantly filled the entire island with a cheerful atmosphere. Except for the killer whales. It was enduring the severe pain on its head and trying its best to hunt. It had already hunted 2 big fish and 3 fur seals in succession. But Suhi threw them all back into the sea. Until the 4th time, I caught a 2-star lobster that was as big as a bed. The dice fell, and the quality was times 3. Suhi was satisfied. Place a locating rune on the killer whale, and let it go. Turning around, he saw Feng Yaya pulling the pig's ears towards the side. The pig was so well behaved that its eyes were flattering. Big turtle. This pig can dig holes. Let's dig a cave. Feng Yaya looked excited. She didn't want to sleep in the wild with bugs in her ears. Wild boars are already capable of burrowing, but this is an improvement in their skills as an advanced beast. Suhi slashed with sword energy, cut off one of the lobster's pincers, and threw it towards Feng Yaya. The wild boar's eyes widened immediately when the delicious smell came, and he began to gasp. It wants to eat. This thing is a treasure. A real treasure. More tempting than the fruits it has eaten. A pair of pig eyes were about to move, but Feng Yaya slapped them into the mud. The 800-pound wild boar has a rebellious bone of 700 pounds. And the 100-pound wild boar wants to rebel even after becoming a strange beast. It has no good brain, except for the rich gestures of begging for mercy. Feng Yaya carried the wild boar and walked towards the hill on the island. Suhi cut off the lobster's head and threaded it, rinsed it in the seawater, and swallowed the sh. Raw without leaving any bit. Lobster and river shrimp taste completely different. But now it seems that lobster is more in line with his taste. Probably because it is getting closer to dragon turtles and adapting to food in the sea. Suhi dived into the water, took out 1 warm jade and 2 soul jade, and put them in his mouth. The turtle life and long breathing art started to work. There were only about 300 warm jade left. He also had to supply Feng Yaya, so he had to save some money. 4 children. There are still some soul jade. Feng Yaya hit a lot when she was bored in the prison ghost space. Suhi seizes all the time to practice, rarely finding peace, and sets a small goal for himself, to advance to the level of a divine beast. Next, everything must be put aside, and advancing to the divine beast is the most important thing. After all, in the world of cultivation, strength must speak for itself in everything. There are many corals around me, and jellyfish swaying above my head. 2 sharks fled far away in the distance. This was their hunting ground. But when the 2 sharks were hunting, they moved too much and disturbed Suhi's practice. So he was beaten by Suhi. Later, when Suhi came again, they would stay far away. When Suhi came out of the water again, the sky was already full of stars. Feng Yaya was not at the edge of the forest, and there were firelights flickering at the foot of the mountain in the distance. Crawling on the waves, I saw a cave of more than 100 square meters carved out of the stone mountain. The wild boar's bristles were full of gravel. It was lying at the entrance of the cave helplessly, looking into the cave from time to time. The entrance to the cave is very large and has been specially expanded so that Suhi can easily climb in. A bonfire was lit in the cave, and half a giant python was roasting beside the fire. Feng Yaya's mouth was full of oil. "Big turtle, let's eat!" She pointed at the giant python, with a bit of a grieved expression on her face. "We dug a cave properly, and it came out and beat me." The beasts in this place are rude and reckless. Smelling the smell of snakes left behind over the years in the cave, and looking at the broken egg LS on the ground, Suhi felt that she was not unjustly beaten, but that the python misjudged the situation and turned it into dinner. There is also a bird's nest as big as a bathtub in the cave. It is not a pure tree branch. The interior is filled with feathers and animal hair, which looks very warm. There are 2 eggs lying quietly in the center of the nest. The aura of life on it is so strong that it may be about to burst out of its SHL. Feng Yaya followed Suhi's gaze, and saw the bird's nest, and immediately became happy. She happily said to Suhi, "In the afternoon, a big bird caught me and wanted to eat me. I beat him away and robbed the bird's nest. Big bird turtle, can you hatch eggs? I really want to hatch and raise a bird to play with." Those 2 big birds this afternoon were so handsome. She looked at Suhi hopefully. Turtles are also born in eggs, so they should be able to. Right? Suhi shook his head. "Disappointing you. Not to mention that we are male turtles. Not even female turtles have this ability." Chapter 130 Eagle. No need to think that this is also the nest of an exotic bird. In such a heavy wind and rain, the nest is not wet at all, which is not something ordinary birds can do. Feng Yaya ate and drank enough, wiped her mouth and got into the bird's nest, holding the eggs, and fell asleep. Calculating the time, it was time for her to fall asleep again. The last time she fell asleep properly was when Suhi became a disciple. And then she was stunned by the chirping of peacocks in the prison ghost space, and slept for a whole day. The peacock knocked him out again in front of Sancheng's gate, and he fell asleep for half a day. I haven't slept for 6 or 7 days in a row now. This time Feng Yaya woke up, and was in particularly good spirits. Suhi ate the remaining half of the python, took out a turtle SHL from the outer space, covered it with the mountain, and began to absorb it. This is the tortoise SHL of the turtle demon, who just wants to seduce him. Suhi now has 3 sets, which fills the outer space. Everything else in the outer space is contained in the turtle SHL. There are a lot of things in the outer space. Using negative mountains directly in the outer space is very stressful. And other things will be absorbed if you are not careful, especially when you fall into a deep sleep and use the dream path to absorb it. Suhi hasn't slept for several days, since he condensed his true blood. His need for sleep is not that great, or it can be said that it has become more concentrated. Suhi can now sleep for several days, just like Feng Yaya. In the future, it should be extended even more, and it will take a long time to go without sleep for a long time. I heard that mythical beasts and even powerful alien beasts are like this. Even monks. When you are a good person, sleep is no longer necessary. It may be just a biological habit or preference. The wild boar lay down outside the cave for a long time. After confirming that one person and one turtle were asleep in the cave, he quietly got up and walked toward the forest with his buttocks twisted. Those two guys didn't have the heart to let it dig the cave for a long time, but they didn't even give them anything to eat. The wild boar foraged for food with its mouth arched. It ate all the bugs, nuts, and mice underground, but did not feel full. It reached the seaside with a groan. It blinked and looked at the firelight of the cave in the distance and the sea. He stabbed his heart hard. I can't live this life anymore. Let's move. After swimming 3 or 4 miles, a crisis struck, and he instantly turned his head to face the huge creature in the water. It's the killer whale. The dead wild boar turned around and fled to the island. The killer whale slapped its tail and gave chase, then stopped. He was beaten earlier because he wanted to catch this pig. If I catch you now, will I still get beaten? It turned around and swam toward the sea, but it felt unhappy. After thinking about it, it suddenly came back, took a mouthful of seawater, and spat all over the wild boar. It flicked its tail and slapped the wild boar violently away. Then, he turned around and ran away. After running far away, he jumped happily on the sea. While jumping and whistling happily, the depression of the day was eliminated by this slap. The wild boar was thrown high into the air and crashed into the sea with a thud. His mind was dizzy and his stomach was turbulent. Struggling to wake up, not daring to stop at all, he paddled quickly with 4 hooves, swam back to the island, ran all the way back to the cave, and collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. After looking at the person and the turtle sleeping in the cave for a long time, the sense of security gradually returned. It carefully rubbed its body into the cave, avoiding the wind and rain, and let out a contented hum. He was dreaming. It was the first time I had a dream since I became a turtle. It was a very vague dream. A small fenced courtyard, a thatched house, and a statue outside the house. It's blurry and not very clear. The more I try to see clearly, the harder it becomes. At the same time, I don't know how far away. On a river of light deep in the universe, there are spaceships shuttled back and forth. In the guest room of an ordinary flying boat, Su Huanyan slowly opened his eyes, shaked his head. The dragon turtle can no longer be contacted through the blessing, aura. Previously, Dragon Turtle was in a fantasy world, sketching a picture of her, which was like an anchor point for her thoughts to reach. Now there is no such anchor point. Even if he guides the Dragon Turtle to dream, his thoughts cannot come to him. All the means left on Yaya have failed. Otherwise there would be no need to go to such trouble. The blue bird standing by finally no longer had to hold back and dared not speak, and immediately chirped. How is it? How is my daughter? The soul beast and the monk are connected in spirit and mind. It's okay for it to take advantage and say that Yaya is its daughter. Su Huanyan shook his head. I can only vaguely sense it, so I think it's stable. He could sense that Yaya was sleeping beside him and Dragon Turtle was practicing. If it wasn't a stable environment, it wouldn't be like this. Where's the Dragon Turtle? Where's the Dragon Turtle? The blue bird anxiously turned around on the bird stand. Su Huanyan is good at everything, but he has this cold temperament. If you don't ask, never tell. It's so annoying. Still unwilling to share memories, Su Huanyan was quiet for a moment and said, It's pretty good. The blue bird was relieved. It was now very interested in the Dragon Turtle and wanted to turn Su Huanyan into a turtle. It had great ideas and it was very optimistic about him. Next time Hechuan Wasteland opens, introduce him to a soul beast. Bah! He was awakened by the cry of an eagle. When he opened his eyes, he saw the wild boar retreating into the cave while grunting as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Outside, 2 giant eagles chirped and circled, searching high in the sky. Turning around to look at Feng Yaya, she didn't know how long she had been sleeping. The 2 eggs have been broken open, and 2 small red meat balls with sparse fluff are chirping in Feng Yaya's arms. They have a big head and a small body and have not yet opened their eyes. He collected the negative mountain and the turtle SHL and pulled the wild boar out of the cave with one paw. Passing by the entrance of the cave, a ball of water rose up, sealing the entrance of the cave to prevent the smell from dissipating and being discovered by the giant eagle overhead. He didn't want to fight the eagle at all. These are all archers. They can fly in the sky and shoot feathers downwards. The feathers can shoot down mountains and crack rocks. He can only be beaten passively. As the divine power spreads up, its power becomes much smaller. Thunderbirds are useful, but eagles fly quickly and are difficult to hit. 2 goshawks were circling overhead for a long time, Looking up, you could see the bald hairs on their bellies, which Feng Yaya must have caught. Two stupid birds. They can't mess with anyone. If they mess with Feng Yaya, the baby will be lost. The two little eagles broke out of their SHLs in Feng Yaya's arms, and were filled with Feng Yaya's scent. Even if they were returned, they would be pecked to death by their biological parents. Alien beasts are completely different from ordinary eagles. Habits are deeply affected by abilities. A strong sense of smell isn't always a good thing. Two eagles landed on the tree crown, chirped, and suddenly looked towards the cave. The water curtain was too late, and they smelled the bird's nest. Two eagles swooped over, chirping like crazy. Suhi narrowed his eyes and retracted into the turtle SHL. It was not until two eagles rushed down and grabbed the turtle SHL at the same time that he suddenly exploded. Crack! A series of lightning struck down, and Suhi was buried in the thunder and lightning. Crack! The smell of burnt birds came out. The two eagles stood straight on the ground. The Thunderbird's attack is very magical. It is completely icy when it hits the body, but the traces look like they were scorched by lightning. Suhi, who endured the Thunderbirds together with them, only felt a hint of coolness. During this nap, Bushan has been running, and this turtle's SHL has shown signs of melting. Foreign Minister Kamayama's defense is even higher. Dragon turtle defense can be several levels ahead of the realm.